Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettucehead Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Analyst Green Overlord. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The early morning sun filtered through the city's dense skyline, casting a soft golden glow over the neighborhood. The streets were already buzzing with activity, but this part of town held an unusual mix of lively charm and quiet resilience. Nestled in the heart of the neighborhood stood a modest yet inviting building with a sign reading, "At Home," in carefully painted letters. Below it, a smaller line of text declared, "A cat cafe and community space." Inside, the cafe was a sanctuary from the city's hustle and bustle. The walls were lined with bookshelves crammed with novels, comics, and a few odd trinkets. Soft, mismatched furniture added to the homely atmosphere, with cozy nooks for reading or relaxing. The main attraction, however, was the cats. A dozen felines of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, lounging on cat trees or curling up in customers' laps. Each cat had its own name, personality, and story, all lovingly detailed on a wall display near the counter. Behind the counter stood Izuku Midoriya, a man whose presence was as striking as it was understated. At first glance, his freckled face and mop of green curls gave him a youthful charm, but there was an air of quiet strength about him, a depth in his emerald eyes that spoke of a life lived with intensity. He wore a black apron over a simple green shirt, and his sleeves were rolled up to reveal forearms corded with muscle, a detail that often surprised newcomers. "No, Machi," he said, voice warm but firm as he gently plucked a curious tabby off the counter. "Customers don't need extra fur in their coffee." He set the cat down and turned back to the espresso machine, his hands moving with practiced ease. The bell above the door jingled, and a familiar face walked in. Himiko Toga, with her cheerful grin and slightly chaotic energy, skipped to the counter. Her golden eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned over, earning a raised eyebrow from Izuku. "You're late," he teased, not looking up from the cappuccino he was making. "What happened? Got distracted chasing squirrels again?" Himiko pouted dramatically. "No, I just lost track of time. And maybe there was a cute puppy involved." Izuku chuckled, sliding the finished cappuccino onto a tray. "You're lucky I like you. Go make yourself useful, start feeding the cats before they riot." She saluted playfully and bounded off, calling out to the cats in a sing-song voice. Izuku watched her go, shaking his head fondly. Himiko was a handful, but she had a good heart. He'd met her years ago, crying on a rooftop about her quirk and the way people looked at her. Back then, she'd been lost, scared, and on the verge of giving up. Now, she was thriving in her own quirky way, helping run the cafe and keeping the cats and Izuku on their toes. A low voice broke his thoughts. "You're out of milk." Izuku turned to see Dobby leaning against the storage door, holding an empty milk carton. His perpetually bored expression and burned features gave him a menacing appearance to strangers, but Izuku knew better. Dobby had a sharp wit and a soft spot for those he cared about, though he'd rather die than admit it. And whose job was it to restock? Izuku shot back with a smirk. "Himiko's," Dobby replied without missing a beat, earning a squawk of protest from the other side of the room. "I'll grab some later," Izuku said, waving him off. "In the meantime, use the oat milk. Customers love it." Dobby grumbled something under his breath but complied, disappearing back into the kitchen. Izuku sighed, glancing at the clock. It wasn't even noon, and the cafe was already bustling with regulars. Each one was greeted by name, and many lingered to chat or pet the cats. It wasn't just a cafe, it was a haven for the community. The neighborhood had seen better days. Poverty and crime were rampant, and many residents struggled to make ends meet. But At Home was a bright spot, a place where people could feel safe and cared for. Izuku had poured his heart into this space, using it not only to serve coffee but also to organize food drives, host workshops, and provide a listening ear to anyone who needed it. The door jingled again, and Izuku looked up to see a familiar figure, Ryo Inui, better known as Hound Dog. The UA teacher ducked slightly to avoid hitting his head on the frame, his canine features softening into a grin as he spotted Izuku. "Morning, Midoriya," Ryo said, his gravelly voice tinged with warmth. "Morning, Inui," Izuku replied, already reaching for the coffee pot. "The usual?" Ryo nodded, settling into his favorite seat near the window. He was a frequent visitor, often stopping by after his morning patrols. Izuku suspected it was as much for the coffee as it was for the company. As he prepared Ryo's drink, Izuku's thoughts drifted to UA. The prestigious hero school had a vested interest in the community center that housed his cafe. Officially, it was a charity project funded by UA's alumni and overseen by Principal Nezu, who'd taken a personal interest in the neighborhood. Unofficially, Izuku suspected Nezu had ulterior motives. The wily principal seemed to delight in dropping by unannounced, making cryptic comments about potential and the importance of hidden assets. Izuku placed the steaming mug of coffee in front of Ryo, who took a grateful sip. "You know," Ryo began, his tone thoughtful, "this place. It reminds me of someone." Izuku tilted his head, intrigued. "Oh, should I be flattered or worried?" "Flattered," Ryo said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You remind me of someone I worked with once, a hero who put his community first. His style wasn't flashy, but he had this way of making people feel safe. You've got that same spark." Izuku froze for a moment, the weight of Ryo's words sinking in. "That's quite the comparison," he said softly, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. "I'm just running a café in Wisen. That hero was out there saving lives." Ryo's sharp eyes locked onto Izuku's. "You're saving a piece of the world. Don't downplay that." Izuku chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. "Well, I've got good help. Couldn't do it without Dobby and Himiko and the cats, of course." "Dad!" Himiko called from across the room, balancing a tray of cat food dishes. "Machi's being a brat again. He knocked over the water bowl." Izuku sighed, the fond exasperation evident in his tone. "I'll deal with it. Go clean up the mess before someone slips." Ryo watched the interaction with a raised brow. "That? You've built quite the family here." "Not by choice," Izuku said, though his grin betrayed him. "They sort of happened." Before Ryo could respond, a black and white cat leapt onto the table, sniffing at his coffee. Izuku swooped in, scooping the cat up with practiced ease. "This little guy's trouble," he said, holding the cat up to eye level. "I keep telling you, Machi, coffee isn't for cats." Ryo chuckled, his usual gruff demeanor softening. "You've got away with them. Not just the cats, but people too. It's rare." Izuku shrugged, setting Machi back on the floor. "Someone's gotta care, right? This neighborhood's been through enough. If I can help even a little, it's worth it." Ryo nodded, his expression thoughtful. "You remind me more of that hero every time I come here. Keep it up, Midoriya." As the day wore on, the cafe buzzed with life, each interaction adding to the tapestry of its story. Izuku was content. At home was more than just a cafe. It was a family, a refuge, and a reminder that even in the darkest corners of the city, there was light to be found. The night was quiet, but it was the kind of quiet that buzzed with tension, the type that promised trouble. Shadows cloaked the city's streets as Izuku moved with purpose, his steps light and deliberate. Dressed in black tactical gear that blended seamlessly with the darkness, he became Kairos, the vigilante who struck fear into the hearts of criminals, irritation in the minds of heroes, and hope into the weary souls of the oppressed. A simple, smooth mask covered the upper half of his face, the intricate clock design etched into its surface marking him as a man who calculated every second of his moves. The target tonight was a gang that had been squeezing money from local shopkeepers under the guise of protection fees. Their operations had escalated recently, moving from petty threats to violent intimidation. Several families had already fled the area, leaving empty shops and shuttered windows in their wake. Izuku had heard enough. From his perch on a rooftop, he watched the gangs hide out a dimly lit warehouse tucked away at the edge of the district. A group of men loitered near the entrance, laughing and swapping stories as they smoked. They were armed, but careless, their postures relaxed. Izuku took a deep breath, his mind racing through scenarios and contingencies. He could dismantle their operation in one swift strike, but his real objective was to send a message. The people of his neighborhood were not to be trifled with. He activated the small earpiece nestled in his ear. It was linked to a makeshift surveillance system he'd rigged up earlier, using hacked street cameras and a discreet drone. The faint buzz of static faded as the feed stabilized. 6 outside, 3 armed, he muttered under his breath, his voice low and steady. At least 10 more inside. Minimal movement on the second floor, likely the leader's office. One visible mutant quirks the others. For a moment he mumbled on until he railed back his mind. He had a mission. He dropped to the alley below, landing with practiced silence. Sticking to the shadows, he crept closer, each step calculated. As Kairos, he had no room for mistakes. The gang might underestimate him, but he knew better than to underestimate them. The first takedown was almost too easy. One of the men had wandered away from the group to relieve himself near a dumpster. Izuku moved swiftly, a precise chop to the neck rendering the thug unconscious before he could make a sound. He dragged the body into the shadows and secured his wrists with zip ties. One down. From there, it became a game of patience and precision. Izuku relied on his quirk, Analyst, which allowed him to observe and predict patterns with uncanny accuracy. Every step, every movement of his targets played out in his mind like a chessboard, the pieces shifting into place. Within minutes, the men outside were neutralized, their weapons confiscated and stashed out of reach. The real challenge lay inside the warehouse. Izuku slipped through a side entrance, his senses on high alert. The air was thick with the smell of oil and damp concrete. Machinery cluttered the space, providing ample cover as he moved deeper into the building. His breaths were shallow, quiet, every step a calculated risk. A group of 4 men were gathered near a table, counting stacks of cash under the dim glow of a single bulb. Izuku's lip curled in disgust. These were the same bills they had extorted from struggling shopkeepers, the lifeblood of families just trying to survive. He threw a smoke bomb, the small device hissing as it filled the room with a dense gray fog. Chaos erupted as the men shouted and stumbled, their vision obscured. Izuku moved like a shadow, disarming and incapacitating them with swift, precise strikes. He left them tied together in a corner, their own zip ties repurposed against them. The second floor was quieter, but the tension was palpable. Izuku could feel it in the air, the subtle shift that came when danger was near. He ascended the stairs cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the thick soles of his boots. At the top, he found himself facing a closed door. The faint murmur of voices leaked through the wood. He pressed his ear to the door, straining to catch the conversation. "We've got to up the pressure," a gruff voice said. "If they're not paying, we're not hitting hard enough." Another voice, smoother but no less menacing, replied, "The boss isn't going to like it if this draws too much attention. We've already got heroes sniffing around." Izuku smirked. Heroes, maybe, but they hadn't counted on him. He kicked the door open, the sound reverberating through the hallway. The 2 men inside barely had time to react before he was on them. The fight was brief but intense, ending with both men sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. Izuku surveyed the room. A map of the neighborhood was pinned to the wall, marked with red circles that indicated their next targets. He snapped a picture with his phone before destroying it, tearing the map into pieces. His heart clenched at the sight of those marked locations, homes and businesses he had frequented while disguised as an ordinary passerby. A rustling sound behind him made him freeze. He turned to find a 3rd man bigger than the others, his fists crackling with electricity. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," the man growled, his voice laced with static. "But you're in over your head." Izuku didn't reply. He didn't need to. Instead, he moved, dodging the first surge of electricity with a grace that spoke of countless hours of training. The man lunged, swinging wildly, but Izuku stayed 1 step ahead, his analyst quirk breaking down the man's movements in real time. The fight ended with the thug slumped against the wall, unconscious. Izuku exhaled, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension. He hadn't expected an electricity quirk, but it wasn't the first time he'd been caught off guard. He made a mental note to reassess his intel sources. As he exited the warehouse, Izuku's ears caught a faint sound, the swish of something slicing through the air. He dodged instinctively, spinning to face his new opponent. Eraserhead. The underground hero stood a few feet away, his capture weapon coiled loosely around his shoulders and his tired eyes fixed on Izuku. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the silence heavy with unspoken questions. "Kairos," Eraserhead said finally, his voice neutral but firm. "I've heard about you." "All good things, I hope," Izuku replied, his tone light and teasing. "Though I'm guessing you're not here for an autograph." Eraserhead's eyes narrowed. "You're interfering with hero work." "Interfering? Or doing your job for you?" Izuku countered, gesturing to the subdued gang members scattered around the warehouse. "Looks to me like the neighborhood's a little safer now." "You're welcome." "This isn't a game," Eraserhead snapped. "You're going to get yourself killed." Izuku's smile faltered for a fraction of a second before he masked it with a shrug. "Better me than the people they've been terrorizing. Besides, I've got a knack for staying alive." Eraserhead studied him, his expression unreadable. "You're skilled," he admitted grudgingly. "But reckless. You're going to slip up one day, and when you do, it's not just your life on the line." Izuku's gaze softened slightly, but he kept his tone light. "Noted. But tonight's not that night." "You could do more," Eraserhead added after a beat. "With resources. With backup." Izuku tilted his head, intrigued by the hint of something more in the hero's tone. "What, you offering me a job? Don't let the detective hear that," he teased, though his curiosity was genuine. "Just don't make me clean up after you," Eraserhead replied curtly, his face betraying nothing. "Deal," Izuku said with a grin, taking a step back into the shadows. "Stay safe, Eraserhead," he added in a lilting, almost sing-song tone that dripped with playful teasing. Without waiting for a reply, he disappeared into the night, his heart racing not from the fight, but from the encounter. There was something about the hero's calm intensity that lingered in his mind, a rare mix of respect and caution. By the time Izuku returned to the café, the adrenaline of the night had worn off, leaving a bone-deep exhaustion in its place. He slipped through the back entrance, careful not to make too much noise. He lived right above it with Dobby and Himiko. The apartment was dark, save for the faint glow of a lamp in the living area. Dobby was sprawled on the couch, half asleep but alert enough to glance up as Izuku entered. Rough night. Same as always, Izuku replied, dropping into a chair. He rubbed his temples, the weight of the night's events pressing down on him. Himiko's out like a light, Dobby said, nodding toward the closed bedroom door. She's been waiting up for you, but I told her you'd be late. Izuku smiled faintly, his exhaustion momentarily eclipsed by warmth. Thanks. He rose and peeked into Himiko's room. She was curled up under a blanket, her breathing slow and steady. Izuku stepped closer, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Good night, sweetheart, he whispered. As he closed the door, he felt a flicker of peace. The world outside was chaotic, dangerous, and relentless. But here, within these walls, was his sanctuary, his family. And for them, he'd face any challenge, no matter the cost. Shouta Aizawa wasn't thrilled by the idea of another outreach mission. As part of his duties at UA, he was often called upon to check in on community projects, sometimes even visiting various businesses and local organizations. Today, it was the community center, one of UA's many sponsored initiatives, on orders from Nezu. Aizawa was used to the principal's cryptic directives, but this one felt like more than just a routine visit. He had a strong sense that there was something else going on, something important, though no one was telling him anything directly. His only companion on this trip was Ryo Inui, better known by his hero name, Hound Dog. Ryo was a senior hero who had worked with Aizawa on a few occasions, though they weren't really any closer than regular coworkers at UA. Still can't believe we're doing this, Aizawa muttered as they walked through the bustling streets. I didn't sign up for coffee runs and neighborhood babysitting. Ryo chuckled beside him, clearly unbothered by the situation. I'm sure you'll survive, Shouta. And besides, the coffee here's worth it. This place has a lot of local support. I don't know why you insist on that, Aizawa grumbled. It's just coffee. Well, you're in for a treat then, Ryo said. Trust me. Coffee, Aizawa repeated, already skeptical. He had no particular love for coffee shops or cafes, even though he had a strong preference for a good cup of black coffee when he needed it, which to be fair was quite often. But the idea of spending his afternoon in a small, quirky establishment while his real work piled up felt. They rounded a corner and approached a nondescript building that had a modest sign in the window reading, "At Home," in neat, handwritten lettering. The cafe didn't look like much from the outside, but the soft hum of conversation and the smell of coffee wafting from the door suggested it was a popular spot. I don't see the appeal, Aizawa muttered as they entered. Inside, the warm glow of the cafe's cozy interior enveloped him. Wooden shelves lined the walls, stacked with books and small trinkets, and plants hung in small pots from the ceiling. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mixed with something else, a comforting, familiar fragrance that felt like it belonged to this little corner of the world. Cats. Everywhere. Aizawa froze for a moment, taking in the chaos of felines climbing on counters, curiously watching patrons, and snoozing on shelves. He smiled without realizing it. He was a cat person, just didn't like admitting it out loud. Did you say this place was good? Aizawa asked, his voice softer as he glanced at Ryo. The best in town, Ryo affirmed with a knowing smirk. And don't worry, you'll get the full experience. You can't come here and not meet Izuku. Great, Aizawa muttered, and while he looked around there was one cat that immediately caught Aizawa's attention. Machi, Ryo muttered under his breath. The little menace. Before Aizawa could ask what he meant, the fluffy white cat bounded off a nearby counter, meowing loudly as it made a beeline for the new arrivals. It leapt onto Aizawa's shoulder with a startling accuracy, nuzzling into his neck with an almost eerie familiarity. The cat, impossibly soft with fluffy fur, immediately began kneading Aizawa's shoulder as if it were its personal throne. Aizawa's hand twitched, and he absent-mindedly scratched the cat behind the ears. I thought you said this place had the best coffee. He shot Ryo an amused but slightly exasperated look. Ryo chuckled. You've met Machi. Izuku's pride, joy, and the reason for every gray hair. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. He's harmless. Yeah, Aizawa muttered, his voice dry, as long as he doesn't claw me to death. I promise, Ryo said, not missing a beat. He's a softie. The moment the words left his mouth, a voice from the counter interrupted them. Aizawa turned to see the cafe's owner Izuku Midoriya leaning against the counter with an easy, knowing grin. Ah, Inui-sen. Glad to see you again, Izuku called out, his eyes flicking over to Aizawa with a quiet curiosity. His green hair, though a bit messy, framed his face in a way that made him seem both approachable and mysterious at the same time. He was sporting a green blouse with his sleeves rolled up, making his muscled arms stand out just a little more. Aizawa's eyes darted from those forest green eyes to his arms and back to the look Izuku gave him, one he couldn't quite place. Good to see you, Izuku, Ryo said, his tone light. Aizawa here is just joining me for the coffee. Nice to meet you, Izuku said, his tone light but direct, as though he were sizing Aizawa up in a way that felt intentional. Welcome to at home. What can I get for you? Shouta's first impression was that he didn't want to be here, but he had no choice in the matter. Coffee, he muttered. Something strong. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Strong? You got it. His fingers flew over the espresso machine with practiced ease. So, you're with Yue? Izuku asked casually, as if he'd already figured it out. What brings you to my cafe? Shouta didn't quite know how to answer that. Nezu sent me, he said, trying not to sound as frustrated as he felt. Ah, the little rat's been busy, huh? Izuku chuckled under his breath, clearly amused by the situation. He turned back to the coffee machine without waiting for a reply. Well, let's see what we can do for you. Izuku placed a steaming cup of coffee in front of Shouta, his smile not quite matching the disinterest in his eyes. Here you go. A nice cup of coffee. Aizawa took the coffee, inspecting it briefly before taking a sip. It was good, no doubt about that. The bitterness was sharp but not overwhelming, the flavor smooth, just like how he preferred it. Still, it wasn't quite up to the level of the best coffee he'd had. Izuku clearly knew what he was doing, but there was something intentionally missing, like a challenge. Aizawa could tell that Izuku wasn't going to give him everything right away. You're right, Aizawa said, setting the cup down on the counter. It's decent. Izuku smirked. Decent? You sure that's all? I thought you'd at least acknowledge the subtle hints of caramelization in the beans. Maybe you're just too much of a coffee snob to notice. Maybe I just don't like being teased. Oh, you'll get used to it, Izuku said with a wink, clearly enjoying himself. You seem like the type who doesn't mind a little banter. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You know nothing about me. Izuku's smile softened into something more genuine. True. But I'm pretty good at reading people. Aizawa said, his expression unreadable. He wasn't sure if he liked that answer or if it made him more suspicious. Anyway, Izuku continued, turning to check on the other patrons, if you need anything else, just let me know. But remember, no special treatment for newcomers. I'm not running a charity here. Just as he was about to speak again, a soft voice piped up from behind the counter, making both Aizawa and Ryo turn. Looks like you're brewing up something nice, Dad. Aizawa blinked, his eyebrows furrowing slightly at the casual remark. Behind the counter stood a young woman with long blonde hair, wearing a simple apron and leaning casually against the edge of the counter, a smile playing on her lips. Aizawa couldn't quite place the familiarity in her tone, but she seemed to know Izuku quite well, seeing how she called the man, Dad. Izuku, grinning now, shrugged. It's just decent coffee, sweetheart. He gave Shouta a pointed look. Ryo, who had been watching the exchange with a knowing smile, snickered. He took a slow sip from his own cup. I've been coming here for years, and Izuku knows how to make a coffee that'll make you feel like you've earned something. Earned something? Shouta repeated, now even more curious. Dad. He had so many questions. Where had the rat sent him? This felt like anything except a normal cat cafe that existed because of Yue's outreach program. He made a mental note to question the rat when he got back at Yue. Yeah, I adopted her, Izuku replied, his tone softening. He paused, leaning against the counter with an easy, almost fatherly smile. It's a long story. Aizawa watched him for a moment, something about the ease with which he shifted between teasing and serious, making him more curious than he expected. There was a sharpness to Izuku's wit, a calculated intelligence hidden behind his laid-back persona, and Aizawa couldn't help but feel a little intrigued. There was something different about him. Just as he was about to speak again, Machi leapt back onto the counter, this time knocking over an entire cup of coffee. The liquid splashed everywhere, including across Aizawa's lap. Dimminute. Aizawa barked, jumping back in surprise as the cat dashed off with a high-pitched meow. Izuku sighed, wiping his hands on a cloth. Apologies. I think he's taken a liking to you. Aizawa shot him a look, but it was clear that Izuku's teasing nature wasn't easily shaken. In fact, it felt like he was almost enjoying the entire thing. Little menace, Aizawa muttered, wiping at his pants with the cloth Izuku had handed him. You'll get used to him, Izuku said nonchalantly, already grabbing the mop to clean up the mess after offering Shouta napkins to clean himself. Great, Aizawa muttered, still trying to calm his nerves. What else do you have in store for me? Izuku looked up with a devilish grin and winked. Oh, I think you'll find out soon enough. The bell over the cafe door jingled as the early morning rush began to trickle in. The scent of freshly ground coffee beans, vanilla, and warm pastries filled the cozy space, mingling with a faint hint of catnip. A pair of sleek black cats lounged in the sun by the window, tails flicking in time with the quiet jazz playing from the speakers. Nearby, a fluffy cream-colored cat named Tiramisu stretched lazily, while a striped tabby named Shuro weaved between the legs of customers, hoping for attention. A dainty gray cat, Macaron, observed everything from atop a bookshelf, her amber eyes half-lidded in boredom. Across the room, Meringue, a white, long-haired fluffball, elegantly perched herself on a windowsill, eyeing the bustling cafe with disinterest. Machi, the resident troublemaker, leaped onto the counter, demanding attention. Izuku, proprietor, barista, and unofficial therapist, was already behind the counter, sleeves rolled up, apron slightly askew, and a knowing smirk on his lips as he worked. His sharp green eyes tracked each customer who entered, making mental notes on their body language and moods as he prepared their drinks. Some customers, the regulars, got his best coffee, the perfect blend of carefully selected beans, expertly frothed milk, and just the right amount of care. Others, the strangers and occasional JRs, got his nice coffee, still good, but lacking the personal touch. "Morning, Midoriya." A familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts, and he turned to see Detective Naomasa Tsukachi leaning against the counter, a knowing look in his eyes. "Tsukachi," Izuku greeted smoothly, already reaching for the detective's usual order. "What brings Japan's most persistent bloodhound to my humble establishment today? Do I have a warrant out I wasn't aware of?" Tsukachi chuckled as he pulled out a chair at the counter. "Not yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone decided to put a bounty on you for these prices." He gestured toward the menu board. Izuku scoffed. "Quality comes at a cost, detective. If you want mediocre, there's a chain coffee shop a few blocks down that serves burnt motor oil in a cup." Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. "And yet, I keep coming back here. What does that say about me? That you have good taste?" Izuku slid a perfectly crafted cup of black coffee in front of him. "On the house. I assume you're here to pry, as always?" Tsukachi took a sip, humming in appreciation before setting the cup down. "Not pry, Percy. Just observe." Izuku leaned against the counter, giving him an exaggeratedly sweet smile. "That's what cops say before they start prying." Before Tsukachi could retort, the cafe door swung open, and a frazzled-looking college student rushed in, her shoulders hunched with stress. Izuku barely glanced at her before turning to grab a ceramic mug, already making her usual a lavender honey extra foam. The student reached the counter, opening her mouth to order, only to find the drink already waiting for her. "How did? You had an exam this morning," Izuku cut in smoothly. "And you always order this when you've pulled in all night. Sugar helps, but lavender keeps you from crashing too fast. Drink up." The student blinked and blushed, then offered a grateful, exhausted smile. "You're kind of scary, you know that?" Izuku grinned. "I do, actually. But flattery won't get you a discount." She laughed before moving to a table, cradling her drink like it was the only thing keeping her alive. Nearby, Pudding, a round, golden cat, hopped onto her table, purring as he curled up beside her laptop. Tsukachi watched the interaction with an amused expression. "You do that a lot, don't you?" "Do what?" "Know exactly what people need before they even ask." Izuku gave a casual shrug. "It's an analyst thing. Patterns, routines, body language, it all tells a story. Besides, people are predictable. Just like you." He leaned forward, elbows resting on the counter. "You're not just here for coffee, are you?" Tsukachi sighed, shaking his head. "Fine. You got me." He took another sip before lowering his voice. "There's been an increase in underground activity lately. New players moving in. Unusual movement in the information trade." Izuku kept his expression neutral, but his fingers tightened slightly around the towel he was holding. "And you think I know something?" Tsukachi's gaze was steady. "I think you know everything." A slow smirk spread across Izuku's face. "Flattery will also not get you a discount." The detective huffed out a laugh. "Can't blame me for trying." He leaned back. "Just be careful, Midoriya. I know you've got your hands in a lot of different things, and I'd rather not see your name pop up in my case files for the wrong reasons." Izuku tilted his head. "Are you warning me, detective? Or looking out for me?" Tsukachi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he finished his coffee and set the cup down with a quiet clink. "You tell me." Before Izuku could respond, the door chimed again. This time, it was a group of established pro-heroes in uniform, laughing and chatting as they entered. One of them, a broad man with sharp, dark eyes, called out, "Yo, Midoriya. Gimme something strong, I was up all night on patrol." Izuku exhaled, shaking off the moment with Tsukachi before flashing his signature grin. "Fat gum, my man. You want strong? I've got just the thing. Try not to cry." As he moved to prepare the order, Tsukachi watched him with a contemplative look. Izuku wasn't just a cafe owner. He was an enigma, a man with too many secrets, too much knowledge, and too much kindness buried under all his sharp edges. And somehow, despite everything, he still chose to serve coffee and look after strangers in his little sanctuary. Later that day, as Izuku was closing up, Dabi leaned against the counter, arms crossed. "That detective's been sniffing around a lot." Izuku didn't pause as he wiped down the espresso machine. "He's harmless." Dabi's lips curled into a skeptical smirk. "Harmless, my butt. Cops don't just observe unless they're looking for something." Izuku chuckled, tossing the rag aside. If he ever tries to arrest me, he'll have a hell of a time. Dabi huffed out a laugh. You're an idiot. Izuku smirked. But at least your father is a charming one. Dobby rolled his eyes but didn't argue. That evening the kitchen was alive with a comforting scent of vanilla and cinnamon. Izuku stood at the counter, expertly kneading the dough, his hands working in rhythmic motion. Himiko, standing next to him with a grin, was rolling out dough with an almost professional finesse. The soft sound of flour hitting the counter and the light hum of the kitchen filled the space. Dad, you're kneading too hard, Himiko teased, her voice light with amusement. She nudged his arm playfully, her cheek dusted with flour. You're going to make the dough too tough. Izuku looked over at her, his brow furrowing in mock concentration. I'm not good at a lot of things, but baking's one of the few things I'm actually good at, he replied with a grin. His hands, though skilled, paused for a moment as he adjusted his technique to keep the dough light and airy. Himiko laughed, shaking her head. I never said you weren't good at it. I just thought you'd be more delicate. He chuckled, his eyes softening as he met her gaze. Delicate doesn't really fit my style. But I promise, this batch will be the best you've ever had. Himiko rolled her eyes but smiled, leaning over to check on his progress. The dough was smooth and pliable, just as it should be. You're not as bad at this as I thought. Izuku beamed, his confidence shining through. I might have a secret talent for baking, he said, winking. But I've had a lot of practice. The secret is in the technique and a lot of love. He reached over and gently smoothed out a crease in the dough with practiced ease, his fingers moving in swift but gentle motions. Himiko's eyes lit up as she watched him, clearly impressed. Oh, you're good. Maybe even better than me. She sighed dramatically, her shoulders slumping in mock defeat. Looks like I'll need to step up my game. Izuku laughed softly, brushing a bit of flour off her cheek. Don't worry, you're still my favorite apprentice. But I think you'll have to keep up if you want to keep being my baking partner. Deal, Himiko agreed, a wide grin spreading across her face. She grabbed another piece of dough and got to work, a little more cautiously this time, but still with the same infectious energy. Let's see if you can still teach me the perfect cookie technique, Dad. The two of them continued to bake together, exchanging jokes and tips, the sound of laughter and the hum of the kitchen creating the perfect backdrop to their evening. It wasn't just about the cookies, it was about the simple joy of being together, learning and growing, side by side. On the couch, Dobby sat strumming his electric guitar, his fingers moving lazily over the strings as he watched them. He didn't say much, but his presence was grounding. Izuku glanced over at him. You're unusually quiet. Dobby smirked, not looking up. Just enjoying the show. Himiko stuck her tongue out at him before going back to work. Ignore him. He's just mad because he burns everything he tries to cook. Dobby snorted but didn't argue. As they continued, the warmth of their little home wrapped around them like a familiar embrace. The soft jingle of the doorbell sounded as Shouta entered the cat cafe, and a wave of warmth greeted him immediately. The familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee and warm pastries filled the air, mingling with the delicate sound of soft jazz playing in the background. Cats were scattered throughout the cafe, some lounging lazily on the low tables or curled up in soft spots by the windows, others playfully batting at dangling string toys. The low hum of their content purring added to the cozy atmosphere, and Shouta found himself relaxing despite his usual stern demeanor. He paused just inside the door, his sharp eyes scanning the room quickly. His movements were precise, practiced. The way he surveyed his surroundings was just another instinct honed from years of being a hero. His gaze flicked to the back of the room, where the familiar figure behind the counter stood, a warm, inviting smile on his face. Izuku Midoriya, ever the cheerful barista, stood ready to greet him, his eyes lighting up when they met Shouda's. Well, if it isn't my favorite grumpy hero, Izuku called, his voice teasing but filled with warmth. Back for more of my expertly brewed coffee, or are you just here to stare at the cats again? Shouda's lips twitched, a frown pulling at his face as he tried to maintain his usual serious expression. I came for coffee, he replied in his usual gruff tone, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tried to keep his cool. His gaze flicked around the cafe, taking in the cats lazing about, but his eyes briefly landed on the one cat who always seemed to get his attention, the cat who had already noticed him. Machi, the white cat with a penchant for causing trouble, was perched on his usual high shelf. His golden eyes gleamed as he locked onto Shouta, and the cat's tail flicked with a mix of curiosity and mischief. Shouta couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I'm not staring at the cats, Shouta muttered, but his tone lacked conviction. Izuku smirked, clearly enjoying himself. Machi doesn't seem to agree with you. He's been waiting for you. Guess he missed you too. As he spoke, Izuku smoothly poured a fresh cup of coffee, sliding it across the counter with a wink. I'd say you're becoming a regular, but that's already obvious. Shouta grumbled but couldn't suppress the slight smile that tugged at his lips, despite himself. Machi's the worst cat in this place, he grumbled, though there was a hint of affection in his voice as he took the cup, the warmth of the coffee comforting him immediately. Izuku's grin widened. "Oh, I don't know about that. I think he likes you. You're his favorite human after all." Shouta let out a sigh of mock frustration, glancing over at Machi again. The cat had started making his way toward Shuta's table, his eyes locked onto the man with what could only be described as intent. "He's the worst," Shouta muttered again, shaking his head as if that would somehow banish the mischievous cat from his thoughts. Izuku watched Shouta for a moment, the playful glint in his eyes still present. But there was something else there too, a subtle warmth, like the lingering touch of something more than just casual banter. "You keep saying that, but you keep coming back," Izuku said, his voice dropping to a teasing murmur. He leaned in a little, his eyes never leaving Shuta's. "You sure it's just the coffee and the cats?" Shuta's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained stoic. His mouth opened to retort, but the words seemed to catch in his throat, replaced by a rush of heat that he quickly buried beneath his usual cold exterior. Izuku grinned, taking another step closer to the counter. "Or maybe it's the handsome barista behind the counter you're after?" His voice held a lightness, but there was an undercurrent of something deeper. He wasn't just teasing anymore. Shouta fought to maintain his tough exterior, but his pulse quickened, and his thoughts scrambled to catch up with the situation. He was used to being in control, being the one who directed situations. But Izuku had a way of disarming him, of making him question things he hadn't been ready to face. And for once, Shouta didn't want to be the stoic, unfeeling man everyone assumed him to be. The warmth Izuku brought, whether intentional or not, was starting to chip away at his well-worn defenses. "Stop flirting," Shouta muttered, his voice harsh and dismissive, but even as the words left his mouth, he realized they were empty. He didn't want Izuku to stop, not really. It was obnoxious, sure, but it was also strangely exhilarating in a way he hadn't expected. Izuku's grin didn't falter, and there was something a little wicked in the way his eyes sparkled. "I think you like it more than you're letting on." Shouta could feel the warmth flooding his face, a strange combination of frustration and amusement stirring within him. He didn't know how to deal with the way Izuku's teasing made him feel, how it shifted from irritation to something else entirely. And the worst part? He wasn't sure if he wanted it to stop. Before he could respond, the sound of soft padding footsteps drew his attention. Shuta's gaze snapped downward, and he saw it. Machi, with that all-too-familiar arrogance, was making his way toward Shouta with a slow, deliberate saunter. The cat meowed in what could only be described as an announcement of his arrival, his tail held high with undeniable purpose. Shouta let out a long, exasperated sigh, rubbing his temples as he watched the cat approach. He turned to Izuku, who was watching him with a knowing smile. "See? I told you he's out to get me." Izuku chuckled softly, clearly entertained by the scene unfolding before him. "Machi just knows you need a little company," he teased, though there was a warmth in his tone that suggested he wasn't just talking about the cat. He leaned back against the counter, folding his arms as he waited for Shuta's next move. Shouta rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, but as Machi hopped up onto the seat next to him and curled into his lap, something in Shuta's chest loosened. He would never admit it out loud, but there was something strangely comforting about the cat's presence and the familiar quiet of the cafe that he couldn't help but enjoy. Shouta sighed and stroked the back of Machi's head, though he was still grumbling under his breath. "You really are the worst," he muttered to the cat, but it was a far cry from his earlier irritation. Izuku watched the interaction with a soft smile, his gaze warm as he leaned forward slightly. "I think you're starting to like him, whether you admit it or not." Shouta glanced at Izuku, his eyes narrowing slightly as he realized the barista was looking at him with a strange sort of understanding. He opened his mouth to respond but hesitated, his earlier retorts dying in his throat. Instead, he took a sip of his coffee, savoring the warmth that spread through him. The tension between them was thick, but there was a quiet acceptance to it, an unspoken understanding. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Shouta, with Machi in his lap, and Izuku, behind the counter, both comfortable in the silence. The soft clink of cups, the gentle murmur of the jazz music, and the purring of the cat were the only sounds in the room. Finally, Shouta set the coffee cup down and met Izuku's eyes, his expression softening just a little. "It's good coffee," he admitted, his voice quieter than usual. "And I like the peace here." He looked around the room, taking in the calming atmosphere, the soft glow of the dim lighting, the lazy stretch of the cats, the quiet hum of life. "That's all," he finished, his words uncharacteristically honest, though he said it with the same no-nonsense tone he always used. Izuku studied him for a moment, before giving him a slow, understanding smile. "You don't have to explain. I get it." The city streets stretched out before Shouta, bathed in the soft glow of lamplights and the cool, early morning chill. The usual bustle of the city was subdued at this hour, the noise of traffic and pedestrians muted under the weight of the quiet night. Shuta's sharp eyes scanned the empty sidewalks and narrow alleyways as he walked, Each step purposeful, each movement calculated. The air was crisp against his skin, a constant reminder of the vigilance required on these patrols. His mission tonight was no different than any other. Keep the streets safe. Stay alert. Find any signs of trouble before it escalated. But as he walked deeper into the quieter part of the city, a sense of unease settled in his gut, an instinct that told him something was amiss. He paused, tilting his head slightly as a shadow moved in the distance. Shouda's gaze flicked toward it, eyes narrowing. The figure standing ahead was tall, cloaked in the darkness, almost blending into the backdrop of the alleyway. But even in the dim light, Shouta recognized the silhouette. Kairos. Shouda's entire body tensed, his senses sharpening. His fingers curled into fists at his sides, ready for action. Kairos was a wild card, a vigilante who played by his own rules, never aligning with the heroes, never fully obeying the law. Shouta knew that he couldn't let his guard down around the man. And now, standing just ahead, he was waiting for him. Kairos, Shouta called out, his voice low, but there was no mistaking the authority in it. I've been ordered to bring you in. Don't make me chase you. Kairos didn't flinch, didn't even seem to be fazed by the sharpness of Shouda's tone. Instead, he turned slowly, his lips curling into a teasing smirk that was mostly hidden behind his mask, as his piercing gaze met Shouda's. There was a playful confidence in his posture as he pushed himself off the wall, his movements smooth and deliberate. Now, Eraserhead, Kairos drawled, the amusement in his voice unmistakable. No need to rush things. I just called a detective about my present for you. Shouda's brow furrowed, confused by the strange statement. His gaze flicked from Kairos to the shadows behind him, but it was only when the vigilante stepped aside that Shouta saw them, two villains, bound and gagged, leaning against the wall, perfectly secured. Shouda's eyes narrowed in suspicion, his hand instinctively reaching for his capture weapon. What do you mean by present? Shouta demanded, his voice cold and hard. Kairos tilted his head slightly, his smirk deepening as he took a step toward Shouta, his pace languid but purposeful. Oh, I think you'll find that we have mutual interests, Eraserhead, he said smoothly, his voice teasing as if he were reveling in the tension. But you'll need to think a bit more carefully if you want to understand me. His eyes gleamed with an unspoken challenge, his lips curving upward ever so slightly. I'm not just your average villain after all. Shouda's patience began to wear thin. His job wasn't to play games with vigilantes, especially not one like Kairos. He reached out, his hand aiming to grab Kairos by the arm, but the vigilante was too quick. With an almost mocking fluidity, Kairos sidestepped, dancing just out of Shouda's reach, a chuckle escaping his lips. Stop being so difficult, Shouta growled, frustration rising in his chest. I'm not here to play games with you. Kairos's smirk only widened, the teasing lilt to his voice making Shouda's irritation grow. You don't like playing games? He said, taking a step closer. I thought you'd enjoy a little chase. There was a glint in his eye, and the words he spoke were laced with something darker, more playful. Unless, of course, you like the thrill of being hunted. Shouda's breath caught in his throat as Kairos closed the distance between them. His heart rate quickened, a mix of irritation and something else, something he didn't want to acknowledge, pulsing through his veins. The vigilante was pushing every button, teasing him, and Shouta was having none of it. Stop flirting with me, Kairos, Shouta bit out, his voice harsh as he took another step back, his body tense with restraint. You're not getting away this time. Kairos stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow as if amused by Shouda's resistance. He let out a low, throaty laugh, his tone light but filled with mockery. You know, Eraserhead, you're a lot more fun than I thought. His black eyes sparkled with mischief as he took another step back, his posture relaxed despite the tension in the air. But I really must be going. The detective's waiting for my present to be delivered. His grin widened, a smug satisfaction coloring his words. Until next time, Eraserhead. And with that he was gone. Shouta stood frozen in place, his chest heaving slightly from the unexpected encounter. His eyes scanned the empty alleyway where Kairos had just been, but the vigilante had already vanished into the shadows, leaving Shouta alone with the two tied-up villains. A seething frustration built up within him, his mind racing with questions. What had just happened? What game had Kairos been playing? He looked down at the villains, their faces masked in confusion and fear. They were securely bound, but something about this entire situation felt. There was no fight, no struggle. No chaotic scene. Just two captured villains and a disappearing vigilante who seemed to have everything under control. Shouda's hand twitched at his side, a mix of frustration and confusion settling in his gut. He had been trained to face villains head-on, to resolve situations with authority and strength. But Kairos had turned the tables on him, with his cocky smile and cryptic words. And worst of all, he had managed to get under Shouda's skin in a way no villain ever had. What was the connection? Was there more to Kairos than just a vigilante? Shouta couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper, something tied to the man in ways he hadn't even begun to understand. His mind flickered back to earlier that night, his patrol through the quiet city, his brief moment of calm before everything had spiraled into chaos. Now, there was only the lingering frustration and confusion that seemed to cloud his thoughts. He didn't like being left in the dark, especially not by someone like Kairos. There had to be more to the Vigilante's motives, something he wasn't saying. And Shouta needed to find out what that was. The thought of Kairos, of his teasing, his smirk, his cryptic words only made Shouta's frustration grow. He couldn't let this slide, couldn't let Kairos slip through his fingers again. But as he looked back toward the empty alley, he couldn't help but feel like there was something about the encounter he couldn't quite shake. Shouta took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. He had two villains to deal with, after all. But even as he pulled out his comms device to contact the appropriate authorities, a part of him wondered just what it was about Kairos that made him so compelling. He didn't have time to dwell on it now. But the next time their paths crossed, he'd be ready. And next time, he wasn't going to let Kairos get away so easily. It was too early. Shouta had barely finished patrol before dragging himself into the café, exhaustion weighing on his limbs. He hadn't planned to stop by, but habit and maybe something else had led him through the door before he could question it. The scent of fresh coffee curled in the air, warm and rich, wrapping around him like a quiet comfort. It was still early enough that only a few patrons lingered, some nursing their drinks, others absorbed in quiet conversation. The atmosphere was peaceful. It made his muscles ache just a little less. Behind the counter, Izuku glanced up and immediately grinned. Rough night. Shouta only grunted in response, too tired to humor him. He made his way to his usual seat and all but collapsed into it, exhaling sharply as he leaned into the chair. Izuku chuckled under his breath. He didn't need more than that to know exactly what kind of night it had been. Without another word, he moved behind the counter, working with the effortless ease of someone who had long since mastered their craft. In a matter of moments, he was setting a steaming cup in front of Shouta, rich and aromatic, a delicate swirl of foam resting on top. Shouta stared at it for a long moment before his gaze flickered to Izuku, suspicion creeping into his expression. The latte art, a small cat curled into itself, only deepened his wariness. This isn't your nice coffee, is it? Izuku smirked, leaning on the counter with a lazy kind of confidence. Of course not. You're my favorite customer. Shouta exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. Still, the coffee was warm in his hands, fingers instinctively curling around it. He took a sip, slow and careful. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, he knew. It was good. Too good. Perfectly balanced, smooth, and rich DMN near addictive. He could already tell it had been made with far more care than whatever Izuku served to the rest of the early morning crowd. He almost scowled at how easy it was to tell the difference. His eyes widened just slightly before he schooled his expression into something unreadable. Izuku didn't miss it. Good? He asked, mischief dancing in his green eyes. Shouta lowered the cup, setting it back onto the saucer with deliberate slowness. Acceptable. Izuku outright grinned. Lie. You love it. Shouta didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, he took another sip, slower this time, feeling the warmth settle into his bones. Izuku was still watching him, still smirking, and Shouta could feel the weight of that gaze pressing against his skin. Do you always hover over your customers like this, Midoriya? Izuku's grin widened at the sharpness in Shouta's tone, like he enjoyed being challenged. Only the ones I like, he said smoothly. Shouta clicked his tongue and shook his head slightly before turning his focus back to his drink. Then, after a moment, Izuku tilted his head. You know, you can call me Izuku. Shouta's eyes flickered up to meet his, expression unreadable. I already call you by your name, Midoriya. Izuku clicked his tongue, shaking his head in mock disappointment. That's my last name. It's still your name. Izuku leaned in slightly, the corner of his mouth curling. Aizawa, he teased, voice dipping lower. Shouta tensed just slightly at the way his name rolled so easily off Izuku's tongue. He frowned, bringing the cup back to his lips if only to delay responding. Izuku, of course, saw right through him. What, too formal for you? He prodded, green eyes gleaming. You can say it. Just as simple, Izuku. Shouta didn't rise to the bait. He took another slow sip, gaze unreadable over the rim of his cup. Izuku hummed, watching him with far too much amusement. Midoriya sounds so stiff. Like you're trying too hard to keep me at arm's length. Shouta finally lowered his cup, giving him a flat look. Maybe I am. Izuku laughed at that, and something warm curled in Shouta's stomach at the sound. All right, fine, Izuku conceded, leaning forward on the counter. His expression turned a touch softer, teasing giving way to something more genuine. But you are here every other day, you know. Might as well drop the formalities. Shouta studied him for a long moment, fingers tapping lightly against the ceramic of his cup. Then, in a voice quieter than before, he murmured, "Fine. But only if you call me Shouta." The moment Izuku heard it, his real name, spoken like a rare concession, his eyes brightened. He grinned, not teasing this time, just pleased. "All right then," Izuku said, easy and sure. "Shouta?" Shouta shivered. It wasn't dramatic, just the smallest, involuntary reaction. A slight tension in his shoulders, a subtle shift in his grip around the cup. Izuku noticed. Oh, he definitely noticed. His grin took on a more self-satisfied edge, but he didn't push it. Instead, he straightened, wiping his hands on a cloth before casually saying, "Let me know if you want another round, yeah?" Shouta said nothing. He just lifted the cup again, drinking to hide whatever had just unsettled him. Izuku chuckled and walked off, but his name still hung in the air, warm and lingering. Shouta ignored the way it made something in his chest tighten. Shouta had made the mistake of letting his friends know where he liked to get his coffee. He realized this the moment the bell above the cafe door jingled and the unmistakable voices of Hisashi and Nemuri cut through the quiet. "Yo, Sho!" Hisashi called, grinning as he stepped inside. "Didn't peg you for a hipster coffee guy." "Or maybe it's not the coffee keeping him here," Nemuri added slyly, her sharp eyes scanning the cozy shop before locking onto Shuta's usual seat. Shouta exhaled through his nose, already regretting not choosing a more hidden corner. "Go away." Before they could make themselves at home, a smooth voice interrupted. "Welcome to my humble establishment." Shouta knew that voice. He knew it well enough that he didn't have to look up to know exactly how Izuku was standing leaning lazily against the counter, eyes twinkling with mischief, that damnable grin already in place. But, to Shuta's horror, Izuku wasn't looking at him. He was looking at them. And who might these gorgeous people be? Nemuri immediately preened, a delighted smirk curling on her lips. Hisashi let out a bark of laughter. "Oh, I like him," Nemuri said, tilting her head. "Ding Sho," Hisashi whistled, elbowing him. "You've been holding out on us." Izuku smirked as he placed two menus on the table with an exaggerated flourish. "Anything for you, loves? A sweet treat maybe?" His voice dipped just enough to make it obvious he was laying it on thick. Nemuri fanned herself dramatically. "Oh, he's dangerous." Hisashi shot Shouta a look, pure glee written all over his face. "So this is why you're always here." Shouta tensed. "Don't start." Before Hisashi could respond, there was a sudden thump on the table. A ball of white fur landed between them, tail flicking in pure feline arrogance. But Shouta barely had time to react before the cat Izuku's personal menace placed a paw directly on his coffee cup and stared at him. Izuku hummed, amused. "Ah, Machi's claimed your drink. That means you belong to him now." Shouta narrowed his eyes. "Call him off." Machi, the little beauty, chirped and pushed the cup an inch closer to the table's edge. Nemuri cooed, reaching out to scratch under Machi's chin. "Oh, he's adorable. Does he always do this?" Izuku smiled, watching as Machi gracefully stepped onto Shuta's arm like he owned him. "Only with people he likes." Hisashi laughed. "Looks like you're really part of the cafe, Sho. How come you didn't tell us earlier?" Shouta grumbled, but before he could remove the menace from his lap, Izuku's voice dropped into something softer, something just for him. "You wound me, Shouta," he murmured, eyes gleaming with amusement. "Are you really keeping me a secret?" Silence. "Shouta?" Nemuri shrieked, eyes nearly bulging out of her skull. Hisashi slammed his hand on the table. "Hold on. Calls you Shouta?" Machi meowed as if to add his own judgment to the mix. Shouta activated his quirk to stop Hisashi from yelling too loud and pinched the bridge of his nose, wondering if it was too late to fake a phone call and escape. Izuku, of course, was unrepentant. He only grinned wider. "What else would I call my favorite customer?" Hisashi and Nemuri shared a look before turning their full attention onto Shouta. The interrogation was inevitable. Machi curled up smugly in Shuta's lap, purring as if he had personally set this entire disaster into motion. Izuku leaned against the counter, watching the spectacle unfold with a satisfied smirk. When Shouta finally met his gaze again, Izuku winked. Shouta took a slow, deliberate sip of his coffee. Machi still sprawled across his lap and wished for death. It was mid-afternoon when Shouta stepped into the cafe, the bell above the door chiming softly. He barely glanced around before making his way to his usual seat, already shrugging off his capture weapon and rolling his shoulders. It had been a long day, and all he wanted was coffee. Strong, dark, and preferably made by a very flirty barista who. "Aizawa?" Shuta's head snapped up, eyes narrowing slightly at the familiar voice. Sitting at the counter, a half-empty cup of coffee in front of him, was Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Shouta blinked. "Tsukachi?" Tsukachi blinked back. "What are you doing here?" Before Shouta could answer, another voice chimed in, smooth and teasing. Boys, Izuku drawled from behind the counter, his green eyes practically glowing with amusement. Let's not fight. There's plenty of me to go around. Shouta turned to glare at him. Tsukachi just looked bewildered. You know each other? Tsukachi asked, glancing between them. Izuku hummed, tilting his head. You didn't tell him, Shouta? He pouted. I thought we had something special. Shouta exhaled sharply through his nose, leveling him with a flat look. Izuku. Oh, first name basis. Tsukachi mused, his detective instincts clearly activating. He turned to Izuku, eyebrows raised. How do you know Aizawa? Izuku grinned. He's my favorite customer. He leaned forward, resting his chin in his palm. Comes in 4 times a week in the morning. Wednesdays he stays longer. Grades papers like a good teacher. Drinks my coffee like he needs it. His voice dipped, teasing. What can I say? I like taking care of him. Shouta felt heat crawl up the back of his neck. Tsukachi stared, mouth slightly open, before glancing at Shouta. You never mentioned this. Didn't think it was relevant. Tsukachi scoffed. Yeah, because you definitely don't look guilty right now. Izuku beamed, thoroughly enjoying this. Guilty? He repeated, amusement rich in his tone. Oh, detective, you wound me. I'm harmless. Shouta snorted. That's a DMN lie. Tsukachi held back a nod and sighed, rubbing his temple before turning back to Izuku. All right, fine. And how do you know him? He gestured vaguely to himself. Since apparently, I'm out of the loop here. Izuku grinned wider, effortlessly shifting gears. Neo Mesa, he purred, and Tsukachi visibly stiffened. You come in once every few weeks. You say it's for a good coffee, but I think it's just an excuse to see me. Tsukachi choked slightly, nearly knocking over his coffee. That's not. No need to be shy, Izuku teased, his voice practically dripping with false sympathy. I think it's sweet. First, it was just casual visits, but now? You're practically a regular. I feel honored. Tsukachi looked half dead inside. I hate this. I don't, Shouta muttered, smirking slightly. Oh. Izuku perked up, eyes gleaming as he turned his attention back to him. Does that mean you like my attention? Shouta met his gaze evenly. Means I'm used to it. Izuku grinned. Yet you keep coming back. Shouta took his coffee from the counter, letting the warmth seep into his fingers. Maybe I like a little punishment. Tsukachi coughed violently. Izuku lit up. Well, the barista mused, leaning in just a little closer. That's a dangerous thing to admit, Shouta. Shouta took a sip of his coffee, unaffected. So is flirting with 2 men who carry HNDCFFS. Izuku laughed, warm and rich, and for once, Tsukachi looked like he genuinely regretted showing up today. I need stronger coffee, the detective muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Izuku winked. Coming right up, handsome. Shouta watched as Tsukachi groaned, head thudding against the counter. This was a good afternoon. The cafe was quiet. Not just in the usual way, muffled voices, clinking cups, the soft hum of conversation, but truly quiet. The kind of silence that settled only after closing, when the last of the customers had long since left, and the world outside had slowed to a lull. Shouta sat in his usual seat, hands curled around a cup of coffee that had gone lukewarm. He wasn't sure why he was still here. He had told himself he'd leave half an hour ago, and yet. Izuku moved behind the counter, wiping down the surfaces with an easy efficiency. The soft glow of the cafe lights cast warm shadows over him, catching in the strands of his curls as he worked. There was something about the way he moved calm, unhurried, like he belonged in the quiet. Then, without turning around, Izuku spoke. You're staying late again. Shouta exhaled, lifting the cup to his lips. You're still open. That earned him a soft laugh. I closed an hour ago. Shouta didn't move. Didn't react beyond the slow, even blink he leveled at Izuku when the man finally turned to face him. Izuku smirked, drying his hands before crossing the space between them. Instead of returning to his usual spot behind the counter, he slid into the seat across from Shouta, posture relaxed, but gaze sharp with something knowing. You know, Izuku said, resting his chin on his hand, you could just admit you like spending time with me. Shouta exhaled slowly, watching him over the rim of his cup. You're exhausting. Izuku grinned, entirely unbothered. But you're still here. Shouta didn't answer immediately. The cafe clock ticked softly in the background, marking the passing of seconds as the quiet stretched between them. Then, after a moment, yeah, Shouta murmured, the words slipping out quieter than before. Izuku's grin softened into something fonder. He didn't tease him for it. Didn't push. Instead, he reached into his apron pocket, pulled out a small slip of paper, and without comment casually slid it across the table. Shouta glanced down. A phone number. Izuku didn't acknowledge it. Just leaned back, stretching his arms above his head with a yawn before standing. Well, he said, tone light. If you're gonna linger, at least make yourself useful. You're good at brooding, but I could use an extra pair of hands with the chairs. Shouta huffed, but for some reason, he found himself tucking the slip of paper into his pocket. Izuku didn't look back as he started stacking chairs, but the knowing curve of his mouth said he'd noticed. And if Shouta lingered just a little longer that night, neither of them commented on it. Izuku's apartment upstairs from the cafe was warm and inviting, the smells of a hearty dinner filling the air as he worked in the kitchen. He moved with ease, chopping vegetables and stirring the pot, a soft hum escaping his lips as he lost himself in the rhythm of preparing the meal. It had been a busy day, but he always found a certain peace in cooking, especially for Himiko and Dabi. The two teens were sprawled out on the couch in the living room, their usual spot when dinner was being made. Himiko, as usual, was watching him closely, and Dobby was either pretending to be absorbed in his phone or occasionally glancing at him with that annoying smirk. Izuku glanced over his shoulder. You two want to help, or are you just going to sit there and criticize my cooking again? Dobby's eyes flickered up from his phone. Nah, I'm good. I'm just here for the food, old man. Himiko tilted her head and smirked. Sure. But are you making something easy or something fancy? Because I know you've been practicing just in case Shouta magically comes over for dinner. Izuku froze mid-stir, his hand tightening around the spoon. He quickly resumed stirring, but the heat in his cheeks was undeniable. What are you talking about? He muttered, trying to sound nonchalant. Please, Himiko scoffed, leaning forward on the couch. It's so obvious, Dad. You've been so extra lately, cooking like you're trying to impress someone. Izuku's cheeks burned brighter. I'm just cooking dinner, he mumbled, trying to focus on the pan. Dabi smirked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Sure, just cooking. But you're also practicing for Shouta, huh? You know, the guy you've been super subtle about lately. Izuku sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. I'm not cooking for Shouta, he said, more to himself than anyone else. I'm just cooking for you too. Himiko raised an eyebrow. Right? Just like how you only make coffee for Shouta the way you do for no one else, right? Izuku grumbled under his breath. You two are ridiculous. Dabi let out a lazy laugh. We're just saying, Dad. Shouda's not exactly hiding his feelings, and you're both acting like you don't notice. He paused, his grin widening. How long are you going to keep this up? Himiko leaned forward, folding her arms. You know, if you just asked Shouta out, maybe you wouldn't have to cook alone every night. Izuku gave her a side glance. I'm not cooking alone. Sure, you're not, she teased, tilting her head. But let's be honest, you'd love to cook with him, huh? Izuku ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. I'm not ready for that yet. Dabi snickered. Sure, you're not. But if you don't hurry up, I'll just text Shouta myself and ask him out for you. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, his face turning an alarming shade of red. You wouldn't dare, he muttered, trying to maintain some semblance of authority in front of his kids. I absolutely would, Dabi said nonchalantly, eyes back on his phone. You've been dragging your feet for weeks now. It's about time someone made the move for you. Himiko grinned widely. And you know what, Dad? If you're too shy to ask, I'll just make him some cookies and hand-deliver them with your feelings inside. Izuku groaned dramatically, hands planted on the counter as he leaned forward. Why is it always my kids who end up giving me life advice? Himiko stood up, walking over to where Izuku was stirring. Because we care, duh. Just ask him out already, okay? It's not rocket science. Izuku shot her a playful glare. And what if he says no? Then we'll just eat dinner with you while you sulk, Dabi said without missing a beat. But trust me, Shouta won't say no. He likes you. Izuku couldn't help the small smile that tugged at his lips despite his embarrassment. You two are a nightmare. We're only trying to help, Himiko said, her voice softening for a moment. You deserve to be happy, Dad. Izuku's heart warmed at her words, and he found himself softening, his smile growing a little more genuine. I know, but I'll figure it out on my own time. Sure, Dad, Dabi said with a wink. But if you're not ready, we'll just keep pushing. We've got your back. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. You guys are lucky I love you. Well, lucky for you, we love you back, Himiko said with a grin, heading toward the table. Now, come on, Dabs. Dinner's ready and I'm starving. Izuku took a deep breath, watching them both settle at the table. As he finished preparing the last of the meal, he couldn't help but feel a little lighter despite the teasing. He wasn't quite ready yet, but maybe just maybe his kids were right. He was taking too long. The cafe was quiet, the last customer long gone. Izuku lingered behind the counter, the dim glow of the overhead lights casting a soft, NTMT ambience over the space. The familiar clink of cups and the hum of the espresso machine had faded, leaving only the low murmur of a conversation between him and Shouta, who sat at his usual spot at the bar. Izuku leaned on the counter, studying Shouta as the dark-haired man took another sip of his coffee, his usual unreadable expression in place. For a moment, Izuku allowed himself to let the silence linger, his mind racing with the words he knew he needed to say. It had been weeks of playful teasing, of flirting that had grown bolder and more comfortable. And now it was time. Izuku set his own cup down, his fingers brushing against the ceramic as he met Shouta's gaze. His heart skipped a beat, but he kept his expression casual, his voice light. I think I've been flirting with you for about 2 months now, Izuku said, leaning in just a bit closer, letting the words hang in the air. Shouta didn't respond right away. He took another sip, then set his cup down with a soft clink. His eyes remained steady, though his lips twitched as though he might be holding back a smirk. You think? Shouta replied, his tone dry and almost amused. Izuku chuckled softly, running a hand through his hair. Hey, fine. I know. And I also know you haven't shut me down yet. Shouta hummed in response, his gaze never wavering, his cool demeanor still in place. Izuku found that particularly endearing how Shouta could stay so composed, even when the tension between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. Izuku's grin widened, his eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and hope. So, he said, voice quieter now, how about dinner? A real date? Shouta blinked at him, caught off guard by the directness. His usual mask of cool detachment faltered for just a second, and he took another sip of his coffee, staring into his cup for a moment before looking back up at Izuku. Wait, you're actually asking me out? Shouta muttered, disbelief creeping into his voice, though his eyes were sharper than ever. Izuku grinned even wider, unable to hide his amusement. I mean, it's not like I've been dropping hints for fun. Shouta grumbled under his breath, but there was a faint smile tugging at his lips despite his best efforts to suppress it. You're relentless, he muttered, looking away as if trying to avoid eye contact. Izuku leaned forward slightly, his voice teasing. And you like it? Shouta gave him an exaggerated sigh, clearly trying to act like he wasn't at least a little flustered. Fine. 1 date, he grumbled, looking like he wanted to roll his eyes. But only if that ends this never-ending flirting. I'm not sure how much longer I can take it. Izuku's grin widened into something softer, more genuine. 1 date, then, he said, voice a mix of triumph and affection. Friday. I'll pick you up. Shouta rolled his eyes but didn't seem entirely opposed. There was a strange softness in his gaze, something that made Izuku's chest tighten with excitement. All right, fine. Friday, Shouta said, his voice low but not without a hint of warmth. But don't get any funny ideas, all right? Izuku smirked. No promises. Shouta snorted, clearly resigned to the fact that there was no way out of this now. He took another sip of his coffee, the smallest of smiles tugging at his lips. Izuku straightened up, heart racing a little faster now. It was official, this was happening. He had done it. He had asked Shouta out, and to his surprise, Shouta had said yes. Shouta finished his coffee and stood, grabbing his jacket from the back of his chair. Before he could turn to leave, Izuku caught his eye one more time, his grin still intact. I'll see you Friday then, Izuku said, his voice soft but filled with an undeniable sense of excitement. Don't be late. Shouta paused in the doorway, giving Izuku one last, almost fond look. I won't, he said quietly before he walked out of the café. Izuku watched him go, feeling the rush of adrenaline still coursing through him. The awkwardness had dissipated, and now they were heading into unknown territory together. Izuku let out a slow breath, his grin not fading for a second. 1 date. 1 step closer. And he couldn't wait for Friday. The golden hues of early evening filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow over the apartment. Izuku stood in front of the mirror, tilting his head slightly as he scrutinized his reflection. His green curls were being particularly stubborn tonight, refusing to stay in place no matter how much he tried to tame them. His shirt, a deep emerald green, fitted just enough to be flattering, looked fine, objectively speaking. Still, he smoothed his hands over the fabric for the 3rd time, exhaling slowly. Dad? Himiko groaned from the bed, where she lay sprawled on her stomach, swinging her legs idly. You look fine. Stop freaking out. I'm not freaking out, Izuku muttered, adjusting the cuff of his sleeve. He hesitated for a beat before running a hand through his hair again, undoing all the effort he just put into it. Dobby, slouched against the arm of the couch, let out a bark of laughter. Oh, let him. It's hilarious seeing him nervous for once. Izuku turned to glare at him. I'm not nervous. Dobby arched a scarred brow, a slow smirk tugging at his lips. Right. And I don't set things on fire for fun. Himiko giggled, flipping onto her back to peer at Izuku upside down. You like him, she sing-songed, grinning mischievously. That's why you keep messing with your hair and fixing your shirt when it was perfect the first time. Izuku rolled his eyes but didn't dignify her with an answer. He grabbed his cologne off the dresser, applying a light spritz before tossing a glance at his reflection again. His fingers grazed his wrist, the ghost of a bruise hidden beneath the cuff of his sleeve. He pushed the thought aside. Tonight wasn't about anything but this date. His first real date with Shouta. Dobby stretched lazily, popping his neck before looking at Izuku with a half-lidded gaze. So, where's your lucky date taking you? A candlelit dinner? Romantic rooftop picnic? Or maybe just a quiet alley where you can make out like teenagers? Izuku scoffed, shoving his wallet into his pocket. I'm taking him to dinner, and I have no idea what's coming after that. Oh, Himiko teased. Leaving it open-ended, huh? How scandalous. Dobby snickered. Well, make sure you use protection of all kinds. Izuku groaned, dragging a hand down his face. I am not having this conversation with you. Dobby's grin only widened. Come on, you don't think I give bad advice, do you? Your advice is terrible, Izuku deadpanned. It's the equivalent of setting a house on fire and then saying, well, at least it's warm now. Hey, warmth is important, Dobby shot back, completely unrepentant. Himiko rolled onto her stomach again, propping her chin in her hands. Okay, but actually, Dad, you look great. Shouda's gonna love it. For a moment, Izuku paused, her words softening something in his chest. He turned to her, his expression gentler. Thanks, Himi. She beamed. Dobby rolled his eyes. Yeah. Now get out of here before you start giving us a lecture on how important dating etiquette is. Izuku snorted but nodded, grabbing his keys. Alright, I'm going. As he stepped toward the door, Dobby called out one last time, his voice laced with amusement. Try not to fall too hard, lover boy. Izuku shot him a dry look over his shoulder before shutting the door behind him. His heart pounded a little harder than usual as he walked toward his car. Maybe he was nervous. But as he thought of Shouta, waiting for him, dressed in whatever effortlessly attractive outfit he had chosen, Izuku decided he didn't really mind. Izuku pulled up outside Shouda's apartment, double-checking the address even though he'd memorized it days ago. The street was quiet, bathed in the dim glow of streetlights. He exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders before stepping out of the car. His ribs ached slightly from the movement, but he pushed the discomfort to the back of his mind. Tonight wasn't about that. He had barely made it to the front of the building when the doors swung open, and Shouta stepped out. Izuku paused mid-step, momentarily thrown off balance. Shouta always had an effortless kind of presence, a quiet confidence that demanded attention without asking for it. Tonight was no different. Dressed in a black button-up with the top few buttons undone, dark jeans that fit him just right, and his ever-present tired eyes, he looked unfairly attractive. His hair was still slightly messy, like he had run a hand through it just before walking out. Izuku let out a low whistle, grinning. You clean up well. Shouta eyed him, taking in the forest green button-up Izuku had chosen, the sleeves rolled up just enough to show off his forearms, paired with fitted black slacks. He arched a brow. You're overdressed. Izuku smirked. I like making an impression. He winked, stuffing his hands into his pockets as Shouta stepped up beside him. They walked to the car in comfortable silence, but Shouda's sharp eyes didn't miss the way Izuku's fingers twitched when he reached for the passenger door handle to open it for Shouta. It was a barely there hesitation, a moment of stiffness in his movement that most people wouldn't have noticed. But Shouta wasn't most people. He filed it away, slipping into the car without comment. Izuku slid into the driver's seat, rolling his shoulders again, an unconscious tell. Shouta hummed lightly. Rough day. Izuku's hands stilled for half a second on the steering wheel before he shot Shouta a crooked smile. Not particularly. Just looking forward to dinner. Shouta didn't push yet. Instead, he gave Izuku a long, unreadable look before settling back into his seat. Let's hope the food's worth the effort. Izuku chuckled as he started the car, ignoring the dull ache in his ribs. Oh, trust me. It will be. The alley was too narrow, giving Kairos little room to maneuver. His opponent was a brute, built like a wall of muscle with a quirk that amplified his strength with every strike. The moment Kairos had engaged, he'd known it would be a tough fight. One wrong step, one mistimed dodge, and he'd be sent flying. Unfortunately, he hadn't been fast enough to avoid the first devastating hit. Pain exploded in his ribs as the villain's fist connected, sending him crashing into the opposite wall. The impact rattled through his bones, knocking the breath from his lungs. Sharp, searing pain flared in his side, bruised at best, cracked or fractured at worst. His vision blurred for a moment, but he forced himself to stay upright, swallowing the pained grunt that threatened to slip free. The villain grinned, cracking his knuckles. Not so quick now, huh? Kairos exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He could feel the familiar thrum of adrenaline, pushing back the worst of the pain. He rolled his shoulders, forced a smirk onto his face. You hit hard. I'll give you that. The villain sneered. I'll hit harder next time. Kairos dodged as the brute lunged again, barely avoiding another crushing blow. He couldn't take another direct hit. His ribs wouldn't hold up. He had to be smart about this. His mind raced, analyzing the villain's patterns. Every time he swung, he overextended, relying too much on brute force. that left him open, just for a second. Kairos feinted left, baiting another strike. The villain took the opening, throwing his full weight into a punch that would have broken bones if it connected. It didn't. Kairos twisted at the last moment, stepping inside the brute's guard. With precise, practiced movements, he struck fingers jabbing into nerve clusters, knees slamming into a vulnerable joint. The villain roared in pain, stumbling. Kairos didn't let up. He grabbed the man's wrist, twisting sharply before driving him to the ground, locking his arms behind his back in a brutal hold. The villain thrashed, but Kairos kept up the pressure, pressing a knee against his spine. "Stay down," he warned, voice light despite the ache in his ribs. "I'd rather not make this worse for you." Heavy footsteps echoed down the alley. Relief washed over Kairos as familiar figures approached. Tsukachi and his team moved in swiftly, securing the villain in heavy-duty cork restraints. Kairos finally let himself slump against the alley wall, careful to keep his posture casual despite the fire burning in his ribs. His breath was steady, controlled, but every inhale sent sharp reminders of the earlier impact. Tsukachi's unimpressed stare met his. "You look like hell." Kairos grinned, tilting his head. "Detective, you should see the other guy." Tsukachi sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You're the other guy." "Ah, but I'm still standing, aren't I?" Kairos replied, voice as light as ever. He ignored the way his side throbbed in protest, ignored the way his muscles screamed for rest. He had to keep up appearances. Tsukachi wasn't fooled. His sharp eyes flickered to where Kairos was subtly favoring one side. "How bad?" Kairos pushed off the wall, rolling his shoulders with forced ease. "Just a love tap." Tsukachi gave him a flat look. "Kairos." "I'll be fine," Izuku interrupted smoothly. "Nothing a bit of rest won't fix." "Rest," Tsukachi repeated dryly. "Like you're actually going to take it easy." Kairos flashed him a grin, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You wound me, detective. I'll have you know I'm an expert at self-care." Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply. "One day, I'm going to cuff you myself just so you'll sit still for once." Kairos' grin widened. "Kankiwai." Tsukachi groaned. "Get out of here before I actually arrest you for being a menace." Kairos gave him a two-fingered salute, pushing away from the wall with deliberate ease. The second he was out of sight, however, his smirk faded, replaced by a grimace as he pressed a hand to his side. He was definitely going to feel this tomorrow. And he had a date. Fantastic. The restaurant exuded an understated elegance, dim lighting casting warm glows over dark mahogany tables, the hum of quiet conversations blending with soft instrumental music. A candle flickered between them, reflecting in the deep red of the wine swirling in Izuku's glass. It had chosen the bottle with effortless ease, speaking to the sommelier with the practiced charm of someone who knew exactly what he wanted. He didn't just order wine, he selected it, appreciating its texture, the way it would complement their meal, the warmth it would bring to the evening. Shouta had noticed that about him, how easily he navigated social spaces. Even now, dressed in a crisp emerald green button-down that complemented the deep hues of his eyes, he held himself with natural confidence. His dark green curls, still unruly despite his attempts to tame them, caught the soft glow of candlelight, revealing subtle gold highlights where the light hit just right. He was a contradiction, lean but strong, an easygoing smirk hiding sharp, assessing eyes, a light tease covering something deeper. "You're surprisingly social for someone who spends so much time brooding," Izuku remarked, his voice smooth, teasing as he took a slow sip of wine. Shouta huffed, swirling the liquid in his own glass. "And you're surprisingly smooth for someone who was obviously nervous before picking me up." Izuku's brow quirked in challenge, but the corner of his lips curled upward. "Oh, thought I was handling myself quite well." Shouta let the statement hang for a moment, watching as Izuku leaned back in his chair, effortlessly relaxed but still entirely engaged. It was clear he was enjoying himself, the flirtation as much a part of him as the air he breathed. Izuku Midoriya was a man who knew how to charm, how to draw people in, and Shouta wasn't immune to it. The glint in those green eyes, the playful smirk, it was all part of the game. But Shouta had never been one to play fair. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping into something lower, smoother. "You are," he allowed, taking a slow sip of his wine. "But I wonder if you're always this confident, or if you just like the chase." Izuku blinked, and for the first time that evening, hesitated. It was the smallest thing, the subtle pause, the flicker of something unreadable in his gaze, but Shouta caught it. He knew the rhythm of flirtation, the natural back and forth. But this was something different. Izuku started, but his voice faltered, just for a fraction of a second. Shouta smirked, taking his time setting down his glass before tilting his head slightly. "What happens when the chase is over, Izuku?" The shift in atmosphere was nearly tangible, a slow burn creeping between them, crackling at the edges. Izuku had been in control for most of the evening, his usual playful flirtation keeping things light. But now, Shouta had turned the tables, and Izuku wasn't quite sure how to respond. He swallowed, clearing his throat before speaking. Well, he said, his voice steady, though the faintest hint of pink dusted his cheeks. I guess we'll just have to find out, won't we? The smile he offered was still confident, but there was something else beneath it now, something softer, less calculated. Shouta had caught him off guard, and for all his smooth talk, he wasn't immune to the effect of being pursued himself. Shouda's smirk deepened, clearly pleased with himself. He didn't need to say anything more, the challenge had been laid, and they both knew it. We will, he murmured, taking another sip of his wine. And Izuku, despite his confidence, felt his pulse quicken under the weight of Shouda's gaze. The conversation flowed between them after that, dipping into familiar and unfamiliar territories. Shouta asked about the café, about how business had been, and Izuku shared stories of interesting customers, of the way Ryo always seemed to know when he needed a cup of coffee himself. He spoke about Himiko and Dabi in a way that made it obvious how much he cared for them, his voice warming when he mentioned their antics. They're insufferable sometimes, Izuku admitted with a laugh. Dabi thinks he's a comedian, and Himiko is convinced she's my stylist. You should have heard the lecture she gave me before I left the house tonight. Shouta raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what wisdom did she impart? Izuku grinned. Something about less is more, and how I should stop trying so hard to impress my boyfriend. Shouta hummed, taking another sip of his wine. And are you? Izuku tilted his head. Trying too hard? Shouta set his glass down, fingers tracing the rim lazily as he regarded Izuku. Impressing me. The words sent a shiver down Izuku's spine, and he exhaled a breath that felt shakier than he wanted it to. He hadn't expected Shouta to play this game so well, to meet him toe-to-toe and throw him off balance so effortlessly. But gods, it was exhilarating. I guess that depends, Izuku murmured, his smirk returning. Is it working? Shouta didn't answer immediately. He let the silence stretch just long enough to make Izuku shift slightly in his seat, anticipation curling in the space between them. Then, finally, he leaned back, smirking in a way that sent warmth pooling in Izuku's stomach. Maybe. Izuku's laughter came breathless, and he picked up his glass again, hiding his smile behind the rim as he took a slow sip. His mind buzzed with the weight of Shouda's gaze, with the teasing edge in his voice. He had come into this evening expecting to be the one in control, the one leading the flirtation with ease. But Shouta had flipped the script on him, and Izuku found that he didn't mind in the slightest. They lingered over their meal, conversation flowing easily, charged with something that neither of them named but both of them felt. And as the night stretched on, Izuku found himself wanting to see where this went, how far Shouta was willing to push him, how much he was willing to let himself fall. As their meal neared its end, Shouta took a quiet moment to observe Izuku. He had expected the man to be charming, flirty, even. Maybe a little smug if he was feeling particularly bold. But what he hadn't anticipated was how much he would enjoy being toyed with. It was an art, the way Izuku wielded his words, the way he navigated conversation with sharp wit and effortless charm. He had an ease about him, like a man who knew exactly what effect he had on others and used it deliberately. But what fascinated Shouta wasn't just his confidence. No, it was the rare moments he caught him off guard. The subtle hitch in Izuku's breath when Shouta leaned in too close, the way his fingers tensed ever so slightly around the stem of his wineglass when their knees brushed under the table. Those fleeting seconds where he faltered were his carefully controlled. Bravado cracked made something coil tight in Shouda's chest. Something possessive. Shouta tilted his glass, swirled the last sip of wine before bringing it to his lips. The deep red liquid was rich and dry on his tongue, but his focus wasn't on the taste. It was on Izuku, leaning back in his chair with the kind of posture that suggested ease but lacked true relaxation. His fingers trailed absently along the rim of his glass, but there was a new awareness in his body, a tension just beneath the surface. Interesting. Shouta set his glass down deliberately, fingers dragging along the smooth stem just a second too long, letting the moment stretch before he finally spoke. You always this fun to play with, or is it just me? Izuku blinked, and Shouta caught it that brief, telltale pause before he recovered with a slow, amused chuckle. His fingers tightened around his glass, just enough for Shouta to notice, before he leaned forward again, tilting his head slightly. Well, Shouta, he murmured, his voice a touch lower, a teasing lilt curling at the edges. I tell you I don't usually let people play with me, but that might give you the wrong idea. Shouta let the words settle between them. The restaurant was still softly buzzing with conversation, the warm golden glow of the overhead lights making Izuku's green eyes burn with something unreadable. Shouta could push here, could lean in, press his advantage, see if he could get that hesitation to return. Instead, he smirked. Leaning in just slightly, he let his voice dip into something low, slow, velvety smooth. Oh, I think I already have the right idea. Izuku shifted. Not much but enough. The movement was subtle, but it was there. His knee brushed against Shouta's under the table, a whisper of contact that lingered just a fraction too long to be accidental. His grip on his glass didn't tighten this time, but his fingers stilled, resting lightly on the surface. Etel. Shouta watched him, waiting. Izuku exhaled through his nose, slow and measured, before a smirk tugged at his lips. He didn't move away. And that was all the answer Shouta needed. He sat back, satisfied, letting the air between them hum with unspoken tension. The game was fun. But the chase? That was even better. As they stepped out of the restaurant, the cool night air wrapped around them, crisp against their skin. The city hummed in the distance, the sound of faint traffic blending with the occasional murmur of pedestrians passing by. Above them, the sky was a deep, endless expanse, the stars barely visible past the soft glow of the streetlights. Shouta shoved his hands into his coat pockets, stealing a glance at Izuku beside him. The younger man looked relaxed, or at least he appeared to be, his head tilted back slightly as he took in the night, the corners of his lips still curved in that ever-present, teasing smirk. But there was a new ease in his posture, something quieter than the playful confidence he had wielded at dinner. A nearby park stretched out ahead of them, its entrance flanked by tall, old trees, their bare branches shifting slightly in the breeze. The winding path was dimly lit, old-fashioned street lamps casting long shadows across the pavement. It was the kind of night that made it easy to walk just a little slower, to let the conversation linger, to savor the last moments of something that neither of them wanted to end just yet. Izuku slowed his steps first, deliberately just enough to let the space between them shrink, bit by bit. Shouta noticed but didn't comment. Instead, he matched the pace, letting the quiet settle between them. Their hands swung at their sides at first, tucked into their respective pockets, their strides falling into an easy rhythm. The first time their fingers brushed light, fleeting, neither of them reacted. A simple accident, a moment too brief to mean anything. Then it happened again. A second time. Izuku still didn't pull away. Neither did Shouta. A slow smirk tugged at the edge of Shouta's lips, the corners of his eyes narrowing just slightly. He shifted ever so slightly, his pinky hooking barely, just barely against Izuku's. The contact was featherlight, nearly nothing at all. But Izuku stilled beside him, his breath hitching for just a second before he exhaled slowly. "You're awfully quiet," Izuku finally said, his voice smooth but just a little softer than before. He glanced at Shouta with a small, knowing smile. Shouta hummed non-committally, eyes fixed ahead. "Just wondering if you always let your guard down this much." Izuku exhaled a quiet laugh, tilting his head up, gaze flickering toward the sky. "Guess I like the company." His voice was light, but there was something sincere beneath it. Something that made Shouta pause for half a second longer before he shifted again, this time deliberately. His fingers hooked more firmly around Izuku's, not quite holding but not letting go immediately either. Izuku's breath stuttered for just a moment, and Shouta caught the way his throat bobbed when he swallowed. The warmth of his skin, even through the chill of the night, was noticeable. But just as Izuku started to say something, just as the weight of the moment settled between them, he flinched. It was small, almost imperceptible. A barely there twitch in his shoulders, a tension that vanished just as quickly as it came. But Shouta noticed. He always noticed. Shouta narrowed his eyes, his steps slowing as something sharp and instinctual tugged at his senses. What was that? His voice was quiet, but it cut through the night air like a blade. Izuku didn't miss a beat. What was what? His response was smooth, too smooth. Shouta stopped walking entirely, turning fully toward him. The dim glow of the street lamps cast long shadows, playing off Izuku's face, highlighting the carefully crafted ease in his expression. But Shouta knew better. "You flinched." Izuku stilled for half a second, so fast it was almost imperceptible, but Shouta caught it anyway. It was in the way his shoulders tensed, in the almost lazy way he pet his head, a beat too practiced to be real. The candlelit confidence from dinner still lingered in Izuku's eyes, amusement curling at the edges of his mouth, but now there was something else lurking beneath it. Something more measured, more controlled. "Maybe you're just seeing things," Izuku said, his voice light, teasing, but there was a calculated edge to it now. Shouta exhaled sharply. "Liar." He took a step closer, gaze sharp and searching. The air between them shifted, the playfulness of their earlier banter thinning into something heavier, something unspoken. "Izuku." It wasn't just his name, it was a demand. A call to drop the act, to stop weaving whatever mask he was slipping into. Izuku didn't look away, but something flickered in his expression, something too fleeting, too well hidden to name. But it was there. And Shouta wasn't about to let it go. Izuku didn't answer, not with words, at least. Instead, he stepped forward, slow and deliberate, closing the distance between them in a way that felt almost predatory. His footfalls were soft against the pavement, but each step carried an unspoken promise, something thick and electric hanging between them in the night air. Shouta watched him, unblinking. His muscles coiled, but he didn't move away. He didn't stop him. Izuku's hands, which had been tucked so casually in his pockets moments ago, slid out with a fluid motion, fingertips ghosting against the front of Shouta's coat. It was barely a touch, just the lightest brush against the fabric, but it was enough to send a spark along Shouta's spine. And then Izuku tilted his head, just slightly, his breath warm as it fanned over Shouta's lips. Close. Too close. Shouta exhaled sharply, his hands twitching at his sides as he resisted the instinct to reach for him to seize control of whatever this was. Izuku smelled like wine and something deeper, something unmistakably him. It lingered between them, intoxicating, making it just a little harder to think. You ask too many questions, Izuku murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, but it slid against Shouta's senses like velvet, smooth and teasing. Shouta's gaze flickered, dropping to Izuku's mouth before snapping back up to his eyes. The distance between them was practically non-existent. Izuku was right there, the barest tilt forward away from a kiss, from something irreversible. And then just as easily, just as deliberately, Izuku pulled back. Not all the way, just enough. Just enough to leave Shouta hanging, breath caught, anticipation stretching tight in his chest. Izuku's gaze flickered downward, slow, lingering, taking in the way Shouta's lips parted slightly, the way his breath stuttered. The heat in his eyes was unmistakable. He smirked. Shouta clenched his jaw, fingers curling into fists at his sides. Izuku thought he was in control. That was cute. It was the last thought Shouta had before he moved. Izuku barely had a second to register what was happening before Shouta's hand gripped the front of his collar, tugging him forward with a force that sent his balance tipping. He stumbled, just slightly, breath catching in his throat, but Shouta steadied him effortlessly. And then their lips crashed together. The kiss was rough, almost punishing, like Shouta was reprimanding him for pulling away, for teasing, for hiding whatever pain he was trying to brush off. There was no hesitation in the way Shouta took control, fingers tightening in the fabric of Izuku's coat, keeping him exactly where he wanted him. It wasn't careful, wasn't gentle. It was heat and frustration and the weight of everything unsaid between them. Izuku let out a muffled sound, more surprise than protest, and instinct kicked in. His hands shot up, fingers gripping Shouta's shoulders, pressing hard enough to feel the muscles tense beneath his coat. He wasn't used to this, being on the receiving end of something so sudden, so possessive, but it was intoxicating. Shouta didn't just kiss, he claimed. His other hand slid into Izuku's unruly curls, fingers threading through the thick strands before gripping at the base of his skull. He tugged, just slightly, just enough to tilt Izuku's head back and deepen the kiss. Izuku's breath stuttered, knees threatening to buckle as heat curled low in his stomach. It should have been unnerving, the way Shouta moved, like he had Izuku figured out from the start, like he already knew every reaction he could pull from him. But it wasn't. It was thrilling. Izuku melted into it for just a moment, letting himself drown in the sensation, Shouta's warmth pressing against him, the way he tasted of wine and something darker, something unshakably him. He could feel the press of stubble against his skin, the rough drag of Shouta's calloused fingers against the nape of his neck. Every sensation was sharp, raw, electric. And then Izuku regained his footing, regained control. He exhaled sharply through his nose, pressing forward, closing the last inch of space between them like he refused to be outdone. His grip tightened in Shouta's coat, his own teeth catching slightly against Shouta's lower lip, dragging just enough to be felt. A silent challenge. A pushback against Shouta's overwhelming presence. The low sound Shouta made in response was nearly a growl, reverberating against Izuku's lips. It was everything and not enough. When they finally broke apart, it was with a sharp inhale, as if neither of them had remembered to breathe. Izuku's lips were red, slightly swollen, tingling in the aftermath. His chest rose and fell in uneven pants, and there was a pulse in his veins that had nothing to do with the chill in the air. Shouta didn't let go immediately. His fingers remained tangled in Izuku's hair, his other hand still curled into the front of his coat. Their faces hovered mere inches apart, breaths mingling, and in the dim glow of the street lamp, Izuku saw Shouta's pupils blown wide, his expression dark and unreadable. Then, Shouta's grip on his coat loosened, just slightly. His voice, lower than before, raspier, cut through the silence. "Next time," he murmured, his breath ghosting over Izuku's lips, "just tell me when you're hurt." Izuku swallowed, throat dry. His gaze flickered away for half a second before he smirked, slow and lazy, masking whatever unreadable emotion lurked just beneath the surface. Noted. But they both knew it was a lie. The alley reeked of damp asphalt and old garbage, the kind of stench that clung to fabric and skin no matter how many showers followed. Neon lights flickered weakly above rusted fire escapes, casting jagged shadows across the cracked pavement. It was well past midnight, but this part of the city never truly slept, especially not in the underbelly where deals were made in the dark. Shouta Aizawa stood at the mouth of the alley, arms crossed, eyes sharp despite the exhaustion pressing behind them. His patience was thin. It always was when Kairos was involved. "You're sure about this?" he asked, voice rough with disinterest, though Tsukachi had been his friend long enough to hear the real question. Beneath it, "Are you sure you're not wasting my time?" Tsukachi sighed, rubbing at the back of his neck as he checked his watch. "Multiple sources have pointed to this warehouse as a hub for quirk-enhancing drag deals," he said. "And from what we know, Kairos has been getting involved in cases like these." "Involved how?" Aizawa's fingers flexed at his sides, itching to activate his quirk. "Not enough to call him a threat." Tsukachi's tone was carefully neutral. "He's been dismantling operations before we even get there. The problem is we don't know what his endgame is." Aizawa huffed, unimpressed. He'd been after Kairos for months now, and every encounter left him with more questions than answers. Eventually vigilantes were always a pain, but Kairos was something else. Too precise. Too calculated. Too smug. He didn't just disrupt criminal activity, he orchestrated it like a game of shogi, staying 5 moves ahead while heroes scrambled to keep up. And, perhaps most irritatingly of all, he seemed to enjoy pissing Aizawa off. "If Kairos is involved," Aizawa muttered, shifting his scarf into position, "we shut him down." Tsukachi shot him a look, the kind that spoke of long years dealing with Aizawa's particular brand of stubbornness. "If he's here," he countered, voice firm but measured, "let's try talking before you strangle him." Aizawa grunted, which wasn't a yes, but it wasn't a no either. They approached the warehouse, boots silent against the pavement. It was an old shipping facility, abandoned in theory, but the faint hum of movement inside told another story. Aizawa crouched low, peering through a crack in the loading bay doors. Figures moved in the dim light, 3, maybe 4 low-tier criminals exchanging cases. Money for product. A standard deal. But there was a 5th figure. Someone standing off to the side, casual, leaning against a crate as if he had all the time in the world. Aizawa tensed. Even in the poor lighting, he recognized that lazy posture, that infuriating air of confidence. "Kairos." Tsukachi sighed as if he could already hear the impending disaster. "Try not to punch him," he muttered. Aizawa pushed the door open without a word. The warehouse was dimly lit, the overhead bulbs flickering weakly, casting jagged shadows against rusted metal beams and splintered wooden crates. The air smelled of something acrid, probably whatever quirk-enhancing drags were being moved through this place. Aizawa's steps were soundless as he entered, eyes already scanning the layout, calculating exits, counting threats. Tsukachi was a step behind, his presence more deliberate but still controlled. The small group of criminals in the center of the warehouse were caught up in their exchange until one of them noticed the 2 men approaching and stiffened. But it wasn't them that caught Aizawa's immediate attention. No, it was the man lounging against a crate, arms loosely folded, one foot propped against the wood as if he owned the entire demon warehouse. His head was tilted slightly in a way that made him look infuriatingly unbothered. His mask was pushed up just enough to reveal part of his face, not enough to identify him but enough to see the corners of his mouth. It was clearly curled in a slow, lazy smirk. "Kairos." The criminals hesitated, looking between the 2 heroes and the vigilante as if trying to gauge what the hell was happening. But Kairos didn't seem even remotely concerned. He merely reached out, idly tapping the chest of the man nearest to him, a low-tier dealer, already looking sweaty and terrified. Now, Kairos murmured, voice smooth, almost gentle, but dangerous underneath. "We weren't finished talking. You were just about to tell me where the next shipment's coming from. You don't want to be rude, do you?" The dealer swallowed hard, looking anywhere but at the 2 approaching men. Aizawa took another step forward, but before he could speak, Kairos finally turned his gaze on them, and his smirk widened. Well, he drawled, eyes glinting with amusement. "Eraserhead and the detective. Together? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were on a date." Tsukachi sighed deeply, already regretting every decision that led him here. Aizawa, for his part, simply stared, unimpressed. Kairos straightened slightly, stretching his arms out with an exaggerated motion before stepping forward, boots clicking softly against the concrete. His movements were fluid, controlled, and far too relaxed for a man facing off against a pro hero and a detective. "I would have worn something nicer if I knew we were all meeting up," Kairos continued, tone light, teasing. "Maybe even brought flowers. What do you think, Tsukachi? Roses? Or are you more of a tulip guy?" Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose. "I hate you," he muttered. Kairos gasped, one hand pressed dramatically to his chest. "So cruel," he pouted, sidling up next to Tsukachi and nudging his shoulder. "You never visit me unless you're mad, detective. Makes me feel so unappreciated." Tsukachi didn't even look at him. "That's because every time I see you, you're breaking the law." Kairos tapped his chin thoughtfully, then grinned. Details, details. Aizawa was already done with this conversation. His scarf twitched, the capture weapon uncoiling slightly from around his neck. We're arresting him, right? Kairos turned his head toward him so smoothly it was like he'd expected the question. His grin didn't falter. Ah, Eraserhead, he cooed, voice mockingly fond, you really do think about me all the time, don't you? Aizawa did not rise to the bait. Tsukachi, he repeated, tone flat. Tsukachi let out another sigh, this one long suffering. Not yet. Kairos placed a hand over his heart, staggering back a step as if mortally wounded. Not yet? That almost sounds hopeful, detective. He winked. What, you waiting for me to wine and dine you first? Tsukachi looked like he was seriously considering punching him. Aizawa, however, had had enough. In one sharp motion, his scarf snapped forward, aimed directly at Kairos' arm. But the vigilante was already moving. With a graceful sidestep, Kairos dodged, his hand catching the scarf for just a moment before letting it slide from his grip. His smirk was all sharp amusement now, his black eyes flickering with something more dangerous. FRPY already, Eraser? He murmured, stepping backward, just out of Aizawa's immediate range. At least buy me dinner first. Aizawa's glare could have melted steel. Tsukachi rubbed his temples. I swear I need it. Raise. Kairos laughed, low and knowing, as if he was enjoying every second of this. And here I thought I was your favorite criminal, detective. You're not, Tsukachi muttered. Kairos just grinned. Keep telling yourself that. Aizawa had always been patient. A lifetime of dealing with reckless students, idiotic criminals, and stubborn colleagues had honed that patience into a weapon. But Kairos made him want to throw that patience out the window and strangle him where he stood. The vigilante stood a few feet away, arms loose at his sides, weight shifting casually from one foot to the other. He looked utterly at ease, as if he wasn't in the presence of a pro-hero and a detective who could both have him arrested within minutes. Aizawa's glare sharpened. Explain. Now. Kairos tilted his head. Explain what exactly? Aizawa's grip on his scarf tightened. What you're doing here? Why you're interfering with my case? Why do you think I won't put you on the ground right now? Kairos let out a soft chuckle, slow and deliberate. That last one's easy, he said, his black eyes glinting with amusement. Because you want to. And yet, he took a lazy step forward. You haven't. Aizawa moved instantly. The scarf snapped forward, seeking to coil around Kairos' wrist. But the vigilante was already moving, his body shifting at the last second with uncanny precision, letting the capture weapon graze his sleeve before he spun away. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Kairos' grin widened. Oh, are we doing this now? I thought we were supposed to talk first. Aizawa wasn't in the mood for games. His eyes glowed red. He lunged forward again, his capture weapon whipping through the air, aiming for Kairos' shoulder. Again, Kairos dodged smooth, controlled, almost lazy. It was infuriating. Tsukachi, standing off to the side, sighed heavily. Really? He muttered. Do you two have to do this? Kairos pivoted on his heel, glancing over his shoulder at the detective. Don't look at me, detective. He started it. Aizawa didn't respond. He was already closing in. This time, he anticipated Kairos' dodge, shifting his stance at the last second, altering the trajectory of his attack. The scarf snapped forward again and this time, it brushed the edge of Kairos' glove before he twisted out of reach. Kairos laughed, breathless but thrilled. DMN, he muttered, eyes gleaming. You really don't like me, huh? Aizawa didn't answer. He dropped low, sweeping a leg toward Kairos' ankles in a sudden burst of speed and force. Kairos was fast. But Aizawa had faced faster. For a brief second, it looked like Kairos wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Aizawa felt the rush of satisfaction until Kairos did something impossible. Instead of dodging backward, Kairos stepped into the attack. His momentum shifted. His body angled just so. And instead of taking the hit, he used Aizawa's movement redirecting the force, twisting around it in a way that left Aizawa slightly off balance. Then Kairos moved. Before Aizawa could react, Kairos was inside his guard. A breath too close. Close enough that when Kairos leaned in, his voice was barely above a whisper. You're good, he murmured, his breath warm against Aizawa's ear. But I'm better. Aizawa's eyes flashed. His capture weapon was already in motion, but Kairos was gone, slipping just out of range again, dancing back with a smug smile. Aizawa exhaled sharply, suppressing the flicker of frustration. He wasn't frustrated because Kairos was winning, no. He was frustrated because he was having fun. It had been a while since he'd had an opponent like this. Someone who didn't just rely on brute strength or overwhelming speed, but on technique. On instinct. On a deep understanding of how fights unfolded. Kairos was reading him. Predicting him. And worst of all, he was toying with him. Aizawa couldn't let that slide. He lunged forward again, faster this time, forcing Kairos to react instead of lead. The Vigilante dodged, but Aizawa pressed harder, attacking again before Kairos had a chance to fully recover. The fight was a blur of movement, strikes and dodges, counters and near misses. Aizawa's scarf lashed out in precise, calculated movements, always a second away from restraining the slippery BSE. But Kairos was agile, fluid, completely in control of his own momentum. And the worst part? He was enjoying himself. Kairos dodged another strike, grinning. You don't fight like a hero. Aizawa didn't rise to the bait. He attacked again. Kairos evaded, boots skidding slightly on the warehouse floor. Heroes go for clean, efficient takedowns. You. His head tilted, his expression downright amused. You fight dirty. Aizawa moved faster than before, a feint followed by a sudden burst of real force. Kairos barely avoided the attack, his shoulder grazing Aizawa's scarf this time. He rolled out of range, hands up in mock surrender. His smirk never wavered. Aizawa let out a slow breath, his capture weapon returning to coil loosely around his shoulders. He was done playing along. You talk too much, he said flatly. Kairos chuckled, tilting his head. But you like it. Aizawa didn't dignify that with a response. Kairos took a step back, flexing his fingers, rolling his shoulders like this had just been a warm-up for him. That was fun, he said. I should let you catch me more often. Tsukachi muttered something under his breath about needing a stronger drink after this. Aizawa did not relax. His eyes locked onto Kairos. He still hadn't gotten any answers. Kairos must have noticed, because his smirk softened just a fraction. Tell you what, he murmured, adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves. I'll give you something out of the kindness of my heart, of course. Aizawa said nothing. He waited. Kairos flicked his gaze toward the criminals, the ones who had been frozen in place, too afraid to move since the fight had started. These guys? Kairos said lazily. They aren't your real problem. They're just small fish. His eyes slid back to Aizawa's, suddenly sharp. The next shipment's moving through the industrial docks. You want to be there? Soon. Tsukachi straightened. How do you know that? Kairos winked. Because I was going to stop it myself. Aizawa's frown deepened. Kairos held up his hands. But hey, since you two are so desperate to arrest me, I could let you handle it instead. Aizawa didn't trust him. Not for a second. But Tsukachi gave him a look, one that said we'll talk later. Kairos took a step back toward the shadows, already slipping into the darkness. Try not to miss me too much, he called. Aizawa scowled. Don't count on it. Before Aizawa could lunge again, Tsukachi stepped between them, exhaling sharply. Enough. The detective's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Aizawa stopped barely, his eyes still locked onto Kairos. Kairos, on the other hand, looked completely unbothered, dusting off his sleeve as if he hadn't just been toying with a pro hero. Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. I swear to God, if I have to listen to one more second of your flirt fighting, I'm arresting you both for public indecency. Kairos had halted his exit and let out a delighted laugh. Flirt fighting? That's a new one. You wound me, Tsukachi. He leaned in slightly, his grin downright wicked. Though, if you ever want to see me indecent. Enough. Tsukachi's headache visibly worsened. We need information, not whatever the hell this is. Kairos sighed dramatically, dragging a hand through his curls. Fine. You're no fun, detective. But since you asked so nicely. He tilted his head, watching their reactions as he continued, midnight. That's when they're gonna be there. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Why should we believe you? Kairos shrugged. You shouldn't. But let's be real, you will. Aizawa scowled. He hated that Kairos was right. Tsukachi, arms crossed, studied Kairos carefully. And what's your angle? Kairos' smile widened. Knew you were smart. Here's the deal. I handle the criminals my way. You two stay out of it. Aizawa immediately bristled. Absolutely not. Kairos raised a hand. Or, he drawled, ignoring Aizawa's rising irritation. I don't do anything. And the drags slip through your fingers. Your choice. Aizawa's jaw tightened. He hated everything about this. But Tsukachi, after a long pause, exhaled. DM it. His tone was resigned. Fine. But if you screw us over. Kairos placed a hand over his heart. Tsukachi. I'm a broken man. Tsukachi just shook his head. Kairos took a step back, already smug. See? This is why you're my favorite cop, Tsukachi. Reasonable. Handsome. Even-tempered. Well, mostly. Tsukachi shot him a look. I should have stayed in bed. Kairos winked. Next time, call me first. I'll make it worth your while. Aizawa's scarf snapped forward in warning, but Kairos was already gone, slipping into the darkness. His laugh echoed in the warehouse before he disappeared completely. Aizawa scowled. I hate him. Tsukachi sighed. Yeah. So do I. They both knew it wasn't true. That night the criminals were handled. Kairos didn't kill them, not that he ever did, but he left them shaking, barely upright as they scrambled out of the docks, stumbling over each other in their desperation to escape. He had a way of getting into people's heads, peeling them apart with nothing but a quiet voice and a razor-sharp grin. Aizawa watched it all from a small distance, arms crossed, jaw tight. He hated the way Kairos worked. No arrests. No due process. Just fear planted deep enough that they wouldn't risk showing their faces again. It worked. And that set Aizawa off more than anything. Kairos turned back toward them, dusting off his gloves, completely at ease. "Oh, that was productive, don't you think?" Aizawa stepped forward, gaze sharp. "One day I will catch you." Kairos' grin didn't falter. If anything, it widened. "Oh, Eraserhead," he murmured, stepping in way too close, a challenge in every movement. His hand brushed lightly along Aizawa's scarf, fingers curling against the fabric as he tilted his head. "Dangerously close. Can't wait for you to try." Aizawa stiffened. His capture weapon twitched, ready to lash out, to restrain, to finally end this ridiculous game. But then Tsukachi grabbed his arm and dragged him back with a long, exhausted sigh. "All right, that's enough." Kairos chuckled, watching as Tsukachi physically hauled Aizawa away, barely restraining the pro-hero from actually murdering him. Tsukachi didn't stop until they were a solid 10 feet away. "If you two keep flirting, I swear to God, I'm filing a formal complaint." Kairos perked up immediately, calling after them, "Eraserhead's already in love with me, Tsukachi. It's too late." Aizawa growled under his breath, barely restraining himself from turning back around and shutting him up one way or another. He didn't deny it. And Kairos, dim in him, knew it. The soft hum of a jazz tune drifted through the air, mingling with the occasional meow from one of the cats lounging lazily around the café. The day was quiet, the kind of slow afternoon that allowed the subtle warmth of the café to fill every corner. The soft glow from the lamps illuminated the shelves of cat-themed trinkets and the large windows that looked out onto the street, where the world carried on, blissfully unaware of the peaceful little haven inside. Izuku, apron tied around his waist, was behind the counter, his hands moving with practiced ease as he prepared a fresh batch of pastries. His movements were smooth, rhythmic, a comforting routine. The cats around the cafe were either curled up in their favorite spots or playfully pawing at each other, oblivious to the human drama unfolding around them. Across from him, Himiko and Dobby were seated at their usual table. Himiko, as always, was the more lively of the two. She was leaning over the table, her hands spread out as she animatedly teased Dobby about something. "Seriously, you need to loosen up, Dobby," Himiko grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She was waving a small spoon at him, her smile far too wide for someone as mischievous as she was. "You're like a walking storm cloud. Don't you ever just relax?" Dobby, in contrast, was as stoic as ever, though a faint line of irritation crossed his brow as he gave her a flat stare. "I'm perfectly relaxed," he muttered, but his attempt at indifference didn't quite cover the irritation in his voice. Himiko tilted her head, still teasing him. "Right, totally. The way you're glaring at me says you're the picture of serenity." The two had become an odd pair, Himiko, with her chaotic energy and unpredictable nature, and Dobby, with his icy demeanor and sharp edge. Yet, over time, they had found a rhythm together. Himiko enjoyed needling Dobby, and Dobby, well, he tolerated it, though sometimes he would snap back just enough to make her giggle. Izuku smiled softly from behind the counter, wiping his hands on a dish towel. "Leave him alone, Himiko. You know how he gets," he said, his tone light but laced with fondness. His gaze lingered on the two of them, watching the dynamic with quiet affection. He didn't need to say anything more for Dobby to relent, rolling his eyes but giving a rare half-smile in response to Izuku's gentle reminder. The bell above the door jingled, signaling the entrance of a new customer. Shouta stepped into the cafe, looking a little weary from his day at UA. His long coat was slightly wrinkled, and there was a distant look in his eyes that spoke to the long day he'd had. Yet, as his eyes scanned the cafe and landed on Izuku, a softness came over him. "Late as usual, Shouta?" Himiko teased immediately, not looking up from her phone, but her tone was lighthearted. She couldn't resist taking a jab at Shouda's punctuality, even though she knew he had been busy. Shouda's lips quirked into the barest of smiles at the teasing, though he didn't offer a verbal reply. Instead, he walked over to the counter where Izuku stood, his footsteps muffled by the plush carpet. The moment Izuku looked up, his expression softened into one of genuine warmth, and for a brief second, Shouta felt the tension in his shoulders ease. "Izuku," Shouta greeted, his voice low but warm. Izuku's smile grew, and he nodded toward the seats. "Hey, Shouta. You're just in time. Care for some coffee?" His tone was casual, but there was something in the way he said it that felt like home, like an invitation to linger. Shouta gave a small nod, but before he could respond, Himiko's voice piped up again, this time dripping with feigned innocence. You know, I think the boss man here was getting lonely without you, she teased. Her eyes flickered to Izuku, her grin widening at the soft blush creeping up his neck. Izuku shot her a half-hearted glare. Himiko, he warned, but there was no heat in his voice. Dabi, who had been quietly observing the exchange, spoke up in his usual deadpan manner. You're embarrassing him, you know. His words weren't harsh, but the way they were said felt like a subtle attempt at protecting Izuku, even if he didn't show it outwardly. Izuku chuckled, the sound light and warm. He took a deep breath, his eyes momentarily flickering toward Shouta, who had been silently watching the playful banter. It was as if he was taking in the entire scene, the easy affection between the three of them, the way they fit together like puzzle pieces. The family they had formed wasn't perfect, nothing in their lives was. But it was real and it was theirs. Izuku could see the protective bond he shared with both Himiko and Dabi, the love that had slowly bloomed in this small, cozy corner of the world. As Shouta stood there, his eyes not only on Izuku but also on the easy dynamic between him and the kids, a quiet realization began to settle deep within him. This was Izuku's family, his chosen family. It wasn't blood that held them together, but something far stronger. Shouta had seen a lot of broken families, but this one felt whole. He watched how Izuku listened to Himiko, her voice filled with playful banter, how he gave Dabi space while still providing a steady, unspoken support. There was something so effortless about the way Izuku loved them, something that felt like it came from the deepest part of his soul. Shouta didn't speak for a moment, letting the feelings settle in his chest. He found himself struck by the depth of his feelings for Izuku. It was more than just admiration. It was a yearning, a quiet longing to be a part of what Izuku had built. This family wasn't just something Izuku had created for himself, it was a space where Shouta could see himself, too. The thought stirred something warm and unexpected inside him, and for the first time in a long while, Shouta felt that maybe there was a place for him in this world. Izuku glanced up, meeting Shouda's gaze. He smiled softly as if he sensed the shift in the air. It's good to see you, Shouta, he said, his voice warm and inviting. Come sit with us. We were just about to have coffee. Shouta nodded, and as he moved to join them, he couldn't help but feel that perhaps he was exactly where he needed to be. The evening had slowly settled in, the open sign had been switched to closed and the soft glow from the lamps casting warm shadows across the café as the last remnants of daylight faded. The air was cool but not unpleasant, the perfect atmosphere for a quiet evening among family. The hum of jazz music continued to play in the background, adding a layer of intimacy to the space. Shouta sat at the table with Izuku, Himiko, and Dabi. The light-hearted bickering between Himiko and Dabi continued, but it was clear that despite the playful insults and teasing, there was something deeper between them, an unspoken bond forged through hardship and resilience. Himiko laughed, a bright sound that echoed through the café, while Dabi huffed in mock annoyance, but the way his eyes softened when he looked at her betrayed his true feelings. Izuku smiled, watching them with a fond expression. You two are something else, he murmured, shaking his head but clearly amused. At that moment, Himiko's eyes flickered toward Shouta, catching the slight frown on his face. She tilted her head, her usual mischievous smile fading into something a little more serious. Hey, Dad, she said, her voice surprisingly gentle. Tell Shouta about how we got here. You know, so he can stop frowning. Izuku blinked in surprise, then chuckled softly, the tension in his shoulders easing as he looked at Shouta. He could feel the weight of Shouta's unspoken curiosity. It wasn't the first time the subject of their past had come up, but it was rare for Izuku to open up about it so freely. But Himiko's request was genuine, and Izuku knew that if they were going to build a life together, Shouta needed to understand the story that had brought them all together. With a quiet nod, Izuku shifted in his seat, leaning back slightly as he began the story. I met Himiko when she was just a kid, Izuku started, his voice low and thoughtful. She was living on the streets, running away from her abusive home. I didn't know what had happened to her at the time, but I could tell there was a lot more to her than she was letting on. Himiko, sensing the serious turn of the conversation, leaned forward, her playful nature subdued for the moment. She listened intently, her eyes fixed on Izuku as he spoke. She was lost, Izuku continued, his gaze distant as if he were reliving the moment. I found her after a particularly dangerous incident. She'd attacked someone in a fit of rage, and the police were after her. She was cornered and I had to intervene. Himiko shifted slightly in her seat, her expression hardening for a moment, but she didn't interrupt. This wasn't a story she liked to revisit, but it was part of her and she wanted Shouta to know. Izuku's voice softened, the warmth of his affection for her clear in the way he spoke. I saw through the rage though. She wasn't evil, just broken. A girl who had been hurt so many times she didn't know how to express the pain anymore. She was just looking for someone who could understand her, someone who wouldn't judge her for the things she'd done. Shouta sat quietly, his attention fully on Izuku now. He could hear the raw emotion in Izuku's voice, the quiet strength in the way he spoke of Himiko's struggle. It was clear that Izuku had seen her for who she truly was, even when she couldn't see it herself. Izuku paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to Himiko, who looked at him with something close to admiration. It wasn't an easy decision. She didn't trust anyone. But I told her that there was a place for her with me, that she didn't have to be alone anymore. Himiko smiled, the usual mischievous spark returning to her eyes. I guess I couldn't resist such an offer, she teased, her voice light. And now look at me. I've got a cool dad and a nice little family. Not so bad, huh? Izuku chuckled softly, his heart swelling at her words. You've been a great daughter, Himiko. I'm glad I found you. Shouta, sitting silently as he absorbed the weight of the story, felt a deep sense of respect for Izuku. The compassion that had driven him to take in a child like Himiko, who had been through so much at such a young age, spoke volumes about the kind of person Izuku was. And it wasn't just Himiko. Izuku's heart was big enough to take in broken souls, to offer them a place to heal. But the story wasn't over yet. Izuku's tone shifted slightly, and Shouta could tell that the next part was just as important. I met Dobby a little differently, Izuku began, his voice lowering with the gravity of the memory. For a moment his eyes looked at his son, who gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. I found him when he was in the middle of a destructive spiral. He was almost coaxed into working with villains, torn between his hatred for his family and the pressure to live up to the Todoroki legacy. Dabi, who had been quiet until now, shifted slightly in his seat, but didn't interrupt. He didn't like talking about his past, but Izuku was different. He could tell that Izuku wasn't just retelling the story for pity or sympathy. This was part of who they all were, and Izuku had made it his mission to protect them, even when they hadn't been able to protect themselves. I found him one night, after he had gone back to his old house but hadn't entered, Izuku continued, his voice quiet but resolute. He was running, trying to escape from everything. And I saw the same thing I saw in Himiko, a person who wasn't truly lost, just broken, and too afraid to admit it. Shouta could see the way Izuku's eyes softened as he spoke of Dabi. He knew the pain Dabi carried, he could feel it in the way Izuku spoke. But Izuku had never backed down from a challenge, especially not when it came to the people he loved. I offered him a home, Izuku said. A place where he didn't have to be anyone other than himself. It wasn't easy. Dabi was angry, distrustful. But over time, he started to trust me. It took a while, but we got there. Izuku's gaze flickered to Dabi, who looked away for a moment, but not before his lips quirked into the faintest of smiles. The bond they shared was undeniable. Shouta sat back in his chair, his mind processing the weight of what Izuku had just shared. There was no doubting the depth of Izuku's commitment to these kids. He had taken them in when no one else would. He had given them something no one else had been able to: love, patience, and a home. Shouda's heart swelled with admiration for Izuku. But there was something else there too, a quiet longing that he couldn't quite place. It was clear that Izuku was the kind of person who could heal even the deepest wounds. How could someone like him not be the center of attention? How could someone so compassionate, so capable of seeing the best in others, not be the person everyone leaned on? As Izuku finished the story, Shouta didn't speak immediately. Instead, he allowed the silence to hang in the air, letting the weight of the moment settle between them. He could still remember the first time he met her. It had been a chaotic scene. Izuku had been on his way home, walking through a dark alley when he heard the sound of a struggle. A young girl, no older than 11 or 12, was cornered by a group of police officers, blood dripping from the knife in her hand. Her eyes, wide and frantic, darted from side to side, the wildness in them showing just how lost she was. Izuku had been running late that night, but the moment he saw her, something deep inside him stirred. He could see beyond the violence, the obsession with blood, the desperate hunger for feeling. Beneath the twisted need to harm was a broken child, a girl who had been through horrors far beyond her years. Without a second thought, Izuku stepped forward, calling out to the officers. He didn't care about the risk. His heart was already racing for the girl who seemed ready to collapse into herself. "Stop," he shouted, his voice firm but not harsh. "She's not what you think she is." The officers hesitated, unsure what to make of the situation, but Izuku's calmness helped. He stepped in between them, facing the girl directly, his hand outstretched. "Hey," he said softly, his voice gentle. "You don't have to do this. Let me help you." The girl flinched, her hands shaking as she held the knife tightly. Her eyes were filled with fear, but there was something else there too, hope, fragile but present. "No one's ever helped me," she whispered, the words barely audible. "They all just want to hurt me." Izuku took a deep breath, his heart aching. "I know," he said, "but that's not who I am. You don't have to be alone anymore. I can give you a place to stay. You don't have to live like this." Her eyes searched his face, and after a long moment of silence, she slowly lowered the knife. It wasn't an easy decision for her. Trust didn't come naturally to Himiko, especially not after everything she'd been through. But Izuku didn't give up on her. The adoption process had been long. Himiko had fought against Izuku's care at first, her fear of being hurt again overriding everything else. She pushed him away repeatedly, testing the limits of his patience. But Izuku never wavered. He kept showing up, offering her a choice: stay with him and learn what it meant to be part of a family, or continue down a darker path alone. Dobby's path had been far different, though not easier. By the time Izuku met him, Dobby was already a young man of 15, a stark contrast to the frightened little girl Himiko had been. Dobby had grown up with the weight of the Todoroki legacy hanging over him, the expectations from his father suffocating him at every turn. But he had long since broken free of those chains, only to find himself surrounded by a new kind of darkness. Izuku had found him on a cold, lonely street corner after a particularly brutal confrontation. Dobby was alone, his body covered in burns and scars, his eyes clouded with hatred and pain. The flicker of recognition was there, the same pain Izuku had once known so intimately, but Dobby was much more guarded. Dobby had no trust to give. He had no hope left in him. He wasn't a broken child like Himiko, but the anger inside him had been eating away at him for years. When Izuku approached him, it wasn't with sympathy. There was no pity in his eyes, only understanding. "Get away from me," Dobby growled at first, his voice rough. "You don't know anything about me." "I know enough," Izuku had replied, his voice calm but firm. "You're running from something and I can offer you a way out. But I won't force you." Izuku didn't try to pull him in right away. He didn't push for anything. Instead, he gave Dobby a choice: escape the chains of his family's expectations and find his own peace. The decision was Dobby's to make, but Izuku's patience was what eventually allowed them to connect. Over time, Dobby began to trust Izuku. Slowly but surely, the anger that had once consumed him started to dissipate, replaced by something quieter: hope. Izuku had been patient with him, never demanding more than Dobby was willing to give. The hardest part for Izuku, though, hadn't been bringing them into his life, it was the constant fear that he wasn't enough. He had never been a parent before. He wasn't perfect, and he often questioned if he was doing the right thing. Could he really be the father these kids needed? Could he provide them with the love and stability they deserved when he had never had it himself? But in the quiet moments, when Himiko would curl up on the couch with a book, or when Dobby would show up at the cafe to help with a task without being asked, Izuku knew that he was doing something right. It wasn't easy, but they were a family, and that meant everything to him. The evening was winding down. Izuku had taken to cleaning up the cafe. Himiko and Dobby were off in the back corner, their voices soft but filled with laughter as they teased each other over something trivial. Their laughter was the kind that filled the space with warmth, a sound that felt at home in the cozy corner of the cafe. Shouta sat at the counter, watching the two of them interact. He had wanted to help Izuku, but the man had given him another mug of coffee before saying that he should just sit there and be pretty for a moment. So Shouta was content with watching. The way Himiko would laugh, her eyes gleaming with mischief, and the rare, genuine smile that Dobby would flash, the kind he reserved for his family. The scene was a testament to how far they had come since Izuku had brought them into his life. But as Shouta watched, he couldn't help but feel something stir within him, a growing sense of admiration, but also a quiet unease. He had learned so much about Izuku's journey that night, and he was still trying to process everything. Izuku moved behind the counter, wiping down the last of the cups and adjusting the chairs, but his eyes flicked to Shouta every so often. His gaze was soft, understanding, like he knew Shouta was lost in thought. After a few moments, the silence between them became thick with unspoken words. Finally, Shouta broke the stillness, his voice a low murmur. "You're incredible, you know?" Shouda's words caught in the air between them, almost as if he wasn't sure if he should speak them at all. "I've seen a lot of things. But what you've done for them, for both of them..." His voice trailed off, unsure of how to fully express the depth of his feelings. Izuku stopped, his hands stilling for a moment as he met Shouda's gaze. There was something in Shouda's eyes, a mixture of admiration and something more that made Izuku's heart skip a beat. But he simply smiled softly, that gentle smile that always made Shouta feel like he had been seen. "They saved me too," Izuku said quietly, the words slipping out with an ease that spoke of truth. "It's not just me doing all the work. We're all in this together. They've taught me as much as I've taught them." His eyes flicked briefly to where Dobby and Himiko were still talking and laughing, a fondness in his gaze as he watched them. Shouta was quiet for a long moment, his gaze following Izuku's to the two kids. He knew that Izuku wasn't the type to seek praise, but it didn't make his words any less true. Izuku had created something remarkable with those two, something strong and resilient, despite everything they had faced in the past. Shouta couldn't help but feel awe at the way Izuku had shaped his children, guiding them with such care, not because he had to, but because he wanted to. It made Shouta feel small in comparison. How had Izuku managed to stay so strong, to become the anchor that these kids needed? How had he been able to do it all without falling apart? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Himiko's voice, light and teasing, followed by Dobby's dry humor in return. Their laughter was so normal, so natural. It made Shouta smile softly to himself, a quiet admiration bubbling up inside him. There was a part of him that felt like an outsider looking in on this small, yet whole, family. Yet, at the same time, there was something inside him, a quiet longing that made him want to be a part of it. He turned his gaze back to Izuku, who was busy putting the last of the cups away. There was so much more to Izuku than Shouta had realized when they first met, and the more he learned, the more he found himself drawn to him. Izuku had always been someone who carried others, but in that moment, Shouta felt an urge to help carry him too. The night came to a close, and the group began preparing to leave. Dabi and Himiko were still laughing, their voices fading as they made their way to the door. Izuku stood beside them, his hand resting on the back of Himiko's head in a soft, protective gesture. Shouta lingered a moment longer, watching the way the family interacted. The scene before him was warm, NTMT, and full of life. And as he watched, a quiet resolve settled over him. He wanted to be a part of that life, to stand beside Izuku, to help him carry the weight of their shared world. But for now, he remained silent, content in the knowledge that this was just the beginning. The dim glow of the streetlights outside filtered through the blinds, casting long shadows across Izuku's small, modest apartment. His head pounded from exhaustion, the fatigue of the day pressing down on him as he sat at his desk. Dressed in his Vigilante outfit, dark, tight-fitting, and tactical, Izuku was already checking his gear, ensuring that everything was in place for his patrol. The signature mask hung loosely around his neck, waiting to be put on. Despite the routine, the weight of the day, the café, the strain of keeping his identity hidden had taken its toll. His body ached for rest, but he knew it wouldn't come that night. His thoughts drifted to Himiko and Dobby, both of them sleeping soundly in their rooms. The warm memory of their laughter and the way they looked at him with those hopeful, trusting eyes felt like a distant comfort. They were the reason he kept going, the reason he fought to keep some semblance of a normal life, even if that life involved balancing a dangerous double existence. The café, a place he had once thought of as his sanctuary, no longer held the same importance. His kids, his family, had become his anchor, even if he couldn't always be there for them the way he wanted. Izuku finished checking his gear, but before he could even start to feel the relief of a moment's peace, his phone buzzed. He picked it up, glancing at the screen. A message from Nezu. "I have a mission for you. See you in 30 minutes. Izuku's tired eyes narrowed as he stared at the text, a familiar knot of dread forming in his chest. Another mission. Another night spent away from the only people he truly cherished. Another dangerous request, one he couldn't ignore. He sighed deeply, slumping back in his chair, his fingers hovering over the screen. The thought of leaving the apartment, of stepping back into the shadows again, weighed heavily on him. What he wouldn't give for just one quiet night with Himiko and Dabi, to pretend for a few hours that he wasn't tangled up in this chaotic, dangerous life. But he knew better than to ignore Nezu. The chimera or whatever he was had a way of making sure his requests were taken seriously. There was always a price for turning him down, and Izuku had learned that lesson the hard way. The guilt of refusing a mission might haunt him, but the fear of what would happen if he did was worse. With a deep breath, Izuku typed out a short reply, his fingers heavy with exhaustion. "Where?" The response came quickly, almost too quickly, as if Nezu had been waiting for him. "My office. You know the way." Izuku let out another sigh, frustration curling in his chest. He pushed himself away from the desk, standing slowly as if he were weighed down by the world itself. His gaze flickered briefly to the hallway where the doors to Dabi and Himiko's rooms lay. He wanted to stay, wanted to crawl into bed with them, to hold them close, but he couldn't. They needed him. And as much as he resented it, he had to keep going. He grabbed his jacket, zipping it up with slow, deliberate movements, as if each action was a step further away from his family. The door to his apartment creaked as he exited, the quiet night stretching out before him. His boots tapped softly against the sidewalk, the familiar route to a feeling strangely more oppressive than usual. The weight of Nezu's request hung in the air, but Izuku's mind was already filled with the implications. Another mission, yes, but there was something about the urgency in the message that didn't sit right with him. Meanwhile, in the other room, Dabi, still awake despite the late hour, heard the sound of Izuku's footsteps and knew he was leaving. He had been quiet for a while, pretending to sleep, but now he couldn't help but listen. The tension was thick in the air. Izuku had been more on edge lately, and Dabi could sense it. It wasn't just the weight of the world bearing down on him, it was something more. He wanted to ask, wanted to make sure Izuku was okay, but he knew his father too well. Izuku was already gone before Dabi could say anything. Izuku exited his apartment, pulling his hood up to shield his face. He headed towards the familiar path to Yue, the tension in his shoulders never easing. His thoughts were scattered, drifting between Himiko's smile and the quiet peace of his home. The more time he spent away from them, the more he wondered if he was making the right choices. Could he keep this up? Could he balance his family with this dangerous, relentless mission? The weight of the questions pressed on him as the darkness swallowed him whole. The halls of UA were silent, save for the faint hum of the campus security system. Izuku walked through them, the weight of his steps echoing in the emptiness. As he made his way up to the upper floors, he felt the growing pressure in his chest, like something heavy was bearing down on him. The exhaustion from the café and the strain of maintaining his secret life as Kairos weighed on him, making each step feel heavier than the last. He reached Nezu's office, the large, imposing doors standing before him. He paused for a moment, hesitating. The air felt thick, charged with the knowledge that whatever Nezu had in store wouldn't be easy. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside. The office was dimly lit, only a few desk lamps casting warm, amber pools of light. The walls were lined with shelves of books, but it was the screens that dominated the room. Multiple monitors flickered with data and news reports, the ever-present hum of technology buzzing in the background. In the center of the room sat Nezu, as always, comfortably positioned behind his desk, his sharp, intelligent eyes studying Izuku as he entered. His expression was unreadable, but there was an unmistakable gleam of calculation behind his gaze. Izuku, Nezu greeted him, his voice smooth but carrying an underlying seriousness. Thank you for coming. I know it's late. Izuku gave a small nod, though the weight of his exhaustion was impossible to hide. What's the mission? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady, though he couldn't mask the weariness in it. Nezu leaned forward, his paws steepled in front of him. His eyes gleamed in the low light, calculating. It's a delicate situation, one that requires someone with your unique set of skills. But, he paused, his gaze sharpening, before I explain further, there's something I want to offer you. Izuku's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Nezu's expression softened, but there was a hint of something deeper, more serious in his tone. You've been working yourself thin, Izuku. The café, the vigilante work, everything you do to stay hidden, to protect those you care about, it's taking a toll. I've been thinking about it for some time, and I believe I can offer you a solution. Izuku's heart sank. His mind raced. What kind of solution? He asked, though he had a sinking feeling he knew where this was going. I could offer you a position here at you, Nezu said, his voice calm and steady. Teaching. Quirk analysis, perhaps. You would be able to focus solely on your teaching and your café, leaving behind your nightly activities. No more risks. No more danger. Just a life of stability. Izuku stared at him, the words hanging in the air. The offer was tempting, more tempting than when he'd been offered it years ago. A chance at normalcy. A chance to put his past behind him. But he knew what that would mean, giving up Kairos, giving up everything he'd fought for. I can't, he muttered, shaking his head. I can't stop. I've made too many promises, too many people depend on me. I can't just give that up. Nezu watched him silently for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly he nodded. I understand. The offer remains open, should you change your mind. But you're always welcome here, Izuku. Izuku didn't respond, his mind too clouded by doubt and the weight of his decision. He gave a quick nod, waiting for Nezu to continue their conversation. Well then, the mission, Nezu started softly, the words hanging in the silence of the office. The night air was colder than usual, and Kairos' steps felt heavier as he moved across the rooftops, the weight of his vigilante persona pressing down on him more than ever. Every choice, every decision, felt like another chain added to his already burdened shoulders. He was barely aware of the sound of footsteps approaching until the weight of them stopped him in his tracks. Kairos turned, and there, leaning against the edge of the building like he owned the night, was Eraserhead. The man's dark, tired eyes locked onto him, his expression unreadable save for the faint furrow of his brow. Aizawa's gaze took in every detail: the slumped shoulders, the dark circles under his eyes. He crossed his arms, observing Kairos in a way that made him feel like the worst kind of open book. You look like hell, Aizawa remarked bluntly, his voice dry but laced with an unmistakable edge. Didn't think I'd find you out here tonight. Thought you'd be asleep by now. Kairos offered a strained smile, but it barely reached his eyes. Can't sleep on the job, he responded, his voice hoarse from fatigue. Aizawa gave him a long, skeptical look, his gaze as sharp as ever. He took a step closer, his expression still blank but his tone firm. You're pushing yourself too hard. You need rest. You're no good to anyone like this. Kairos' shoulders tensed, and he felt the familiar defensiveness rise within him. His jaw tightened, and he took a slow, steadying breath before speaking. I'm fine, he muttered, but even he could hear the cracks in his voice, betraying his exhaustion. Aizawa didn't buy it, not even for a second. His eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a sharp, dismissive sneer. You're a fine liar. No one's fine when they look like they've been run over by a truck. Kairos' hand tightened on the edge of the building, as if holding on to something tangible would stop the pressure building in his chest. His tired eyes flickered over to Aizawa, his gaze dark and unreadable. Aizawa stepped forward, clearly done with the act. "What the hell are you doing out here, Kairos?" he asked, his voice cold, though there was a sharpness to it that was unmistakably irritated. "Don't you have anything better to do than running yourself ragged for a cause that doesn't even matter anymore? It's not like you need the effing money." The words stung, sharper than they should have. Kairos' head swam with anger and frustration, the weight of Aizawa's words adding another layer to the mountain of guilt he had been carrying. But before he could snap back, Aizawa's voice cut through the tension again. "Or are you too stupid to see you're digging yourself into a hole that's going to swallow you whole? How long do you think you can keep this up, huh?" Aizawa challenged, his gaze unwavering, unflinching. Kairos turned away, shoulders slumped. He was too tired for this. Too tired to fight, too tired to explain himself. But Aizawa wasn't done. "Stop pretending like this is some noble FING thing. It's not. You're not invincible, Kairos. And you're sure as hell not a god. So stop acting like one," Aizawa said, his tone still gruff but with an edge of something softer underneath. Maybe it was care, maybe it was frustration. But Kairos didn't know what to make of it, and he was too worn out to figure it out right now. Kairos took a long, heavy breath, the weight of Aizawa's words pressing on him harder than the exhaustion ever could. He knew Aizawa was right, he was always right when it came to this stuff. But that didn't make it easier to accept. "I don't have a choice," he said quietly, though the words felt hollow even to him. His eyes flickered over to Aizawa, trying to find something that could make it all feel like it was worth it. Aizawa's stare softened for the briefest of moments, but only for a heartbeat before he turned on his heel. "That's your problem," he muttered over his shoulder. "You keep acting like you don't have one." With that, Aizawa left him standing there, alone again with nothing but the wind and the weight of his choices. Kairos let out a shaky breath, trying to push down the sense of defeat gnawing at him. He wasn't fine. Not by a long shot. But maybe that was something he'd have to accept later. For now, all he could do was keep moving, keep running. Because there was no other option. The cafe was quiet, the morning rush long gone, and the sun had begun to set, casting a soft golden glow across the room. Izuku moved behind the counter, his movements slower than usual, his thoughts hazy and his body heavy from the exhaustion of the night before. The weight of Nezu's mission request still lingered in his mind, his nerves rattled at the prospect of the dangerous assignment, but there was little he could do about it now. His thoughts were scattered, the usual warmth he radiated replaced by a hollow fatigue. The bell above the door chimed lightly, signaling the arrival of a familiar customer. Shouta. He stepped inside, his usual brooding presence a bit more pronounced that day. His eyes immediately found Izuku behind the counter, and there was a flicker of concern in his gaze as he took in the sight of the man, clearly more drained than usual. Shouta walked to his usual seat, his steps purposeful yet unhurried. He settled in, his gaze never leaving Izuku as the other began his usual routine, but that day, there was something different in the way Izuku moved. His usual energy was absent, replaced by mechanical precision. He set a cup in front of Shouta, barely looking up, the smile he usually offered more of a strained attempt than the genuine expression it used to be. The cup of coffee that rested in front of Shouta was noticeably less detailed than usual, no latte art, no extra care. Just a plain cup of coffee, a far cry from the special brews Izuku normally made for his regulars. Shouta picked up the cup and took a sip, his lips curling slightly as he tasted the bitterness. He set it back down with a quiet thud, his gaze lingering on Izuku's form behind the counter. "You all right?" Shouta asked softly, his voice gentler than usual. He had been around long enough to know when something was off with Izuku, especially after their dates. He had picked up on the little things, the way Izuku's shoulders tensed when he was worried, the way his smile faltered when his mind was elsewhere. Izuku lifted his eyes, offering a tired, half-smile. "Bad night," he muttered, his voice rough and laced with fatigue. He didn't offer more than that, the words feeling heavy in his mouth. He turned to fetch a rag to clean the counter, trying to ignore the way Shouta watched him closely. Shouta didn't push further, he knew when to give space, but he also knew when to pry. After a moment, he took another sip of the coffee, his lips pulling into a subtle frown. It was a small gesture, but it didn't go unnoticed. "It's not your best," he commented, his tone lightly teasing but carrying a hint of concern. Izuku chuckled weakly, though the sound was more of a sigh than anything. "I know," he muttered, his voice betraying the strain he was under. He went to wipe down the counter once more, a slow and repetitive motion as his thoughts swirled in a haze. Shouta set the coffee cup down, his eyes narrowing as he observed Izuku. The silence stretched between them, but it wasn't the usual comfortable quiet that typically settled when they were together. This felt heavier, filled with the weight of unspoken words. After a moment, Shouda's usual cool demeanor shifted, just slightly. He leaned forward on the table, a playful glint in his eyes. "You know, you usually put a little more effort into your coffee for me," he said, his voice smooth and teasing, a shift from his usual gruffness. The corner of his mouth curved into a small, knowing smirk. his eyes softening as they locked onto Izuku's tired gaze. Izuku paused mid-motion, glancing up at Shouta, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He felt a jolt of heat in his chest at the shift in Shouta's tone, the subtle flirtation that had been growing between them over the past few weeks. Izuku swallowed, feeling the weariness in his bones, but he was also acutely aware of Shouta's presence, how effortlessly Shouta could pull him out of his funk with just a few words. "Sorry," Izuku said with a sheepish half-smile, though there was a slight flush creeping up his neck. He was too tired to put much energy into the usual teasing banter, but Shouta's comment made something stir in him. "Guess I'm a little off today." Shouta tilted his head, his smile deepening, a glimmer of something more intense in his gaze. "Well, if you need someone to help you, relax," he said, drawing out the word just a little too much for it to be anything but suggestive. His voice dropped just a hint, but his usual aloofness didn't fully slip away. It was there, teasing, lingering in the quiet space between them. Izuku felt the heat rush to his face, his heart skipping a beat at the way Shouta looked at him. The teasing, the flirtation, it was a familiar thing now, a shift in their dynamic that had been growing since their first date. But that day, Izuku could barely muster the energy to respond in kind. He rubbed his temples, trying to ward off the headache that threatened to worsen. "Maybe later," he said quietly, not quite giving Shouta the reaction he was looking for. He knew Shouta could be persistent, and that made him hesitant to give him anything more when his thoughts were still swirling around the mess he had gotten himself into with Nezu. Shouta, sensing the fatigue and knowing when to let go, didn't press further. He leaned back in his seat with a soft sigh, his eyes studying Izuku with a mix of affection and concern. There was a moment of silence between them, comfortable in its own way. Izuku, despite his exhaustion, felt the pull of Shouta's gaze. Even on days like that, when his energy was spent and his mind was clouded, it was hard not to feel at ease when Shouta was around. But the weight of his decisions, his secret life, and the demands of being Kairos lingered at the back of his mind, making it hard to focus on anything else. As if sensing this, Shouta gave him a small, knowing smile. "You need rest, Izuku," he said, his tone soft but firm. "You're running yourself ragged. If you don't take a break, you're going to burn out." Izuku looked up at him, the tiredness in his eyes mingling with the warmth that Shouta's words always seemed to bring. "I know. I'll figure it out." But Shouta, despite his teasing earlier, didn't seem to believe him. He reached out, placing a hand lightly on Izuku's. It wasn't an aggressive touch, not one that demanded anything. It was simple, reassuring. "Take care of yourself, okay?" Shouta murmured, his eyes softening even further. Izuku nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "I'll try." The moment lingered between them, a quiet understanding settling in the space. Izuku didn't know how to balance everything yet, but for now, having Shouta there, just like that, made it a little easier. The bar had settled into a quiet hum, the late hour filtering out the earlier crowds, leaving only the low murmur of voices and the occasional clink of glass against wood. The lighting was dim, warm, casting long shadows that flickered in the golden glow of the hanging lamps. Shouta watched Izuku across the table, his gaze steady as he took in the way the younger man absently stirred the last of his drink, fingers curled around the rim of his glass. The night had been easy teasing flirtation, unspoken glances that lingered just a little too long, and moments where the air between them had felt charged with something neither of them fully acknowledged but both were aware of. And now it was winding down. Shouta shifted, reaching for his drink, but Izuku's hand shot out, pressing lightly against his wrist. "Hold still." Shouta raised an eyebrow but didn't move as Izuku's thumb brushed against his cheek, swiping at something. "Eyelash," Izuku murmured, flicking it away. Instead of pulling back, he let his hand linger for a second longer, fingers ghosting along Shouta's jaw before finally retreating. His lips twitched, amused by the slight pause in Shouta's expression. "Make a wish," Izuku added, leaning in slightly, voice lower, teasing. Shouta huffed, unimpressed but not pulling away. "What am I, 12? Fine, don't make a wish. But if you wake up tomorrow with regrets, don't blame me." Shouta rolled his eyes but felt a small smirk tug at his lips. He shook his head, settling back against the booth as Izuku stretched, arms lifting slightly before dropping back to the table. The shift in posture had his knee nudging Shouta's under the table, casual, lingering. "Guess I should head home before I get myself into trouble," Izuku mused. The words were light, playful, but before he could move to stand, the bartender, an older woman who had been watching them with the keen eye of someone who'd seen far too many first dates, came by to collect their empty glasses. "You two make a handsome couple," she commented offhandedly before walking away. Shouta barely blinked at the remark, but Izuku? Izuku grinned. He turned back to Shouta with a spark of mischief in his eyes. "Well, my boyfriend and I thank you." Shouta froze, fingers still resting against his glass. "Boyfriend?" Izuku raised a brow, looking perfectly unbothered. "Yeah. Like it was the most obvious thing in the world." Shouta hesitated. Are you sure? The words left him before he could think better of them, rougher than intended, quieter like he was waiting for Izuku to take it back. Izuku just smiled, slow and deliberate, leaning in slightly. You're the one who kissed me, Shouta. Shouta exhaled, something loosening in his chest. Izuku let the silence linger for a second before leaning closer, pressing a fleeting kiss to the corner of Shuta's mouth just enough to feel the warmth of his lips. Nothing too deep, just a promise. And you kissed me again, Izuku murmured against his skin, green eyes steady and knowing. And again. And let's not talk about all the dates we went on. Shouta rolled his eyes, but his ears burned at the quiet confidence in Izuku's voice. Just making sure, he muttered, finishing the last sip of his drink before standing. Izuku only chuckled, following him out of the bar. The air outside was crisp, cool against their skin as they walked down the quiet street. The city had settled into something softer, distant headlights flickering in the background, the occasional street lamp casting long pools of light across the pavement. Their steps were unhurried, the space between them thinner than before. Shouta shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing sideways as Izuku did the same. Their shoulders brushed once, then twice. It would have been easy to pretend it was accidental. Izuku didn't pretend. The fourth time it happened, he stepped a little closer, bumping against Shouta deliberately before letting their arms knock together again. Shouta huffed. You do realize you can just... Before he could finish, Izuku shifted again. This time, instead of stepping away, he pulled a hand free from his pocket, fingers loose at his side. A silent offer. Shouta exhaled through his nose, then without thinking let his own hand slip free. Their fingers brushed. Just barely. The test. Izuku didn't pull away. Izuku hesitated only for a second before hooking his pinky around Shuta's. Just for a beat. Then he let go. Shouta let out a slow breath, his pulse thrumming in his throat. His fingers twitched at his side, but this time, when Izuku's hand brushed against his again, he didn't hesitate. He reached, found Izuku's fingers, and laced them together properly. Izuku stilled for a fraction of a second before his lips curved into something softer. I was starting to think you'd make me do all the work, he murmured. Shouta shot him a flat look, but Izuku only laughed pleased. Then, as if testing his luck, Izuku tugged their hands slightly, coaxing Shouta to a stop beneath one of the street lamps. Come here, Izuku murmured, tilting his head just enough to be an invitation. Shouta narrowed his eyes slightly, skeptical. You're way too smug about this. Maybe. Still want to kiss me though? Shouta sighed, as if Izuku was a headache he'd willingly chosen. Then he pulled him in. It was slower than their first kiss. Deeper than the teasing ones outside the bar. Shouta felt the warmth of Izuku's hand against his jaw, the way he tilted his head just enough to let Shouta lead, the quiet, pleased noise he made when their lips parted just slightly, only to meet again. Izuku's fingers curled at the base of his neck, not pulling, just holding. Shouta exhaled against his lips, pressing his forehead briefly to Izuku's before murmuring, You're really sure? Izuku hummed, thumbs brushing absent circles against Shuta's skin. You believe me now? Shouta let the words settle, let the weight of them press into his ribs before he finally said, Yeah, I do. Izuku grinned, all confidence and certainty. And just like that, they kept walking, fingers still laced together, moving forward into the quiet of the city night. The weight of the night melted away the moment Izuku stepped into his home. Soft lighting bathed the living room in a warm glow, the scent of something sweet lingering in the air, probably Himiko's latest experiment with baking. A black cat stretched lazily across the back of the couch, its golden eyes half-lidded as it watched the three of them settle in. Izuku sank onto the couch beside Dobby, exhaling deeply as he stretched an arm along the backrest. Without hesitation he reached out, ruffling Dobby's hair despite the half-hearted glare he received in response. Dobby grunted but didn't pull away. Himiko plopped down on his other side, immediately draping herself across his lap like she was still 5 instead of a teenager. Izuku huffed a laugh, resting a warm hand on her back as she peered up at him with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. "Sue, Dad," she sing-songed. Izuku hummed, already resigned to whatever nonsense was about to leave her mouth. "How's your boyfriend?" Dobby snorted. The cat in his lap gave a half-hearted flick of its tail before settling deeper against him. Izuku arched a brow. "Oh, you mean my very patient, very handsome, very stubborn boyfriend?" Himiko gasped dramatically, pressing a hand over her heart. "Oh my God, he admits it so easily now." Dobby smirked, tipping his head back. "It's kinda weird not having to pry it out of him, honestly." Izuku chuckled, shaking his head as he absently ran his fingers through Himiko's hair. "I've always been honest about my relationships," he pointed out, "when I'm sure of them." Himiko rolled her eyes. Yeah, but it's different this time." He gave her a curious look. "Oh, how so?" She poked his chest. "Because you're, like, soft about it. You like him." Dabi raised a brow, watching Izuku's reaction. Izuku didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled, slow and genuine, something warm settling in his chest. I do, he admitted. Himiko beamed, satisfied. But before she could start another round of teasing, Izuku shifted, his expression turning just a touch more serious. You two are okay with this, right? He looked between them, voice soft but firm. If anything about it makes you uncomfortable, I want you to tell me. Himiko blinked, her teasing demeanor faltering just a little. Dabi gave him an unimpressed stare. Dad, Himiko started, drawing out the word. You do realize we're both grown, right? Izuku snorted, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and pulling her closer in a half-hug. You're teens, not grown, he corrected, pressing a quick kiss to her temple before she could squirm away. Dabi smirked. She walked right into that one. Himiko groaned, burying her face in Izuku's chest. Ugh, why are you so embarrassing? Because I'm your dad, Izuku said simply, squeezing her briefly before letting her go. Then, he turned to Dabi, ruffling his hair again before he could duck away. And because I care. Dabi let out an exaggerated sigh but didn't pull away. We like Shouta Aizawa. He's not a pain in the butt, which is already a step up from some of your past flings. Hey. It's true. Himiko nodded sagely. I don't think I've ever seen you actually, take your time with someone before. Izuku blinked. What does that mean? Dabi smirked. Means you're acting like some love-struck schoolgirl instead of your usual, mysterious and unattainable act. Izuku groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Himiko giggled, curling up against his side again. We're happy for you, Dad, she murmured, her voice softer now. Dabi didn't say anything for a moment, then added, yeah, you deserve something good. Izuku stilled, caught off guard by the sincerity. Then, with a quiet chuckle, he pulled them both in, his arms solid and reassuring around them. Thanks, you too. His voice was warm, steady. That means a lot. And as they sat there, the warmth of his family pressed against him, Izuku let himself sink into the quiet comfort of home. Because whatever was waiting for him outside these walls, whoever needed Kairos, whoever was asking questions, none of it mattered right now. Right now, he was just Dad. The midday sun streamed lazily through the wide windows of at home, spilling golden pools of light onto the polished wooden floors. The scent of freshly brewed coffee intertwined with warm notes of cinnamon and a whisper of vanilla from the latest seasonal drink Izuku had added to the menu. Soft jazz curled through the air, blending seamlessly with the occasional clink of ceramic mugs and the contented purring of cafe cats sprawled over cushioned chairs and sunlit nooks. It was peaceful. Or at least, it had been peaceful before Nemuri and Hisashi arrived. They burst through the door like a storm, their presence a tangible shift in the atmosphere. Nemuri, ever the queen of dramatics, claimed the best seat in the cafe, draping herself across it as though she were holding court. Hisashi, meanwhile, had barely settled before two of the cafe's more social cats had flocked to him, one curling into his lap, the other climbing onto his shoulder like a tiny, furry overlord. He looked far too pleased with himself. Tensei arrived not long after, slipping in with a measured calm that balanced out the chaos. He greeted Izuku and Himiko with his usual easy charm before making his way to a seat near Nemuri and Hisashi, a knowing smirk already tugging at his lips. Dabi, on the other hand, had staked out his usual spot in the corner. A sleek black cat was curled up in his lap, its purring nearly drowned out by the hum of conversation. He barely acknowledged the ruckus, the occasional grunt the only sign he was even listening. His shift wasn't due to start for another hour, and he had no intention of moving until absolutely necessary. Behind the counter, Izuku worked with effortless ease, hands moving from espresso machines to milk frothers with practiced grace. Between drinks, he tossed out flirtations as casually as he poured coffee, his voice smooth, teasing. Hisashi, if you ever get tired of being a hero, Izuku mused, sliding an expertly frothed latte toward him, I could use a voice like yours here. Just imagine it, welcome to at home, you'd have half of Mizutafu flocking here on charm alone. Hisashi let out a laugh, taking a sip. Tempting, but I dunno if I could handle all the competition. These little guys would steal all my fans. As if on cue, one of the cafe's regulars, a plump orange tabby named Cake, let out a luxurious stretch before sauntering up Hisashi's arm, perching smugly on his shoulder. Betrayal, Hisashi whispered, aghast. Cake has taste, Himiko quipped, chin propped on her palm as she smirked. Tensei chuckled into his coffee. How's the job treating you, Himiko? She grinned. Pays in cash and cat cuddles, so I can't complain. And free coffee, Izuku added with a pointed look. Yeah, but I'd work for cat cuddles alone. Nemuri, who had been watching the exchange with bright amusement, leaned in, her grin lazy and feline. And what about me, Izuku? Would you hire me? Izuku tilted his head as though seriously considering it, green eyes playful. Oh, I'd hire you just to keep me on my toes. Nemuri smirked, obviously pleased. Smart man. Dobby scoffed from the corner, absently scratching the black cat behind its ears. More like MCST. Izuku shot him a smirk. And yet, here you are, still working for me. Dobby just shrugged. Good coffee. Chill cats. The boss is a pain in the butt, but I've had worse. Shouta had been leaning against the counter the whole time, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. But there was a flicker of something at the corners of his mouth, a twitch of his lips that suggested this wasn't just tolerated, it was familiar. Comfortable. Izuku, moving behind the counter with practiced ease, slid a latte toward Nemuri before she could even ask. Before you start interrogating me, I already know what you're going to ask. Nemuri arched a brow, accepting the drink. Do you now? You want to know if I'm seeing anyone? You ask it every time. Hitoshi grinned, leaning forward. And? Are you? Izuku hummed, wiping his hands on a dish towel. His gaze flicked toward Shouta, who was leaning against the far end of the counter, arms crossed, watching the conversation unfold with his usual unreadable expression. Yeah, Izuku said casually. I am. Silence. Nemuri shot upright so fast her drink nearly sloshed over the rim. Excuse me? Hitoshi gawked. Tensei's smirk deepened. Dabi barely lifted his head. Himiko, who had clearly known this was coming, just grinned into her cup. Since when? Nemuri demanded. A while now, Izuku said, far too pleased with himself. Hitoshi clutched his chest. And you didn't tell us? I'm telling you now. Nemuri narrowed her eyes. Who? Izuku tapped a thoughtful finger against his chin. Should I say? I don't know, I kinda like watching you all lose your minds over it. Nemuri groaned. Izuku. Instead of answering, Izuku turned, walking around the counter with an easy stride. And then before anyone could process what he was about to do, he stopped in front of Shouta, reached up, and kissed him. It was slow, deliberate, not overly dramatic, not rushed, but undeniable. Shouta, to his credit, barely reacted beyond a sharp inhale through his nose. His hand, however, settled lightly against Izuku's waist, gripping just enough to ground himself. When Izuku pulled back, the café was dead silent. He turned, flashing a bright, utterly smug grin at his stunned audience. Surprise, he said. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Nemuri screamed. Hitoshi slammed his hands on the table. Tensei let out a low whistle. Dabi groaned. Himiko cheered. What the hell? Nemuri demanded. Since when? Show, what did you do to deserve this? Show you decide. I have regrets. Izuku grinned up at him. No, you don't. Shouta exhaled heavily. No. I don't. Nemuri clutched her drink like she was going to throw it. I can't believe this. Hitoshi wiped an imaginary tear. Our sweet barista dating the grumpiest man alive. I'm so proud. Tensei sipped his coffee, nodding approvingly. Unexpected, but I respect it. Dabi let out a low chuckle from his corner. Gross. You two are disgusting. Himiko leaned on the counter, grinning. You love it. Nope. Gagging. Izuku, still riding high on the chaos he had just unleashed, looped an arm around Shouda's waist and leaned into him, utterly unbothered. So, he said, smiling innocently. Anyone want dessert? Nemuri groaned into her hands. Show you decide. Dabi threw a sugar packet at Izuku's head. And Himiko, grinning ear to ear, simply said, best. Ever. The alleyway was quiet, the faint echo of footsteps barely audible over the distant hum of the city. Shouda's eyes scanned the dark corners as he moved cautiously, a habit honed over years of patrols. His night was supposed to be routine, but as always, the unexpected had a way of finding him. Kairos emerged from the shadows, an imposing figure draped in a long, dark coat. His eyes gleamed with a mischievous light, the kind that suggested he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Shouta froze, recognizing the Vigilante even before his sharp, knowing smile reached his lips. You're out late, Eraserhead, Kairos said, his voice smooth, like the calm before a storm. He walked towards Eraserhead with an easy confidence, steps slow, deliberate, as though he had all the time in the world. Tell me, is it the thrill of the chase, or are you just avoiding me? Shouda's brow furrowed, his stance stiffening as he folded his arms across his chest. He didn't like the way Kairos was looking at him, like he was a puzzle to be solved or a challenge to be met. The Vigilante stepped even closer, too close for comfort. His presence was almost overwhelming, like a charged static in the air. I'm here for a job, Shouta replied, his voice gruff but controlled, the ever-present edge to it. You should head home, Kairos. Before I get really annoyed. Kairos chuckled, undeterred by Shouda's words. Ah, I see. You're one of those no distractions types, huh? He moved even closer, standing just inches away, his breath warm against Shouda's cheek. His gaze was unwavering, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. But you know, distractions can be fun. His fingers brushed lightly over Shouta's arm, the touch brief but deliberate. Shouta's sharp eyes narrowed, his stance now a rigid wall. He took a step back, putting distance between them, his jaw set in irritation. I'm not interested, he said firmly, voice laced with a warning. Kairos's smirk faltered for the briefest moment, but his cool demeanor quickly returned. Not interested in me or just someone like me? Is it my nighttime activities? He teased, tilting his head with genuine curiosity. He knew how to push people's buttons, how to get under their skin, but Shouta wasn't just anyone. It's you, Shouta shot back. He glanced away for a moment, his thoughts momentarily drifting to Izuku, before his gaze hardened once more. And if you're looking for a fight, I'm not in the mood. Kairos regarded him with a raised eyebrow, a quiet hum of amusement in his chest. Fair enough, Eraserhead, he said, stepping back and giving a mock salute. But remember, even the most disciplined minds need a little distraction sometimes. With that, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving Shouta alone, the air still crackling with tension. Shouta exhaled sharply, his body relaxing now that the encounter was over. As much as he hated to admit it, the strange, lingering pull of Kairos's presence left him with a simmering unease. Shouta shook it off, focusing instead on the path ahead. Tonight was far from over, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something complicated. Detective Tsukachi had left his office for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All he had done was step out to grab 1 cup of coffee, something to keep him awake and functioning through his miserable shift. And yet, when he returned, Kairos was there. Sitting in his chair. Lounging. One leg crossed over the other, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. He was twirling one of Tsukachi's pens between his fingers, looking like he belonged in the detective's office. Tsukachi's brain buffered. He stopped in the doorway, staring, his fingers tightening around his coffee cup. His window was locked. His door had been locked when he left. There were no alarms, no signs of forced entry. And yet Kairos was here. Which meant, oh, for F's sake. Tsukachi took 1 deep breath, then set his coffee down very deliberately on the nearest surface. His expression did not change as he reached for his HNDCFFS. Kairos, he said, voice flat and dangerously even. Kairos beamed. Detective, you're back. I was starting to think you got lost. Tsukachi's eye twitched. The HNDCFFS clicked open. You're under arrest, Tsukachi said. Kairos sighed dramatically, stretching his arms above his head in a slow, cat-like motion before reclining even further into Tsukachi's chair. Oh, Tsukachi, he said, mock wistful, arresting me is so last season. Tsukachi slammed his hands down on the desk. How did you even get in here? Kairos grinned, tilting his head in amusement. Then, with obnoxious flair, he held up a single paperclip. Tsukachi felt an aneurysm coming on. The window, he tried, voice desperate for logic. It was locked. Kairos nodded sagely. It was. I locked it. Another nod. You did. Then how did you get in? Kairos smirked, twirling the paperclip. Oh, you'll love this, he said cheerfully. I waited for you to leave. Then I unlocked it, let myself in, and locked it again. Tsukachi just stared. Nope. He was not dealing with this today. He exhaled sharply, dragging a hand down his face. Kairos smiled way too brightly. You're welcome, by the way. Tsukachi whipped his head up. For what? Kairos gestured lazily. I didn't break the window. Could have just smashed it and climbed in. But no, I kept it classy. You're lucky to have me, really. Tsukachi was going to lose his FNG mind. He cut himself off, inhaling through his nose. Get out. Kairos ignored him completely. I need backup, he said, shifting gears as if they hadn't just been discussing his literal breaking and entering. Big deal going down in 2 days. Black market, stolen weapons, probably some government-level corruption, real juicy stuff. Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose. No. Kairos clicked his tongue. You're no fun. I'm a detective, Tsukachi deadpanned. I don't have fun. I have crime reports, bureaucratic nightmares, and you. Kairos shot finger guns at him. And what a joy I am. Tsukachi pulled out his phone, ignoring him completely. He needed backup. Kairos, completely unbothered, tilted his head toward the coffee Tsukachi had set down earlier. Oh, he said suddenly. Actually, could you ask him to grab me a coffee too? Tsukachi froze. Then, very slowly, he turned his head to stare at Kairos like he was about to commit a war crime. Kairos blinked. What? You were just out there. Would have been polite to bring me one too. Tsukachi's jaw clenched. He typed violently into his phone. Tsukachi. Aizawa. Office. Eraserhead. Tsukachi. Kairos is here. Eraserhead. That doesn't tell me anything. Tsukachi. He broke into my office and is sitting in my chair. Eraserhead. That's your problem, not mine. Tsukachi. He just asked me to get him coffee. Eraserhead. I'm on my way. Kairos, watching him text, kicked his feet up onto the desk. Tsukachi set his phone down aggressively and pointed at the window. You broke in. Kairos waved him off. No need to get technical. You broke in and then asked me for a coffee. Kairos nodded. Yes. And? Tsukachi threw up his hands. You're insane. Kairos gasped. Rude. Unnecessary. I prefer quirky. Before Tsukachi could reply, the door swung open again. Aizawa stood in the doorway, looking as tired and done with the world as always. His gaze swept over the room, taking in the sight of Tsukachi vibrating with frustration, Kairos still lounging in his chair, and a paperclip tauntingly sitting on the desk. He let out a long, slow sigh. What the hell is happening here? Kairos beamed at him. Eraser. Just in time. I have a proposition. No. Tsukachi and Aizawa said in unison. Kairos pouted. Wow. Not even gonna let me finish. Aizawa exhaled slowly, turning to Tsukachi. You called me in to be the responsible adult, didn't you? Tsukachi pointed violently at Kairos. He broke in and then had the audacity to ask for coffee. Aizawa's eyelid twitched. He turned to Kairos. Get out of the chair. Kairos smiled. No. Aizawa walked forward, grabbed the back of the chair, and tipped it over. Kairos hit the floor with a yelp. Tsukachi exhaled in relief. Aizawa crossed his arms. Talk. Kairos, still on the ground, grinned up at them. See? I knew you two would come around. Tsukachi turned immediately to Aizawa. I need you to help me bury a body. Aizawa nodded. Understandable. Kairos just laughed. The restaurant was warm, low-lit, and NTMT, the kind of place that encouraged soft laughter and quiet conversation. The golden glow of candlelight flickered over polished wood tables, casting long shadows that sharpened the angles of Shouta's jaw, making him look even more devastating than usual. Izuku noticed. He also noticed the way Shouta had been watching him for the past 10 minutes. His gaze was unwavering, dark eyes steady, dragging over Izuku's body as if he were memorizing every inch of him. It wasn't subtle. Not even a little. And it set something deep within Izuku's chest alight. Izuku swirled his drink in his glass, feeling the coolness of the stem under his fingers. He leaned back slightly, allowing his eyes to meet Shouta's, daring him to break the tension. You've been staring at me for the past 10 minutes, Shouta, Izuku murmured, his voice teasing, amused. Enjoying the view? Shouta didn't falter. He simply raised an eyebrow and let the silence stretch between them before speaking, maybe I am. Izuku's grin deepened, a wicked curve. Of his lips. I'd hope so, he replied, his voice smooth, laced with challenge. I put in extra effort tonight. Would have been a shame if you didn't notice. Shouta's lips twitched as his gaze flicked over Izuku's figure once more, slow and deliberate, his fingers tapping lightly against his glass. You put in the effort for me then? He asked, his voice dipped in that familiar low, knowing tone. That's cute. Izuku chuckled, but the heat in his gaze remained. I said I hoped you noticed. Doesn't mean you're the only one I wanted to impress. Something flickered behind Shouta's eyes, a subtle shift in his posture as he took a long sip from his glass. When he set it down, his voice was lower, heavier. That's so. Izuku, not missing a beat, dragged his finger along the rim of his glass, watching Shouta's eyes follow the motion. His foot nudged Shouta's under the table, just enough to provoke a reaction. You get jealous so easily, Izuku teased, his voice sharp with amusement. You should work on that, Shouta. Shouta's lips parted as though he might respond, but instead he leaned back in his chair, utterly at ease, yet Izuku could feel the weight of his knee pressing against his under the table. Jealous? Shouta echoed, voice laced with something darker. No. I just know that if anyone else looked at you the way I do, they wouldn't know what to do with you. Izuku nearly choked on his drink, his face flushing red as he fought to regain his composure. That was unfair. Shouta watched him struggle, utterly pleased, and Izuku gave him a pointed glare, though the heat in his eyes betrayed him. He set his glass down and, with a sharp exhale, leaned in slightly, letting the space between them close. And you do? He asked, voice steady but full of something rich and unshaken. Shouta didn't answer immediately. He just watched. Izuku could feel it then, his gaze, dark and predatory, sinking into him, pressing the air from his lungs. It was suffocating. Dangerous. I always do, Shouta murmured, his words final, like a truth too deep to deny. Izuku shivered at the intensity of it, his grip tightening on his glass. His heartbeat hammered against his ribs, and the noise of the restaurant seemed to blur, the world shrinking down to just the two of them at this table. The air between them felt thick with something unspoken as they left the restaurant, the cool night air doing little to quell the heat simmering between them. They walked in sync, a subtle current of tension between them, the silence not awkward but charged, electrified. And then as they walked to Shouta's apartment door, Shouta's hand barely there, just a whisper glided over Izuku's lower back. It wasn't a touch, not quite innocent. But it was a promise. Izuku couldn't help the smile that tugged at his lips, though he kept it light. That was fun. You should flirt with me more often, Shouta. Shouta's eyes flicked to him, sharp and assessing, before his voice came out lower than before, deep with something darker. You should be careful what you ask for, Izuku. Izuku felt a shiver run up his spine. He liked it. He liked it too much. Why? Izuku asked, his voice warm, smooth, but challenging. You afraid I might like it? And then, just like that, Shouta stopped walking. Izuku was caught off guard, the sudden pull of his wrist drawing him in close. His breath hitched as their chests nearly brushed, the proximity making his pulse spike. No, Shouta's voice was a low growl, laced with something possessive, something dangerously ending. I'm afraid you'll find out just how much you like it. Izuku's breath hitched. His heart skipped a beat. And yet, despite the fire blazing in his chest, he didn't look away. The tension crackled between them, thick and undeniable. Shouta let go of his wrist with a slow, deliberate motion, stepping back like nothing had happened. He didn't smirk, didn't look smug. He simply said, calm as ever, let's go. Izuku's pulse raced even faster as he stepped into the apartment, the door clicking shut behind them with a finality that made the air thick with expectation. Inside, the silence pressed down on him, heavier than anything. He couldn't focus on anything but Shouta, his body, his presence, the intensity in his eyes. It was suffocating and Izuku wanted more. He leaned against the door, arms loose but his posture deliberate, watching Shouta shrug off his jacket. As it slid from his shoulders, revealing the strong muscles beneath, Izuku felt a tightness coil in his stomach. Without thinking, without hesitation, he crossed the distance between them, his hands reaching for Shouta's collar. Shouta barely had time to react before Izuku pulled him closer, their bodies flush, heat radiating off of them. So, about that flirting. Izuku murmured, his voice teasing, but raw at the edges. Think you can back it up? Shouta's hand shot out, grabbing Izuku's wrist, his other hand moving to his hip with a grip that made Izuku shiver. There was no teasing now. No hesitation. Just raw need. Shouta leaned in, their lips a breath apart. His voice was rough, deeper than before, almost amused. You really like playing with fire, don't you? Izuku inhaled sharply, heart racing. He grinned, pulling Shouta closer, feeling the heat of his body press against him. Only when it burns the right way. And then, without warning, Shouta kissed him. It wasn't soft. It wasn't sweet. It was a claim. A battle. A collision of lips and teeth, both of them desperate for more, pulling, tugging at each other like they couldn't get close enough. Shouta's hands were everywhere, gripping Izuku's waist, sliding up his shirt, leaving fire in their wake. Izuku responded just as fiercely, hands efficiently into Shouta's shirt, pulling him closer, wanting more, needing more. Their teeth clashed, their breaths came in ragged bursts. Every inch of them was consumed by heat, by need, by the way they could barely keep their hands off each other. Shouta's hands tightened on Izuku's waist, pulling him closer, rough and possessive. Izuku ummed, barely registering the movement as Shouta spun them, pressing him into the nearest wall, kissing him harder, deeper. Izuku's arm wrapped around Shouta's neck, pulling him in, urging him closer. The world had become a blur, and all that mattered was the press of Shouta's body against his, the way Shouta kissed him like he'd never stop. And then they barely made it to the couch, crashing together in a tangled mess of limbs. Clothes easily found their way to the floor as Izuku ended up straddling Shouta's lap. Breath coming in quick gasps as they both struggled to keep control. Shouta didn't give him a chance to breathe. His hands were on him, guiding him, moving with slow deliberation, pushing and pulling until Izuku was breathless with anticipation. Izuku grabbed Shouta's wrist, stopping him for a moment. With a smirk, he flipped the dynamic, pushing Shouta onto the couch beneath him. What's wrong? Thought you had me cornered? Shouta didn't fight it. Not yet. Instead, his hands moved to Izuku's thighs, possessive, slow. He let Izuku take the lead for now. You're bold tonight, Shouta murmured, his voice laced with something darker, deeper. Izuku leaned in, lips brushing Shouta's ear as he whispered, and you love it. That was it. Shouta shifted, his grip tightening, and in a flash he flipped them over, pinning Izuku to the couch. Izuku gasped, caught in the sudden movement. He was barely able to react before Shouta was on him again, his lips trailing lower, teeth scraping against the sensitive skin of Izuku's neck, leaving love bites that made Izuku his fingers digging into Shouta's back. Shouta, Izuku gasped, but Shouta silenced him with another sharp nip. And then, as Shouta moved lower, kissing down Izuku's chest, the world shrank down to just the two of them. The ache in Izuku's stomach grew unbearable, and he couldn't help but beg. Please, Shouta. Shouta paused, his eyes dark, lips swollen from their kisses. Say that again, he commanded, voice low and dangerous. Izuku tilted his chin, offering himself up like a sacrificial lamb. Please. Take me. Shouta cursed against freckled skin as he grabbed Izuku's thighs. Bedroom was the only thing he murmured against the neck. He once again gave a bite. Izuku ummed again and nodded, wanting to get up, but Shouta grabbed hold of him. With the ease of years of training, he got them both off the couch, Izuku's legs wrapped around him. Teasing the greenette, Shouta squeezed the others, but, satisfied by the soft yelp it earned him. Izuku for his part was kissing Shouda's shoulders before he hungrily kissed the man's lips. With the last bit of restraint, Shouta got them into his bedroom and let Izuku fall on the bed, giving him a smirk when the other looked at him annoyed. Before Izuku could comment, Shouta moved, shrinking the space between the two as he kissed him again, starting their long night. The morning was slow and warm, filled with the kind of quiet that only came after a particularly good night. The golden morning light seeped in through the curtains, casting long shadows across the bed, catching on the curve of Izuku's cheek, the mess of his green curls, the way his bare leg was slotted between Shouda's, completely tangled around him like a vine. Shouta groaned softly. He didn't want to be awake yet. His body was heavy with the pleasant ache of last night's activities, and Izuku was draped over him like a personal, incredibly clingy weighted blanket. He was warm, soft, smelling faintly of sweat and whatever body wash he used that made Shouta want to bury his face in his curls and never leave. He did exactly that, nuzzling into Izuku's hair and pressing a soft, lingering kiss against the unruly green strands. Izuku hummed in his sleep, shifting slightly, but didn't wake up. Shouta huffed a quiet laugh. Ridiculous man. With great reluctance, he carefully maneuvered Izuku off him, untangling their limbs despite Izuku's unconscious protests. The moment he was free, he rolled out of bed, stretching with a groan. It was too early, but if he stayed in bed, he was going to get distracted. With that in mind, he tugged on a black shirt and his favorite pink sweatpants, the ones that made Hisashi laugh whenever he wore them, even though he gifted them, and padded into the kitchen to make breakfast. The apartment was quiet except for the occasional sizzle of eggs in the pan and the faint scrape of a spatula. Shouta worked with practiced ease, pouring coffee, flipping eggs, and making sure the toast didn't burn. He was plating the food when he heard the soft creak of the bedroom door opening. Izuku's sleep-heavy footsteps padded closer, and when Shouta finally glanced up, Shouta froze, mid-motion, eyes locking onto Izuku as his brain stuttered to a halt. Izuku stood in the middle of the living room, rubbing at one eye sleepily, his hair a disaster of curls that refused to behave. He wasn't wearing pants. He wasn't even wearing one of his own shirts. He was wearing one of Shouda's shirts, oversized and loose, hanging off his frame in an absolutely unfair way. The hem barely skimmed the tops of his thighs, leaving way too much leg exposed, and the neckline was so wide that it slouched off one shoulder, revealing the curve of his collarbone. Shouta swore under his breath. Morning, Izuku yawned, voice thick with sleep as he padded toward the kitchen. He sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up slightly. Smells good. Shouta was still frozen. Izuku blinked at him, tilting his head, and then a slow, lazy grin spread across his lips. Are you all right, Shou? He teased, voice playful. You look a little stuck. Shouta dragged a hand down his face, grumbling. It's too early for this, he muttered, forcing himself to turn back to the stove before he did something stupid, like haul Izuku back to bed. Izuku, the little menace, didn't let up. He stepped closer, leaning against the counter, tilting his head in an utterly unfair way. For what? He asked, voice honeyed, teasing. Shouta narrowed his eyes at him. For you being that distracting. Izuku grinned. Oh, am I distracting, Shouta? Shouta didn't dignify that with an answer. Instead, he plated the last of the food and turned to set it on the counter only for Izuku to step into his space, his arms looping lazily around Shouda's waist as he leaned up on his toes. Good morning, love, Izuku murmured, voice still thick with sleep, but his eyes were sharp, knowing. Shouta sighed heavily, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he let Izuku press close, let him tilt his head up, let him steal a slow, lingering kiss. It was soft, unhurried, the kind of kiss that made Shouta want to forget breakfast altogether. He nearly did. But then he remembered the toast was getting cold. With a low groan, he pulled back, gripping Izuku's hips to steady him. Food first, he muttered. Izuku whined, actually whined, pouting up at him. Shouta, food first. Shouta repeated, turning him by the shoulders and nudging him toward the counter. Izuku grumbled under his breath but didn't argue. Instead, it slumped onto one of the bar stools, chin propped up on his palm as he watched Shouta move around the kitchen. Shouta handed him a plate, and Izuku perked up slightly at the sight of the food. Fine, I guess I will eat first. Shouta rolled his eyes fondly and grabbed his phone to check the time only to see a text notification from an unknown number. He clicked it open, his eyebrows raising as he read. 2:43 a.m. unknown number. If my father is not home safe by morning, I will set your house on fire. Shouta huffed a short, amused breath. Your son threatened me last night. Izuku blinked, mid-bite. Huh. Shouta turned his phone toward him, displaying the message. Izuku's eyes flicked over it before he groaned loudly, slumping forward onto the counter. Dobby, you menace, he grumbled, rubbing his face. I never should have given him your number. Shouta smirked. It was for emergencies, wasn't it? Yes. Actual emergencies, not, Dad is out past midnight with his boyfriend, emergencies. Shouta chuckled, taking a sip of his coffee. Sounds like an emergency to me. Izuku shot him a glare. Whose side are you on? Shouta smirked, reaching out to flick a curl away from Izuku's forehead. I'm on the side of the person who threatened to set my house on fire. Izuku groaned dramatically, dropping his head onto the counter. This is my life now. Shouta just leaned over, pressing a kiss to the back of Izuku's head. Eat your breakfast, koala. Izuku grumbled something unintelligible but picked up his fork, already plotting how to scold Dabi later. Aizawa Shouta had been through a lot in his life. He had been thrown through walls, electrocuted, set on fire, and buried under rubble more times than he cared to count. He had faced down villains, crime lords, and bored high schoolers on a sugar high with nothing but his wit and an alarming amount of sleep deprivation. There was very little left in this world that could rattle him. So, logically, sitting in his boyfriend's living room, drinking his boyfriend's coffee, across from his boyfriend's two criminally inclined children, shouldn't have been an issue. And yet somehow he had the distinct feeling that this was going to be the hardest fight of his life. Himiko was perched on the armrest of the couch, her entire posture loose, easy too easy. The way she twirled a knife between her fingers wasn't threatening in a direct way, but it was deliberate. She wanted him to see it. Wanted him to know that even if she wasn't planning to use it, she could. Dabi, on the other hand, had taken the opposite approach. He was slouched back in the chair across from Shouta, legs stretched out, arms crossed, but his eyes, sharp and unreadable, were watching. Carefully. Measuring. Like he was waiting to see how this conversation would go before he decided whether to tolerate him or kill him. Shouta, fully aware of the ambush that was about to unfold, set his tea down and waited. Dabi's smirk widened. Himiko beamed. All right, Eraserhead. Let's have a chat. Dabi's voice was slow, casual, the kind of drawl that implied he wasn't in a rush, because he already knew how this would go. Shouta raised a brow, unimpressed. We already did this. That was a preliminary meeting, Himiko corrected, flipping the knife once more before it vanished somewhere into her sleeve with a flick of her wrist. This is the real one. Shouta exhaled slowly, already regretting his life choices. Fine. Get it over with. Himiko clapped her hands together delightedly as Dabi grinned like a cat who had just cornered a very tired mouse. That was an even worse sign. You break his heart, we break your legs. Look, old man, Dabi started, tipping his chair back slightly, his smirk stretching wider. We both know Dad's got a bleeding heart. Too soft, Himiko agreed easily. And sometimes that means he picks up strays. Like you. Shouta didn't react, but he felt that jab. Not because it hurt he had been called worse, but because they meant it. This wasn't just a warning, this was a test. Because they knew. They all knew that Izuku loved too much, too easily, too selflessly. That he gave and gave until there was nothing left, and still, he would find more to give. That it had hurt him before, and it would hurt him again if the wrong person came along. And they had no intention of letting that happen. Dabi's next words were slow, careful, drawing out every syllable. So, just to be clear. Himiko leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands, eyes sharp despite her bright, almost innocent smile. If you so much as make him frown, we'll make sure you never smile again. The beat. Shouta, completely unimpressed, met their gazes evenly. You two are dramatic as hell. And you're not denying it, Dabi pointed out, his smirk widening ever so slightly. Shouta exhaled, rolling his shoulders back in irritation. I don't plan on hurting him. That's what they all say, Himiko sing-songed. And that finally was the last straw. Shouda's patience, already wearing thin, snapped. You two do realize I could literally kick both of your buttes, right? Silence. Dabi snorted. Himiko actually tilted her head back and cackled. Oh my god, she wheezed between laughter, kicking her legs up. Did you hear that, Dabi? He thinks he could take us. Hilarious, Dabi agreed, voice dripping with amusement. Shouda's eye twitched. He was a fully trained pro hero, with years of combat experience. He had fought villains, students, and sleep deprivation all at once. And these little menaces were laughing at him. I hate both of you. Ah, Himiko grinned. That means we're bonding. So, do you love him? The question came so suddenly, so casually that for a second, Shouta almost didn't register it. Dabi, still lounging, had asked it as if he were commenting on the weather. But Shouta knew better, because Himiko had gone completely still. And Dabi, despite his smirk, was watching him closely. They weren't just asking for fun, they needed to know. They needed to know if he was serious. It was their dad they were talking about. They needed to be sure of it, that he wasn't going to be another mistake. And Shouta, without hesitation, met their gazes and answered. Yeah. A moment of silence. Then Himiko grinned and Dabi exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Took you long enough. Shouta frowned. Excuse me? Please, we've been watching you two make eyes at each other for months, Himiko teased, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. It was painful. Embarrassing, honestly, Dabi added, smirk still. Firmly in place. Shouta groaned. These little shitheads. Himiko giggled, rocking forward on the couch. Alright, you pass. For now. Yeah, Dabi waved a hand lazily. Just don't screw it up, or we'll actually break your legs. Shouta gave them a long, unimpressed look. Try it. Dabi grinned at him while Himiko winked. Shouta exhaled sharply and rubbed his temples. This was definitely not the last time they were going to threaten him. He was completely sure of that. The kitchen light cast a soft, warm glow over the room as Izuku sat at the counter, his attention focused on the small wound on his arm. A shallow but noticeable cut ran across his forearm. It was from a close encounter during his vigilante work earlier in the evening. He'd gotten lucky this time, nothing too serious, but the wound still needed care. With practiced hands, Izuku dabbed the blood away with a cloth and reached for the stitching kit, trying to ignore the slight ache that pulsed through him. The more he moved, the more the reality of what was coming for him weighed on his mind. Sooner or later, Shouta was going to find out. He couldn't keep the secret from him forever. There was a soft shuffle behind him, the sound of footsteps growing closer. Izuku didn't need to look up to know who it was. Dabi's presence was unmistakable, even in the quiet of the late hour. You're still at it, huh? Dabi's voice broke the silence, a half laugh in his tone. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a casual look in his eye, but there was something calculating there too. Izuku paused for a moment, glancing up at his son as he continued with the stitches. I'm fine, Dabi. Just a little scrape. Nothing to worry about. Dabi raised an eyebrow. A scrape, huh? That's a hell of a scrape. Looks more like a stab wound. Izuku gave him a half-hearted grin, shrugging it off. You know me. Always managing to get in the way of things. He tightened the thread, focusing on the task, trying to block out the gnawing anxiety in his chest. I'm just making sure it doesn't get infected. It'll be fine. Dabi watched him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed and leaned against the counter, his eyes flicking to the living room where Himiko had already gone to bed. The soft murmur of her nighttime playlist still echoed faintly from the speaker. When he spoke again, it was quieter, more serious. You know Shouda's going to find out eventually, right? Izuku's hands stilled, his heart skipping a beat as he glanced over at Dabi, trying to play it cool. I'm not worried about it. It's not like I'm going to tell him anytime soon either. Besides, it's not that big of a deal. Dabi gave him a pointed look, a smirk tugging at his lips, though there was an underlying tension in his voice. You can't keep this up forever. The more you get hurt, the more he'll start to notice. You think he won't figure it out when you're suddenly sporting a dozen cuts and bruises, and you don't even flinch when they happen? You're not exactly the best at hiding things, you know. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, his fingers trembling slightly as he finished the last stitch. He tied it off quickly, trying to hide his unease. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll just start being clumsy, accidentally trip or something. Get some minor injuries here and there. It'll throw him off. He laughed softly, though it was a nervous, forced sound. Dabi didn't join him in the laughter, his gaze steady and piercing as he stepped closer. He lowered his voice almost to a whisper. You're not fooling anyone, old man. Especially not Shouta. He's serious about you. Izuku froze for a moment, the weight of Dabi's words settling over him. What do you mean? His voice came out softer than he intended, and he didn't look up, focusing instead on the small bandage he was wrapping around his arm. I mean, Dabi continued, his tone almost casual but with a hint of something deeper. He's not just some guy you're casually seeing. He's not just another boyfriend, Dad. Dabi hesitated for a brief moment, as if weighing his words carefully. He's in love with you. And when he finds out the truth, he's not going to let it slide. Izuku's heart sank, a lump forming in his throat. He could feel the reality of the situation pressing down on him. He'd never doubted Shouda's seriousness, but hearing it so bluntly, coming from Dabi of all people, made it hit harder. His gaze flickered up to meet Dabi's, a mixture of worry and uncertainty in his eyes. You think he'll? Dabi shrugged nonchalantly, though the look in his eyes was far more serious now. What's he going to do? You're his partner. And it's not like you're not committed to him either. But the thing is, Shouta doesn't back down when he's serious about something. He'll figure it out, and when he does, you're not going to be able to dance your way around the truth. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat, but he swallowed it down, trying to hold it together. I know. I don't want him to get hurt. He doesn't deserve to be dragged into this. It's dangerous. It's a risk. I get it, Dobby said quietly. But it's not like you can just turn off your feelings for him, right? You're already too deep in it. So just stop running from the truth. You don't need to protect him from everything, Dad. He's strong, and if he really loves you, he'll take it. He paused, glancing over at Izuku with a half-smile. You don't think the second shovel talk we gave him was the last one, do you? Izuku groaned, leaning his head back against the counter with a soft chuckle. I swear, I'll never hear the end of that, will I? He smiled ruefully, rubbing his face with his free hand. Himiko's really got a thing for interrogating my boyfriends. Dobby's smirk widened, his voice filled with an almost teasing amusement. It's good that she's got your back, though. You might need her to give Shouta the third shovel talk when the truth comes out. Izuku chuckled, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. He hadn't expected Dabi to be the one to put it all into perspective, but it was also clear to him that his kids had taken a liking to the other man. I don't know if that's the best plan, Dabi. But you're right. He's serious about me. I guess I'll have to face it sooner or later. Dabi leaned against the counter, crossing his arms as he eyed his father with a mix of amusement and something deeper, almost protective, in its own way. Yeah, he will. But don't push him away when he comes looking for the truth, all right? Shouta doesn't seem like the type to walk away, even if it's messy. Izuku nodded, more to himself than to Dabi, but the words settled deep within him. He knew what he had to do. It was just a matter of when. As they stood in the quiet kitchen, the weight of their conversation hanging in the air, Izuku realized that no matter how much he tried to hide it, the truth was inevitable. And he wasn't sure if he was ready for the moment Shouta finally discovered who he truly was. But one thing was clear: he couldn't keep running forever. It was early evening, the sun hanging low on the horizon, casting a soft golden glow over the city. The quiet hum of the streets was the backdrop to the sound of her sneakers tapping lightly against the pavement. Himiko's stomach had growled for the past hour, and she knew exactly what she wanted: chips. A simple, craving-induced mission. Her dad had been busy, and she wasn't about to bother him for a snack. So, she slipped out quietly, like she had done many times before. The streets were still well lit, and the cool air brushed against her skin as she walked towards the corner store. It was a quick trip, a mere few blocks, but the city always felt different at night, silent and almost unnerving, with shadows stretching longer than usual. She was nearly there when she noticed something off. A voice, low and rough, called out to her from behind. Hey little lady, where you off to? Himiko's heart skipped a beat. She knew she should have turned around, but her curiosity got the better of her. When she glanced over her shoulder, she saw two men standing a little too close for comfort. They didn't look like anyone she knew, and the way their eyes lingered on her made her gut twist in unease. None of your business, she replied curtly, quickening her pace as she tried to walk past them. One of the men stepped in front of her, blocking her path. You sure about that? His voice was laced with a sneer, and his hand reached out to grab her arm. Before she could react, his grip tightened, and the second man came up behind her. What's the hurry, sweetheart? We're just looking for a little company. Fear started to bubble up inside her, but she pushed it down. She wasn't helpless. She could handle herself. But they were quick, and now that she realized the gravity of the situation, her mind raced. No one could see her. No one knew she was here. Hey, she tried to shout, but her voice caught in her throat. The man's grip was so tight on her arm, she couldn't even pull away. Let me go. They pulled her into a dark alley, the sounds of the city fading away. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, a cold sweat running down her back. She hated the helpless feeling, hated that there was no one to save her. No one but herself. It had been an ordinary patrol for Shouta, checking in on the quieter parts of the city as night began to settle in. His mind was focused, calculating, watching for any signs of trouble. As he rounded the corner near the alley where Himiko had unknowingly wandered, he heard something. It was faint at first, just a rustle in the distance, but then his instincts kicked in. He heard a girl's voice, sharp and panicked, cutting through the otherwise still night. Let me go. Shouta froze. The voice sounded familiar. He squinted, his mind racing as he scanned the area. The moment he saw the two figures holding onto a girl, his gut clenched. Without thinking, he moved. His body was already in motion, his training taking over as he closed the distance with a speed and precision that came with years of experience. One of the men was too distracted by his prize to notice Shouta approaching. The moment he was within reach, Shouta grabbed the man by the wrist, twisting it violently until the thug yelped in pain and let go of Himiko's arm. Shouda's gaze was sharp, rigid, his focus entirely on the two men who had dared to lay their hands on Himiko. In a heartbeat, his mind went from calculated patrol mode to pure, unrelenting hero instinct. One thug was already writhing on the ground, and the other had barely begun to process what was happening before Shouta's icy tones sliced through the alley. Don't. Kid. The words were said with such quiet authority that even the thugs froze for a moment, their terror evident. Shouta didn't notice the possessiveness in his voice. He didn't have time to consider it. All he cared about was getting Himiko out of harm's way. The men weren't a threat anymore. He'd already disarmed them in seconds, their momentum broken by Shouta's quick takedown. Shouta's breath came out in a controlled exhale as he turned to the trembling figure standing in the alley. Himiko. His heart skipped a beat when he saw her, her face pale and her expression one of shock. Himiko. Shouta's voice was a low growl, his protective instincts surging as he stepped closer. Are you okay? For a moment, she didn't respond, her eyes wide and her body stiff. Then, as if snapping back into reality, she gave him a small nod. Yeah. I'm fine. Was trying to get some chips, she muttered, her voice shaky but trying to brush off the fear. I didn't think. It was just supposed to be a quick trip. Shouta sighed, his eyes softening as he stepped toward her. He reached out to gently grab her shoulder, steadying her. The anger that had simmered inside him moments before now gave way to a wave of relief. Next time, tell me before you go out at night or have your dad or Dobby with you. It's not worth the risk, Himiko. His voice was stern, but there was a warmth in it, one that only came out when he was dealing with someone he cared about. Himiko blinked at him, then gave him a crooked grin, shaking her head. I didn't ask for a lecture, Shouta. I was fine. She then paused, her tone softening. Thanks though. For saving me. Shouta didn't respond immediately, only letting out a low hum as he assessed the situation. We're going home. Now. He pulled out his phone, already sending a quick message to Izuku, just to let him know what happened and that everything was alright. After that he bound two men and texted Tsukachi a picture and where to collect them. When they arrived back at the cafe, the door swung open to reveal Izuku standing there, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion. Himiko? What happened? Izuku asked, his gaze flicking between her and Shouta. Nothing, Himiko muttered, her arms crossed defensively. I just wanted chips. And these guys thought I'd make a nice snack. She shot Shouta a sideways look, the faintest smile pulling at her. Oops. Izuku's brows furrowed. I don't like this. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine, Dad, she said with a playful roll of her eyes. Shouta already beat the bad guys. Hero style. Izuku let out a relieved sigh, but he didn't hide the edge of worry in his voice. You could have told me, Himiko. You can't just go off on your own, especially at night. Shouta stepped forward, his usual stoic expression back on his face as he added, I'll make sure she doesn't try something like that again. Himiko raised her hands in mock surrender. Okay. I get it. I won't sneak out for snacks anymore. Izuku gave her a playful glare, shaking his head. I'm serious, Himiko. Shouta's protective glare followed her for a moment longer before he finally relaxed, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his lips. We'll make sure of it. Himiko's grin widened, sensing her dad's softening tone. She nudged Shouta playfully. Thanks again for the rescue, Shouta. I guess you really are my hero. Don't make me regret it, Shouta replied dryly, though there was no malice in his voice. Izuku chuckled, giving Shouta a grateful smile. I think you're both heroes in this situation. Next time, let's keep it to a snack run with the family. Later that night the house had quieted down. Himiko had changed into her pajamas, and the comforting scent of freshly brewed tea lingered in the air as the three of them, Izuku, Himiko, and Dabi, settled into the living room. Himiko curled up on the couch, her legs tucked under her as Izuku sat beside her, an arm around her shoulder. The tension of the evening seemed to slip away, and the comfort of being home took over. As Izuku softly hummed a lullaby-like tune under his breath, Himiko let out a little sigh. She turned her head slightly to look up at him. You know, Shouta said something earlier. When he took those guys down. Izuku's hand paused in its soothing motion, his eyes flicking to her. What did he say? Himiko's lips curled into a teasing grin, her voice soft but playful. He said, don't touch my kid. I don't think he realized it, but it was kind of sweet. Izuku's eyes widened a fraction, his heart giving a small jump. Shouta's words rang in his head, louder than before, and the possessiveness in them hit him harder now that he was hearing it from Himiko's perspective. He hadn't expected that side of Shouta to come out, but then again he should have known better. That's very Shouta, Izuku murmured, a soft smile tugging at his lips. He's always protective, but I didn't know it would come out like that. Himiko shrugged, though there was a warmth in her eyes. He didn't even realize. I think he cares more than he wants to admit, you know? Izuku looked down at her, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Yeah, I think so too. He paused, his gaze softening as he thought of Shouta. I think that's his way of showing it. Really nice though. From the hallway, Dobby, who had been listening quietly, leaned in just enough to catch the last part of the conversation. Yeah, it's cute. Don't let him hear you say that, though. His tough guy act might crack. Himiko chuckled, throwing a playful glance at her older brother. I'm sure he'd love to hear that. Izuku smiled, his heart full. It wasn't just Shouta's toughness or his strength that made him special, it was this quiet, unspoken care. We're lucky to have him, Izuku murmured, almost to himself. I agree, Himiko said, her voice quiet but sincere as she relaxed into the couch. Thanks, Dad. The house was steeped in warmth, the kind that settled deep in the bones and made it hard to think about leaving. The scent of tea and something sweet lingered in the air, mixing with the faint musk of old books and the clean, subtle spice of Izuku's cologne. The television hummed softly in the background, playing an old rerun no one was really watching. Izuku lay stretched across the couch, one arm draped over his eyes, pretending he wasn't listening to the chaos unfolding in the room. Himiko sat cross-legged on the coffee table, carefully painting her nails black, her tongue poking out slightly in concentration. Dabi, sprawled on the floor with a half-empty bowl of popcorn beside him, was tossing pieces into the air and attempting to catch them in his mouth. It wasn't going well. Dad, I think Dabi's getting old, Himiko mused, not looking up from her work. She smirked. He's losing his coordination. Dabi shot her a flat look and popped another kernel into his mouth. Say that again and see what happens, gremlin. Oh no, she gasped dramatically, waggling her fingers at him. I'm so scared. Izuku sighed, still unmoving. You two are impossible. You love us, Himiko chirped. Unfortunately, Izuku murmured, but the small, tired smile on his lips betrayed the truth. Himiko cackled. Dabi flicked a piece of popcorn at her, and she dodged it with an exaggerated roll of her shoulders, nearly knocking over the tiny bottle of nail polish. She swiped at him playfully, but he had already turned his attention back to the TV, as if he hadn't been the one to start it. Izuku let the sounds of them bickering fade into the background as his phone buzzed against his hip. He fished it out lazily, thumbs swiping across the screen. A small flicker of warmth bloomed in his chest. Shouta. Shouta. You better not be staying up. Izuku smirked. Izuku. You don't stay up too late either, old man. The pause. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. Shouta. Where both Izuku's smirk deepened. Izuku. And yet you're ancient. There was another pause. He could practically picture Shouta rubbing his temple in exasperation, debating whether or not to reply. Then finally, Shouta. Go to sleep, gremlin. Izuku huffed a quiet laugh. His fingers hovered over the screen for a moment longer before he set the phone down. He meant it when he told Shouta good night, even if his night was far from over. The couch creaked as he shifted, stretching before pushing himself up. Immediately, Himiko's gaze flicked to him, her playful expression dimming slightly. She didn't say anything at first, but Izuku could feel the weight of her stare. You could just stay in for once, she said casually. Too casually. We wouldn't judge. I'll be back before you wake up, little bat, Izuku assured her, rolling his shoulders as he stood. Dobby snorted from the floor. Unless you're not. The words should have been teasing, but they weren't. Izuku looked down at him, at the way his fingers clenched briefly around the edge of the popcorn bowl before relaxing. At the way Himiko swiped her nail brush across her thumbnail with just a little too much force. For all their teasing, they knew. They always did. Izuku reached out, ruffling Himiko's hair before she could stop him. She swatted at his hand with a scowl, but he caught the flicker of a smile before she turned away. Then he stepped over Dobby and flicked him lightly on the forehead. Dobby scowled, swiping at him lazily. A-hole. Izuku grinned. Brat. For a moment, he let himself linger, watching them settle back into their routine. The glow of the television cast soft shadows against the walls, the house still thrumming with warmth. It was easy to get lost in it, to let himself believe he could stay. But he couldn't. With a final glance back, he grabbed his gear and stepped outside, leaving the warmth behind as the cold night swallowed him whole. The night air was crisp, the kind that carried the scent of rain even though the streets were dry. The city hummed around him, distant traffic, the occasional burst of laughter from a late-night bar, the steady thrum of life moving forward. But here, in the shadowed alleyway, it was quiet. Izuku crouched near a crumbling brick wall, tearing off a small piece of the sandwich he had swiped from his own kitchen earlier. The little calico cat in front of him watched warily, its thin tail twitching as it considered whether or not to trust him. He smiled, keeping his movements slow. Come on, sweetheart, he coaxed gently, wiggling the piece of bread. I know you want it. The cat hesitated for a moment longer before creeping forward, its tiny paws making no sound on the pavement. It sniffed the offering, then snatched it up, chewing quickly before backing away again. See? Izuku murmured. Told you it was safe. He didn't know why he always stopped for this cat. Maybe because it reminded him of another stray one with sharp blue eyes and burn-scarred skin, one who had needed food and warmth but refused to ask for it. Or maybe it was because he understood what it meant to be something forgotten, something surviving on scraps. The cat had no name. He never stayed long enough to give it one. With one last, slow blink, the cat slinked back into the darkness, its small body disappearing into the maze of the city. Izuku exhaled, pushing himself up. The night stretched before him, full of possibilities. So far so good? He really cursed himself with that thought. The first sign that something was wrong was the silence. Izuku had been doing this long enough to recognize the way the city breathed, the way its alleyways whispered with shifting life, the way distant sirens never fully faded. But now the air felt too still. Izuku's shoulders tensed. He adjusted the gloves on his hands, rolling his weight to the ball of his feet. Someone was here. Watching. Waiting. The second sign was the scent. Iron. Blood. His stomach turned. It wasn't fresh, not close enough to mean immediate danger, but it was a warning. Someone had been hurt nearby, someone was probably still hurting. His muscles coiled, instincts sharpened to a knife's edge. And then, a shadow moved at the alley's mouth. Izuku barely had time to react before a figure lunged from the shadows, moving fast and low, a glint of metal catching the dim streetlight. Right hand. Quick, but not precise. He twisted to the side, letting the blade slice harmlessly through the air where his ribs had been a second ago. The moment his attacker overextended, Izuku struck his knee, driving up into their stomach, forcing a sharp wheeze from their lungs. They stumbled, but they weren't out yet. The man was trained. Not just some thug looking for a quick payday. Interesting. The attacker recovered fast, pivoting on their heel, aiming another strike, this time aimed for his throat. Izuku ducked under it, grabbed their wrist, and twisted hard. There was a sharp snap as the knife clattered to the pavement. The man barely had time to curse before Izuku drove his fist into their jaw, sending them crashing into the brick wall. They slumped, unconscious. Too easy. Izuku barely had time to register that thought before a slow clap echoed from the end of the alleyway. His stomach twisted. He wasn't alone. A group stepped out from the shadows, 4, maybe 5. All dressed in dark clothing, faces obscured, the telltale stiffness of professionals. Not common criminals. Hired. Izuku's pulse remained steady, but his fingers curled slightly at his sides. This wasn't random. One of them, a tall man with a thick scar along his jaw, tilted his head. Not bad, he drawled, nudging his unconscious companion with the tip of his boot. Didn't think you'd put him down that fast. Izuku didn't respond. He was already calculating. 2 knives. 1 bat. 1 unarmed. The last one? Unknown. Quirks? Unknown. The scarred man stepped closer, smirking. Kairos, right? Izuku didn't acknowledge the name. Just shifted his stance, weight balanced, eyes scanning for an opening. The man chuckled. Yeah, figured. You've got a lot of enemies, you know that. Izuku stayed silent. Someone wanted to send their regards, the man continued, rolling his shoulders. Said you'd recognize the name. His grin widened, all teeth. Remember Steel Point? Something cold settled in Izuku's gut. He did. A villain with a quirk that reinforced his bones with metal, someone who had terrorized a neighborhood for months before Izuku had put him down hard. The last time he'd seen Steel Point, the man had been unconscious, a broken femur rendering him unable to move while the cops swarmed in. Izuku exhaled slowly through his nose. Guess he didn't like that very much, Scar continued, rolling his neck. So he put a little something together. Said to remind you that actions have consequences. The moment he finished speaking, the air shifted. Izuku caught the flicker of movement too late. The first strike landed like a hammer to his ribs. Pain flared, sharp and immediate, but Izuku had been hit before. He twisted away, barely avoiding the next attack, but they were already closing in. Too many. Too fast. He had a fight ahead of him. A bad one. Izuku's brain worked faster than his body. Bat swinging from the left, step back, redirect the momentum. Knife incoming from behind, pivot, break the wrist before the stab lands. Quirk activation unknown. Move now. He barely ducked in time. A wave of pressure crashed down on him, like gravity itself had doubled. His knees buckled for half a second too long. The fist wreathed in. Crackling electricity slammed into his ribs. Pain exploded through his torso, sharp and searing, as his muscles seized from the shock. He barely had time to process it before a second assailant flicked their wrist, and the air around him thickened, suddenly heavy, sluggish, like wading through syrup. Some kind of air drag quirk slowing me down. Izuku grit his teeth and forced his body to move, throwing himself out of the way just before a blade could bury itself into his back. He rolled to his feet, fists clenched, calculating. 5 enemies. 1 electrokinetic enhanced punches, high impact. 1 gravity manipulator targeting him in bursts. 1 aerokinetic slowing his movements. 2 heteromorphic quirks but armed. He could handle any of them alone. Even 2. But 5? His odds weren't good. The electrokinetic rushed him again, but Izuku was ready this time. He sidestepped, grabbing the man's wrist and using his own momentum against him, dislocating his shoulder with a sharp twist. The man screamed, stumbling back, but Izuku had no time to celebrate the small victory, because the gravity user clenched their fist. And suddenly, Izuku was yanked downward with crushing force. He hit the pavement on his hands and knees, his breath slamming out of him. His bones groaned under the weight, and his already injured ribs screamed in protest. He barely got his arms under him before the bat came down. A sickening crack echoed through the alleyway as the wooden bat smashed into his shoulder. His vision flared white, a choked sound ripping from his throat as something bone gave under the impact. He tried to push up, move, fight, do something, but the air around him grew thicker again. The aerokinetics smirked, raising their hand, and the pressure doubled. Izuku could barely lift his arms. His own movements were turning against him. Then the knife. He saw the glint of steel, too slow to avoid it this time. It sank deep into his side, tearing through fabric, through flesh. His vision tilted, pain lancing up his spine. Still he fought. He grabbed the attacker's wrist, twisted, but then the electrokinetic was back. The next blow to his gut sent volts coursing through his body. His muscles spasmed, jerking violently. A boot slammed into his ribs, and something in his side crunched. Broken. Scarred jaw watched with satisfaction as Izuku crumpled, barely staying conscious. Look at you, he mused. Still trying to get up. Izuku was. His fingers scraped against the pavement, trying to find purchase, trying to fight. A final gravity burst sent him slamming face-first into the concrete. His breath hitched. His vision blurred. He felt hands yank his head up by his hair. I'll tell Steel Point we delivered. A last electrified punch to his skull. And everything went black. Pain dragged him back. Izuku's body screamed before his mind caught up. Every nerve burned, every muscle ached, and when he tried to breathe, it felt like shattered glass had filled his lungs. He was on the ground. The alley was dark, damp, smelling of blood, his blood. His head throbbed, his vision blurred at the edges, but he forced himself to think. Shouta. Shuta's house was close. He needed to get to Shouta. Izuku reached for his pocket, fumbling with blood-slick fingers. His phone broken. The screen cracked, flickering uselessly. No way to call. No way to text. He grit his teeth, tried to move. His legs weren't broken, but they felt like they should be. His ribs definitely cracked. His right arm weak, maybe dislocated. His side still bleeding. Didn't matter. He shoved himself upright, nearly blacked out from the pain, but he stayed up. He wasn't far. He knew that. 3 buildings. 3 rooftops between him and safety. Just 3. Izuku staggered forward, dragging himself to the nearest fire escape. His hands barely worked, slipping on the cold metal, but he hauled himself up. Every pull, every climb, was agony, his broken ribs grinding against each other, his breath coming in ragged, choked gasps. But he climbed. 1 rooftop. The city spun beneath him, streetlights blurring, his vision tunneling in and out. But he moved. 2nd rooftop. His knees buckled when he landed, sending him sprawling onto the gravel. His arms barely caught him in time, his body heaving, trembling. His blood stained the rooftop beneath him. Still he pushed forward. Final rooftop. Shuta's apartment was right there. He could see the balcony. His body protested, but he sprinted. A reckless, desperate dash, his last burst of energy before his body gave out completely. He barely felt his feet leave the ground. Barely registered the impact when he hit the railing too hard, too fast. A harsh crash. His body slammed against the metal, the force knocking the breath from his lungs. He fell onto the balcony. The world tilted. His vision went dark at the edges. The last thing he felt was the warmth of the glass door beneath his fingertips. Before consciousness slipped away. Shouta sighed, flipping to the next paper in the stack, red pen poised to strike. If a villain threatens a civilian, the priority should always be. His eyes skimmed the next line, and a deep scowl settled onto his face. No, that's wrong, he muttered, rubbing his temple. You don't negotiate with someone holding a knife to a hostage's throat, you disable them. The red ink slashed across the paper. He sighed again, rolling his shoulders, exhaustion creeping in. This was his least favorite part of teaching grading work that made him question whether his students had actually listened in class. He reached for his coffee, took a sip, and grimaced when he realized it had gone cold. Then his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. Hisashi. Yo. You asleep yet? Shouta groaned. Of course. Shouta. Another buzz. Hisashi. Go to bed, old man. You'll get wrinkles. Shouta scowled and locked his phone without responding. Annoying. But maybe Hisashi had a point. He should probably call it a night before his frustration made him fail an entire class out of spite. He exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and stood. His limbs were stiff, shoulders tight from hunching over the desk too long. He grabbed his scarf from the chair and looped it around his neck out of habit, ready to head to bed. Crash. The sound was sharp, sudden, violent. Glass rattled. Metal groaned. Shouta froze for a second. Adrenaline spiked through him instantly, his tiredness obliterated in a heartbeat. Danger. His body moved before his mind caught up. His capture weapon uncoiled in his hands, feet already taking him toward the source of the sound. The balcony. He reached the sliding door in seconds, throwing it open, stepping onto the cool night air. And stopped dead. There collapsed against the railing, slumped in a growing pool of blood. Shouta froze at the sight of the bloodied vigilante before him, Kairos. The vigilante was crumpled on the balcony, his body barely clinging to life. Blood pooled beneath him, staining the concrete in crimson. Every movement Kairos had made to get here had been a desperate one, pushing himself beyond what was possible, and now he was broken. Shouta's chest tightened, but his training kicked in immediately. His capture weapon dropped to the floor with a clatter as his hands quickly moved to drag Kairos inside. The vigilante was heavy, and with every movement, more blood soaked through his tattered clothing. Kairos's blood. But Shouta's focus was laser-sharp. No time for thoughts. He wasn't going to let him die. He shoved the door closed, securing Kairos against the wall before his fingers went straight to his neck. Eject for a pulse. He didn't hesitate. Stay with me, Diamant. His voice was a low growl, tension in every syllable as he moved to start treating the wounds. There were so many stab wounds to the side, a gash to the head that would have left any normal person unconscious. Bruises, broken ribs, cuts, everything. Shouta didn't care about the specifics right now. His focus was on getting the bleeding under control. His hands worked quickly, methodical, applying pressure, wrapping wounds, positioning Kairos' body in a way that would keep him alive for just long enough. Come on, stay alive for me, F-. Shouta muttered through clenched teeth, cutting away what remained of Kairos' armor. His fingers fumbled for a moment at his side before he found the right supplies. Needles, gauze, pressure bandages. He stabilized the worst of the bleeding first. Kairos was still unconscious, but Shouta wasn't going to leave it to chance. His hands moved with practiced ease, his mind fully engaged in the medic side of him, as if treating a student who had gone a little too far in training. When the bleeding slowed, Shouta's gaze darted over the vigilante's body, making sure he hadn't missed anything critical. He checked for other signs of life, the pulse, the breathing, anything. Kairos was alive, but barely. Shouta took a deep breath, eyes flicking to the phone beside him. His heart still hammered in his chest, but now his thoughts turned. Tsukachi. He needed help. He grabbed his phone, fingers shaking just slightly as he typed a quick message. Shouta. Need help. Kairos is down. Seriously injured. Blood loss. Not conscious. Come fast. He hit send just as he heard a faint sound from Kairos. It wasn't much, just a soft breath. Shouta glanced over, and for the first time, his eyes lingered on the mask. It had become so familiar over time, even though he'd never seen the man beneath it. A symbol of everything he didn't like about the vigilante, the cocky attitude, the reckless methods, the flirting. But now this wasn't some faceless criminal anymore. Shouta felt something stir in him, a flicker of curiosity, a burning desire to finally know. Who is Kairos? Slowly his fingers reached for the mask, his hand trembling just slightly. It was almost a hesitant moment. A moment of hesitation before Shouta's fingers curled around the fabric and slowly pulled it away. The face beneath. Izuku. Shouta's breath caught in his throat. Izuku. His Izuku. Shouta stared down at him for a long moment, all the pieces finally coming together. It felt like a sick joke, like fate had been playing with him, but now it was real. The man who'd been causing his heart to race, to pound with frustration, affection, and desire, it was him. Izuku. His Izuku. Shouta closed his eyes for a brief moment, his head pounding, his breath coming in sharp pulls as the weight of the situation hit him. The mask was forgotten, discarded beside him as he gently adjusted Izuku's head to make him more comfortable. And now, as his hands hovered over the man he loved, Shouta knew this was no longer just about being a hero or a vigilante. It was about Izuku. His Izuku. Shouta had seen blood before, too much of it. He'd seen comrades bleeding out in the field, civilians caught in crossfire, villains barely holding themselves together after a fight gone wrong. But this was different. His hands trembled as he reached out, pulse hammering against his ribs like a caged animal. Sheet, he breathed, fingers hovering over Kairos Izuku's shoulder. Sheet. This wasn't just a vigilante he'd tolerated, flirted with, chased through alleys with a mixture of begrudging respect and irritation. This wasn't just some fool throwing himself into danger under the cover of night. This was Izuku. His lover, his heart, the man who had looked him in the eyes countless times and lied. Lied so well that Shouta had never even suspected, Never even considered. A harsh, pained groan left Kairos, Izuku, and Shouta snapped out of it, instinct taking over. His hands finally landed on Izuku's shoulders, firm but careful, grounding himself in the action. "Stay with me, idiot," he murmured, throat tight, eyes scanning the wounds. His gloves came away red, soaked to the fingertips. He swallowed the bile rising in his throat. "I need you to stay awake." Izuku's body twitched under his touch, and Shouta cursed again, harsher this time, as panic clawed up his spine. There was too much blood. He needed to stop the bleeding. Shouta exhaled sharply through his nose and hooked an arm under Izuku's knees, the other supporting his back. He lifted, ignoring the way his lover's body felt too light, too limp. His chest clenched at the faintest whimper of pain against his shoulder. He wasn't going to lose him. He couldn't. Izuku stirred faintly, his body tensing under Shouta's hands. Green eyes, dull and unfocused, cracked open just enough to meet his own. His lips barely moved, but Shouta could read them anyway. Sita. Something inside him fractured. His throat burned, his vision blurred, and for a split second he hated him. Hated him for lying. For being reckless. For making him feel this much fear, this much pain. But beneath all of that, under the anger, under the betrayal, all he wanted was for Izuku to live. The vibration of his phone startled him, and he fumbled to check the screen. A text from Nezu. Tsukachi is on his way with recovery girl and an ambulance. Nemuri and Hisashi are heading to Izuku's residence to take care of his children. Shouta stared at the message, barely able to process it past the roaring in his ears. The rat knew. Nezu had known who Izuku was. For how long? The thought sent a fresh surge of anger through him, but he forced it down. Later. He could rage later. Right now, Izuku was still bleeding, still fading in and out of consciousness beneath his hands. He refocused, moving his hands with clinical precision, tearing away the shredded fabric to get a better look at the worst wounds. There was one across his abdomen that wouldn't stop bleeding, another deeper wound along his ribs that sent a bolt of terror through Shouta as he pressed against it. Izuku hissed, a barely there sound, but it was enough. Enough to tell Shouta he was still here, still fighting. "You're a stubborn a-hole," Shouta muttered, voice strained as he worked to stop the worst of the bleeding. "You should have told me. You should have let me." He swallowed the rest. It wouldn't help, wouldn't fix anything. A rattling breath escaped Izuku's lips. His body relaxed, head lolling slightly to the side, but Shouta could still feel the faint rise and fall of his chest under his hands. "Stay with me, Izuku," he whispered, voice barely audible. "Just a little longer. Help's on the way." Dobby wasn't surprised when he heard the knock at the door. It was the middle of the night, far too late for customers, and far too early for anything else. The city outside was still, streetlights humming faintly, casting long shadows through the windows. He had been sitting on the couch, arms crossed, one leg bouncing restlessly as he waited for the inevitable. When the knocking came again, more insistent, Dobby sighed and pushed himself up. The door creaked as he pulled it open, revealing Nemuri and Hisashi standing on the doorstep. They weren't in uniform, but the tension in their postures said enough. He took one look at them, Hisashi's mouth set in a grim line, Nemuri's sharp eyes flickering with something close to worry, and he felt his stomach twist. "How bad?" Dobby asked, stepping aside to let them in. Nemuri exhaled. "Bad enough that Nezu called us." "Sheet." Dobby scrubbed a hand down his face, trying to shove down the immediate wave of irritation, worry, and frustration that curled in his gut. "Alright, give me a second. Gotta wake up Himiko." Nemuri nodded while Hisashi stepped further inside, looking around the quiet apartment. The place still smelled faintly of coffee, a lingering scent of cinnamon from earlier in the evening. It felt too peaceful for what was happening. Dobby turned and strode down the hall, past the kitchen, past the framed photos on the walls. He knocked on Himiko's door once, then twice. "Himiko," he called, voice low but firm. "Wake up." There was a shuffling sound from inside, followed by a groggy, annoyed grumble. "Dobby? What the hell? We gotta go," Dobby cut in. "Now." That got her attention. The bed creaked as she sat up. "What? Why?" Dobby glanced over his shoulder toward the living room, then lowered his voice. "It's Dad." There was silence. Then movement fast and sharp. Himiko threw open her door, her golden eyes flashing in the dim hallway. "Where is he?" Dobby placed a hand on her shoulder before she could bolt past him. "Hospital. We're going there now." Himiko's lips pressed into a thin line. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, nails digging into her palms. She didn't ask what had happened. She knew better than that. Instead, she nodded, sharp and decisive. "Give me 2 minutes." She disappeared back into her room. Dobby exhaled through his nose, then headed back to the living room. Nemuri and Hisashi were speaking quietly by the door, but they both turned when he approached. "She's getting dressed," Dobby said. "Tell me everything." Hizashi hesitated, then sighed. We don't know much. Nezu just said we needed to get you two to the hospital as soon as possible. Whatever happened, it wasn't good. Dabi felt his jaw tighten. Nemuri crossed her arms. He's alive. That's what we do know. That should have been comforting. It wasn't. Because if Izuku had been hurt bad enough that Nezu was calling for emergency babysitters, then something had gone seriously wrong. And that meant Dabi and Himiko had to brace themselves for whatever they were about to walk into. Footsteps behind him, Himiko, dressed, bag slung over her shoulder. Her face was set, unreadable. All right, she said, voice steadier than Dabi expected. Let's go. Dabi nodded once, then turned to Nemuri and Hizashi. Take us to Dad. Shouta barely registered the moment the medical team took Izuku from his arms. 1 second he's holding onto him, his skin clammy and breath ragged, and the next, they've pried him away, wheeled him through the hospital doors while shouting codes and instructions at one another. He stared down at his hands, sticky with blood, Izuku's blood, the proof of his failure sinking deep into his gut like a rusted knife. A doctor stepped into the waiting room. Aizawa Shouta? Shouta straightened immediately. That's me. The doctor's expression was measured, practiced in delivering difficult news. Midoriya Izuku sustained several deep lacerations and significant blood loss. We've stabilized him, but he'll need rest and monitoring. The wounds on his side narrowly missed vital organs. He's lucky. Shouta exhaled for a moment, tension flooding out of his shoulders like a dam breaking. His knees almost give out, but he locks them in place. Can I see him? Keep it calm, the doctor answered. He's still unconscious. The steady beeping of the heart monitor was the only sound filling the sterile white hospital room. It was a slow, rhythmic thing, an unwanted metronome to the chaos still swirling in Shouta's mind. Izuku lay still, too still, his face pale against the crisp white pillow. Bandages wrapped around his torso, covering the deep wounds they had fought to stitch back together. His right arm was secured in a sling, and in 4 lines snaked from his hand to a bag of fluids hanging nearby. He looked smaller like this, fragile in a way that didn't suit him. Shouta clenched his jaw as he ran a hand down his tired face, his fingers catching against the rough stubble on his chin. His mind was a mess of tangled emotions: fear, anger, guilt. Fear because Izuku had nearly died. Because he had bled out in some dark alley, alone. Because Shouta hadn't been there. Anger because Izuku had been lying. Because he had hidden something so important, so dangerous, and Shouta hadn't seen it until now. Guilt because maybe, just maybe, he should have seen it. Because he should have questioned why Izuku always seemed so dim and exhausted. Because he should have wondered why his hands, so skilled at making coffee, carried calluses that didn't belong to a barista. He should have known. He sways where he stands, exhaustion and adrenaline clashing violently inside him. Someone calls his name, but it's muffled, distant. Then a firm grip on his shoulder jazz him back into the present. Hizashi, you need to sit down, man. You're still in your gear, and you're covered in blood. Shouta blinks at him, then looks down again at his hands. The blood is drying at the edges, but it's still there, under his nails, in the creases of his palms. His voice is hoarse when he finally speaks. I need to. You need to breathe, Hizashi says firmly. You won't be any help to Izuku if you collapse. But Shouta doesn't feel like breathing. He feels like tearing the hospital apart until someone tells him that Izuku will be okay. His chest aches with something furious and raw, something that claws at his ribs and twists his gut. He isn't sure if it's fear or anger or a nauseating mix of both. A sharp knock at the door snapped him out of his thoughts, but he already knew who it was before he looked at the open door. The kids. Dabi walked in first, his eyes immediately locking onto Izuku. His face, usually twisted in either amusement or irritation, was completely unreadable. Himiko followed a second later, her movements sharp with tension as she strode to the other side of the bed. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Dabi turned to Shouta, his gaze sharp. How bad? Shouta exhaled heavily, rubbing at his temples before answering. Bad. He didn't need to say more. They understood. Himiko let out a slow breath, her hands gripping the edge of Izuku's blanket. He's gonna be fine, she said, but there was a stubborn edge to her voice, like she was daring the universe to prove her wrong. Dabi scoffed, crossing his arms. Yeah, well, he better be. Stupid old man has a lot to answer for. Shouta didn't miss the way Dabi's jaw clenched after he said it, though. The bite in his words couldn't quite hide the fear beneath them. The room lapsed into silence, only the heart monitor filling the space between them. It was unbearable. And then, it hit him so suddenly, so overwhelmingly that it left him cold. They weren't surprised. Not really. Shouta's gaze flicked between them, watching the way Himiko adjusted the blanket around Izuku with precise, practiced movements. The way Dabi ran a hand through his hair, irritated but not confused. They knew. The realization sent a sharp, painful twist through his chest. They had known this whole time. They had known that Izuku was Kairos, the vigilante who had been dodging heroes and police alike for years. And they hadn't said a DMN thing. Shouta felt the anger rise again, hot and heavy, but he didn't let it out. He just took a slow, controlled breath and turned away from the bed. "I need some air," he muttered, already heading for the door. Himiko's voice stopped him before he could leave. "Shouta." He hesitated, his hand on the doorknob, but he didn't turn around. She trembled. "Please. Please don't leave. We didn't want it like this." That made him clench his teeth. He wasn't sure if she was saying it to make him feel better or to ease her own conscience, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. Without another word, he opened the door and stepped out. The hospital hallway was dimly lit, the kind of artificial glow that made everything feel muted. Shouta leaned against the wall, pressing his fingers to the bridge of his nose. His head was pounding, his chest tight. He didn't know what to do with all of this mess of betrayal and worry and frustration tangled up inside him. "You look like shit, dude." Shouta sighed as Hizashi's voice broke through the silence. He turned his head slightly, just enough to see his friend leaning against the opposite wall, arms crossed. The man had followed him out of the room. His usual energy was dulled, his expression more serious than usual. "Yeah, well, it's been a hell of a night," Shouta muttered. Hizashi pushed off the wall and stepped closer. "Nemuri's with the kids. Figured you'd need some backup." Shouta let out a breath, dragging a hand through his hair. "He lied to me." Hizashi didn't immediately respond. Instead, he leaned against the wall next to Shouta, their shoulders almost touching. "Izuku's clearly always been like that," Hizashi finally said. "Taking on the world by himself, thinking he can handle everything alone. It's not about you." Shouta turned to him, his gaze sharp. "It feels personal." "I know." Hizashi sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "But that's because you care. And you're sad because he didn't trust you enough to tell you." Shouta scoffed, looking away. "DMN right, I'm said." They stood in silence for a moment. The hospital hummed around them, distant voices, the occasional squeak of shoes against the polished floor. Finally, Hizashi nudged him lightly with his elbow. "So what now?" Shouta let out a slow breath. "Now." He shook his head. "Now I wait." He would wait for Izuku to wake up. Wait for answers. And then they would talk. And Izuku would DMN well explain himself. The room was suffocating in its silence, a sterile void broken only by the soft beeping of monitors, each sound an aching reminder of how slowly Izuku's body moved, his breaths shallow and measured. The harsh, unnatural glow of the fluorescent lights made everything feel colder, more distant, as though the space itself was holding its breath. The scent of antiseptic clung to the air, thick and suffocating, sterile and impersonal, the very opposite of the warmth that had once filled this place when Izuku had been alive with energy and laughter. Nemuri and Dobby had stepped out some time ago, and though Himiko hadn't asked them to leave, she hadn't stopped them either. The quiet was a heavy thing, pressing against her, suffocating her with its emptiness. She sat in the too big chair beside his bed, her knees pulled up to her chest as she watched the rise and fall of his chest, too slow, too measured. It wasn't enough. It wasn't him. Izuku looked wrong. There was no other way to say it. Too still, too pale. Wires snaked under the hospital gown, and 4 drip connected to his arm, feeding his body substances that she didn't understand, didn't want to. His body, once so full of life, was now a lifeless thing, mechanical. And distant. She reached out instinctively, her hand trembling as her fingers brushed against his skin, then closed around his, holding on as if she could pull him back with sheer force. His hand was warm, but it felt so empty in her grip, too passive, too soft. It wasn't the hand that had held hers when he had cupped her face, when he had bandaged her scraped knees, when he had ruffled her hair and told her everything would be okay. Her throat tightened. The tears threatened to spill over, but she fought them back, blinking hard as her thumb traced the familiar ridges of his scars, the ones she had memorized 1,000 times before. Her breath caught in her throat as her vision blurred. She refused to let the tears fall. She needed him to wake up. Needed him to see her. "You lied to us," she whispered, the words barely louder than the hum of the machines. Her thumb absently ran over a faded burn mark on his hand, the one that had been there for as long as she could remember. "You promised you'd always be fine," she said, the bitterness creeping into her voice, thick and unyielding. Her chest tightened, a small laugh bubbling up from deep inside her, but it died in her throat, leaving nothing but emptiness. "I'm mad at you, you know?" Her voice cracked as she continued, her words spilling out before she could stop them. "I'm really, really mad at you." The anger felt like a shield, something to protect her from the gnawing fear in her gut. But it wasn't enough. Not when she could see the life slowly slipping away from him. "You tell us to be careful. To be safe. To think things through, but you..." She stopped, breath catching, eyes filling with tears that wouldn't fall. You do something like this? Get yourself half killed and leave us behind? You a-hole. The words burned her throat as they left her mouth. She didn't mean them. Not really. But she needed him to hear them. She needed him to feel the weight of them because underneath all the anger, there was nothing but fear. So wake up, she pleaded softly, gripping his hand tighter as if that could force him to respond. Her forehead dropped against his arm, the warmth of his skin against hers offering no comfort. You're my dad, she whispered, voice trembling. You don't get to leave. A memory tugged at her, pulling her back to a time when everything was simpler, when she had wanted to be just like him, to stand firm, strong, unshakable. She could see herself as a little girl, scrawny and small, fists clenched and determined to learn. She had marched into the living room, eyes set, and demanded that he teach her to fight. Oh, you want to learn how to fight, Himi? Izuku had smiled, kneeling down to her level, showing her how to hold her fists the right way. Keep your thumb on the outside, or you'll break it when you hit something. She had tried, really tried, but when she threw her first punch, it had been weak, clumsy, barely even a hit. She had huffed in frustration, crossing her arms. Izuku had only laughed, ruffling her hair. It's okay. You don't get strong in a day. She had pouted, but his smile had softened as he tapped a finger against her chest. You don't have to fight like me, you know. Why not? She had asked, stubborn. Because you're strong in different ways. You don't have to punch someone to prove it. Himiko closed her eyes and whispered into the stillness of the room. You always said I was strong, she murmured, squeezing his hand. But I don't feel strong right now. Her voice broke, a sob she couldn't suppress rising up from deep within her. So wake up, she whispered again, her lips trembling as she pressed her forehead against his arm. Don't make me lose you. She stayed there, unwilling to leave, listening to the rhythm of the machines, the hollow sound of her own thoughts. The air around her felt thick with longing, and yet the silence remained unbroken. The door clicked shut behind him with a soft finality. The room was too quiet, the kind of quiet that scraped against his skin, sharp and unnatural. Hospitals had always made him uneasy, too sterile, too still, too much like waiting for something terrible to happen. He wasn't built for this kind of stillness, not when everything around him felt like it was slowly coming apart. For a long time, Dobby didn't move. He stood at the foot of the bed, arms crossed tight over his chest, shoulders rigid. He didn't sit, he couldn't. Sitting meant settling into the moment, and he wasn't sure he could stomach that. He felt the weight of the silence press against him, suffocating in a way he couldn't escape. His dad had always been the one to get them out of these situations, the one who always pulled them back from the edge. But now, it was Izuku who needed saving. Himiko's warmth lingered in the chair beside the bed, but she was gone now, taken by Nemuri under the pretense of getting her something to do. She hadn't wanted to leave. Her hands had been trembling, and Dobby had seen the look in her eyes, fear, helplessness. It was a look he had grown all too familiar with in his own reflection. Dobby exhaled slowly through his nose, his breath shaky with something sharp and jagged. You dumbass. His voice came out hoarse, frayed at the edges. He wasn't sure if it was anger or grief making his throat feel tight. Probably both. He let his head drop back, eyes squeezing shut for a brief second before he forced them open again. Looking away felt too much like cowardice. So he kept his eyes fixed on the man lying before him, pale and motionless, as if doing so would make everything feel real. He ran a hand through his hair, fingers tugging harshly at the strands. There was a part of him that wanted to scream, to yell, to curse and rail at the universe for how cruel it had been. But nothing came out. Nothing but a bitter, hollow laugh. You always told me not to be reckless. His lips curled in something that wasn't quite a smirk, wasn't quite a grimace. What was that thing you always said? You're not invincible, Dobby? Yeah. He huffed out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Look who's talking. His jaw clenched, and Dobby couldn't stop himself. He was furious at Izuku, furious at himself, at the world for making him face this kind of loss. It was too much, too goddamn much. His fingers tightened into fists at his sides, a silent scream clawing at his chest. But then his thoughts shifted, and the anger faltered for a moment. He remembered the words Izuku had said to him, the ones that still echoed in his head like a warning he never heeded. He had been mad. Once furious, resentful, filled with so much hate that it burned through him like wildfire. He had walked away from his family, from the people who were supposed to love him, because anger was easier than hurt. And when he had come back, broken and bitter, he hadn't expected to find someone willing to reach for him anyway. Izuku had. Dobby closed his eyes for a moment, remembering the way it had felt when he was at his lowest, bleeding both inside and out, and Izuku had walked right up to him, no hesitation, no judgment. He didn't have to. No one else would have. But Izuku did. Sit down. Dobby had scoffed, leaning against the counter, arms crossed. I'm fine. Izuku didn't even look up as he dug through the first aid kit. You're an idiot, he muttered, shaking his head. And you're bleeding. Dobby rolled his eyes but let himself be pushed into a seated position anyway. Izuku worked in silence, pressing gauze to an open wound on Dobby's arm before wrapping it up with practiced ease. His hands were gentle, careful despite the sharp set of his jaw. You keep pushing yourself like this and one day you're not gonna get back up. Dobby snorted. You sound like an old man. And you sound like a dumbass who thinks pain makes him invincible. Dobby had smirked, but Izuku just sighed, taping down the last of the bandages before meeting his gaze. His eyes were serious, heavy with something Dobby couldn't quite place. You're not invincible. Let me take care of you. Dobby had shrugged it off back then, waving him away with a lazy grin. But the man had kept an eye on him and eventually taken him into his home. But now it was Izuku who was the one bleeding, the one broken and barely holding on. Dobby's throat tightened. F-I-N-G hypocrite. He exhaled sharply and scrubbed a hand down his face. He didn't know what to do with the ache in his chest. What was he supposed to feel when the one person who had always believed in him no matter what, no matter how many times he effed up was lying here, broken and vulnerable, and there was nothing he could do to fix it? For a long moment, he just stood there, staring at the man who had saved him, who had given him a chance when no one else had. The man who had dragged him back from the edge and refused to let go. And now it was Dobby who was standing at the edge, looking down at the abyss, and he couldn't make it stop. Izuku had never given up on him. Dobby wasn't sure he knew how to return the favor. His fingers twitched at his sides before he forced himself to move, stepping closer to the bed. His stomach twisted at the sight of Izuku's hand, pale, still, unmoving. It wasn't right. His hands had always been so steady, always so alive, always there to pull Dobby from the brink, to steady him when he wanted to crash. But now those hands were still, too still. Dobby hesitated for only a second before reaching out. He barely let himself touch, just a quick press of his palm over the back of Izuku's hand, warm against warm, solid against fragile. He told himself it was just to reassure himself, just to remind himself that Izuku was here. The moment passed too quickly. He pulled back, stuffing his hands into his pockets like the contact had burned. His jaw tensed. The anger was still there, gnawing at him, but now, it was mixed with something else, something deeper, something that threatened to break him. A part of him wanted to shout at Izuku, to demand that he wake up, that he stop being so goddamn reckless and come back to them. But he didn't. Instead, just before he turned to leave, he muttered under his breath, his voice rough with something he didn't want to name. You don't get to do this to us. The pause. Not you. And then he was gone. But even as he walked away, Dobby knew something that terrified him more than the anger or the grief, the thought that if Izuku didn't wake up, he might lose the one person who had ever truly believed in him. And Dobby couldn't afford that. Not now. Not when he needed him the most. With the kids being brought home by Nemuri and Hisashi, Shouta returned. The door closed behind him, the soft sound swallowed by the steady beeping of machines. Shouta stood frozen just past the threshold, staring at the unmoving figure in the hospital bed. His fingers curled into fists at his sides, nails biting into his palms. He had scrubbed the blood from his hands hours ago, had watched it swirl down the sink in rust-colored ribbons, but he still felt it sticky, clinging, staining. A slow, shaky exhale escaped him. Finally he moved. Crossing the small space between them, he sank into the chair beside the bed, his elbows resting heavily on his knees. His head dipped forward, hair falling over his face, but it didn't hide the exhaustion in his eyes. Shadows clung to him, heavier than before, weighing him down like an anchor. For a long moment, he just sat there, staring at Izuku's too pale face. Then, finally, his voice broke the silence. You should have told me. It was quiet, barely more than a whisper, but the words carried weight. His jaw tightened. You should have told me, damn it. The anger came fast and sharp, slicing through the exhaustion like a jagged knife. His hands trembled as he gripped the edge of the sheets, twisting the fabric between his fingers as if it might ground him. His chest burned, tight and raw, the kind of heat that stung from the inside out. Why didn't you? His voice was rough, thick with something bitter and aching. His eyes burned as he forced himself to look at Izuku, to really look. At the bruises that stood stark against his skin. At the way his chest rose and fell, slow and too controlled by the machines. At the way he wasn't waking up. The words hung heavy in the air, like an accusation and a plea all at once. His throat tightened and he swallowed hard, fighting the lump threatening to choke him. But it didn't help. The pain was still there, gnawing away at him. Shouta swallowed against the tightness in his throat. Did you ever trust me? The words felt too big for the room, too sharp to be spoken aloud. He could taste the bitterness in his mouth, the sting of betrayal and hurt that sat heavy in his chest. His grip on the sheets loosened, but his hands wouldn't stop shaking. His heart ached in a way that felt too deep to fix, like it was breaking, piece by piece. Soft lamplight bathed the small living room in a warm glow. The scent of coffee lingered in the air, mixing with something sweeter laughter, quiet and easy between them. Shouta sat on Izuku's couch, a mug in his hand, legs stretched out lazily in front of him. Izuku was beside him, one knee tucked up onto the cushions, gesturing animatedly as he talked. His curls were unruly, his eyes bright, and there was something so alive about him that it made Shouta's chest ache. You make it easy to believe in good things. The words had left his mouth before he had fully processed them, spoken as if they were the simplest truth in the world. Izuku had blinked at him, surprised, before a small, lopsided smile tugged at his lips. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Shouta had just rolled his eyes, but there had been no real heat behind it. Because he'd meant it. Shouta let out a rough breath, something like a laugh catching in his throat. Guess that was a lie too. His voice wavered, the hurt cutting through the anger now, twisting it into something deeper, darker. He wanted to scream, to yell, to punch anything to make the rawness inside him stop. But he couldn't. Not now. Not with Izuku like this. I'm so effing mad at you. It came out in a rasp, barely above a whisper. But it wasn't just anger. It wasn't just betrayal. It was fear, raw and gnawing, sinking deep into his bones. Fear for Izuku. Fear for the life they had barely begun to build. The life he might lose if Izuku didn't wake up. He leaned forward before he could stop himself, pressing his forehead against Izuku's arm the way Himiko had, seeking some kind of warmth, some proof that he was still here. Just wake up. It wasn't an order. It wasn't even a plea. It was a desperate, broken thing, spoken into the quiet like a prayer. Shouta didn't move for a long time. His breath came in shallow, uneven gasps, and the world around him seemed too quiet, too still. The beeping of machines became a hollow reminder that the person he loved, the person he had trusted more than anyone, was slipping away from him, and he was powerless to stop it. The room was too sterile, too cold. The silence felt suffocating, even though the machines hummed with their mechanical rhythm. Nothing felt real. Not this. Not the warm memories of the days before, not the tender words shared between them. He tried to find comfort in the sound, in the proof that Izuku was still breathing, but it wasn't enough. Not enough to erase the fear gnawing at his insides, the ache of betrayal still fresh in his chest. He didn't know if Izuku could hear him. Didn't know if his words had even reached him. But he stayed. Because no matter the anger, no matter the lies, no matter how much he wanted to scream or shake him awake, he still loved him. That much hadn't changed. The exhaustion settled over him like a weight, pulling at his limbs, making his eyelids heavy. His body ached, his mind too tired to keep running in circles. But through all the anger, the fear, the hurt, he couldn't leave. Slowly he closed his eyes. A silent plea hung between them, filling the space where words failed. Come back to us. And the room remained quiet. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, the harsh white light of the hospital room making his head throb painfully. For a moment his vision swam in and out of focus, his body feeling like it was made of lead. He groaned, a dull ache radiating from his chest, his legs, his arms. Every inch of him screamed in protest. But none of it mattered. The pain was secondary to the overwhelming sense of exhaustion that flooded over him, a kind of weariness that weighed heavier than any physical injury. He tried to shift, but the movement made the world spin, and he winced, gritting his teeth. Easy, Midoriya. A soft, familiar voice Nemuri reached him through the haze. Her voice was a soothing balm, grounding him even as his senses struggled to make sense of everything. He blinked, his eyes trying to adjust as she leaned over him, her face a mixture of concern and exhaustion. She was sitting beside his bed, her posture relaxed but her eyes ever watchful. How are you feeling? She asked gently. Izuku blinked again, trying to focus on her. And Nemuri? What happened? His voice came out hoarse, a rasp that made him sound like he hadn't spoken in ages. Nemuri's lips tightened slightly, but she didn't hesitate before answering. You're lucky to be alive, Midoriya. You took a hell of a beating. You've been out for a while now. Izuku's heart sank at her words. The lack of familiarity in the way she called him Midoriya instead of the more affectionate Izuku or even Izukuin sent a sharp pang through his chest. It wasn't lost on him, he knew exactly why she was keeping that distance. He had hurt her and she was showing it. The weight of her unspoken frustration and his betrayal hung in the air, but there was nothing he could do about it now. She had every right to feel that way. He nodded faintly, trying to piece the fragments of his memory back together. The fight. The ambush. The pain. His mind felt like it was still scattered, like there were gaps in his memory he couldn't fill. His eyes drifted toward the corner of the room, where he saw Dobby and Himiko curled up together in a bed, sound asleep. They were both so still, their faces peaceful, unaware of the turmoil that had just passed. The sight made something in Izuku's chest tighten. They'd been through so much already. He had promised them he would protect them, yet here he was, broken and battered. He couldn't even remember how he'd gotten here, but somehow, it didn't seem to matter. His heart ached for them. They were his world. Where's Shouta? Izuku whispered, a pang of longing in his chest as he tried to sit up, but Nemuri gently pressed him back down. He's at your place, Nemuri said quietly, her voice softer now. He's been a mess since you were brought in. He and Hizashi went to grab your things. He's been here but, well, you know how he is. He's taking care of everything. Izuku tried to nod, but the movement made his head swim again, and he grimaced. His throat was dry, sore, like he hadn't had a drink in hours, no, more than that. Days maybe. The thought made him frown. He didn't want to be here, not like this. He wanted to be home, with his kids, where he could protect them from all of this. But instead, here he was injured, vulnerable, a secret exposed. How are the kids? He asked hoarsely, his eyes searching Nemuri's face for any sign of how they were holding up. She gave him a sympathetic look. They're holding it together. Himiko's been real quiet, though. It's hitting her harder than she's letting on. Dobby's trying to be strong for her, but I can see it in his eyes. Just worried. About you. Izuku nodded, feeling a pang in his chest. He knew his kids well enough to know that Dobby's tough exterior hid a lot of fear, especially where his father was concerned. And Himiko, she had always been the emotional one, the one who wore her heart on her sleeve. She'd take it hard, just like he would if it were the other way around. Dobby? Izuku started but trailed off, feeling the words stick in his throat. He had promised his kids he would be all right. Nemuri gave him a knowing look, as though reading his mind. They're gonna need time. But they'll come around. They always do. You just need to rest, Midoriya. You've got enough on your plate. Izuku's brow furrowed. I need to talk to Shouta. You will. But right now, you need to focus on getting better. You don't want to make things harder on them or on yourself. Nemuri's tone softened, but there was a quiet firmness to it, a kind of reassurance that Izuku hadn't realized he needed. Yeah, Izuku mumbled, his eyes slipping closed for a moment, exhaustion overtaking him once again. The silence in the room stretched on, and the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor was the only sound breaking through the stillness. Izuku's eyes fluttered open again, briefly catching sight of his kids, before his gaze drifted to the door. Shouta, he whispered almost to himself, but the word hung in the air like a question that had no answer. What would Shouta say? How would he react? Nemuri stood up then, patting his shoulder lightly. You're gonna get through this, Midoriya. I'll be back later. I'll let you get some rest. Izuku barely had the energy to respond as his eyes drifted closed again, his body sinking deeper into the pillow, the exhaustion pulling him into a merciful sleep. As Nemuri walked away, Izuku's mind swirled with a sense of guilt that he couldn't shake off. He didn't know how to fix it, but one thing was certain: he couldn't keep running from the truth. Not anymore. Izuku's eyes flickered open again, his body heavy with exhaustion but his mind sharp. The soft sound of voices reached him before he fully regained consciousness. His kids, their familiar laughter and hushed voices, were talking in the corner of the room. Shouta was speaking softly to them, his tone gentle in a way Izuku hadn't heard before. I'm not going anywhere, Shouta said quietly, his words wrapped in the kind of calm that Izuku had always admired in him. You've both been staying here for a while, but I need you to do something for me. Go home, shower, eat something, and come back after you've rested. Okay? Izuku listened, his heart sinking a little at the tenderness in Shouta's voice, mixed with something else, something that Izuku wasn't sure he was ready to face. His kids, who had been sitting at his bedside for hours, seemed to understand, though their faces were still drawn with concern. But, what about Dad? Himiko asked, her voice quiet and uncertain. Shouta's response was soft but firm. I'm here. You don't need to worry. Your dad is in good hands. I'll keep you updated. Dabi nodded, his gaze lingering on Izuku for a moment before turning to Shouta. We'll be back soon. I promise, Dad. Himiko hesitated for a moment longer, her eyes lingering on Izuku's unconscious form, before she finally nodded. With a soft sigh, she clung to Dabi's side, her small frame pressed against him as they both followed Nemuri and Hizashi out of the room. The door clicked shut behind them, and the room fell silent once more. Izuku remained still, his body aching in ways he hadn't known were possible. He stayed quiet, not wanting to break the fragile moment that lingered in the air. He could feel Shouta's presence beside him, the weight of his stare hanging on him like a question that Izuku wasn't ready to answer. He wasn't sure how long it had been before he finally opened his eyes, but when he did, he found Shouta sitting beside him, his posture tense yet controlled. The sight of him made Izuku's heart ache in ways that were hard to describe. Shouta was so calm on the surface, but Izuku could see the storm behind his eyes, the confusion, the hurt, and yes, the anger. Shouta didn't immediately speak. He simply sat there, his fingers unconsciously curling around the edge of the blanket, his gaze fixed on Izuku. The air was thick with unspoken words, a silence that stretched longer than either of them cared to acknowledge. Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but no words came. Finally, Shouta broke the silence. I know you're awake, Izuku, he said quietly, his voice low and strained. I know you've been lying to me. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. The words hit him like a punch, but they were not unexpected. He knew this moment was coming. In the silence that followed, Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing to form the right words. But nothing came to him. I never wanted to hurt you, Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible, filled with a kind of sadness that made his chest ache. I never wanted you to find out like this. Shouta let out a quiet sigh, but his gaze softened just the slightest bit, as though weighing the sincerity of Izuku's words. I know, Shouta replied, his voice surprisingly steady despite the emotions churning underneath. But you still did, didn't you? Izuku winced, his eyes stinging as he looked up at Shouta, seeing the pain there that he had caused. The weight of the situation, his secret, the fight, the injuries crashed down on him all at once. He had never wanted to keep this from Shouta. He had always feared the moment when the truth would come out. And now, with everything laid bare, he could see how much he had hurt Shouta. I didn't want you to see me like this, Izuku admitted softly, a small tear slipping from his eye, one that he quickly wiped away. I didn't want you to be a part of it. I never wanted to drag you into it. Shouta's eyes softened for a moment, his hand reaching up to lightly touch the side of Izuku's face, his fingers warm against the coolness of Izuku's skin. The gesture wasn't one of anger or accusation, it was a simple, quiet comfort, as though Shouta was trying to hold back his own emotions. I don't hate you, Izuku, Shouta said, the words almost a whisper. But you've made things harder on both of us. You should have trusted me. I should have known. Izuku's chest tightened at the words, his heart breaking all over again. He had lied. He had kept so many things from Shouta, thinking he could protect him from the chaos that was his double life. But in doing so, he had caused more pain than he could have ever imagined. I'm sorry, Izuku murmured, his voice cracking with emotion. I never meant to hurt you. I didn't know how to tell you. I didn't know how to let you in. Shouta's gaze softened, but there was still that lingering hurt in his eyes. You didn't have to protect me, Izuku. You could have let me help. But now, I don't know if we'll ever be the same. Izuku's throat tightened as he tried to find the words, but they stuck in his chest, suffocating him. He couldn't promise things would go back to normal, but he knew one thing for sure, he couldn't lose Shouta. Not now. Not after everything they had been through. For a moment, the silence returned, this time filled with a shared understanding that neither of them knew what the future held. But they were here, together, in this moment. That was something. Finally, Shouta stood up, taking a deep breath as if he were preparing for something. You should get some rest. We'll talk more later. Izuku nodded weakly, watching as Shouta walked to the door, pausing for just a moment before stepping out. Izuku closed his eyes again, his body sinking into the bed, the weight of everything pressing down on him. He didn't know what would happen next, but one thing was certain, he wasn't going to give up. Not on Shouta. Not on his kids. And not on the love they shared. He just hoped that, in time, Shouta could find it in his heart to forgive him. Izuku had been awake on and off, his body still too weak to fight off the exhaustion that pulled him under every so often. But when he finally stirred again, more lucid than before, he heard the soft shuffle of footsteps and the quiet murmur of voices just outside his hospital room. Then, the door creaked open. Himiko stepped in first, her usual energy noticeably dulled, her eyes wide with something too heavy for a girl her age to carry. Dobby followed behind her, his expression carefully schooled into neutrality, but Izuku could see through it. The tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers flexed at his sides, it was worry, buried under a practiced mask of indifference. Izuku tried to sit up, but the sharp pull of pain in his ribs reminded him why that was a bad idea. He let out a quiet hiss, and immediately, Himiko was at his side. Dad! Her voice cracked, and before he could blink, she was climbing onto the hospital bed, pressing herself against his uninjured side. Her fingers curled into the fabric of his hospital gown, holding on as if he might disappear if she let go. Izuku huffed out a soft chuckle despite the pain. Hey, baby bat, he murmured, pressing a weak but warm kiss to the top of her head. I'm okay. Himiko made a wounded noise in the back of her throat, her grip tightening. No, you're not, she mumbled. You almost died. Izuku felt Dobby's stare burning into him from the side of the bed. He turned his head to meet his son's gaze, and what he saw there made his chest ache. Dobby wasn't looking at him with anger, or even disappointment. He just looked tired. You got reckless, Dobby finally said, voice low and edged with something dangerously close to fear. You let them get the jump on you. Izuku sighed, guilt curling around his ribs. He'd always known this was the risk, but knowing he had scared his kids like this made it all feel so much worse. I didn't plan on getting my butt kicked, he admitted, offering a small, weak smile. It just happened. Dobby scoffed, but there was no real bite to it. Yeah, no shit, old man. Izuku rolled his eyes at the jab but let it slide. He knew Dobby well enough to recognize that this was his way of dealing with things, sharp words to mask softer feelings. Himiko sniffled against his chest, and Izuku ran a shaky hand through her hair. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," he whispered. "I didn't mean to scare you." She pulled back just enough to look up at him, her golden eyes shining with unshed tears. "You can't do this again, Dad," she said, her voice small but firm. "You can't leave us like that." Izuku swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. He wanted to promise her that it wouldn't happen again, but they all knew that would be a lie. So instead, he squeezed her hand, offering the only truth he could. "I'll always come back to you," he murmured. "No matter what." Himiko bit her lip, then nodded, tucking herself back against his side. Dobby sat down in the chair beside the bed, crossing his arms. "Yeah, well, but just make sure you actually can next time," he muttered, his voice quieter than before. Izuku let out a soft breath, reaching out to ruffle his son's hair. Dobby grumbled but didn't pull away. They sat there like that for a while, wrapped in silence, the weight of everything unsaid hanging between them. But for now it was enough. Shouta sat in the chair beside the hospital bed, arms crossed, his expression carved from stone. He had been quiet since Izuku woke up again, watching, waiting. It had been a day since Izuku had woken up fully. Izuku, still groggy but more aware, shifted slightly against the pillows. His body ached, every wound a reminder of the fight that led him here. Shouta had been the first person he saw when he opened his eyes, but his gaze wasn't warm. It wasn't cruel either, but it was sharp, too sharp. He knew this was coming. "You should talk," Shouta finally said, voice steady but edged with something tightly restrained. "Because I've got a lot of questions and I don't have the patience to wait for answers." Izuku exhaled slowly, his fingers twitching against the blanket. "I know." "Then start explaining." Izuku turned his head slightly, looking at Shouta properly. His boyfriend, his lover, looked exhausted. Dark circles under his eyes, his hair even messier than usual, his jaw tight with the effort of keeping himself in check. This wasn't just anger. This was hurt. Izuku hated that he had caused it. But he couldn't fix it right now. "I can't tell you everything yet," he said, voice quiet but firm. Shouta stiffened. His eyes narrowed, and for a long moment, he didn't say anything. The air between them felt heavy, suffocating. Then, Shouta inhaled sharply, sitting up straighter. "Bullshit," he bit out. "You almost died on my balcony. You've been lying to me for who knows how long? And now that you're awake, you're telling me you still can't talk." Izuku clenched his jaw. "I will tell you," he promised, holding Shuta's gaze. "But not here. Not now." Shuta's fingers twitched where they rested on his arms, his expression darkening. "Why?" Izuku hesitated. "Because there are things I need to say that I won't say in a hospital bed, under watch, still half-drugged on pain meds." Shuta's eyes flickered, scanning him for any sign of deception. Izuku let him see the exhaustion, the truth, the frustration all mixed together. After what felt like forever, Shouta sighed through his nose. "You don't get to keep me waiting forever, Izuku." Izuku let out a weak chuckle, though it hurt. "I know. I wouldn't dare." Shouta huffed, but some of the tension bled from his shoulders. He wasn't happy, not by a long shot, but at least, for now, he wasn't leaving. Shouta didn't move from his chair. His eyes stayed locked onto Izuku, dark and unwavering, and Izuku could feel the weight of his silence pressing down on him. It wasn't like Shouta to demand with words when a stare could do the job just as well. Izuku swallowed, shifting against the pillows. His body still ached, exhaustion gnawing at the edges of his awareness, but he couldn't let himself drift. Not now. Not with Shouta looking at him like that. Like he was waiting for an answer that he deserved to hear. "Why?" Shouta finally asked, his voice quieter now but no less sharp. "You could have told me. Should have told me. But you didn't." Izuku exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to the ceiling. "I wanted to." "Then why didn't you?" Izuku closed his eyes for a beat before forcing himself to look at Shouta again. "Because I knew what it would mean." His voice was quiet but steady. "Telling you meant stopping. Meant letting go of Kairos. And I wasn't ready for that." Shuta's jaw clenched. His fingers twitched where they rested on his arms. "You weren't ready," he echoed, the words flat. "You were ready to lie to me. To let me love you without knowing who you really were. But stopping? That was too much." Izuku flinched. He didn't mean to, but the words hit deep, sinking into something raw inside him. He had always known this conversation would come one day. Had dreaded it, had tried to ignore the inevitable. But Shouta wasn't the kind of person who could be ignored. Not when it came to something like this. Izuku let out a breath, his throat tight. "It's not that simple," he murmured. "Then explain it to me." Izuku hesitated. His hands curled into the thin hospital blanket, his grip tightening as he tried to put it into words, tried to make Shouta understand. "I've been Kairos for years," he admitted, voice barely above a whisper. It's not just something I do. It's who I am. The moment I told you, I knew you'd ask me to stop. You'd expect me to stop. And his breath shuddered as he forced himself to say it. I wasn't ready to let that part of me go. Shouta stared at him for a long time, his expression unreadable. But Izuku could see the muscle in his jaw jump, the slight tremor in his breath before he finally spoke. You think I'd just demand that from you? Izuku didn't answer. He didn't need to. Shouta exhaled sharply, raking a hand through his hair. He looked away, shaking his head. You didn't even give me a chance, he muttered. Didn't trust me enough to let me in. Izuku's heart twisted painfully. It wasn't about trust, he said, voice quiet but firm. Shouta's eyes snapped back to him. Then what was it about? Izuku swallowed. Fear, he admitted. Fear that I would stop. That I'd let it go for you and regret it. That I wouldn't know who I was without it. He looked down at his hands, the ones still littered with healing wounds, the ones that had been Kairos longer than they had belonged to just Izuku. Silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. Shouta finally let out a breath, his shoulders slumping just slightly. And now? Izuku met his gaze, exhaustion weighing heavy in his bones. Now? He let out a weak, humorless chuckle. Now I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Shouta exhaled, rolling his shoulders back as he studied Izuku's exhausted expression. The tension between them sat thick in the hospital room, but there was something more pressing than his anger right now answers. His fingers drummed against his knee before he finally spoke. I want a deal. Izuku blinked at him, green eyes wary. A deal? Shouta nodded. I'll tell you how your kids were doing while you were out. In return, you tell me what happened that left you bleeding out on my balcony. Izuku inhaled sharply, his fingers twitching at the blanket draped over him. Shouta caught the motion but didn't comment. He leaned forward slightly, keeping his voice steady. I'm not asking for everything. But I need to know, Izuku. I need to understand what the hell happened to you. Izuku hesitated, his gaze flickering away. He looked tired more than tired. There was something weighing on him that Shouta wasn't sure he even knew how to put into words. Still, after a long moment, he sighed and met Shuta's eyes again. Tell me about my kids first. Shouta tilted his head. No, he said simply. You start. Izuku's lips pressed into a thin line, but he didn't argue. He let out a slow breath, closing his eyes for a beat before nodding. Fine, he murmured. I'll tell you. Izuku let his head rest against the pillow, eyes momentarily slipping closed as he gathered his thoughts. His body still ached, every movement a reminder of how close he'd come to dying. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet but steady. I was out on a routine patrol, he began, fingers idly picking at the hospital blanket. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I even stopped to feed a stray cat. A faint, bitter smile flickered across his lips before disappearing. And then I was ambushed. Shouta stayed silent, his sharp gaze never leaving Izuku's face. The first guy came at me alone, Izuku continued. I took him down fast, but before I could even catch my breath, the rest of them showed up. He exhaled slowly. They said they had a message from someone I put away. Shuta's jaw tightened. Who? Izuku shook his head. Steel Point. His voice dropped slightly. They came prepared. They were coordinated. Shouta narrowed his eyes. They had intel. Izuku nodded grimly that he flexed his fingers slightly, remembering the cold bite of a knife against his ribs, the sharp snap of a baton across his leg. They weren't trying to capture me. Just kill me. Shuta's grip on his knee tightened. I held out for a while, Izuku admitted. Analyzed their movements, tried to create an opening, but there were too many, and I was already bleeding. He exhaled sharply. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground, barely able to move. I must have blacked out for a second because when I came to, they were gone. Shouta frowned. They just left you? Izuku's lips pressed into a thin line. They thought I was dead. Or close enough to it that I wasn't a threat anymore. Something dark flickered in Shuta's expression, but he didn't say anything. Izuku sighed. My phone was broken. I knew I was close to your place. I didn't think I just moved. Rooftop to rooftop. I don't even remember getting to your balcony. He hesitated. Just the feeling of falling before everything went black. Silence settled over the room, heavy and thick. Shuta's fingers twitched against his knee, his mind running through the implications. A coordinated attack. A villain with a grudge. A vigilante left for dead. And Izuku dragging himself to safety on sheer willpower alone. He inhaled slowly, forcing himself to focus. Emotions wouldn't help right now. Logic would. All right, he finally said, voice level. You held up your end. Now I'll hold up mine. Izuku watched him warily as Shouta leaned back in his chair, rubbing a hand over his face before letting it drop. The kids took it hard, he admitted. Dobby kept his cool for Himiko's sake, but I could see the cracks. He knew something was wrong the second Nemuri and Hisashi showed up at your door. Izuku swallowed thickly. And Himiko? Shouda's expression softened, just a fraction. She was scared, he admitted. Almost panicked. But Nemuri and Hisashi handled it. They brought both of them here. They stayed with you until exhaustion won. They didn't want to leave. Izuku let out a shaky breath, his shoulders slumping in relief. Shouta studied him for a long moment before speaking again. They knew. Izuku tensed. They knew who you were, Shouta clarified, his voice quieter now, but no less sharp. They knew you were Kairos. And they didn't tell me. Izuku didn't answer. Shouta exhaled slowly, raking a hand through his hair. We're not done talking about this, he muttered. Not by a long shot. Izuku forced a small, tired smile. I didn't think we were. Shouta huffed, shaking his head. He glanced at the sleeping kids, then back at Izuku, his expression unreadable. We'll figure the rest out later. Izuku didn't argue. He closed his eyes, exhaustion pulling at him again. But just before sleep claimed him, he heard Shouda's voice softer this time, almost reluctant. I'm glad you made it to my balcony. Dabi and Himiko walked into the hospital room quietly, their movements careful as they took in the scene before them. Their dad was asleep, his breathing steady but shallow, the bruises on his face stark against the pale hospital sheets. What caught them off guard, though, was Shouta. He sat at Izuku's bedside, shoulders slumped slightly as he cradled one of Izuku's hands in his own. His thumb moved in slow, absent-minded strokes over the back of Izuku's knuckles, his expression softer than they'd ever seen before. There was no anger in his face, no tight-lipped frustration, just quiet exhaustion and something else, something more fragile. Himiko tensed instinctively, her grip tightening on Dabi's sleeve. Dabi didn't move, but his eyes sharpened, watching Shouta carefully. Shouta noticed. Without looking away from Izuku, he lifted his other hand and motioned for them to sit. They hesitated, but after a beat, Dabi nudged Himiko forward, leading her to the chairs by the bed. She sat down stiffly, crossing her arms, while Dabi took the seat beside her, gaze unreadable. For a long moment, no one spoke. The hospital room was filled with the steady beeping of monitors, the rhythmic rise and fall of Izuku's chest. Then Shouta finally broke the silence. I'm not mad at you, he said quietly. Himiko flinched, as if she'd expected something worse. Dabi exhaled, looking away. Shouta sighed, running a hand through his hair. I should be, he admitted. You both knew. You lied to me. Himiko's jaw clenched. He's our dad. I know, Shouta said simply. And I know why you didn't tell me. He met her eyes, steady and calm. I get it. I do. Himiko swallowed hard, looking down at her hands. Dabi let out a slow breath. So what now? Shouta looked at Izuku's unconscious face, his hand still curled around Izuku's. Now, he murmured, we deal with it. Dabi raised an eyebrow. That easy? Shouta huffed a tired laugh. Not even close. Himiko shifted in her seat, studying him carefully. You're not leaving? Shouda's grip on Izuku's hand tightened. No, he said. I'm not. The tension in the room slowly ebbed, not gone, but no longer suffocating. And then Himiko scoffed. The sound was sharp, bitter, and it made Shouta look at her fully for the first time since they walked in. You don't abandon people you care about? She repeated, her voice low but cutting. That's real funny, Shouta. Shouda's expression hardened slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Because that's exactly what you did when you walked out that door. Her voice wavered, but her glare didn't. You left him here. You left us. You left me. You walked away like we were the ones who hurt you. Like we were the ones who broke something. Shouta inhaled slowly, his fingers tightening around Izuku's, but he said nothing. Himiko shook her head, her hands curling into fists in her lap. You say you're staying now, but how do we know you won't leave again when it gets too hard? When it hurts too much? Her voice was sharp with something raw, something vulnerable she hated letting him see. Because it will, Shouta. It's going to hurt. Dobby leaned back in his chair, watching the exchange with a guarded expression, but he didn't stop her. Shouta let out a slow breath, his eyes tired, but steady. I know. Himiko scoffed again and looked away, her fingers twisting together. Yeah, she muttered. We'll see. The tension settled again, but this time, it wasn't quite so forgiving. For the first time since this whole mess started, Himiko wasn't sure if she believed him. The hours passed in quiet unease. Dabi and Himiko eventually drifted off, exhaustion weighing them down as they curled into each other in the too small hospital chair. Shouta remained where he was, never releasing Izuku's hand, even as his own body protested the lack of rest. It was too late, or maybe too early when Izuku stirred again. It started with a quiet inhale, deeper than his shallow breaths had been, then a soft, pained noise as awareness slowly clawed its way back to him. Shouta tensed, straightening slightly, his grip unconsciously tightening as Izuku's fingers twitched beneath his own. Green eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first, glassy from medication and exhaustion. It took a moment before they settled on Shouta, bleary but familiar, and then Izuku smiled. You know, he rasped, voice rough from disuse but tinged with amusement, if you wanted to hold my hand this bad, you coulda just asked. Shouta blinked. Then exhaled through his nose, a mix of frustration and relief. You're high as hell, aren't you? Izuku hummed, shifting minutely before immediately wincing. Not high. His head lolled slightly toward him, blinking slow and lazy. You're staring. It's flattering. Keep going. Shouta dragged a hand down his face, biting back the instinctive fondness that tried to creep into his voice. You're a menace even half dead. Izuku grinned, small but smug. You like it? Shouta shook his head, his thumbs still tracing slow, absent-minded patterns over Izuku's knuckles. You should be resting. I'm trying, but you're too handsome, Izuku murmured, blinking up at him like the most love-struck fool. Terrible for my health. Shouta huffed, fighting off the way his lips twitched at the edges. You've got broken ribs, Izuku. Izuku's eyelids drooped, his smile softer now, edges blurring with exhaustion. But you're still here. Shouta's breath caught. His fingers tightened ever so slightly, grounding himself. Yeah, he admitted, voice quiet. I am. Izuku's lashes fluttered, his grip shifting just enough to squeeze Shouta's hand in return, weak but purposeful. Good, he mumbled, voice slurring with sleep. Like you being here. Shouta exhaled, rubbing his thumb along Izuku's hand. The minutes ticked by in a comfortable silence, the quiet of the room interrupted only by the rhythmic sound of Izuku's breathing evening out into something steady. After a while, Izuku's fingers twitched again, his mind clearly swimming in a haze of painkillers. His bleary gaze drifted across the room, landing on the two curled-up figures in the nearby chair. His lips parted slightly before curving into something fond, his bruised face crinkling at the edges. My babies, he murmured, voice soft and thick with warmth. Shouta huffed a quiet laugh, adjusting his grip around Izuku's hand. They're a little big to be called babies. Izuku turned his head toward him, blinking as if processing the words. Then he actually pouted, lips pushing forward in an exaggerated sulk. No, always my babies. Even when they're taller than me. Even when they're grumpy and dramatic. Shouta arched a brow. Wonder where they got that from. Izuku's pout deepened before he gasped softly, eyes widening as if he had just made a revelation. He leaned in slightly only to wince and sag back immediately with a low, pitiful whine. Ow. Shouta sighed. Maybe don't move around with broken ribs? Izuku ignored him entirely, reaching a shaky hand toward his kids, who remained completely dead to the world, their exhaustion winning out over the low murmuring between him and Shouta. His fingers flexed weakly before dropping with a soft huff. Too far. Shouta rolled his eyes but didn't move away when Izuku turned his attention back to him with a dopey, lopsided grin. You moved them, Izuku mumbled, clearly struggling to focus. Shouta blinked. What? You put him in the chair, didn't you? Izuku's eyes were hazy but sharp in that way they always were when he was trying to connect pieces through his pain. Didn't let him sleep all crumpled up. He yawned, his whole body sagging slightly before he finished. You tucked him in. Shouta felt a flicker of heat creep up his neck. He grunted, non-committal. They would have regretted it if they slept like that too long. Izuku beamed at him, and dim in it, it was ridiculous how much warmth was in that look. How much fondness. Like Shouta had just hung the DMN stars for him. You're so good to them, Izuku murmured, blinking slow and heavy. I should do that more. Do things like that. Shouta swallowed, but Izuku wasn't done. Handsome, good with kids, stubborn, grumpy but soft, Izuku ticked off the qualities on his fingers sluggishly, missing a count at least twice before giving up. It's not fair, you know? You keep making it harder to pretend I don't love you. Shouta inhaled sharply. Izuku just sighed dreamily. But, it's okay. I'll just flirt with you, till you figure it out. Shouta stared, torn between exasperation and something else, something warmer, heavier, something that settled deep in his chest and refused to leave. The worst part was that he knew Izuku wasn't lying. Even loopy and half-conscious, there was an honesty in his words, in the way his fingers curled around Shouta's hand like it was the only thing keeping him tethered. Before Shouta could find the words to respond, Izuku yawned again, his grip going lax, exhaustion finally dragging him under. Shouta exhaled through his nose, rubbing slow circles over Izuku's knuckles. Idiot, he muttered, but it was too soft, too careful, too fond to hold any real bite. The only response he got was the soft, steady sound of Izuku's breathing, even and calm. The quiet hospital room felt almost too still, the faint hum of the machines surrounding Izuku like an unwelcome reminder of the pain he was still recovering from. It wasn't long before the soft creak of the door broke the silence, and Nemuri and Hisashi stepped inside. Nemuri's usual vibrant energy was muted, her posture a bit more rigid as she glanced at Izuku lying in bed. The concern in her eyes was hard to miss, though it was obvious she was trying to mask it. "How are you feeling?" she asked gently, crossing her arms over her chest. Her voice was warm but laced with an edge, a little sharper than usual, as if the worry hadn't quite faded. Izuku blinked slowly, trying to shake off the haze of the painkillers, his lips pulling into a small smile. "Better than last time, I guess. Not great, though." He winced slightly as he shifted in bed, but he tried to mask the discomfort with another half-smile. "I think I've been hit by a couple more trucks than usual." Hisashi, who had been standing a little further behind Nemuri, chuckled quietly, but it was a soft sound, more out of nervousness than amusement. "Yeah, well, we're just glad you're awake, man. You really had us worried there." Nemuri stepped closer, her gaze softening for a moment as she looked at him. "We get that you had your reasons, Izuku. But that's not an excuse for keeping everyone in the dark like that. Especially not Shouta." Her voice was quieter now, the bite of earlier fading, replaced by concern for both her friend and Izuku. "He's hurt, and you're not making it any easier by pushing him away." Izuku shifted, the weight of her words sinking in. His smile faltered, but he kept his eyes focused on Nemuri, blinking through the fog of medication. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone," he said softly, guilt lingering in his tone. "I just didn't know how to tell him." Hisashi sighed, rubbing the back of his neck in a familiar gesture of frustration. "You didn't have to lie, Izuku. You know that, right?" He met Izuku's gaze, his usually bright eyes more subdued. "Shouda's not some stranger." Nemuri looked away for a moment, blinking rapidly as if fighting back something unsaid. "I'm not mad at you. We just don't want to see him hurting anymore. He's a demon mess, Izuku." Izuku felt a tightness in his chest, a feeling that had nothing to do with the broken ribs, but everything to do with the truth in their words. "I'll fix it." "I will," he promised, though it came out a little slurred. Nemuri softened, her shoulders dropping a little. "I know you will. But don't take too long. We don't want to see you both hurt any longer than you have to." Hisashi gave him a small smile, though it was tinged with sadness. Izuku nodded weakly, closing his eyes for a moment, the exhaustion of the drags creeping back over him. "Thanks, you too. I don't know what I'd do without you guys." Hisashi offered a quieter chuckle, his hand brushing over the back of his head. "You'd probably be a mess, honestly." Nemuri nudged him playfully with her elbow before turning back to Izuku. "We're leaving you with some space for now, but we'll be back soon. Get some rest, okay? And when you're up to it, we'll talk more." "Yeah, I'll be ready," Izuku whispered as he let his eyelids drop, the drags pulling him under again. With one last look at him, Nemuri and Hisashi left quietly, their conversation fading as the door clicked shut behind them. They had left, but the weight of their concern for Shouta still hung in the air like an unspoken promise that the truth had to come out soon. The quiet click of the door opening was familiar, the soft shuffle of footsteps entering Izuku's hospital room shortly after. Tensei stood in the doorway for a brief moment, assessing the room. Izuku, propped up by pillows, was gazing out the window, his eyes slightly unfocused but still sharp enough to notice his friend. "Mind if I interrupt?" Tensei's voice was calm as it always was, but there was an undercurrent of something else concern, maybe. Izuku was still recovering, though his usual warmth hadn't dimmed entirely. Izuku turned his head toward him, a small, tired smile forming on his face. "You're not interrupting. I'm just trying not to fall asleep again." But he looked around the room, glancing at the steady rhythm of the machines, then back at Tensei. "You could have brought a coffee." Tensei chuckled, walking over to the chair beside Izuku's bed and pulling out a small chess set from his bag. "Coffee would have been a good idea. But I figured you'd need a real challenge to stay awake." Izuku's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh, are you saying that you're actually bringing a challenge this time?" Tensei raised an eyebrow, setting the chess pieces up on the small hospital table. "You might be surprised, Izuku. I've been practicing." Izuku snorted, settling back a little more comfortably, though he winced slightly from the ache in his chest. "Sure, I'm sure this is the time you finally beat me." "Don't be so sure of yourself," Tensei teased, grinning as he began placing his pieces carefully. "I've got some new strategies up my sleeve. You won't be winning so easily this time." Izuku raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. It was a familiar routine, one that had started at the café, over cups of coffee and slices of cake. Tensei would come by, Izuku would make sure to have the chess set out, and the game would begin. It wasn't a matter of winning or losing, but of time spent together, of peace in the quiet moments between moves. The game started slowly, Tensei taking his time, thinking over each piece with careful deliberation. Izuku, meanwhile, was a bit loopy from the medication, but his mind was still sharp enough to take advantage of Tensei's hesitation. "So, how's Shouta?" Izuku asked, his voice quiet, as he made his first move, a simple pawn forward. It was almost casual, though there was an undercurrent of something softer in his tone, something that Tensei didn't miss. Tensei hesitated before making his move, but when he did, his piece fell into place with ease. "He's getting better, all things considered. I think he's just worried about you. Doesn't talk about it much, but I can tell." Izuku nodded slowly, his fingers idly moving his knight into position. "He's got a lot on his plate. I should have told him sooner. Should have been honest." Tensei's expression softened. "It's not easy being honest when things get complicated. You didn't want to hurt him." Izuku sighed, rubbing his temple. "Yeah, but in the end I still did." His gaze flickered to the board, focusing on the game again. "I hate that it always seems like I'm messing things up." Tensei moved his bishop, the tip of his finger brushing the wood of the piece with a quiet click. "You're not messing things up, Izuku. You're just human. Everyone has their flaws. But you're still trying. And that's more than most people would do." Izuku gave him a small smile, but it was faint, as if the weight of everything was still pressing down on him. "I guess." He stared at the board, then made his next move, a knight advancing. "It's just, I don't want to keep making the same mistakes. Especially with Shouta. I know I've hurt him." Tensei didn't respond immediately, focusing on the game, letting the silence linger as Izuku played, his movements still precise despite the haze of exhaustion clouding his mind. The pieces slowly began to pile up, the game coming to a slow, methodical pace as Tensei began to find his rhythm. It wasn't long before Izuku's pieces were surrounding Tensei's, like a well-oiled machine. As usual, Tensei was finding himself outmaneuvered at every turn, but he couldn't help but laugh quietly under his breath. "You're too good at this," Tensei said with a grin, moving his rook in an attempt to block Izuku's advance. "I really thought I'd finally get you this time." Izuku's smirk grew as he reached for his queen, positioning it with ease. "Keep saying that, Tensei. Maybe one day you'll surprise me." Place the queen down with a soft click, his eyes glimmering with the challenge. "But not today." Tensei moved his last piece, setting up what he hoped was a decent defense. He tried to hide the resignation in his smile, but it was there, knowing full well how this game was going to end. Sure enough, Izuku made his final move moments later, sliding his knight into place and securing checkmate in a single, effortless motion. Tensei leaned back, feigning frustration as he threw his hands up dramatically. "I should have known better. You're impossible to beat." Izuku's grin stretched wider, the exhaustion on his face momentarily forgotten in the thrill of the game. "I told you," he said, his voice light and teasing. "Next time I'll go easy on you." Tensei snorted, shaking his head. "You say that every time. Maybe I'll get you next time." He pushed his chair back, standing up and stretching. "I'm bringing coffee next time, though. It's only fair." Izuku laughed softly, though it was quieter this time, and there was a gentleness to it that felt like a little bit of the weight had lifted from his shoulders. "I'll be ready for it. Thanks for sticking around, Tensei." Tensei gave him a warm, sincere look. "Anytime, Izuku. Take care of yourself, all right? Rest up." Izuku nodded, leaning back into the pillows. "I will. Next time, I'll let you win." "Maybe." Tensei chuckled, grabbing his bag. "I'll hold you to that." As he reached the door, he glanced back at his friend. "I'll see you soon." Izuku smirked, his eyes closing as he finally allowed himself to relax. "I'll be waiting." With one last nod, Tensei left the room, leaving Izuku to rest, the soft hum of the machines in the background the only sound that accompanied him. It was small, but in that moment, the game was a reminder that sometimes, just being there with someone, even over something as simple as a game of chess, was enough. The days blurred together in a haze of rest, medication, and visits that left Izuku equal parts comforted and exhausted. The sterile scent of the hospital clung to him, a constant reminder that he was still here, still confined, still waiting. His body ached in that deep, bone-deep way that even quirks couldn't completely fix overnight, but he was healing, slowly but surely. Tsukachi had stopped by 2 days ago with an update, his usual calm demeanor betraying a flicker of tension. "It's handled," he had said simply. "Your tracks are covered. Whatever loose ends there were, they won't be coming back to bite you. You can go back to your life." It should have been reassuring. It should have let Izuku breathe easier. Instead, it left a hollow sort of weight in his chest, a reminder that going back to his life didn't mean things were the same. Shouta hadn't pressed him for answers since that first conversation when he'd been too high on painkillers to guard his words. But that didn't mean the tension had disappeared. If anything, it had settled into something heavier, unspoken but thick in the air every time Shouta visited. Izuku knew it was coming. That conversation. The one where Shouta would finally demand answers. and Izuku would have to decide just how much truth he was willing to give. But for now, there was a truce. And that truce extended to the moment Shouta arrived with the kids to bring him home. Izuku sat stiffly in the wheelchair the nurse had insisted on, his ribs still aching, his arm a dull throb where the fractures hadn't fully knitted back together yet. He was still wrapped in enough bandages to look half mummified, and the healing quirks had done just enough to make him stable but not enough to erase the aftermath of his latest disaster. Ready to go? Shouta's voice was even, neutral, his hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket. He stood just inside the doorway, Dabi and Himiko just behind him, both of them looking more subdued than usual. Izuku forced a smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Thought you'd never ask. The trip from the hospital to the car was mercifully short, though the silence stretched between them all the way there. Dabi pushed the wheelchair, making sarcastic comments under his breath that Izuku was sure were meant to lighten the mood, but they fell flat. Gotta say, you really love the drama, huh? Dabi muttered, his hands steady on the handles. Could've just taken a vacation like a normal person, but no, had to go and get yourself nearly killed instead. Izuku huffed a quiet, tired laugh. Yeah, next time I'll book a cruise instead. Himiko hovered at his side, her hands twitching like she wanted to grab onto him, but something held her back. Instead, she settled for side-eyeing him with something between exasperation and worry. You look like sheet, Dad. Language, Izuku murmured, though the admonition lacked any real weight. Shouta walked a step ahead, his shoulders tense, gaze unreadable. It wasn't until they were settled in the car, Izuku in the passenger seat, Shouta behind the wheel, and the kids in the back, that the silence became almost unbearable. Anyone gonna say something? Dobby finally muttered, his voice edged with irritation. Izuku sighed, shifting slightly to find a comfortable position. How's the cafe? He asked, directing the question toward Dobby. His son scoffed, arms crossed. Still standing. Probably better off without you hovering, honestly. That at least earned him a small smirk. I'm sure you're running it into the ground. Hey, Dobby huffed. I'll have you know I have impeccable managerial skills. People love me. Himiko snorted. Yeah, like how you scared off that one customer for looking too smug. Dobby rolled his eyes. He had it coming. Izuku let out a small, amused breath. I don't even want to know. Himiko leaned forward, her chin resting on Izuku's seat. You sure you should be leaving the hospital, Dad? You still look like you got hit by a truck. Izuku huffed a laugh, though it sent a twinge of pain through his ribs. Trust me, I feel like it too. Shouta's hands flexed on the steering wheel, but he didn't comment. His eyes stayed fixed on the road, his profile sharp in the dim lighting of the car. Izuku knew that look. Knew the way Shouta held himself when he had something weighing on him but wasn't sure when to let it loose. They weren't talking about it now. But they would. So, the rest of the drive passed with the occasional quiet conversation between the kids, but the space between Izuku and Shouta remained untouched, a fragile thing neither of them seemed ready to break. When they finally pulled up to the house, Izuku let out a slow breath, eyes scanning the familiar sight of home. Felt strange. Like stepping back into something that didn't quite fit the way it used to. But the warmth of it was still there, lingering at the edges, waiting for him to step inside. Dabi and Himiko got out first, giving them a moment of privacy as Izuku struggled with the seatbelt, his still healing body protesting the movement. Shouta didn't say a word as he leaned over, undoing it for him with quick, efficient movements. His hands brushed against Izuku's side, and Izuku forced himself not to react, even as his heartbeat stuttered for just a moment. When Shouta pulled back, their eyes met. Something unspoken passed between them. An understanding. A challenge. A promise. The walk from the car to the house was slow, deliberate. Izuku wasn't one to accept help easily, but even he had to admit that his body was still far from fully healed. Every step sent a dull ache through his ribs, and his arm protested even the smallest movements. Still, he pressed on, jaw tight, refusing to let himself be carried or coddled more than necessary. The door swung open before they reached it, Dabi already inside, kicking off his shoes like he owned the place because, in many ways, he did. Himiko hovered just behind Izuku, not quite touching him, but close enough that he could feel her presence like a shadow. Shouta was quiet, his hand hovering near Izuku's back, just in case. He didn't touch him, didn't force assistance, but Izuku knew he would catch him if he so much as stumbled. The thought should have been comforting, but instead, it sat heavy in his chest, a reminder of just how fragile this peace between them was. The house smelled like home, like coffee and faint traces of whatever meal Dabi had last attempted to cook. Familiar, but slightly off, like something had shifted in his absence. Maybe it had. Himiko was the first to break the silence. You should sit, Dad. She didn't wait for an answer, tugging a chair out at the dining table with an expectant look. Izuku huffed but obeyed, lowering himself carefully onto the chair. The tension in his body eased slightly now that he wasn't standing. Dabi flopped onto the couch, arms stretched out behind his head, watching with his usual lazy smirk. "You hungry?" Shouta asked. He was already heading toward the kitchen, not waiting for a response. Izuku hesitated. It had been a while since they'd all eaten together, and he knew Shouta had been cooking for the kids while he was in the hospital. It felt normal in a way that was almost jarring. "Yeah," he admitted. "I could eat." Shouta nodded, rolling up his sleeves as he moved to the stove. Himiko brightened, taking her spot at the counter to watch, while Dobby remained sprawled on the couch, only offering commentary. "I dunno, old man," Dobby mused. "You sure you can handle cooking? You're looking a little rusty." Shouta didn't even glance back. "At least I don't burn everything I touch." "Hey, my cooking has character." Izuku let out a tired chuckle, resting his chin in his hand as he watched the scene unfold. It was nice. Awkward but nice. Dinner was quiet but not uncomfortable. The kids talked enough to fill the silence, but every so often, Izuku would catch Shouta glancing at him, like he was waiting for something. Izuku didn't know what to say, so he focused on eating, on the normalcy of a meal shared with his family. When the plates were cleared and the exhaustion began to settle in his bones, Izuku pushed himself up with a slow breath. "I think I'm gonna head to bed." Himiko nodded, already stretching out on the couch. "You need anything before you go?" "I'm fine," he assured her, even as she eyed him suspiciously. Dabi waved him off. "Try not to fall apart before morning." Izuku rolled his eyes but didn't argue. As he made his way toward the bedroom, he paused, glancing over his shoulder just in time to see Shouta grabbing a blanket from the closet. His stomach twisted. "You're staying on the couch?" Shouta froze for half a second before nodding. "Yeah." Something inside Izuku clenched, an ache that had nothing to do with his injuries. Shouta had been staying over since he got out of the hospital, but every night he slept on the couch instead of in their bed. It made sense in a way. Things were strained, and there was still so much left unsaid. But knowing that didn't make it any easier. He wanted to ask Shouta to stay with him, to remind him that this was still a place where he was welcome. But the words stuck in his throat, and he didn't know if they would change anything. So instead he just nodded, forcing a small, tired smile. "Good night, Shouta." Shouda's gaze lingered on him, unreadable. "Good night, Izuku." As Izuku settled into bed, the space beside him empty, the house felt too big, too quiet. The days passed in a quiet, unsteady rhythm. Izuku hated it. It wasn't that he disliked being taken care of, he appreciated the effort, the way Shouta ensured he didn't push himself too hard, the way his kids kept an eye on him even as they ran the cafe, but the sheer awkwardness of it all was unbearable. Everything felt off, like they were orbiting around each other, careful not to crash, but also not quite able to fall back into their usual patterns. Shouta had fallen into the role of caretaker with practiced ease, ensuring Izuku took his medications on time, helping him move around when he was too stiff, cooking meals with that quiet efficiency that should have been comforting but only left Izuku more aware of how much things had changed between them. Dabi and Himiko had taken full charge of the cafe, and though Dabi beached about it every evening when he got home, it was clear they had things under control. Customers still came in, the coffee was still served, and despite Dabi's complaints about having to actually talk to people, business continued as usual. When Shouta needed to teach or patrol, someone else always showed up to check in on Izuku. Ryo stopped by the most, his sharp gaze always scanning Izuku for signs of strain, though he never pushed beyond a few pointed comments. Tensei dropped in once, all easy smiles and warm conversation that filled the silence Izuku hadn't even realized was suffocating. Even Hisashi made an appearance, his usual energy dialed back just enough to be comforting rather than overwhelming. Izuku appreciated it truly. But he hated feeling useless. He hated feeling like a burden in his own home. Shouta never said anything, but Izuku could feel it, something that sat heavy in the air no matter how normal they tried to act. They slept in separate spaces now, Shouta claiming the couch without discussion, and though Izuku knew why, it still stung. He missed the weight of Shouta beside him. Missed the quiet intimacy of simply existing together. But they weren't there anymore. Not yet. And so the days dragged on, filled with careful conversations and an uneasy truce. By the fourth day, Izuku was feeling stronger. The pain was still there, a dull ache in his ribs and arm, but he could move around on his own, handle small tasks without wincing. It was enough for Shouta to pull back from hovering just a little. He still watched Izuku closely, still caught his arm when he wobbled, but the overwhelming concern had shifted into something quieter, more restrained. And then, on the fifth day, Shouta packed up the small bag he'd been keeping at the house and said, "I'm heading home." Izuku nodded, keeping his expression carefully neutral. All right. There was nothing final about it. Shouta had never officially moved in, there was no breakup, no dramatic departure. But the weight of it still settled in Izuku's chest as he watched Shouta leave, the house feeling emptier than it had in days. Shouta sat on his couch, phone resting in his palm, Izuku's message still glowing on the screen. "Izuku, I'm coming over." We need to talk. It had been a week and a half since Izuku left his home. Since then, Shouta had received only short updates. Izuku was healing, resting, managing a few hours at the cafe. But mostly he had been silent. Now, Izuku was coming to talk. And something in Shouta's gut told him this was different. He wasn't sure if he was ready. When the knock came, Shouta's heart skipped a beat, the feeling in his chest unfamiliar, as if something was about to crack open. Before he could even take a step toward the door, it opened. Izuku didn't wait for an invitation he never had. He stepped inside, shutting the door behind him with quiet finality. The tension in the air was thick, almost suffocating. Izuku stood in front of him, looking different, calm, yes, but there was a weight to his presence, a stillness that made Shouta's gut twist. His eyes were shadowed, exhausted, but something hard and determined flickered beneath the surface. His hands fidgeted at his sides, fingers curling in and out as if he was trying to control the storm inside him. Izuku. Shouta's voice was steady, but his gaze lingered on Izuku, searching for any hint of what was to come. He didn't get up. He just waited, his breath caught in his throat. Izuku shook his head. No. I need to say this standing. His voice, though quiet, had an edge of something raw in it, like he was holding back, bracing for something. I need to tell you everything, and you're going to want to sit for it. Shouta's frown deepened, and he slowly lowered himself back into the couch. Something felt very wrong, and his chest tightened in anticipation. Izuku's tone alone warned him this was not a simple conversation. Izuku inhaled sharply, lifting a hand to run through his messy hair, his fingers trembling slightly. He hesitated for a moment, as if trying to hold it all in before he spoke. My mother died when I was 5, Izuku said, the words hitting Shouta like a punch to the gut. He couldn't help but flinch, his heart twisting painfully at the thought of Izuku so young, so alone. Izuku looked down for a moment, his shoulders slumping slightly as if the weight of the memories had dragged him down. The commission came for me. They took me in. I don't know if my father knew or if he was even alive. I don't remember much from before they had me. What I do know is that I stopped being Izuku Midoriya that day. He paused, looking up with an intensity that made Shouta's breath catch. They named me Kairos. The word felt like a dagger in the air, and Shouta's heart skipped. Kairos. He'd heard of the name, but it had always been a distant, shadowed thing. Now it felt personal, dangerous. Izuku shifted his weight, his body rigid, and Shouta could see his hands tightening into fists. They trained me. They fed me, taught me everything. Tortured me when I failed, pushed me past exhaustion. I wasn't a child. I was a tool they were sharpening. His voice caught on the last word, and he paused, taking a slow, deliberate breath, before continuing. By 14 I was doing missions. Dangerous ones. Ones that meant people died if I didn't succeed. Sometimes, people died because I did. He let out a small, bitter laugh, but it was hollow, broken. They made sure I examined every failure. Learned from them. Shouta felt his chest tighten. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched as if to ground him. This wasn't the Izuku he knew, this was something else, something dark, and Shouta didn't know how to process it. His mind was spinning with questions, with a deep ache for the boy who had been torn apart by the world. Izuku's breath was shaky now, as if the walls he had built around himself were starting to crack. I was 18 when they told me it was over. That the program had been shut down. No more missions, no more orders. They handed me a duffel bag, told me my name again, and sent me out into the world. Like I was supposed to know what to do with it. Izuku's voice broke on the last sentence, and for the briefest moment, his face crumpled in a way that Shouta had never seen before, vulnerable, fragile. It was quickly masked, but not before Shouta caught the flash of pain in his eyes. I spent weeks on the streets. I had nothing. No ID, no record. I didn't exist. I slept in abandoned buildings. Surviving meant crime. I didn't want that. I couldn't be Kairos, the hero, anymore, so I became something else. A vigilante. Izuku's hands moved to rub at his face, his knuckles white from the pressure. I started protecting people, saving what money I could. I took analysis jobs, small things at first, then bigger ones. It wasn't much, but it was something. Then I saw a cafe. And I knew I wanted one. Izuku's body stiffened, the faintest tremor running through his shoulders as if the words were too heavy to hold. His voice faltered as he continued. When I was 23, I came home to find Nezu in my apartment. He offered me a deal. A cafe of my own in exchange for my skills. I'd stay a vigilante. I'd take analysis jobs. Some missions. He glanced up at Shouta then, his eyes sharp, desperate for something in Shouta's gaze. I took it. Shouta didn't speak. He couldn't. His throat felt tight. Izuku had been pushed, shaped, and twisted into this person. The tool, the weapon. Yet he had survived. He had fought for himself, even when the world had refused him. I was 24 when I opened the cafe. And that was the year I met Himiko. His voice softened, the weight of the memory shifting into something more tender. I saved her as Kairos. I couldn't leave her. A long pause followed. Izuku's hands dropped to his sides, his fingers twitching as if he was itching to do something. To move. To run. But he stood still, facing Shouta with a rawness that made Shuta's heart ache. At 26, I met Dabi. He was different, but I saw something in him. I saved him too. The silence that followed was heavy. The weight of everything Izuku had revealed hung between them like an unspoken truth neither of them could ignore. Shuta's mind was racing, processing everything, but his heart was still catching up. Izuku had lived through hell. Alone. He had fought to survive, to protect others, and still, he had carried this weight in silence. Izuku's gaze flickered, as if searching for something in Shuta's eyes, and then he spoke, his voice small, almost fragile. That's everything. The room was suffocating in its silence after Izuku finished speaking. The weight of his confession hung in the air, thick and oppressive, pressing down on both of them. He stood there, his weight shifted slightly, shoulders tight, like he was bracing for a blow that wouldn't come. The subtle tension in his fingers, the barely perceptible clench of his jaw, he was waiting for judgment, for rejection, for something he'd already convinced himself was inevitable. Shouta sat rigid on the couch, his elbows braced against his knees, hands clasped together with white-knuckled intensity. His breath was measured, too controlled, but the tightening of his jaw, the flicker of something dark in his eyes, betrayed him. He had always been good at containing his emotions, at maintaining composure, but right now, he felt it slipping through his fingers like sand. His mother. The commission. Kairos. The murders. The years of loneliness. The fight to survive at all costs. Shouta inhaled sharply through his nose, forcing himself to breathe past the tangled knot of emotions crawling up his throat. His fingers curled into his palms, nails pressing against skin. The silence stretched too long before he finally spoke. This, his voice caught, rough and uneven. He swallowed, trying again. This explanation doesn't make it right, Izuku. Izuku nodded, almost too quickly, as if he had expected this exact response. His expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered with something raw and fleeting before he dropped his gaze to the floor. His voice, when it came, was quiet but steady. I know. He exhaled, slow and controlled, like he was forcing himself to stay still, to remain present. But I don't know what I can do to make it right. Those words did something to Shouta. A sharp twist of something ugly coiled in his chest, made of exhaustion, frustration, anger, and something dangerously close to grief. Izuku knew what he'd done. Knew the weight of his choices. And yet he spoke like it had been unavoidable. Like he had accepted that nothing could be done. Shouta let out a short, bitter scoff, running a hand through his hair, fingers gripping at the strands like it might ground him. You don't know? Are you serious? He stood abruptly, the legs of the chair scraping against the hardwood floor, loud and jarring in the tense quiet. You've been lying to me for months, hell, probably longer, and now you're standing there, telling me you don't know how to fix it? His voice edged closer to a growl, deep and rough with unfiltered emotion. Try not lying for starters. Try trusting me before you let it get this far. Izuku flinched just barely, a flicker of movement so small that most wouldn't have noticed. But Shouta did. He saw the way Izuku's fingers curled in on themselves, the way his shoulders tensed, the way his throat bobbed when he swallowed. I do trust you. Shouta laughed, short and humorless. That's why I had to drag this out of you instead of you telling me like a normal demon person. His pulse was a pounding, restless thing, his frustration sharpening into something bitter, something helpless. You had so many chances, Izuku. Izuku's hands clenched into fists at his sides. You think I don't know that? The mask of calm cracked then, just a little, his voice raw and uneven, threaded with something that made Shuta's stomach twist. You think I don't every demon day wonder if I should have told you sooner? If I should have let you go before you got close? His breathing was unsteady now, shallow, like he was holding something back. His green eyes burned, not with anger, but with something worse. I wanted to, Shouta. I wanted to tell you, but I was terrified. And I didn't know how. Shouta scoffed again, shaking his head, trying to hold onto the anger, the righteous frustration. That's bullshit. You didn't want to risk losing control of the situation. You wanted to manage me, like you do with everything else. Izuku took a step closer, his body wound tight like a live wire, barely contained. And you think I haven't been trying? You think I don't want to fix this? Shouta clenched his jaw, exhaling through his nose, voice dropping into something low and cold. You don't fix this, Izuku. You don't just patch it up and move on. You can't undo the things you've done. Izuku's breath caught. Just for a second. Shouta should have stopped there. He should have. But the anger, the hurt, the sharp edge of betrayal wouldn't let him. The words came before he could stop them. You're not a hero. You never were. Silence. The kind that crushed the air from the room, that rang louder than any argument ever could. Izuku's face didn't change, not really. But something in him went still. His hands, which had been trembling with barely contained frustration, steadied. His posture straightened just slightly. And when he met Shouta's eyes again, the fire that had been there just moments ago was gone. I know. His voice was quiet, even empty. Shouta realized his mistake instantly, but the damage was already done. Izuku stood there for a moment, silent, the weight of Shouta's words settling deep into his bones. Then, without a word, he turned away. The movement was slow, deliberate, not the sharp, angry departure of someone storming out in frustration. This was different. This was final. Shouta's stomach twisted. Izuku, we're done. The words were quiet, but they hit like a gunshot. Shouta's breath caught as Izuku moved toward the door, his hands steady as he grabbed his coat. Not rushed, not frantic. Just finished. Guilt clawed up Shouta's chest, but his body felt too heavy to move. His own words echoed in his head, the bitterness of them still lingering. You're not a hero. You never were. And now Izuku was walking away. Izuku, wait. Izuku paused with his hand on the doorknob but didn't turn around. I should have known, he said, voice still eerily calm. You weren't going to forgive me for this. I just kept telling myself that maybe. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Doesn't matter. Shouta took a step forward. That's not what I. Izuku let out a quiet, humorless laugh. No. It is. He finally turned, meeting Shouta's eyes one last time, and the light was gone. His expression wasn't angry. It wasn't even sad. It was just tired. I can't do this anymore, Shouta. Shouta felt his chest tighten. Izuku. Goodbye. And then he was gone. The door shut behind him with a quiet click, and the apartment felt too big. Too empty. Shouta stood there, breathing hard, the realization settling in like a weight, heavy and suffocating. Staring at the closed door, his heart pounding so hard it hurt. His hands were shaking. His mind was screaming at him to go after him, to grab Izuku, to fix it. But he couldn't move. He felt like he was drowning. Izuku was gone. And it was his fault. His breath came in short, uneven bursts as he stumbled back onto the couch, his body folding in on itself as if trying to hold together the pieces breaking apart inside him. His fingers trembled as he grabbed his phone, barely registering the cold weight of it in his palm. He didn't think, he just acted, muscle memory guiding him as he opened the group chat, his vision blurring at the edges. Shouta, I effed up. Shouta, I effed up so effing bad. Shouta, Izuku's gone. He left. He said we're done. The moment the last message sent, his phone buzzed violently in his grip. Nemuri. He answered without hesitation, barely getting a sound out before his voice cracked. He swallowed hard, his throat raw. I don't know what to do. What the f happened? Nemuri's voice was sharp, slicing through the fog of his panic like a knife. Shouta pressed a shaky hand to his forehead, squeezing his eyes shut as he tried to steady himself. He told me everything. The commission. Kairos. How he grew up. The words tumbled from his lips, unfiltered and desperate. His breath hitched. And I got angry. I said shit I shouldn't have. Hizashi's name flashed on the screen with an incoming call. Then tenses. Messages were flooding in, his phone vibrating nonstop, but Nemuri's voice was all he could focus on. What the F did you say, Shouta? Shouta curled forward, fingers digging into his scalp. His stomach twisted painfully. I told him he's not a hero. That he never was. Silence. Then, are you effing serious? Nemuri's voice exploded through the speaker, full of unfiltered rage. For once, Shouta didn't have it in him to argue. What the hell is wrong with you? She cut herself off, taking a sharp breath as if forcing herself to stay in control. Shouta dragged a hand down his face, his chest tightening. I didn't mean it. Well, guess what? Her voice was ice now. It doesn't effing matter. His phone kept vibrating. Hizashi, what do you mean he left? Hizashi, where did he go? Hizashi, Shouta. Tensei finally spoke up in the chat. Tensei, we'll fix it. Just tell us where he might go. Shouta's grip on his phone tightened, his head spinning. He barely had the strength to form the words, barely had the courage to admit the truth. I don't know where he is, he admitted, his voice hoarse. Silence stretched between them again. The weight of his failure pressed down on his ribs, making it harder to breathe. Probably home. Nemuri's voice, quieter now. Do you want to fix this? Shouta let out a shaky, uneven breath, his heart clenching like a fist in his chest. He's the love of my life. His voice broke, and for the first time in a long, long time, he felt something dangerously close to helplessness. I just lost him. Nemuri sighed, but the anger in her tone had softened into something else. Something gentler, but no less firm. Then get the F up and do something about it. Izuku barely remembered the walk home. His body moved on autopilot, one foot in front of the other, his mind eerily blank. The weight in his chest was unbearable, but he kept moving, kept breathing, kept going. The city blurred around him, neon lights and distant chatter fading into nothing. The chill of the night air bit at his skin, but he barely felt it. His hands ached, curled into fists at his sides, his nails pressing into his palms as if the pain might keep him grounded. When he finally stepped inside his home, the familiar warmth wrapped around him like a thin shield against the ache in his chest. It smelled like coffee and faintly of the cleaning products he used before closing the cafe downstairs. The soft hum of the refrigerator filled the silence, the gentle creak of the old wooden floors beneath his feet grounding him just a little. His kids were in the living room. Himiko was sprawled on the couch, her phone in her hands, her sharp eyes flicking up the second he walked in. Dobby was leaning against the windowsill, cigarette in his fingers, though he had yet to light it. The moment they saw him, both of them knew. Himiko sat up immediately, her expression shifting from playful curiosity to something serious. Dobby just exhaled through his nose, flicking the unlit cigarette away and crossing his arms. "Dad." Izuku swallowed, toeing off his shoes. "I'm fine." His voice was too quiet, too hollow. Neither of them believed him. Himiko was off the couch in an instant, moving faster than she normally would. "You look like sheet," she muttered, but there was no teasing in her tone. Dabi walked over, eyes narrowed. "Where's Aizawa?" "No Shouta, not right now." Izuku clenched his jaw, looking away as he set his keys down. "Not here." Silence. "Then, what did that BGMI do?" Dabi's voice was sharp, dangerous. Izuku shook his head, exhaustion settling deep into his bones. "Nothing." He sighed and ran a hand through his hair, finally looking at them. I don't want to talk about it." Himiko frowned, shifting closer to him. "You don't have to. But you don't have to lie either." Izuku's breath hitched, something in his chest aching. These kids, his kids, had been through hell and back, and yet they were standing here worried about him. He let out a quiet, shaky breath and pulled them both in, wrapping his arms tightly around them. Himiko buried her face against his chest without hesitation, her grip firm. Dabi didn't fight it either, just rested a hand on Izuku's back, silent but there. For the first time since walking away from Shouta, Izuku let himself breathe. The weight of the day pressed down on Izuku like a lead blanket as he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The room was dark, save for the faint sliver of moonlight that crept in through the curtains, casting long shadows across the walls. The silence was deafening. No cafe noises. No quiet chatter from the kids. Just the rhythmic ticking of the clock on his nightstand, counting each second he spent trying to hold himself together. He was so tired. His body ached not from any physical wound, but from the sheer exhaustion of keeping himself upright. Every muscle felt strained from the effort of pretending he was fine, from the forced steadiness in his voice when he reassured Himiko and Dabi that he didn't want to talk about it, that he just needed rest. But rest wouldn't come. Izuku turned onto his side, curling in on himself. His phone was still there on the nightstand, the screen lit up again. "Show 3. Izuku, please pick up." "Show 3, I need to talk to you." "Show 3, I'm sorry." "Show 3, please." More missed calls. More pleas from Shouta. Izuku stared at the screen for a long time before slowly typing out a single message. "Izuku, I need distance and peace. Leave me alone for a bit." Shouta, whose words still echoed in his head, cutting deep into the parts of him that were already bleeding. "You're not a hero. You never were." His breath hitched, his throat tightening as something sharp twisted in his chest. He squeezed his eyes shut, his fingers gripping the blanket like a lifeline, but it wasn't enough. The pain surged up, crashing over him all at once, and suddenly he was gasping, choking on a sob that he barely managed to muffle against his pillow. He couldn't remember the last time he'd cried like this. The last time he had let himself cry at all. Tears burned hot trails down his face, soaking into the fabric beneath him. He pressed his forehead against the pillow, trying to smother the ragged, shuddering breaths that shook his entire body. His shoulders trembled as wave after wave of grief and exhaustion tore through him, breaking down the walls he had spent years fortifying. He had always known this would happen. That eventually, the truth would come out. That the life he had built, the cafe, his kids, the warmth he had finally allowed himself to have would come crashing down the moment someone knew what was underneath it all. He had wanted to believe, even just for a little while, that Shouta would still look at him the same way once the truth was out. That he wouldn't see him as something broken. As something too far gone. "You're not a hero. You never were." Izuku let out a shaking breath, gripping his blanket tighter as another sob tore through him. His chest ached, his stomach twisting painfully as he curled in further, as if making himself smaller would somehow make the hurt more bearable. He had survived so much. Had endured more than most could fathom. And yet, somehow, this felt like the final blow. He wasn't sure how long he stayed like that, lost in the storm of his own breaking heart. Minutes, hours, it all blurred together. The only thing he knew for certain was that when the tears finally slowed, when his body was too exhausted to keep shaking, all that was left was the hollow ache in his chest and the quiet, lingering thought that scared him more than anything else. What if this is it? What if this time, there's nothing left to fix? Izuku let out a final, unsteady breath and wiped at his face, his movements sluggish. His head pounded, his throat raw, but there was no one to see him like this. No one to hear the way his breath still hitched, uneven and broken. Slowly, he turned onto his back again, staring blankly at the ceiling. His body felt like lead, his limbs too heavy to move. His chest still hurt, but there were no more tears left to cry. There was nothing left to do but wait. Wait for morning. Wait for the ache to dull. Wait to see if this emptiness would swallow him whole, or if, somehow, he would find the strength to keep going. For now, though, he just lay there, alone in the dark, listening to the steady ticking of the clock, as the weight of everything settled deep into his bones. Trying to focus on the things that mattered. His kids. His café. The rest could wait. It had been nearly 3 weeks since Izuku walked out of Shouta's apartment. 3 weeks of silence. 3 weeks of trying not to break under the weight of all the things he didn't say. He hadn't answered any more of Shouta's messages, not after that first night when his hands had trembled too hard to hold the phone steady. He'd silenced the group chat after the 20th ping in an hour. Nemuri's missed calls stacked up, fiery and frantic. Hizashi's voicemails sat untouched, rambling half-pleas and half-jokes meant to lure him into responding. Ryo stopped by the cafe twice, each time pretending it was just for coffee, but Izuku knew better. He felt every careful step the man took, like someone approaching a wounded animal. He didn't respond to any of them. He didn't know how. Only Tensei had managed to break through once. His voice had been quiet on the other end of the line, like he knew shouting would only push Izuku further into the dark. He told Izuku they missed him, that Shouta wasn't eating, that he barely slept, that he walked around with his phone in his hand like he didn't know what else to do with it, that it wasn't too late, not yet. Izuku thanked him, voice hoarse. And then he never called back. Because even if a part of him wanted to, he didn't trust himself. Not with that edge still raw in his chest. Not when hearing Shouta's voice might undo every stitch he'd barely managed to hold in place. So instead, he focused on what was in front of him. His kids. The rhythm of survival became his life. He woke early, opened the doors, made the coffee, organized, restocked, smiled when he needed to, faked it when he couldn't. He pretended the ache in his chest didn't bloom every time someone ordered black coffee the same way Shouta used to take it, or when a scruffy black cat brushed against his legs and made his heart twist. Dobby stepped up more. Without a word. Started opening on the mornings Izuku couldn't bear to get out of bed. He didn't ask questions, just set a cup of coffee down in front of him before walking away. Himiko hovered. She watched him behind narrowed eyes, brows drawn with quiet worry. She started staying in more often, keeping close. She brought him things like she was offering pieces of herself, small talismans to keep him stitched together, a new notebook with his favorite shade of green, a candy she'd stolen from a market, a dumb cat keychain that made him laugh, but also nearly cry. He noticed all of it. He just didn't say anything. Couldn't. Because if he opened his mouth, the grief might pour out so fast he'd drown in it. He cried at night quietly, only when the door was closed, only when he knew the kids were asleep. His face buried in the pillow, chest heaving with sobs, he bit down into silence. Hands clutched to the phone sometimes, thumbs hovering over Shouta's name in his contacts, rereading the last messages over and over until the words blurred through his tears. I'm sorry. Please. Just talk to me. You're the love of my life. I can't lose you. He never replied. Instead, he poured that hurt into small things. Into the care he gave the café. Into the gentle touch of his fingers when he refilled the cat's water bowls. Into brushing Himiko's hair when she crawled onto the couch beside him and pretended she didn't need the comfort. Into checking Dobby's hands for burns after his shift without saying a word. Into making pancakes on days that didn't need them. But that evening, the ache crept in again, heavier than usual. The apartment was too quiet. Even with Dabi dozing on the couch and Himiko's music drifting softly from behind her bedroom door, the silence pressed down on him like a weight. He couldn't breathe through it. Couldn't sit still. His skin felt too tight. His thoughts too loud. So he stood, moved quietly through the space, pulling on his hoodie, careful not to wake them. He didn't leave a note. Just his phone in his pocket, silenced like it had been for weeks. The door clicked softly behind him. Outside, the night air was cool against his flushed cheeks. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets and started walking, no direction in mind. Not Kairos tonight. No mask. No mission. Just Izuku. Just a man hollowed out by heartbreak, wandering the streets like maybe somewhere in the quiet dark, he'd find a little peace. The streets were mostly empty, washed in pools of amber streetlight and the distant hum of late-night traffic. The city's usual chaos had quieted into something hushed and hollow, like it was holding its breath with him. Izuku walked with no direction, no destination, just forward, step by step, like the motion might bleed the ache out of him. Just a man trying to stay in motion so he wouldn't fall apart. The tightness in his chest hadn't faded exactly, it had just numbed at the edges. Distant. Manageable. Until he saw him. At first, it was just a shape in the corner of his eye. Still. Too still. Tucked into the shadows behind a dumpster at the end of a side alley. Izuku slowed, instincts sharpened instantly. That kind of stillness, he knew it too well. It wasn't rest. It was defense. Please don't see me. Please don't touch me. Please, not again. He turned down the alley without thinking, footsteps soft against the concrete. The closer he got, the colder his gut went. The kid was young. Couldn't be more than 14. Thin and wiry, curled in on himself like a wounded animal. A muzzle was strapped across his face, tight, rusted, crusted with dried blood. His hair hung limp in a messy cloud of violet and dark roots, his posture all angles and tension. His arms trembled. His chest hitched in stuttered, panicked breaths. And then the boy looked up. And Izuku stopped breathing. Violet eyes. Wide, glassy, rimmed with tears. The skin around them was swollen, bruised, one nearly swollen shut. There were old cuts across his cheek and newer ones on his jaw. A long welt traced down the side of his neck. The boy's hands were clutched around his knees, knuckles bloodless. His whole body radiated fear, like a scream too quiet to hear. When his gaze met Izuku's, he flinched full-bodied, like he expected a blow. Izuku froze. He raised both hands, palms out, voice gentle. Hey, it's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. No answer. Just those wide, terrified eyes locked on him, breath ragged and fast behind the muzzle. I'm not police, Izuku added softly. Not a hero. I'm just Izuku. I run a cafe a few blocks from here. You don't have to be scared of me. Still no answer. But the boy didn't run. He didn't lash out. He just trembled. Izuku crouched carefully, far enough not to crowd him but close enough to reach if the kid collapsed. Can you nod if you're hurt? There was a long, agonizing silence. Then, barely perceptible, the boy dipped his head. A nod. Izuku swallowed the sudden lump in his throat. That's okay, he whispered. I want to help if you'll let me. Can I take that off for you? His eyes flicked to the muzzle. No answer. But the kid didn't move away. Didn't shake his head. Didn't say no. So slowly Izuku reached out. His hands moved like they were underwater, carefully telegraphing every inch of movement. When his fingers touched the buckle, the boy flinched again, sharp and panicked, but he didn't pull away. The straps were too tight. Too deliberate. The kind of cruelty that left marks meant to scar. Izuku's jaw clenched as he unfastened them, heart racing with a mix of fury and grief. When the muzzle finally came free, the boy gasped. It wasn't loud. But it was desperate. His lips were cracked and bloodied. His breath wheezed through dry lungs like it hurt to breathe. Izuku set the muzzle aside like it might explode. You're safe now, he said quietly, voice thick. You're safe. The boy didn't say anything. Didn't move. For a moment, they just sat there, two broken things in a broken city, surrounded by the stink of rot and rain and silence. Then, slowly trembling, the boy reached out. His fingers brushed Izuku's sleeve. Gripped. Clung. White-knuckled. And that was it. That was all Izuku needed. He moved without hesitation, arms gentle but sure as he leaned forward and wrapped them around the boy's too thin frame. He embraced him, carefully, as if afraid he might shatter from the touch. I've got you, he whispered, one hand cradling the back of his head. You don't have to go back. You don't ever have to go back. The boy didn't let go. Didn't speak. But his fingers fisted tighter into Izuku's sleeve like a lifeline. Even once they left the alley, even as they stepped onto the dim sidewalk and back into the world where people passed without seeing, he kept a tight, trembling grip on Izuku's sleeve. Like letting go would drop him into a pit he couldn't climb out of. Izuku didn't speak. He didn't ask questions, didn't press for answers. The boy's silence was sharp enough to cut with, and Izuku respected that. He remembered what it was like to be touched too roughly by the world. Sometimes silence was the only armor you had left. So they walked. Izuku adjusted his pace to match the boy's slower steps, careful not to make it feel like he was watching him too closely. The weight of the muzzle in his other hand felt heavier the longer he held it. He'd throw it out the moment they got home. Cafe's not far, he said eventually, his voice soft, unobtrusive, like speaking into the dark. I live above it. Swarm. No one's gonna come looking for you there. The boy didn't answer, but Izuku didn't expect him to. I've got 2 kids. They're older than you, one's a little menace and the other smokes on the roof like it's a full-time job. He let out a quiet breath, smile tugging faintly at the corner of his mouth. They'll be nosy but they're good. Protective. Better than I deserve, honestly. Still no reply. But the boy's fingers had loosened a little on his sleeve. Izuku glanced down. We've got cats too. 4 of them upstairs. Technically 3 are rescues, 1 just moved in and never left. He's meaner than he looks. The others'll crawl on you the second you sit down. He caught it, then the flicker of something in the boy's eyes. Just a spark. But they're not fear. Something softer. Izuku didn't point it out, just let it bloom quietly between them. I'll make you some tea when we get there, he added after a moment, gently. Or cocoa if you want. You don't have to talk. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. They were almost to the cafe now, the soft glow of the sign visible up ahead. Izuku could already imagine the smell of it, the faint trace of espresso in the walls, the cinnamon from earlier pastries still clinging to the air upstairs. Then, just as they reached the front steps, the boy tugged lightly at his sleeve. Izuku stopped. The boy looked up at him, face pale, bruised, mouth dry and cracked. And in the smallest, hoarsest voice Izuku had ever heard, he said, Hitoshi. Izuku's breath caught. He crouched down just enough to meet the boy's eyes without towering over him. His voice was warm, steady. Hi, Hitoshi. I'm Izuku. It's really good to meet you. Hitoshi didn't smile. But he didn't look away. Izuku reached for the keys with one hand, the other still held by the trembling boy beside him. Come on, he said quietly. Let's get you inside. The scent of vanilla and coffee clung to the air like a warm blanket as Izuku gently opened the front door, ushering Hitoshi inside with a quiet hand on his shoulder. The lights were low, just the soft glow of a hallway lamp left on, and for a moment, the world held its breath. A groggy rustle came from the couch. Dobby shifted under a threadbare blanket, blinking blearily at the sudden light from the open door. His hair was a mess, one arm flung over the back of the couch in an awkward sprawl. You know, he muttered, voice gravel-deep with sleep, when you texted you were bringing home a stray? His gaze landed on Hitoshi. The faint bruises. The torn shirt. The blood dried too dark along the edge of his jaw. That haunted look in his eyes, more animal than human. Dobby sat up slowly, and the teasing edge in his voice dropped like a stone. Not the stray I expected. Izuku gave him a look, fond, tired, worn around the edges. Hitoshi didn't move, just stood frozen in the entryway like he didn't quite trust that the floor wouldn't vanish out from under him. Dobby clocked it instantly. He pushed the blanket aside and stood, tall and quiet, posture casual but his eyes sharp. He didn't approach. Just gave the boy a short nod. Sup, he said. Not gentle. Not sharp either. Just simple. Hitoshi blinked at him, but didn't flinch. Dobby looked to Izuku. I'll get the guest room ready. And clean the bathroom. Himiko wanna know. Izuku's smile was soft, grateful. Thanks. Dobby rolled his eyes, but there was no real bite behind it as he wandered off down the hall, already pulling out his phone. Izuku turned back to Hitoshi. That's my son, he said gently. He's loud sometimes and acts tougher than he is, but he's good people. Hitoshi looked up at him with that same unreadable expression. Still quiet. Still holding on. Izuku didn't push. Instead, he slowly led him further inside, guiding him past the living room and toward the kitchen, each step careful, giving the boy time to adjust. Kitchen's just through here, he murmured, flicking on the light. The space came alive, soft with tones, old mugs hung up on hooks, a kettle already half filled on the stove from earlier in the evening. Why don't you sit down? I'll make us something warm. He moved with practiced ease, pulling down 4 mismatched mugs and opening the cupboard for the cocoa mix. Behind him, Hitoshi hovered by the kitchen doorway like a ghost, unsure if it should stay. The cats, as if summoned, started slinking out of corners, one by one. A fluffy tortoiseshell leapt soundlessly onto a chair, while a tabby peeked in from the hallway. Hitoshi's eyes followed them, faint wonder cutting through the fog on his face. He sat, eventually, slow and unsure. His fingers curled in on themselves in his lap, like he wasn't sure what to do with hands that weren't defending him. Izuku smiled softly and set the kettle to boil. He didn't speak again, not yet. Let the quiet sit with them instead, safe and unthreatening. Let the cocoa simmer and the light hum and the cats gather like guardians. And little by little, the chill that had clung to Hitoshi's skin began to melt away. The mugs steamed gently on the kitchen counter, the scent of cocoa sweet and calming. Izuku stirred them one by one, careful and methodical, the soft clink of the spoon filling the silence. Hitoshi sat hunched at the kitchen table, hands wrapped tightly around the ceramic mug Izuku had placed in front of him. He hadn't taken a sip yet, just held it, eyes flicking between the rising steam and the cats weaving through the legs of the chairs like shadows with tails. Izuku glanced at him as he set down his own mug and leaned a hip against the counter. There's a room being made up for you, he said gently, voice low like he didn't want to startle him. It's not much, but it's warm and private. Dobby's cleaning the bathroom too, so if you want to shower tonight, you're welcome to. No rush. Hitoshi blinked at him slowly, eyes half hidden beneath tangled purple hair. He didn't answer right away. Izuku didn't push. He let the moment sit between them, calm and steady. There was no timeline here. No expectations. And, Izuku continued, softer now, if you'd like, I can introduce you to my daughter too. Himiko. She's been dying to come in since I texted the group chat. I think she wants to see who the stray is. That earned him something, a flicker of a smile, barely there. A twitch at the corner of Hitoshi's mouth, like he didn't quite know what a smile was supposed to feel like anymore, but remembered enough to try. His voice was a whisper, brittle but real. Yeah. Izuku blinked. Yeah. Hitoshi nodded once, tiny and shy. I want to meet them. Izuku's own smile bloomed at that, warm and relieved. All right. He turned to the door, poked his head into the hallway. Himiko, Dabi, he's ready. There was the sound of feet scrambling, a door opening too fast, and an excited squeak of, finally. Izuku chuckled and walked back to the table, carefully setting the last mug in front of the fourth empty seat. He looked back at Hitoshi, who had straightened a little in his chair, still nervous but no longer frozen. You're safe here, Izuku murmured, so only Hitoshi could hear. Take your time. We're not going anywhere. And then the kitchen was filled with quiet footsteps, the thrum of soft voices, and the warmth of cocoa passed between unfamiliar hands, slowly becoming familiar. The kitchen door creaked open before Izuku could even step back fully. Himiko entered first like a whirlwind, barely contained in a body, barefoot and in one of Izuku's oversized hoodies with a pink bat embroidered on the sleeve. Her eyes locked onto the stranger at the table in less than a second. She stopped dead in her tracks. Behind her, Dobby leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, still drying his hands on a towel from cleaning the bathroom. His gaze flicked to Hitoshi, calculating, assessing, and then back to Izuku. A nod. Silent reassurance that everything had been done. Hitoshi stiffened under their gazes, shoulders curling inwards slightly. Himiko, to her credit, didn't pounce. Instead, she blinked, looked at the cocoa in his hands, then at the way he sat like he was trying to disappear. Oh, she said, quieter than usual. Her voice softened on instinct. You really are a stray. Hitoshi looked up, confused for half a second, until he saw the grin tugging at her lips, less mischievous than usual, more gentle. Not mocking. Hi, she added, plopping down across from him without an ounce of hesitation. I'm Himiko. He's Dabi. We're the other strays who never left. Dabi rolled his eyes but didn't correct her. He walked in and slid the last mug toward himself, giving Hitoshi a brief, almost imperceptible nod. You like cats? Yeah, Hitoshi replied, the tiniest bit more audible now. They're quiet. They don't expect much. Perfect, Himiko beamed. We have like 10. I'm not sure how many anymore. They just happen. Izuku let himself lean back against the counter and watch it unfold. Hitoshi's shoulders didn't completely relax, but they didn't tense further, either. His fingers uncurled slightly from the mug, and for the first time, his face turned toward the others with something that wasn't guarded, just curious. Tired, but curious. Himiko scooted her mug toward him a little. You can have mine too if you want. I loaded it with whipped cream and sugar. Dabi says it's disgusting, but he drinks straight bitterness, so his opinion's invalid. Dabi muttered, I drink it like a grown-up. Himiko stuck out her tongue. Well, Hitoshi is the guest, and guests get the good stuff. Hitoshi looked between them, lips twitching again. Then, so softly it could have been missed. Hitoshi. Izuku's heart squeezed. Himiko grinned wide. Nice to meet you, Hitoshi. Dabi raised his mug slightly. Welcome to the madhouse. Izuku smiled into his cocoa. Tonight was for this quiet kitchen. For Coco. For names spoken aloud for the first time in too long. For new beginnings. Hitoshi stood in the hallway, damp hair clinging to his forehead, the sleeves of the borrowed shirt slightly too long on his frame. He hesitated just outside the bathroom, feeling the warmth of the shower still clinging to his skin. It had been so long since he'd had a proper shower, hot water, clean soap, the feeling of being truly warm. He hadn't realized how much he missed it until now. The apartment was quiet now. At some point, Himiko and Dabi had retreated to their rooms, leaving only Izuku sitting at the small dining table, a cup of tea in his hands. Izuku looked up as Hitoshi stepped closer. A soft, easy smile spread across his face. Feel better? He asked. Hitoshi hesitated, then nodded. Izuku's smile didn't falter. Good, he murmured, taking a slow sip of his tea before nodding toward the hall. Your room's all set whenever you're ready. Hitoshi shifted on his feet, glancing in the direction of the spare room. It was his room now. That was still strange to think about. Izuku didn't push. He just leaned back slightly in his chair, watching him with steady, patient eyes. Do you want me to show you where we keep the blankets? He asked casually. Or the snacks? Hitoshi blinked at him. Izuku chuckled, eyes crinkling at the corners. We keep extra stuff in the cabinet. You can take what you want whenever. Hitoshi's fingers twitched slightly at his sides. The offer was so simple, so normal, but it hit him harder than he expected. Izuku didn't expect an answer, just like he hadn't expected one at the dinner table. He was just offering, leaving the choice in Hitoshi's hands. Hitoshi finally nodded, a little slower this time. Izuku nodded back, finishing his tea. All right, he murmured, voice low and steady. Get some rest, Hitoshi. We'll figure everything else out tomorrow. Hitoshi stood there for another few seconds, then finally turned and walked toward his new room. For the first time in a long while, he had a place to sleep that wasn't cold concrete or a too small cot in a shelter. A place where no one would be waiting to yank him away in the middle of the night. For the first time in longer than he could remember, he felt safe. The next morning arrived slowly, like the world itself was still. Waking up, Izuku had been up long before the sun. He hadn't really slept, just rested for a while on the couch with his eyes closed, listening to the stillness of the apartment. But even the quiet had teeth these days, and it didn't take long before the ache in his chest pushed him upright and into motion. He moved through the familiar motions of his morning ritual like muscle memory, sweeping, prepping the cafe downstairs, checking supply levels, adjusting the chalkboard menu with a bit more care than usual. He even pulled out the good beans. Dobby's quiet, unspoken approval of the boy last night was enough for that. When everything was in place, he climbed back upstairs, rolled his sleeves up, and started on breakfast. He didn't know what Hitoshi liked. So he made a little of everything: scrambled eggs, miso soup, toast, fresh fruit, even some rice ball just in case. Dabi would probably steal the rest later anyway. The house smelled like food and coffee by the time he finally stopped, leaning against the counter with a steaming mug in hand. His eyes were heavy, his heart heavier still, but for the first time in weeks, the silence didn't hurt. He'd just taken a sip of coffee when he heard the softest shuffle of footsteps. Hitoshi stepped into the kitchen, blinking against the early light, hair a mess of purple strands in every direction. The sleeves of Dabi's oversized shirt hung almost to his fingers, and the pajama pants had been rolled at the waist to keep from dragging on the floor. Izuku smiled gently behind his mug. Morning. The boy rubbed his eyes with the back of his sleeve, looking small and quiet in the doorway. But he didn't flinch. Didn't freeze like the night before. He just stared at Izuku for a beat, then let out the tiniest grunt of acknowledgement. Izuku tilted his head toward the table. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made a bunch. Help yourself to whatever looks good. Hitoshi hesitated, then patted over slowly, drawn by the smell more than the words. He hovered near the table like he wasn't sure if it was really okay. Izuku didn't rush him. Just set his own mug down, pulled out a plate, and gently started adding small portions. You can try things first if you want. No pressure. Hitoshi sat down. Quietly. Carefully. But he sat. Izuku poured him a cup of warm tea, mild, not too bitter, and set it next to the plate. I made cocoa last night, but I figured something lighter might be easier this early. Another pause. Hitoshi reached out and took the cup. His fingers wrapped around it tightly, like he was trying to soak in the warmth. He didn't say anything. That was okay. Izuku pulled out a chair across from him and sat down slowly, folding his hands together on the table. You slept all right? A small nod. I'm glad. He let the silence settle again, soft and safe. Dobby'll be up soon. Himiko. They're loud in the mornings, just a warning. For a second, just a flicker, Izuku swore he saw something like amusement in Hitoshi's tired eyes. And when the boy finally took a bite of toast, his shoulders sagged just a little. Less tension. Less fear. Izuku sipped his coffee and watched him from across the table, his chest aching in a new way now, something quieter, deeper. After breakfast, Izuku rinsed the dishes and set them in the drying rack. The quiet clink of porcelain filled the kitchen, comforting in its rhythm. Hitoshi remained at the table, slowly working through a few more bites of food, sipping tea like it was a lifeline. He hadn't said much, but he hadn't run either. That was more than enough. Izuku dried his hands, glancing back at the boy. I'm gonna open the cafe in a bit, he said softly. You're welcome to come down and sit if you want. You don't have to talk to anyone. I'll keep your mug full. Hitoshi blinked up at him, hesitant. Then shook his head, just once. Izuku nodded, accepting it without question. All right, you don't have to. Just know the door is open. He left a second mug of cocoa on the counter beside him just in case and stepped out to finish his morning routine. Not long after, there was a loud groan from down the hall, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone stumbling out of bed like gravity was personally offended by their existence. Up too early, Himiko's voice called, muffled through her door. It's 9, Dabi's dry drawl echoed from the hallway. Izuku had just stepped back into the kitchen to grab his apron when the two emerged, Himiko in mismatched pajamas and fuzzy socks, and Dabi with a coffee already in hand, stolen from the pot while no one was looking. Both of them stopped when they saw Hitoshi still at the table. Himiko perked up instantly. Hey, stray, she said brightly, plopping herself onto the counter. You survived the night. You want a cookie? I made some last week. They're probably not poisonous. Dabi shot her a flat look but turned to Hitoshi with a subtle nod. Mornings. Hitoshi stiffened a little, but nodded back. Dabi leaned on the counter, biting into a rice ball. I'm heading down in a minute to help with the morning rush, he said, glancing at Hitoshi without pressure. You can come if you want. No expectations. You just gotta stay away from the register. Himiko'll kill you if you mess up her tip jar organization. Demon right, Himiko muttered, stealing a piece of fruit from Hitoshi's plate with zero shame. For a second, Hitoshi just sat there, eyes flicking between the siblings, lips pressed together like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to smile. Then he looked at Izuku. Maybe later, he said, voice scratchy but audible. Izuku's smile was soft. We'll be downstairs if you change your mind. Dabi gave him a two-finger salute and turned to go. And for the first time, Hitoshi didn't flinch when someone's back turned. He just watched them leave, cocoa warming his hands and something just barely brighter beginning to bloom behind his tired eyes. The kitchen settled into a lull after Dabi left, the distant sounds of the cafe beginning to stir downstairs, a muffled clatter, the hiss of espresso, low music playing through the speakers. Himiko sat on the counter, legs swinging, her messy bun lopsided and her oversized sweater slipping off one shoulder. She watched Hitoshi over the rim of her cocoa, eyes sharp but not unkind. He sat curled into the chair, too small for how much space he tried not to take up. The hoodie he wore swamped his frame, the sleeves bunching around his fingers. He hadn't touched the cocoa Izuku made, but his eyes kept flicking to it like it might vanish if he stared too. You don't talk much, huh? She said eventually, her voice light. Hitoshi flinched like he'd been caught doing something wrong, but only shrugged. That's cool. Dabi didn't talk to me for a week when he first showed up. I thought he was mute or just really into dramatic silences. Hitoshi blinked at her. He wasn't. He's just a beach. That earned her the smallest twitch at the corner of his mouth. Himiko grinned. She slid off the counter and wandered over, setting her own half-empty mug down and nudging the full one toward him. Me? I didn't shut up when I first came here. Well, Izuku looked like he wanted to punt me into the sun. She leaned against the table, resting her chin on her arms. But he didn't. 'Cause strays recognize strays, you know? That made Hitoshi really look at her. Cautious, a little confused. She gave a casual shrug, as if talking about being a kid with nowhere to go was just small talk. He found me bleeding with a knife in one boot and an attitude problem. He made me tea. Let me sleep on the couch. Didn't ask for details. She reached out, gently nudging the cocoa closer. You don't have to talk either. You don't have to say where you came from or what happened. Just if you want to be here? That's enough. Hitoshi stared at the cocoa for a long moment before finally wrapping both hands around it. Quiet passed between them again. Not heavy. Not awkward. Just safe. Then, almost too soft to hear, he mumbled, You really made cookies? Himiko's grin returned in full force. I made them before you came here, but I'm legally obligated to bribe all new strays with baked goods. It's like a rule. She turned toward the cabinet. They're a little crunchy. I forgot them in the oven. Twice. When she returned and plopped the tin in front of him, Hitoshi took one cautiously. Still wary. Still quiet. But he didn't let go of the mug. And he didn't look like he wanted to run. Himiko beamed like she'd won a prize. The cafe was humming softly with its usual morning rhythms, the low clatter of mugs, the hiss of steamed milk, the warmth of sunlight spilling through the front windows. Izuku moved behind the counter like clockwork, sleeves rolled up, apron tied with practiced ease. Dabi leaned against the wall beside the pastry case, sipping slowly from his coffee. He hadn't said much, but Izuku could feel him watching. Waiting. You can just ask, Izuku said finally, breaking the silence as he wiped down the espresso machine. I know you want to. Dabi gave a quiet snort. I don't want to. But you've got that look like you're going to start brooding into your coffee if I don't. I don't brood. You absolutely do. Izuku huffed a laugh but didn't argue further. He paused, hand resting on the counter, and looked toward the staircase toward the apartment upstairs, quiet now, where Himiko and Hitoshi were still talking. He reminds me of you, Izuku said softly. Dabi blinked. Himiko. No. Hitoshi. Dabi stilled, the rim of his mug paused just below his mouth. What? Izuku's gaze dropped to the cloth in his hand, twisting it slightly. That night I found you. You were taller, louder. But the eyes were the same. That kind of scared that makes you angry. That makes you flinch and glare at the same time. Dabi didn't say anything. But he didn't look away either. Izuku continued, voice low. You both had that stillness, that same way of holding yourself like you're waiting for someone to take a swing. You didn't trust me. Not at first. But you didn't run either. Dabi's jaw tensed. He stared into his cup like it might say something. Izuku smiled faintly, tired and warm. You both held on the same way too. I was older, Dabi muttered. You were still a kid. Another silence. This one quieter. He's lucky it was you, Dobby said eventually. I don't think he feels lucky yet. No, but he might. Eventually. Izuku didn't respond right away. He moved behind the counter again, reaching for a second mug. I don't think he knows what safety feels like yet. I want him to learn. And maybe it helps to have someone like you around. Dobby looked at him sharply. You think I'm good with kids now? I think you understand more than you let on. A long breath. Then a muttered, "Eh." Izuku turned, handed him the second cup of coffee. You stayed. You helped. You didn't even hesitate to make him a room. Dobby looked away. Don't make it weird. I already did, Izuku said, grinning. And for a moment, the quiet between them wasn't heavy at all. The midday rush had come and gone, leaving behind the soft lull of a lazy afternoon. The cafe had quieted to the sound of low jazz playing through the speakers and the gentle clink of dishes being cleared. Izuku stood behind the counter, scribbling notes in the margins of the stock list while Dobby wiped down a few empty tables. The sun filtered through the windows in warm mess, dust floating in the golden light. Peaceful. For once. The soft creak of the stairs made Izuku glance up. Hitoshi hovered at the threshold between the apartment and the cafe floor. He looked smaller in the oversized hoodie Dobby had given him, hood up, sleeves dangling past his fingertips, but his eyes were more awake now. Alert if still cautious. Izuku offered a soft smile and didn't say anything, just gave a small nod like you're welcome here, if you want. Hitoshi stepped fully into the cafe. He didn't make a beeline toward anyone. Just sort of drifted, quiet and a little awkward, toward the far side of the room where one of the low-sitting lounge chairs rested in the corner, surrounded by sun patches and plush throw pillows. That's when the cat moved. A ginger tabby with an ked tail, stubborn, ancient, and completely unbothered by the world. Dobby had once named it Trashcan out of spite, but Izuku insisted its real name was Pickles. The cat had ignored them both. But it did not ignore Hitoshi. The moment the boy sat down, Pickles stretched lazily, stood, and crossed the cafe floor with all the authority of royalty surveying its domain. It hopped onto the chair beside Hitoshi and then, without hesitation, climbed into his lap. Hitoshi froze. The cat kneaded his hoodie once. Twice. Then curled tightly into a ball against his stomach and purred like a demon engine. Izuku stilled behind the counter. Dobby, mid-wipe, raised a brow. Guess he's been chosen, Dobby muttered. Izuku smiled gently, his eyes soft. He's a good judge of character. Across the cafe, Hitoshi's hand hovered over the cat's back. Unsure then, slowly he let his fingers sink into the soft fur. The cat only purred louder. And Hitoshi, for the first time, let out the tiniest sound that could be a laugh. Barely audible. But it was there. Izuku turned away before he could get choked up. Should we tell him Pickles bites everyone else? Dobby asked under his breath. Izuku shook his head, wiping at the corner of his eye with the back of his wrist. Let him find out later. They left him there, hoodie drowned and buried under a purring cat, with no rush and no questions. Just the quiet hum of a place beginning to feel like safety. The cafe had grown quiet again, the last customer's bell chime still echoing faintly as Izuku flipped the sign to closed. The evening sun filtered through the windows in warm streaks, catching the dust motes dancing lazily in the air. Outside, the city moved on cars, footsteps, life, but in here, in this little corner of the world, everything slowed. He moved through the usual motions, wiping tables, tucking chairs in, checking the pastries. The rhythm was familiar, almost meditative. It had carried him through the worst of the past few weeks, when grief and silence had filled every corner of his chest. But today was different. Not easy, not better. Just lighter. There was a boy upstairs. A quiet, guarded kid with haunted eyes and the softest voice Izuku had heard in a long time. A boy who'd grabbed onto him like he was the only safe thing in a crumbling world. A boy who reminded him so much of Dobby when they first met that it made his chest ache in a different way. A softer way. Izuku turned off the lights behind the counter and lingered a moment, just breathing. Dobby had taken Hitoshi upstairs a while ago, muttering something about seasoning and not burning the rice this time, probably. Himiko had snuck a slice of cake to the kid and wandered off with a conspiratorial grin. They were okay. His family. Still messy and loud and strange, but okay. Tonight, he'd go upstairs. He'd sit with his kids. He'd eat dinner. He'd check on Hitoshi and make sure the boy knew he wasn't alone anymore. That he was wanted. Loved, eventually if he let them. Izuku locked up the cafe and lingered a moment outside, staring up at the darkening sky. The air was cooler now, spring inching closer with every breeze. For the first time in weeks, the weight in his chest didn't crush him, it just sat there, quieter. Bearable. When he stepped into the apartment, the scent of garlic and onions met him first. Dobby was at the stove, grumbling like always but not unhappily. Hitoshi sat at the table with a cat in his lap, fingers buried in thick gray fur. Himiko leaned against the counter, sipping juice, watching them all. When she saw her dad, she jumped from the counter and almost ran to him for a hug. She looked at Izuku, her eyes soft. "You're breathing again, Dad," she said quietly, only for their ears. And somehow, that was exactly what he needed to hear. The bell above the cafe door chimed a soft, delicate sound that barely cut through the lazy, golden hush of the morning. It was early still, the kind of hour when the sunlight spilled sideways across the windows and the scent of fresh coffee grounds filled every inch of air like a blanket. Izuku didn't lift his head immediately. He was focused on the last swirl of a cat's paw in a creamy la, hands steady, tongue caught thoughtfully between his teeth. Across the room, Himiko was humming something terribly off-key as she attacked a mop across the tile floor with gusto, while Dobby gruff and half-awake tossed kitchen towels into a bin, Hitoshi shuffling after him with a clipboard nearly half his size, yawning into the sleeve of an oversized hoodie that was unmistakably Dobby's. It was almost ordinary, almost like nothing had ever broken. But then a voice, low and warm, cracked across the quiet in a way no morning customer would dare. "Nice to see you haven't completely faded from the earth." Izuku blinked, his fingers still curled around the coffee cup, a smear of foam clinging to the side. Slowly, carefully turned. Tensei Ida stood framed in the doorway, the brisk autumn air clinging to him. His scarf was tucked neatly into his coat, but his hair was a tousled mess from the wind, and the smile on his face was familiar in a way that made something inside Izuku both ache and breathe easier at once. Tensei smiled like he hadn't been ignored for weeks. Like Izuku hadn't left his messages hanging for days at a time, hadn't hidden from even the gentlest of hands reaching out. It was patient, that smile. A little tired, but real. "Hey," Izuku said, voice low but not cold. "Not anymore. You're early." "You've got the open sign flipped," Tensei said with a shrug, stepping inside and letting the door fall shut behind him. "And I figured it was a gamble worth taking. Worst case, I get a passive-aggressive court-to-do." Himiko snorted loudly without even looking up from her mopping. "He saves those for Nemuri." Across the room, Dabi barked out a single, unimpressed grunt as he tossed another towel into the bin. "Tensei." "Dabi," Tensei returned with a slight nod, before his gaze snagged onto the unfamiliar figure beside him, smaller, shoulders hunched defensively into the massive hoodie, a clipboard clutched tightly in slim hands. "And who's this?" Tensei asked, voice gentle. Hitoshi blinked up at him, startled like a deer in headlights, his fingers curling tighter around the clipboard. He didn't say anything. Didn't move. Izuku was already there, stepping into the moment with a practiced ease that spoke of years of learning how to bridge gaps that others couldn't see. "This is Hitoshi," Izuku said calmly, voice light. "He's staying with us for a while." Tensei's expression softened immediately, the sharp edges smoothing out without a hint of hesitation. He offered Hitoshi a respectful nod, nothing pressing, nothing overwhelming, just enough. "Good to meet you, Hitoshi. I'm Tensei." Hitoshi didn't answer, but he didn't bolt either. Izuku counted it as a win. "You want coffee?" Izuku asked, wiping his hands clean on a towel. "Or something stronger?" Tensei chuckled as he unwound his scarf. "Coffee. And if you've still got that battered old chessboard around here somewhere, a rematch." At that, Dabi glanced over, raising a brow. "He beat you last time?" "By 1 pawn, Tensei grumbled, deadpan. "And a caffeine crash. Don't make it sound like I got played." "You did get played," Izuku said under his breath, already disappearing into the back room with a grin tugging at his mouth. Moments later, he reappeared. Chessboard tucked under one arm, a quiet fondness glittering behind his lashes. The board was worn from years of use, the corners battered, the wood scuffed from too many coffee spills, but Izuku handled it like it was something precious all the same. He thunked it down onto one of the side tables, away from the counter, in a patch of warm morning light. Hitoshi hovered uncertainly for a second before settling onto the battered couch nearby, Pickles, newly named and newly spoiled, immediately launching herself into his lap with all the entitled grace of a queen claiming her throne. Hitoshi went stiff, but after a few beats, his hand lifted to scratch behind the cat's ears in slow, tentative strokes. Izuku smiled to himself as he set up the chessboard. "You're not alone here," Tensei said quietly, watching the room, the way the kids orbited Izuku without ever straying too far. Izuku's hand faltered mid-move. But after a beat, he pushed a pawn forward. "I know," he said simply. Tensei mirrored the move, tapping a piece into place. "Still hurts, doesn't it?" "Yeah," Izuku admitted softly. "But less today." The game unfolded slowly after that, the rhythm of their moves familiar, almost meditative. The cafe murmured around them, dishes clinking, the occasional mewl of a cat, Himiko muttering dramatic threats at a stubborn mop bucket. Life moved. And for once, Izuku let himself move with it. They played a dozen moves in near silence before Tensei spoke again, tone casual, almost offhand. "So, you've adopted another one?" Izuku snorted, nudging a knight across the board. "He adopted me." Tensei's eyes flickered to Hitoshi, who was now nearly asleep under a purring cat pile. He looks like someone who hasn't had a safe place in a long time. Izuku's smile dimmed slightly. He hasn't, he said. A pause and then quieter. He reminds me of Dabi. From back then. Tensei hummed, moving a bishop without looking. You've always had a type. Izuku shot him a look, but the fondness was impossible to hide. Another handful of moves past pawns falling, kings cornered before Tensei said, very lightly, I saw him. With Hisashi. Izuku's hand paused mid-reach. He looked worse than I've seen him in years, Tensei added, voice steady but not unkind. Like he's been walking through hell without even noticing. Izuku didn't answer right away. The hurt was still there, curled inside him like a second heartbeat. He misses you, Tensei said after a moment. He hurt me, Izuku said back, voice raw. I know. The chess pieces clicked against the wood, each move feeling heavier than the last. You came here to talk about him, Izuku said finally, soft and accusing. No, Tensei said easily, sliding his rook into position. I came to play chess. Their eyes met across the board, green and blue, steady. And maybe, Tensei said, even softer, to remind you that you don't have to answer yet. But if you're ready, maybe let him know you're still breathing. Izuku closed his eyes for a long, long moment. When he opened them again, the world was still here. The cafe still smelled like cinnamon and coffee. Himiko was still humming off-key. Dobby was still grumbling under his breath about suppliers. Izuku moved his knight decisively. I'll think about it, he said quietly. Tensei smiled, a real one, warm and relieved. When the game ended, Izuku winning by a single pawn, though no one mentioned it, Tensei clapped a hand gently to Izuku's shoulder, grounding him without anchoring him. I'll come by again, Tensei said, pulling on his coat. You're always welcome, Izuku answered, and for the first time in weeks, he meant it. Tensei grinned at the kids, earning a suspicious squint from Dabi and a shy half-smile from Hitoshi, and disappeared into the soft, cooling air outside. For a long time, no one spoke. He's okay, Hitoshi mumbled, pickles purring obnoxiously loud against his ribs. Himiko huffed a laugh and twirled away with her mop. Dabi muttered something about, finally someone who knows how to drink coffee, and herded Hitoshi upstairs with all the grace of a sleep-deprived cat herder. Izuku stayed behind the counter, hands braced on the cool surface, staring at the door like it might swing open again. His chest hurt. But it wasn't the same sharp, unbearable pain anymore. This stuff felt like healing. So, messy, but real. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, maybe after another dozen chess games, maybe someday he could find a way forward again. One small step at a time. The cigarette pack slipped from Shouta's fingers, clattering to the ground without a sound. His hand remained suspended in midair, fingers trembling like they had forgotten what to do with themselves. He didn't move to pick it up. He couldn't. His body felt hollow, drained, as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned away the moment he had let go of hope. The cold of the metal bench seeped through his jacket, but he barely noticed. The weight of the night pressed on him, suffocating, stifling, like an invisible hand closing in around his ribs. He didn't hear the footsteps until the shadow settled beside him, and even then he didn't acknowledge the presence right away. Hisashi's silhouette appeared beside him, hesitant but steady. It was like approaching a man drowning in the dark. Hisashi said nothing at first, just sat there, giving Shouta the space he couldn't ask for but desperately needed. You're scaring people, Shou. Hisashi's voice cut through the silence, thick with concern, void of his usual playful tone. You look like you're waiting for a funeral that already happened. The words barely made it past the fog in Shouta's brain. He was too numb to feel the sting of the truth in them. He couldn't answer. He couldn't speak. The pressure in his chest was a constant, a relentless ache that made it feel like breathing was no longer an option, just an involuntary action he had to force himself through. His phone buzzed quietly against his thigh, a tremor of hope he tried to ignore, but his fingers moved without his permission. With sluggish, clumsy hands, he pulled it from his pocket. His vision blurred, and for a moment, the phone seemed too heavy to lift. But there was one new message. From Tensei. He's alive. Talk to me. Alive. Those two words felt like they had been carved into his chest. He hadn't expected it, hadn't wanted to hope for it, but now that it was there alive, it unraveled him. The fragile thread holding his emotions together snapped. A cry broke loose from deep within his chest, raw and broken, too loud for his own ears. He bent over, elbows digging into his knees, clutching his face with trembling hands to smother the sobs. But it didn't work. The grief, the guilt, the self-loathing, it all came crashing down, roaring like a storm that had finally reached its peak. His body shook violently, as if he had been holding it all back for far too long, and the dam was gone, the flood overwhelming him. Hisashi didn't move to comfort him, didn't try to fix him. He just sat closer, Close enough that their shoulders brushed, warm and solid, offering the only thing he could, his presence. Shouta didn't know how long he stayed like that. How long he let the weight of his grief tear through him. The world continued around him, cars passed, lights blinked, people walked by without a second glance, and still, Hitoshi stayed. Unmoving. Silent. A witness to his unraveling. When the sobs turned into quiet, ragged hiccups, Hitoshi reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled tissue, pressing it into Shouta's shaking hands without a word. Shouta wiped his face with it, but it didn't matter. The rawness of the grief was too much. His eyes were swollen. His body trembled. "Do you still love him?" Hitoshi asked quietly. The words were soft, but they carried the weight of everything that had come before. Shouta's laugh was broken, almost painful. It cracked in the middle, unraveling as he rasped out, "Always." The truth stung like salt in a wound, burning through his chest. He couldn't hide from it, not anymore. Hitoshi smiled, but it wasn't a smile. It was something else. Something close to it, yet not quite. The kind of smile full of sorrow, pride, and the quiet understanding of someone watching someone they loved fall apart. "Then we find a way to fix it," Hitoshi said simply, voice a quiet promise. Shouta breathed in shakily. He tilted his head back, staring up at the sky. The stars were blocked by the lights, hidden in the haze of the city. But he looked anyway. Somewhere, out there, Izuku was alive. Talking. Breathing. Still within reach. For a fleeting moment, Shouta dared to hope. Dared to believe it wasn't too late. That he hadn't lost everything. Not yet. The apartment was too quiet when Shouta finally stumbled back in. The walls seemed to press in on him, heavy and suffocating, every familiar shape outlined in a loneliness he couldn't drown out anymore. Not tonight. Hitoshi had offered to stay, to crash on the couch like they had when they were younger, but Shouta had turned him down. He needed to be alone for this. Had to be. The door clicked shut behind him with a hollow sound. He didn't bother turning on the lights. He just kicked off his boots, dragged himself into the living room, and sank down onto the battered couch, hands limp at his sides. For a long time he sat there, listening to the ticking of the old clock, the hum of the fridge, the ache of his own breathing. Then, slowly he pulled out his phone, turned it over in his hands, stared at the empty message screen, cursor blinking at him like an open wound. He could still feel the weight of Tensei's text burning in his chest. "He's alive. Talk to me." The words rattled around inside him, too big for his ribcage, too sharp to swallow down. Shouta shifted forward, elbows on his knees, and with trembling fingers, he typed. "I'm sorry." He stared at it for a long moment. The words looked pathetic. Well, not nearly enough to bridge the ocean that had opened between them. He deleted it. Typed again. "I miss you." Coward's words. Selfish. He deleted it again. Started typing a third time, slower, more deliberate. "I never wanted to hurt you. I never wanted to lose you. I don't know how to fix this, but I'll do anything. I'm still here. I'm still yours if you'll have me." The message sat there, pulsing. Shouta stared down at it, breathing shallow, heart jackhammering against his ribs. His thumb hovered over the send button. It would be so easy. A tap, and it would be out in the world. A tap, and Izuku would know. That he wasn't giving up. That he was still trying. That he still loved him so much it made breathing hurt. But his hand shook. His throat closed up. A raw, panicked fear clawed up his spine and sank its teeth into the base of his skull. What if it wasn't enough? What if Izuku read it and turned away for good? What if he had already lost him and just didn't know it yet? A harsh, guttural sound ripped from Shouta's chest, half sob, half growl. He scrubbed a hand through his hair, pulled at the roots until it hurt, trying to ground himself. In the end, he locked the screen. Let the message sit there, unsent. Heavy. Waiting. He dropped the phone onto the couch beside him and buried his face in his hands. Tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow he would be strong enough. Maybe tomorrow he would find the words that mattered. For now he just needed to breathe. Just needed to believe there was still time. The bedroom was dim, washed in the soft amber glow of the streetlights filtering in through the half-open window. The night air carried a slight chill, threading its way between the worn edges of the heavy quilt tangled around Izuku's legs. He sat propped against the headboard, an old sweatshirt hanging loose on his frame, one hand cradling his battered phone while the other nervously twisted the edge of the blanket. The house had gone still hours ago. Himiko and Dabi had long since drifted upstairs, the café closed down tight for the night, the streets outside quiet save for the occasional passing car. Even Pickles had abandoned him for the warmth of Hitoshi's room. Izuku's thumb hovered over the screen, the harsh blue light illuminating the sharp lines of worry across his face. He typed a few words, deleted them, typed again, fingers clumsy with hesitation. "Hope you're doing okay." He stared at it. Too distant. Too cold. Delete. "I miss you." His chest ached just looking at the words. Backspace. He sighed, dragging a hand down his face. The quiet around him seemed to press heavier against his ribs with every second. The ghost of Tensei's visit clung stubbornly to the corners of his mind, the conversation still threading itself between his thoughts, pulling at all the places he thought he'd sealed shut. Maybe just something small. Something to let Shouta know he was still breathing, even if he couldn't quite say it out loud yet. He started typing again, slower this time, as if the right words might reveal themselves if he was patient enough. Still here. Simple. Honest. No accusations. No promises. Just the truth, small and trembling as it was. Izuku's thumb hovered over the send button, debating, hesitating. And then from somewhere down the hall, a scream shattered the silence like a pane of glass. Sharp, broken, raw with terror. Hitoshi. The phone slipped from Izuku's hand, bouncing once on the bed and without him realizing sending the unfinished message off into the dark. But Izuku didn't notice. He was already vaulting out of bed, feet hitting the cold floorboards, sprinting barefoot down the hallway before his brain could even catch up with the panic tightening his chest. The door to Hitoshi's room was half closed. He slammed it open without thinking, heart hammering against his ribs. Inside, Hitoshi was thrashing in his small bed, the covers twisted around him like bindings, pickles nowhere in sight. His face was screwed up in terror, small broken sounds punching out of his throat between ragged breaths, the kind of nightmare that didn't let go easily. Izuku crossed the room in 3 long strides. Hey, it's okay, he whispered, dropping to his knees beside the bed, voice low and urgent, hands careful as he untangled the blanket and reached for Hitoshi's flailing wrists. Hitoshi jerked at the contact, but when Izuku cupped the side of his face gentle, steady, real, the boy's eyes snapped open. Wild and glassy at first, flickering around the room like he didn't know where he was, who he was. And then they landed on Izuku. Recognition. Relief. Something cracked deep inside Hitoshi's chest, and he sagged forward without thinking, burying his face against Izuku's shoulder, fingers efficiently in the fabric of his sweatshirt like he couldn't hold on tight enough. Izuku wrapped both arms around him, pulling him close, murmuring soft nonsense words into the boy's hair. Words that didn't need meaning so much as warmth. A hand stroking slow patterns down his back, grounding him, promising without speaking, "You're safe. I've got you. You're not alone." It took a long time for the shaking to ease. Izuku didn't rush it. He just sat there, anchored to the floor by Hitoshi's weight, breathing slow and deep, heart still pounding in his ears. "Stay," Hitoshi mumbled, voice wrecked and small. Izuku didn't hesitate. He crawled onto the edge of the mattress, perching awkwardly but close enough to keep a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder, thumb rubbing slow circles there. "I'm not going anywhere," he promised. And he meant it. Izuku gathered him close, one hand cupping the back of his head, the other pressed firm against his back, grounding him. "I'm here," he repeated over and over, until the shaking slowly eased. Until the boy sagged against him, small and exhausted. Only when Hitoshi's breathing evened out into a rough, hiccuping rhythm did Izuku finally shift, guiding him gently back under the covers. A small buzz in his own room went unheard. Then another. The screen lit up in the dark. "Show 3, still breathing too." A minute later. "Show 3, you doing okay? If not, I'll shut up." The second message sat there, soft and uncertain, tiny in the glow of the screen. Like Shouta was reaching out through the dark, waiting for a hand back. But Izuku didn't see it. He was too busy keeping his hands steady against Hitoshi's heartbeat. Too busy whispering quiet reassurances into must-purple hair. Too busy staying just like he promised. The house breathed around them. Slow and tired. Alive. And the messages waited, quiet and patient, for when he was ready. Izuku woke to warmth and weight. His neck ached, his spine protested, and his arm had long since gone numb beneath Hitoshi's small, sleeping form. For a moment, he didn't move. Just lay still, eyes fixed on the ceiling, blinking slowly against the morning light bleeding pale gold through the curtains. Hitoshi was folded against him, all knees and elbows and quiet desperation. One small fist fisted in the hem of Izuku's sweatshirt like it was the only thing tethering him to the world. Even asleep, his expression was knotted with worry, lashes trembling against too pale skin. Izuku swallowed hard. His throat hurt. Slowly, carefully he eased his arm free, pausing when Hitoshi stirred. He brushed his fingers through his son's hair, whispering nothing words until the boy went still again. His hand lingered in the strands longer than it should have. Only then did Izuku rise, moving like a ghost across the room. He felt brittle when he finally stood. Like glass stretched too thin. Like if someone looked at him the wrong way, he'd shatter. The hallway felt too quiet, every creak in the floorboards like it belonged to someone else's grief. The café downstairs was untouched, sealed in morning silence. Dabi's coat was gone. Himiko's boots were still there. The world, traitorous thing, kept turning. His bedroom looked like it had forgotten him. He crossed to the dresser in a daze, hand finding clean clothes by memory more than intent. And then his eyes landed on his phone. still on the nightstand. He picked it up, thumb unlocking the screen out of habit. The screen lit up with a flicker of motion. 2 unread messages. His heart dropped out. Shouta love, still breathing too. Shouta, love, you doing okay? If not, I'll shut up. The world stilled. For a second, all Izuku could do was stare. His lungs forgot how to move. The words sat there, small and unassuming, and yet they screamed. Like Shouta had poured them out while holding his breath. Like they were afraid to take up space. Izuku could see it too well. Shouta, slouched somewhere dark and quiet, phone gripped in both hands, typing and deleting a dozen times before letting those tiny scraps of care slip through. No demands. Waiting. The ache bloomed fresh. He sat down hard on the edge of the bed, staring at the screen like it had betrayed him. He opened a reply window, thumbs frozen. I saw your message. He stared at the sentence. It looked sterile. Cold. Like he hadn't read it 10 times and wanted to scream. Backspace. He typed something else. I'm okay. That wasn't true. Backspace. I dreamed about you last night. Too much. Delete. 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 His hands were shaking. He wiped them on his sweatpants. His eyes burned. Then, like bleeding through a wound, his fingers moved on their own. Still hurts. It sat there. Honest in a way that made him feel sick. Like a bruise he couldn't cover. He hovered. Thought about erasing it again. About crawling back into his silence. But this time he didn't let himself. He hit send. The second the message vanished, regret sucker punched him. He wanted to scream. To yank it back out of the void and pretend he hadn't said anything at all. His phone screen dimmed. He turned it face down. As if that would protect him. Still hurts. Of course it did. He pressed a fist to his mouth, eyes squeezed shut, breath shuddering. The house was too quiet. The kind of quiet that made pain echo louder. He could still see Shouta's name burned behind his eyelids, those 2 small messages like a match struck in the dark. Maybe this was worse than no contact at all. Maybe this was hope. And maybe that was cruel. Because Izuku wasn't sure he was ready to speak back. But the message was sent. The door cracked open. Shouta hadn't meant to fall asleep on the floor. But it was the only place that didn't feel haunted. The couch still felt like their spot. The bed was a war zone of sheets he couldn't bring himself to wash. So the floor hard, cold, uncomfortable was safe. Honest. Unforgiving. Sunlight poured through the window, a pale rectangle sliced across the floor and his body, tangled somewhere between his coat and a week-old hoodie. Empty takeout containers littered the room. Udon, curry, soba, all half-eaten and forgotten. His phone was face down on his chest, vibrating softly against the silence. He blinked awake slowly, groggy, parched. The buzzing stopped and he groaned, cracking an eye open just enough to drag the phone into view. One new message. From Izuku. His brain clicked into full consciousness like a gun ping. He sat up too fast, the room tilting around him as he swiped open the message. Aizu, still hurts. 2 words. Just 2. It knocked the breath clean out of his lungs. He froze, staring, chest heaving in shallow, rattled gulps like he'd just taken a punch to the sternum. His hand clenched around the phone. He hadn't expected a reply. Had expected that very first text from Izuku to be an accident. Hadn't earned one. Still hurts. Got it. He knew that kind of pain. The way it settled under the ribs and refused to leave. The kind that never stayed quiet, not even when you tried to sleep it away. He didn't think. Didn't weigh it like he should have. He just panicked, heart racing, thumb flying across the keyboard before he could stop himself. Can I call? The second he hit send he regretted it. His stomach twisted. Stupid. Too fast. Too much. He almost threw the phone across the room. Then those dots. Typing. His lungs locked. Aizu, if you want. 3 words. Gentle. Non-committal. But not, no. Before he could think better of it, he hit the call button. It rang once. Twice. Hi. Izuku's voice was quiet. Rough around the edges, like he hadn't spoken yet that morning. Shouta's throat closed up. Hey. Silence. Long and thick. He could hear the sound of fabric shifting, a breath caught between hesitation and pain. I didn't mean for things to fall apart, he said, voice low. Barely audible. Another breath. A sharp one this time. But they did, Izuku said, tone unreadable. And you let them. Shouta flinched like it was a slap. He wanted to protest. Wanted to explain. Wanted to scream. But he didn't. Because Izuku was right. He had let them. A long, heavy silence settled between them. Not angry, not yet but brittle. Wary. Like stepping onto cracked ice and hoping it held. Shouta swallowed hard, voice graveling low. I miss you. The sound Izuku made was too soft to name. It broke him anyway. And when he did respond, his voice cracked. I know. That was worse than yelling. Worse than silence. It was honest, it was grief. Shouta squeezed his eyes shut, his knuckles white around the phone. I'm sorry. Izuku didn't answer that. They sat in silence. 10 seconds. 20. A full minute. The line between them buzzed with everything they weren't saying. Eventually, just before the weight of it could crush them, Izuku's voice came again. So, tired. I don't know what this is. Or what it means yet. But I didn't block your number. Shouda's heart stuttered. Izuku exhaled slowly, shaky. And I won't start doing that now. Not forgiveness. But a threat of it. Something real and painful and not quite lost. Shouta pressed the phone tighter to his ear, like he could hold Izuku there. Okay, he said hoarse. Okay. I've got to go, Izuku murmured. Kids'll be up soon. Yeah, Shouta said quickly. Yeah, of course. The pause. Take care of yourself, Shouta. And the line went dead. The silence after was thunderous. Shouta didn't move. Just stared down at the floor, phone still clutched in his hand like a lifeline, breath shaking in his lungs. Still hurts. If you want. I didn't block your number. The bells above the cafe door jingled as Izuku stepped in, arms full of scones he hadn't tasted and a heart still ringing from that morning's call. The familiar scent of dark roast and cinnamon grounded him just enough to move forward. Dobby was already behind the counter, sleeves rolled up and an apron haphazardly tied over a shirt that might have once been black. He didn't look up right away, too busy giving the espresso machine a deeply judgmental stare. But as Izuku crossed the threshold, Dobby's eyes flicked up and immediately narrowed. You look like you got hit by a text, he drawled. Or a truck. Izuku grunted and set the box of pastries down. Not mutually exclusive. Before Dobby could ask more, the front door slammed open with the chaotic energy of a blonde whirlwind. Coffee, Himiko announced, striding in like a menace in platform boots and oversized sunglasses. I'm on 3 hours of sleep in pure rage. Oh. She paused mid-step, head tilting as she looked her dad up and down. You've got post-breakup face. But like, the post version. Did he finally pull his head out of his butt? Himiko, Izuku warned, but it was half-hearted. She grinned wickedly and snatched a muffin from the box without asking. So that's a yes. Izuku didn't answer at first, moving behind the counter with a little more drag in his step than usual. He shrugged, picked up a rag, wiped the already clean countertop. So, he called, he said finally. Himiko's eyes widened a fraction, and she exchanged a glance with Dabi, who now leaned casually on the espresso bar, pretending he wasn't hyper-attuned to every twitch on Izuku's face. And? Dabi said, voice low and neutral. Izuku hesitated. And I didn't hang up. That was all he said, but it was enough. The mood shifted. The teasing edge in Himiko's shoulders softened. Dabi straightened slightly, all sharp edges smoothing into something quieter. You okay with that? Dabi asked. Izuku didn't answer right away. He reached for the coffee grinder instead, fiddled with the settings. Anything to delay the answer. I don't know, he admitted. I think it still hurts. I didn't hang up. There was a silence, warm and solid, the kind that only came from being known deeply, flaws and all. Himiko leaned over the counter, chewing her muffin thoughtfully. If he hurts you again, I'll start putting glitter in his shampoo. Thanks, Izuku said dryly. No, seriously, she added. Pink glitter. And the kind that sticks to skin for days. Dabi gave a low snort and pushed away from the counter. I'll handle the rest of the day's shift. You look like you've been marinated in emotional whiplash and bad sleep. I'm not leaving you here all day, Izuku said immediately. You've already taken the morning. I'll take the later afternoon shift after Hitoshi's nap. Dabi gave him a long look. You sure? I need the structure, Izuku replied. And I want to spend some time with him. His nightmares were bad. Himiko came around the counter and bumped her hip against his. Fine. But you're not lifting anything heavier than that muffin box or I'm putting you on timeout. Izuku let out a short laugh and didn't argue. It was strange how a single call could shake loose the grief in new places. But having his kids around, teasing and steady in equal measure, made it bearable. The sky was the color of wet ash, cloud thick and low, smothering the afternoon in a pallid hush. Light filtered through in a kind of reluctant mercy, soft, cold, indifferent. The kind of day that tasted like endings. Shouta stood across the street, motionless, hands buried in the pockets of a coat that hadn't felt warm in weeks. He hadn't planned to come. Not really. He had told himself he would. But when his feet had brought him here, he'd only circled the block like a ghost unsure of where he belonged. 32 minutes of walking past the cafe, heart skipping every time he glimpsed it. Now he stood still, staring at the windows. At the distorted reflections caught in the glass. At the vague shape of someone moving inside. He remembered brighter mornings. Sunshine and laughter and the scent of coffee and cinnamon. He remembered how Izuku used to smile at him from behind the counter, small and brilliant, the kind of smile that made a day worth living through. There was no warmth in the windows now. Just the shadow of his own regret. His thumb hovered over his phone screen. He typed. Deleted. Typed again. His chest hurt. Hello. I'm outside. Can I come in? Inside, Izuku's hands stilled mid-motion against the espresso machine, cloth clenched in his grip. He didn't even hear the buzz at first, just felt it, like a ripple in his chest. The name on the screen made his lungs twist. His first breath afterward came slow, shaky. He read the message twice. 3 times. Then, finally he replied. Aizu. Just you. Switched the sign to closed. The bell over the door jingled softly, mocking in its familiarity. Shouta stepped in, and the warmth hit him like memory. Cinnamon, dark roast, a trace of vanilla. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. Everything smelled the same. But everything felt different. Dobby was by the sink, rolling his sleeves back down like he'd only just finished something violent. Their eyes met. There was no hostility in Dobby's gaze. No bark. No bite. Just a silence so sharp it could slice skin. He didn't say a word. Just dried his hands and walked out the back, footsteps as precise as a warning shot. Himiko lingered, curled up on a stool like a watchful cat, her expression unreadable. And Izuku stood in the center of the room like a man made of paper. His shoulders drawn tight. His face drawn tighter. Almost. Eyes bruised by lack of sleep. Paler than he should have been. Smaller. Shouda's voice came out quiet, like a secret. You look tired. Izuku didn't flinch. But he didn't soften either. I am. It was barely a voice. Rough and distant, scraped hollow. Neither moved. Then Shouta sat. Not in the seat he always used. That felt like a violation. He chose one nearby, close enough to reach, far enough to be careful. I was scared, he said. I shut down. That wasn't your fault. Izuku crossed his arms, not in anger, just to hold himself together. Eventually he slid into the seat across Shouta. You didn't trust me to survive it. His voice cracked halfway through. That's what hurts the most. You heard everything I've been through, and you still didn't think I could take it. The shame slid down Shouda's spine like ice water. I know. The silence that followed was thick and unbearable. The hum of the coffee machine behind the counter was the only thing loud enough to fill it. Then Himiko padded over. Set down 2 mugs. 1 matcha. 1 black coffee. She didn't look at them. Just brushed her fingers against her father's shoulder in a wordless reassurance and walked out barefoot, silent, grown too old too fast. Both men whispered thanks. Neither drank. Izuku's hands closed around the mug like a lifeline. You said you'd do anything, he murmured. You looked me in the eye and said that. Shouda's gaze burned into him. I meant it. Then don't say shit like that. His voice sharpened, suddenly a blade. You're not a hero. You never were. That's what you said to me. Shouta flinched. I didn't, he began, but the words turned to gravel in his mouth. I was angry. I didn't mean it. Izuku didn't blink. You did. You meant it. You said it like it was truth. It wasn't anger. It was disappointment. You were disgusted. Like the person sitting across from you was something broken and ugly and unforgivable. Shouta curled his hands around his mug so tight his knuckles went white. I was scared, he said again. Of what I didn't know. Of how much I loved you and how much it would hurt if I lost you to something I didn't understand. That's on me. Izuku's mouth trembled, barely visible. I kept it from you, he said softly. Because I wanted the good parts to last. Just a little longer. I thought if I told you everything I'd lose you. His voice broke, then splintered at the edges. You thought I wouldn't love you if I knew, Shouta whispered. Izuku laughed. It was hollow and exhausted. And you proved me right. Shouta closed his eyes. That hurt worse than anything. I don't want that to be true, he said. I want to be better than that. I want to earn it back if I can. Not just your forgiveness. Everything. This isn't about wanting me, Izuku said, low and steady. It's about whether you believe in me. All of me. Even. The parts that survived ugly. I do, Shouta said without pause, voice cracking. I do, Izuku. I didn't know how to hold both things. I failed. I won't do it again. He reached a hand across the table but didn't close the distance. Just hovered there. Waiting. I'm here now, he said, almost like a plea. Izuku stared at the space between them. A breathless eternity passed. I don't know what to do yet, he said finally. I'll wait. Another silence. But this one felt like thawing. Slow. Inevitable. Izuku didn't forgive him. Not yet. But when Shouta met his eyes again, hesitant, aching, Izuku didn't look away. Not this time. He held the gaze, steady and open, for a long beat. And that was something. Shouta stood slowly, chair scraping gently against the floor. He lingered there, hands curled by his sides like he didn't know what to do with them. Should I come back tomorrow? He asked, voice barely louder than a whisper. Izuku's expression didn't shift. But something softened. If you want. Shouta nodded once, like a promise he didn't know how to make yet. As he stood there for a second longer, the back door opened again, this time to signal Dobby's return. He stepped in through the back, wiping his hands on a rag that didn't need it. When he saw Shouta again, his eyes narrowed. Neither man spoke. But Dobby's glare was sharp enough to slice through stone. "One more mistake and I'll bury you." Shouta didn't flinch. Just met the glare. Acknowledged it. He gave a shallow nod, accepting the weight of it. There's no winning them over, not yet. Maybe not ever. But he understood the terms. The door closed behind him with a whisper. Izuku stayed at the table for a moment longer, staring into his cooling drink. Then he got up, walked to the window, and watched Shouta cross the street. Shouta walked like he always had, like the world owed him pain and he was too tired to collect. Izuku exhaled, but the breath caught halfway. Shuddered. He looked down at his phone. Opened their message thread. Scrolled. Past today. Back to silly photos. Morning check-ins. Blurry cats. Tired hearts. Words never said in person. He read them all. Let them hurt. He didn't know if they could fix it. Didn't even know if he should want to. But something remained. Bruised, cracked, but still beating. Behind him, Himiko's voice broke the quiet. "You're letting him try?" Izuku turned. She stood framed by the counter, arms folded. Eyes guarded. But not cruel. "I need to know if he means it," he said. "You don't owe him." "I know." He walked away. "You didn't." "I know." She nodded. Chirped. Then moved to clean the table. Dumped out both drinks like they'd curdled. "You better make him bleed for it," she said. Izuku almost smiled. "I don't do easy." "You never have." He leaned against the glass, watching the empty street. The message still sat on his screen. "I'm outside. Can I come in?" He didn't delete it. He put the phone away. And waited for the next knock. The clink of chopsticks against ceramic was the loudest sound in the room. Dinner had been made because it had to be grilled salmon, steamed rice, and a light miso soup. Comfort food, not because anyone was particularly comforted, but because it was familiar. Predictable. After the day they'd had, that was all Izuku could manage. Across the table, Hitoshi sat with his shoulders drawn in and eyes flicking between his bowl and Izuku's face. He hadn't asked anything when he saw the cafe door locked behind a stranger. Hadn't pushed, hadn't pried. Just watched, still and observant, like he was trying to figure out if this new roof over his head would hold steady in a storm. Izuku didn't blame him. Especially not now. He used to be, Izuku started, voice low, eyes still on his soup, someone important. To me. To the kids. He felt Hitoshi's silence stretch between them, not cold, not indifferent, but patient. Waiting. It made something sharp in Izuku's chest loosen a little. We're not together. Not anymore. Made some mistakes. I did too. A breath. And then everything broke. The silence this time was heavier. Not uncomfortable, just full. Thoughtful. Izuku's fingers twitched around his chopsticks. That was Shouta. He's trying. Think. But I don't know what's going to come of it. The pause. Then, softly, is he dangerous? That made Izuku finally look up, and what he saw froze him. Hitoshi wasn't angry. He wasn't judging. He was afraid. Not the kind of fear born of instinct, but of experience. Learned fear. Familiar. The kind that came from too many promises broken, too many safe places that turned sharp. Izuku set his chopsticks down, gently, like loud movements might startle something fragile. He wouldn't hurt you, he said, careful and steady. I'd never let anyone into our home who might. Not ever. Hitoshi's gaze didn't waver. But he hurt you. No accusation. Just quiet observation. And somewhere underneath, something tentative and unspoken worry, maybe too raw to name. Izuku swallowed around the weight in his throat. Yes, he said. He did. And he still came here. Yes. Why? Izuku exhaled slowly, unable to answer right away. How could he explain the crack in Shouda's voice that had split open something buried? The grief in his eyes when he looked at Izuku like he was afraid he'd shatter again just by being near? The way all that fury and betrayal had twisted into something gentler, sadder, when they were finally face to face. He stared into his miso. Because sometimes, people want to fix things too late, he murmured. And sometimes, they still get the chance to try. Another long beat passed. I'm not asking you to like him, he said. Or trust him. But if he comes back again, I want you to know you're safe. With me. With the kids. Always. Hitoshi's nod came slow, deliberate. Like he was letting the words sink deep enough to believe. From the hallway, Dobby leaned silently against the wall, arms crossed, mouth drawn in a flat line. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, okay, that was a lie, but he'd stopped short when he heard the careful, vulnerable tone Izuku used. That rare softness. It scraped something sharp and unsteady in his chest. He wanted to march in and say, to hell with that man. We were enough before, we'll be enough again. But Izuku's voice was already cracking a little, so he stayed where he was, listening, holding back the comment burning on his tongue. Is he gonna leave again? Himiko asked suddenly from where she sat cross-legged on the floor beside the low table, still chewing. Her voice was blunt, casual, but the way she didn't look up betrayed her. It was a pointed question disguised in nonchalance. Izuku blinked at her. I don't know, he admitted. That landed heavier than anything else he'd said that night. Himiko just nodded, looking down at her bowl. Izuku set his chopsticks aside and leaned in slightly. He might show up again. He asked if he could. If he does, he hesitated, then offered them all a quiet, worn smile. We'll handle it together. Okay. 3 different nods met him, some slower than others, some less convinced. But they nodded. Dinner carried on, quieter than before. The kind of silence that echoed more than filled. Later, after dishes had been done and everyone had disappeared into their rooms, Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, a towel draped over his shoulders. He hadn't finished drying his hair. The weight of the day still clung to his spine, like if he moved too fast, it would all come tumbling down. A knock, one short, familiar tap came before Dobby stepped in. He didn't say anything. Just stood in the doorway, outlined by the hallway light. His posture was guarded, but his eyes searched Izuku's face like he was looking for cracks. You can sit, Izuku said, voice rough. Dobby closed the door with a soft click and padded over, settling on the floor beside the bed, knees pulled up, back against the mattress like he used to when he was younger and needed space to breathe. Like instinct. You don't have to check on me, Izuku murmured. I don't do anything I don't want to, Dobby muttered. The pause. Then quieter. You scared the kid a little. I know, Izuku said. I think I scared myself too. They sat in stillness for a while. The kind that wasn't empty, just dense. Weighty. You okay? Dobby asked eventually, voice low. Izuku hesitated. Not really, he said truthfully. Dobby didn't move, didn't press. Just nodded like that answer was allowed. You want something? I dunno. Do something. Izuku let out a soft laugh through his nose. You offering to cook for me now? God no, Dobby said, rolling his eyes. That's like a death wish. I meant, like, steal Himiko's chocolate stash or something. Izuku reached down and ruffled his son's hair, fingers threading through the blackened strands with a gentleness that didn't quite match the ache in his chest. Dobby leaned into it just slightly before shrugging him off like he always did. But neither of them moved away. I'm okay enough, Izuku murmured. I really do appreciate this. Dobby didn't respond right away. Just tipped his head back to look up at his father. You don't have to do that. Izuku blinked. Do what? Pretend I don't see it. Silence. You've been holding your breath all day, Dobby said, voice softer now. You always do when you're in pain. You flinch without flinching. You act calm but your fingers twitch. You try so hard to not let us see it. Izuku looked down at him, the faintest wince crossing his face. And I get it, Dobby added. You're the adult. You're the dad. You're not supposed to fall apart. But I'm not 10 anymore. You don't have to act like I can't see you bleed. Izuku's throat went tight. I know, he whispered. I know you see more than I want you to. You always have. Another pause. That's why I can't give you all of it, he admitted. Not because I don't trust you, but because you are my kid. You're my son. You already carry too much that I couldn't stop from hurting you. I won't ask you to hold more of my pain. Dobby didn't argue. Not because he agreed but because he understood. Okay, he said after a long breath. Then I'll just sit here. Not asking. Not fixing. Just staying. That okay? Izuku looked at him, eyes stinging, then reached down again and rested his hand against the side of Dobby's head. Yeah, he murmured. That's more than okay. So Dobby leaned against the bed, and Izuku leaned against silence, and the two of them existed like that in the hush of a 2 full day, not as parent and child, not as broken and fixer, but just as 2 people who knew what it meant to ache. Eventually Dobby left. Not with words, not even with a glance. Just a silent shift of weight, the soft sound of the door easing closed behind him. Izuku waited until the latch caught before he moved, locking the door. The apartment was quiet. Not the peaceful kind, not the end-of-the-day kind. It was the kind of quiet that pressed against your skin like a weight, like the moment after a scream or after a goodbye that still lingered in the air. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed with the lights off, hands limp between his knees. He hadn't meant to turn them off, hadn't thought about it, just drifted through the motions until he found himself here, blank-eyed and still. Darkness was easier. It didn't ask anything from him. The warm apartment felt cold. His fingers wouldn't stop shaking. It was too much and not enough all at once. He didn't cry. Couldn't. His body had passed that point hours ago. Now it was just numb. Empty in that way that felt permanent, like if he peeled back the skin over his chest, there'd be nothing underneath. Not even a heart. He rubbed at his face, palms pressing hard into his eyes until colors burst behind his eyelids. Maybe if he pushed hard enough, he could stop the thoughts. Or the guilt. Or the shame. The conversation with Hitoshi wouldn't stop looping, the flash of guarded eyes, the pause before answering, the weight of disappointment that a child shouldn't have learned how to carry. Dobby's quiet presence from the hall, all tense jaw and unsaid things. Himiko's blunt question, is he gonna leave again? And Izuku, not able to give a real answer. Not even to her. And all he could hear underneath it was, they're watching you fall apart and you're making them carry it. You said you'd protect them. You said you'd be different. A better man would have lied better. A better father would have found the words. He let out a breath that shuddered like it didn't want to be born. His eyes burned, but the tears never came. Just that hollow ache behind the sockets, the one that made everything too sharp and too distant all at once. He curled forward, elbows on knees, forehead pressed to the space between them like a man trying to fold himself into nothing. You're ruining them too. The thought was quiet, calm, clinical. They're watching you fall apart. They know. They always know. His fingers dug into the fabric of his sweats, gripping hard enough to shake. He should have lied better. Should have smiled more. Should have been strong when Shouta showed up, should have shut the door or opened it, not that awful, trembling in between. And what now? What if he comes back? What if he doesn't? Izuku breathed in and out through his nose. The sound felt too loud in the dark. Everything was too loud, even the silence. Even the weight of the apartment pressing down around him. There were some dishes in the sink. A forgotten dish towel on the floor. Himiko's rhinestoned bat near the door, glittering faintly in the streetlight leaking through the blinds. All of it proof that life was still happening, that the kids were still trying. And he was just here. Breathing because he didn't have the courage not to. They'd be better off without you. The thought didn't even come with panic anymore. Just inevitability. Like it had been said so many times it became fact. You're tired. You're failing. And they see it. He wanted to deserve it. But if he was so loved, if he really mattered, then why did he feel so alone? So hollowed out? Like he was just borrowing time, one bad day away from shattering completely. He pulled in another breath. It felt like breathing through glass. He wasn't suicidal, not actively, but he wasn't sure what he was clinging to either. Maybe it was just momentum. Maybe it was the way Himiko hugged him without asking. The way Dabi hovered like a sentry, always angry but always near. The way Hitoshi had stared at him tonight like he was something to be figured out, not feared. You're failing them. All of them. Even now. He curled tighter. The thoughts wouldn't stop. Louder now. Like they'd been waiting for him to be still long enough to strike. He clutched the comforter beside him like it could anchor him. His breath caught. He couldn't tell if he was about to cry or hyperventilate. Nothing about him felt real. Not the skin under his hands. Not the soft house sounds in the distance. Not the way his name looked on the mail or how the kids said, Dad, like he deserved it. He wanted to call someone. To scream. To beg. But who could he tell? That he felt like a ghost walking around in someone else's life? That he'd do anything to feel okay for even 5 minutes? That the only thing keeping him here, keeping him breathing, were 3 kids who'd already been through enough? He wanted to call someone. He even picked up his phone. Scrolled through the names. Shouta. He typed a message. Deleted it. Tried again. Deleted it. He wasn't ready to tell anyone just how close the edge felt. That he'd thought about walking out the front door and just going. Not far. Just far enough that the world got quiet. Not like this. Not so loud in his own skin. He stood. Moved to the bathroom like a ghost. Splashed cold water on his face. Stared at the man in the mirror who looked like him, but not really. This version had too many lines. Too many shadows under the eyes. This version looked tired in a way that couldn't be fixed with sleep. Back in the bedroom, he sat again. The bed didn't feel like a bed. Just a surface to occupy until morning. His body was heavy, but he wasn't sure it would ever rest. The only thing keeping him here were the kids down the hall. And he couldn't tell if that made him feel better or worse. He closed his eyes. Thought about their faces. Let the weight of them press against the darkness in his head like a thread pulling him back from the edge. Just barely. He was still here. Still here. But God, did it hurt. Shouta unlocked the door. The key turned with a reluctant click. The sound echoed too loud in the silence, bouncing off the narrow walls like a warning. Shouta stood there in the open doorway, one foot in the hall, the other on the threshold. He didn't cross it. His hands still gripped the doorknob. He didn't move. The apartment loomed before him, unchanged and indifferent. A stale chill clung to the air, heavy with the scent of dust, old coffee, and something vaguely sour leftover takeout, probably. The lights were all off. The curtains drawn. A mausoleum made of everyday things. He used to like this silence. Now it felt like it hated him. He stepped inside like a man trespassing in his own life. The door closed behind him with a whispering finality. His bag dropped to the floor. His boots remained on. He didn't care. The place was still frozen in time, preserved like a moment he'd been too afraid to come back to. The blanket on the couch still half folded, still pretending to offer comfort. The coffee table with its cluttered top, unopened mail, a cracked coaster, the ghost of a coffee ring. One mug still sat there. Half full. Cold. Abandoned. He looked toward the kitchen. The fridge gave a low hum, indifferent to him. Inside, maybe a bottle of water, a container of old miso, a single bruised apple he kept meaning to eat and couldn't. Takeout boxes littered the counter. One sweater, his gray, threadbare, shapeless thing, was balled up next to the sink. It used to be something he reached for without thinking. Now it looked like part of the wreckage. Nothing had changed. And that was the worst part. Because he had cracked open in the middle and let something vital bleed out. Now, even surrounded by his own things, he didn't recognize the shape of the man who lived here. Couldn't imagine being him again. He sank into the couch. Bent forward, arms resting heavy on his knees, fingers loosely laced. Not because he was tired. He was always tired. But this was something else. His head bowed like a man at the edge of confession. But there was no one here to hear it. No sound but the dull throb of his heartbeat in his ears. The pressure behind his eyes. The weight in his chest that hadn't lifted in weeks. He wanted to cry, but the tears were stuck behind a dam made of guilt and exhaustion. This was not knowing what came next. He rubbed at his burning eyes with the heels of his palms, but there were no tears to come. His chest ached and his throat was tight, like his grief and guilt were locked behind a door he didn't know how to open. This felt like when he lost Oboro. But worse, somehow. Because Oboro was gone. Nothing could be done. Izuku and the kids were still here. And he'd driven a wedge into the only family he'd wanted since. No, not a wedge. A blade. He'd pushed him away. Cut into the heart of the one thing he thought he could build. A life. A family. The kind of fragile, precious thing he'd never dared hope for. And he broke it. Out of fear. Out of pride. Out of stupid, selfish silence. He pulled his phone from his pocket. His fingers hovered over Izuku's name. He typed. Deleted it. Deleted. The words sat inside him like stones. He could want to say them, had said them. But they weren't enough. But he couldn't keep sitting in this silence. Not alone. One group, muted and mostly ignored, stared back at him. Nemuri, Hisashi, Tensei. The people who loved him even when he made it impossible to love himself. He tapped it open. Shouta. I saw him today. It's bad. The reply came fast. Of course it did. Nemuri. Define bad. He swallowed. The walls felt like they were breathing in, pressing down. Shouta. I hurt him. And I want him back. I need your help. He stared at the blinking cursor, heart pounding like he'd leapt off a cliff. The pause lasted 3 seconds. Then Nemuri again. Nemuri. We're coming. Don't move. You're not doing this alone. Hisashi. You did it. You asked for help. I'm sobbing, you beautiful emotional disaster. On our way. Holtaya? The screen blurred. Just a little. Just enough. The phone slipped from his hand onto the couch beside him. He closed his eyes and let himself breathe, really breathe, for the first time all day. He still hated himself. He still felt hollow. But he felt caught. Like the fall had stopped just short of the bottom. He stood on shaky legs. Shrugged off his coat. Let it fall without care. Made his way into the kitchen. Put the kettle on. It felt stupid, maybe. But the motion, the choice felt like a thread he could hold onto. When the doorbell rang, he didn't hesitate. He opened it, and Nemuri pulled him in instantly. Arms around his shoulders, fierce and warm and unyielding. I got you, she murmured into his hair. We've got you. He didn't hug back. But he didn't pull away either. Hisashi barreled in behind her, loaded with bags that did smell like food. Got your favorites. And mine. And Nemuri's. And Tensei's. I panic-ordered. Tensei brought up the rear, calm but watching him close, reading every micro-expression with eyes that never missed a wound. There was no judgment. No lectures. Just life. Nemuri disappeared into the bathroom, cursing under her breath about mold and men. Hisashi put music on, something soft and slow, like a heartbeat that remembered what comfort sounded like. Tensei sat with him, warm presence at his side. You reached out, he said simply. I didn't know what else to do, Shouta whispered. You don't need to. You just need to keep showing up. That's all healing asks. Shouta looked down at his hands. I don't know how to fix this. You don't have to alone. The kettle whistled. Hisashi brought him tea and a bowl of soup before he could think to move. Nemuri returned with a towel and a crooked smirk. You smell like despair and regret. Fix that. He managed a half smile. A crooked thing. But real. He didn't eat much. But he ate. And they let him be quiet. Let him exist without needing to perform. They filled the room not with noise, but with warmth. The kind that reminded him that life wasn't something you survived alone. That he didn't have to spiral inward, like Izuku had. He had reached. And they had caught him. By the time the room was clean, the lights on, and the windows cracked open to let in air that smelled like the beginning of spring, Shouta felt, not healed, but held. Life returning to a space that had only known regret. He hadn't forgiven himself yet. But maybe, tonight he could learn how to try. The café had thinned to a whisper in its final hour, just the hush of lo-fi over tinny speakers and the rustle of wind clawing softly at the windows. Shadows from the dying sun spilled long across the floor, stretching like fingers too eager to hold onto something already gone. Izuku stood behind the counter alone. His hands moved in quiet repetition: wipe, fold, straighten, repeat. The surface was clean, had been for a while, but he couldn't seem to stop. It was easier than stillness. Easier than thinking. Across the room, in the far corner, Hitoshi sat half-curled in the booth beside Dabi, nodding to something he said. His mouth tilted almost a smile. Izuku should have felt something about that. Relief maybe. Gratitude. But he felt muted. Like everything filtered through fog. Like he wasn't really in his body at all. Himiko had retreated upstairs 20 minutes ago, muttering something about manga being less dramatic than you guys. Her absence made the room feel heavier, hollowed out. It was always like this around this time. The hour before closing. The hour he told himself not to hope. The bell above the door rang. His head snapped up, unthinking, a reaction he hated and couldn't stop. And there he was. Shouta. He stepped in from the dusk, his coat undone, hair mussed, exhaustion written in the slope of his shoulders. For one long second, he didn't move, just stood half in shadow, looking at Izuku like he wasn't sure if this was real. Izuku didn't move. Didn't breathe. His eyes locked with Shouda's across the room, and something in his chest clenched sharp and low. Shouda's mouth moved just a little. A twitch. A breath that didn't quite become a word. Behind him, Dobby stood. The quiet shift of weight on the floorboards barely registered before he crossed to Hitoshi and laid a hand on his shoulder. "Come kid," he murmured, low and gentle. "Let's give them a minute." Hitoshi hesitated. His eyes bounced between Izuku and Shouta, lips parted in silent protest. But Dabi didn't wait. He just guided him toward the back, slow and firm. Izuku didn't stop them. Couldn't. The door whispered shut behind them, leaving nothing but silence. Shouta took a step forward. Izuku straightened slightly, spine taut. His hands pressed flat to the counter like he needed the grounding. "You missed me last time," he said, soft and neutral. "I know," Shouta murmured. "I left a note. I read it." A beat passed. Shouta stood where he was. Not touching anything. Not moving closer. "You said you'd come back in a week." "I needed more than a week," he admitted. "I didn't know how to say that." Izuku's throat bobbed. His hands twitched once, then stilled. He turned, reached mechanically for a second mug from the shelf. "You want coffee?" Shouta blinked. "Only if you're sure." "I'm not," Izuku said, voice thin. "But I'm trying." Steam curled from the kettle. The air smelled like honey and dark roast. Shouta stepped up to the counter, closer than he'd been in weeks, close enough to see the fine tremble in Izuku's fingers when he poured. They didn't speak while it steeped. Didn't need to. The silence said enough. Izuku moved with quiet purpose, like muscle memory had taken over where intention had burned out. His eyes were shadowed. His face pale. When he slid the mug across the counter, their fingers brushed. Neither pulled away. "Thanks," Shouta said. The word cracked in his throat. Izuku nodded. "Don't waste it." It was long past midnight. The city beyond the glass was silent, save for the occasional crack of tired tires over uneven asphalt and the low, animal growl of a distant engine too angry to rest. Inside, the air had turned thick. Not warm, stagnant. Like a room left sealed too long, full of things no one wanted to smell or remember. The walls felt too close. Too intentional. Like they were leaning in. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, spine curved as if the weight of his own body had become a burden. His elbows dug into his thighs, trembling hands clutching the small square of paper like it might bleed if he let go. He'd read the note so many times now he could recite it blind. "I'll visit again in a week." Nothing profound. Just Shouda's handwriting, steady and unassuming, the kind of script that once made him feel grounded. It didn't feel safe now. It felt like a lie that had never meant to last this long. The clock glared at him from the nightstand. 12. The red glow of the numbers pulsed like a warning. A countdown. 9 days had passed. 2 days too long. Long enough to feel like a shift. Like the world had turned away. He pressed the note to his forehead, knuckles whitening. "I'll visit again." He should have come. If he meant it. If any of it meant anything at all. Stupid. He was so stupid. Of course Shouta didn't come back. Of course he didn't want to. A low, ragged breath dragged its way up Izuku's throat and caught behind clenched teeth. His eyes didn't burn, they hadn't in days. Whatever part of him had once made tears had long since dried up, leaving only something raw and jagged in its place. Empty. The silence screamed louder than grief. And grief would have been kinder. His thoughts splintered, fracturing into soft-edged cruelty. He saw you. He saw the broken pieces. The wrongness. And he left anyway. He didn't come back because you're not worth coming back for. He stood without meaning to. His legs were numb, but he moved. The note slipped from his fingers mid-motion, drifting silently to the floor like ash. He paced the room sharp, aimless turns, faster each time until he couldn't breathe through the hammering in his chest. He hit the wall with both palms, leaning into it, clinging to it like a lifeline. His head thudded against the drywall, breath ragged, shoulders heaving. Maybe if you'd smiled more. Maybe if you'd hidden the truth better. Maybe if you weren't so dim and hard to love. The drywall didn't give. Neither did the ache. He sank. Legs folding. Arms drawn in tight. His back met the baseboard and he curled there, a shuttered thing in the dark, stripped down to nothing but a pulse and a loop of poisoned thoughts. There was no dramatic sob. No scream. Only breath, short and broken, and the low, barely audible whisper of his own voice. I ruin everything. Every time. The shadows reached for him. He let them. This wasn't grief. Grief had shape. This was erosion. A slow rot behind the ribs. And now it was real, wasn't it? Even Shouta had finally seen the truth. Not that he was too much, but that he was never enough. Shouta sipped the coffee slowly, like it was the only thing anchoring him to the moment. It was good, warm, bitter, with just a trace of something sweet that lingered on the tongue. A familiar comfort. But it wasn't the coffee he'd been missing. Izuku was watching him, though only barely. His gaze flicked toward Shouda's face, then away, then back again like it hurt to keep looking. There was a tension to him now, like something under his skin had calcified in the waiting. So, Izuku said eventually. His voice was low, rough, not cold but numb. What happened to your week? Shouta flinched like he'd been struck. Izuku noticed and hated that he cared. But the question had festered too long. It deserved an answer. You didn't forget, Shouta said. I meant to come back. I had everything planned. I even got as far as the train station. Izuku raised a brow but didn't speak. Shouda's fingers curled around the mug a little tighter. I got pulled into a last-minute mission. It was supposed to be a clean extraction, nothing major. But it went sideways. Bad until we ran into resistance and he hesitated. I got hurt. Izuku's breath caught. Not life-threatening, Shouta added quickly. But I was grounded. Broken ribs, some internal bruising, and a concussion. I wasn't cleared to move around much for over a week. I couldn't exactly just walk here. You could have sent something, Izuku said quietly. A message. A call. I know. Shouta looked down at the dark swirl of liquid in his mug. Tried. I wrote a bunch of texts. Deleted all of them. They felt pathetic. Or selfish. Like I was trying to make you comfort me when I was the one who left. Izuku scoffed, but the sound lacked bite. You were, he muttered. You are. I didn't mean to disappear. But you did. Silence stretched between them again, brittle and long. I waited, Izuku said at last. Not because I thought you were going to fix anything. Just because I thought maybe I was worth showing up for. You are, Shouta said, fierce suddenly. Izuku. You are. That was never the question. Izuku looked at him then, fully. The lighting was soft and low, but it couldn't hide the exhaustion beneath his eyes or the tremble in his jaw. He looked like someone who had unraveled slowly, carefully thread by thread. No. Izuku asked. Because from my side, it really looked like the question. I know it did. And I hate that. Shouda's voice broke slightly. I fed up. I didn't reach out because I didn't want to explain how bad I was doing. I didn't want you to see me like that again. Bruised, lost, unsure. I thought I'd make things worse. You did. Shouta swallowed. Izuku leaned on the counter now, close enough that Shouta could see the faint scars on his knuckles. Ones that hadn't been there before. Not when they were still okay. Not when they'd still been trying. There was no porch light, Izuku said. There was no soup waiting. You think I just kept the house ready for you? Shouta didn't respond. I didn't expect you to come back, Izuku continued. Not really. I didn't set the table. I didn't keep the coffee warm. I didn't hope. But I still looked at the clock. Still checked the windows. His voice dropped to a whisper. And I still felt like an idiot when you didn't come. Shouta closed his eyes. Izuku's hands curled into loose fists against the counter. He exhaled long and low. You know what it felt like? Shouta didn't answer. It felt like being forgotten in real time, Izuku said. Like watching the last tether snap and having to pretend I didn't care. I didn't forget you, Shouta said, helpless. I couldn't. I thought about you every day. I didn't stop wanting to come back. Then why didn't you? Izuku demanded. The words cut the air open. Shouta stared at him. His jaw worked silently before he found his voice again. Because I was afraid I'd ruined everything, he said. Because I didn't know how to ask for another chance when I left things the way I did. Because I thought maybe you were better off if I didn't keep dragging you into my mess. Izuku let out a bitter laugh. You're not the only one with mess. I know that. Now. Shouda's voice dropped. I should have known it then. They stood in that silence, thick and close, the kind that didn't offer comfort but didn't demand retreat either. You looked tired when you walked in, Izuku said at last. But I don't know if it's the mission or if it's just everything. Both, Shouta admitted. You were hurt. Still healing, he said. Not just the ribs. Izuku looked at him, not quite softening but no longer frozen either. I was too, he said. Still am. Shouta nodded once. I didn't ask about you, Izuku said. The kids didn't either. We all just moved on in silence. I don't blame you. Izuku let out a slow breath. I don't know if I can do this again. I'm not asking you to, Shouta said, voice quiet but certain. Not all at once. Just, let me prove I mean it this time. Let me stay long enough to try. Izuku closed his eyes. He didn't say yes. But he didn't say no either. Izuku finally looked up. And for the first time, Shouta saw it. That spark, the one Izuku always carried even in the worst of times, it wasn't gone, but it was dim. Faint. As if too much of him had curled inward to protect itself. As if the silence had done something Shouta wasn't sure he could undo. I don't know if that's enough anymore, Izuku said, voice barely audible. Shouda's grip tightened just slightly. Then let me earn it, he said. They stood there, in the quiet, in the ruins of what used to be comfort. The distance between them was nothing. The distance inside them felt enormous. Shouta lingered in the corner of a shop that smelled like lavender and loam, like things that grew even when no one watched them. The hour was late, the streets outside nearly silent, and he was the last customer by a long shot. But the florist didn't rush him. Maybe it was the way he stood, tense and uncertain, eyes sweeping past roses and lilies and orchids like none of them spoke the language he needed. He didn't want grand gestures. Nothing that whispered I'm sorry with too much perfume or color. He just wanted something true. Something that felt like Izuku, not in the loud, spectacular ways he could be but in the quieter things. The little acts. The way he used to hum when watering plants on the cafe windowsill. The way he kept mint growing, always fresh, always reaching for the light. That's what Shouta was trying to reach now. But eventually, he found it, a small bundle near the edge of the table, like it had been overlooked all day, soft bluebells, a few sprigs of mint, and a scattering of white asters that looked like tiny stars. Nothing dramatic. Just gentle. Alive. It reminded him of mornings long before things had fallen apart. Before Izuku had stopped smiling when his name showed up on his phone. The florist wrapped them in plain twine, no cellophane, no bow. When asked if he wanted a card, Shouta hesitated then nodded. He printed the message slowly, carefully. No flourishes. For your windowsill. I remember you said the morning light hits best in spring. Shouta. No plea. No signature beyond his name. No expectation. Just the flowers. Just memory. He paid in cash and left the cafe address with quiet instructions to drop it off the next morning. Outside, the air bit at his face and clawed down his lungs. Cold and bracing. He let it settle in his chest before pulling out his phone. There was only one person he could ask this of. Shouta. I need a favor. The typing bubble appeared almost instantly. I'm listening. Shouta rubbed at his eyes, then typed. Shouta. Izuku's not okay. I saw him. A few days ago. He's not mad. He's just not really there. I don't think he'll talk to me. But maybe he'll talk to you. Can you check in on him? There was a long pause. I've got him. Are you okay? He stared at the screen. The words clawed up his throat but came out flat in text. Shouta. But I'm trying. Tensei didn't ask anything more. He didn't need to. Hat's what matters. I'll let you know how he's doing. Go home, get some rest. Shouta stood there for a while longer, phone cold in his hand, the light from the nearby street lamp washing him in pale yellow. The bouquet was gone. Delivered. Out of his hands now. He didn't know what Izuku would do with the flowers. Maybe he'd toss them. Maybe he'd forget them. Maybe he'd water them like he always had, careful and quiet, and pretend they didn't come from Shouta at all. But they'd still sit on that windowsill. And if the light was right in the morning, if Izuku let himself look, they might remind him. Someone still remembered. Someone still cared. And Shouta would keep trying, no matter how small the steps had to be. The bouquet arrived in the quiet hour just before opening. Dobby had been restocking pastries when the bell above the cafe door chimed. No customers yet, he called without looking up, but paused when the air shifted. A florist stood there, a bundle of soft, wild flowers cradled in their arms. Bluebells. White asters. All tied with twine, humble and neat. For Midoriya Izuku, the florist said, then handed Dabi a note. Izuku took the bouquet in silence. The handwriting was familiar, blocky, careful. For your windowsill. I remember you said the morning light hits best in spring. Shouta. He didn't say anything for a long while. Just stared at the little flowers like they were some puzzle only he could solve. Dabi didn't ask. He just slid a fresh cup of coffee into his dad's hands and quietly texted someone beneath the counter. He got the flowers. You can come by. By the time Tensei arrived, Izuku had placed the bouquet by the kitchen window. Not on display, not obvious. But they're present. Settled in a mason jar, like they belonged. I don't want to go anywhere, Izuku said when Tensei stepped inside. I know, Tensei replied, breezing past him with a smile and a thermos in hand. But I do. And I'd rather have company. Already guilt Dobby into covering. It took 15 more minutes and a second coffee, but Izuku finally shrugged on a coat and followed him out. The trees lining the park path were just beginning to bud tight curls of green against tired branches. Spring was trying. It was more than Izuku could say for himself. Tensei kept things light. Pointless stories, silly jokes, a long tirade about a bird that kept stealing sandwich bits off his windowsill at work. He gestured wildly, mimed exaggerated expressions, talked with his hands like a radio host mid-broadcast. Izuku walked quietly beside him, eyes on the gravel. He smiled at the right times. Laughed once, soft and short, but it didn't reach the way it used to. When they reached a bench beneath a tall elm, Tensei flopped down and gestured. Izuku followed suit after a beat. You're wearing the green again, Tensei noted, nodding toward his scarf. It's my color, Izuku said, neutral. Tensei studied him, his tight shoulders, his fingers clenched in his lap, the way his body took up less space now. You used to color code your moods, you know, he said. Pink hoodie when you were hopeful. Navy when you needed quiet. Once wore yellow for a week straight when you adopted another stray cat. Izuku huffed a sound that might have been a laugh. Sunshine armor. Exactly. Tensei sipped his coffee. But this isn't armor. This is camouflage. Izuku didn't respond. They sat there a long while. A breeze rustled the leaves, not quite warm yet. The quiet of the city pressed around them, distant sirens, murmuring trees, kids yelling far off. You used to carry snacks in your pockets, Tensei said. Remember that? Always had something for Himiko, for Dabi, for whoever wandered too close. She needed them, Izuku murmured. Blood sugar. And now? Tensei asked gently. Izuku's shoulders flinched. I forgot to restock, he said too quickly. Meant to. I just didn't. He stared ahead, jaw tight. I've been, he swallowed. I'm tired. The beat. Not just that kind of tired, he whispered, voice hoarse. It's like I can't get warm anymore. Tensei froze. The words felt dropped, like something fragile slipping through numb fingers. Izuku blinked fast, his breath shallow. I didn't mean that wasn't. It's okay, Tensei said, quiet but firm. I heard you. Izuku looked away. His arms wrapped around his middle like he could hold something inside. I can't fix it. I'm trying but it's not working. And I'm so tired of trying just to stay upright. Everything feels heavier this time. I don't know how to come back. You don't have to, Tensei said. Not alone. Izuku didn't respond. Didn't cry. Just sat there, rigid and pale, like thawing ice. You don't have to know the way out, Tensei continued, voice gentler now. You just have to let someone walk with you until you can feel the sun again. I don't know if I can talk to anyone, Izuku said. Not really. You talk to me. Izuku exhaled shakily. Tensei squeezed his shoulder. Therapy doesn't mean you're failing. It means you're letting someone help carry the weight. There was a long silence. Izuku's eyes stayed forward, then soft as breath. Okay. Tensei didn't move, didn't press. Just nodded, then passed him the second thermos from his bag. Hot chocolate, he said. Because I know you skipped breakfast. Izuku didn't answer, but his fingers curled around the warmth like he needed it to stay whole. The kitchen was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that wasn't peaceful, but hollow like the house had forgotten how to breathe. Izuku sat at the table, hunched slightly forward, one hand curled around a chipped mug. The ceramic was cold beneath his fingers, the tea inside untouched for hours. It had stopped steaming sometime after midnight. The other hand held his phone, thumb resting on the screen as if it were a button to detonate something inside him. Ryo Inui's contact sat open plain, unassuming, already saved from when Tensei first insisted on helping. A small mercy. Izuku didn't have to explain everything again. Tensei said he'd handled it. Ryo knew. The offer was there. But knowing didn't loosen the knot in his chest. It didn't stop the way his pulse thudded against the back of his ribs, frantic and muffled, like it was trying to escape. He hovered over the text box. His fingers trembled, then stilled. I'd like to schedule something. Not urgent. He stared at the words for a second before deleting them. Too cold. Too formal. It's Izuku. I'm ready to talk. Too vulnerable. He didn't know if that was even true. He rubbed a thumb beneath his eye. His skin felt paper-thin there, like he hadn't really slept in days. Maybe weeks. Finally, he typed something simpler. Izuku, hi Rio. I think it's time for a session. He hit send before he could think better of it. The message disappeared with a soft whoosh. His hand fell back to the table heavy, like he'd used the last of his energy just to hit the button. Then, inevitably, his thumb drifted upward back to a different message thread. Shouta. There were no new messages. Just that same old thread. The last text, his name, typed and erased a dozen times over, was still in the draft. Like a ghost of all the things Izuku had almost said. He stared at it until the cursor blinked itself into his bones. Then he started typing again. The new cat finally used the scratching post. Himiko cried victory. Dabi owes her 500 yen. He smiled. It was a reflex, distant and half-formed. He hit backspace. Do you still sleep with the AC on when it rains? Deleted. You'd be proud of her. Tell them. Deleted. He blinked slowly, and in the silence, he could hear the hum of the fridge. The distant drip of the leaky sink. Somewhere down the hall, a door creaked. Dobby, doing his usual late-night circuit. His shadow moved past the threshold, then faded again without pause. No one disturbed him. Izuku sat there, alone in the blue glow of his phone. He tried one last message, hands moving without permission. Himiko likes seaweed chips. Weird kid. He huffed a quiet laugh. It caught in his throat like lint, small and useless. Deleted. He didn't send anything. Instead, he lowered the phone slowly, placing its screen down on the table beside his mug. His hand lingered on it, palm pressed flat like he could warm it with his skin. He didn't cry. Didn't move. But when he finally dragged himself to bed, he brought the phone with him. Tucked it under his pillow like a secret. Later that night, when the house was asleep and the wind whispered through the cracked window, Izuku would pull it out and open the message thread again. He'd read the last thing Shouta sent. I walked past the bakery. The taro buns are back. A single line. No expectation. No pressure. Just a quiet note. Like a breadcrumb left in the dark. Izuku didn't reply. But he read it 5 times, the screen glowing softly against his blanket-draped face. And when he finally closed his eyes, the ghost of a smile tugged at his mouth, fragile and fleeting, like a memory he was afraid to touch too hard. The room was warm. So, not in the forced clinical kind of way, but the gentler warmth of old wood floors and a sun-faded rug. The window was cracked open just enough to let in the scent of budding trees and car exhaust, a little tether to the outside world. Wind rustled the paper edges of a bookshelf stacked unevenly with psychology texts and dog-eared fiction. Izuku sat on the edge of the couch, posture too upright, hands knotted in his lap like a tether. His sleeves were pulled down past his knuckles, the old fabric of his hoodie bunched and worn smooth in places from nervous picking. Across from him, Rio sat in a well-worn armchair. His legs were crossed, a spiral notebook balanced loosely on one knee, pen tucked between his fingers. He hadn't written anything yet. I'm glad you came, Rio said softly. No smile, just the truth of the words sitting between them. Izuku nodded. Barely. Then silence. Rio didn't move to fill it. He never had. That was something Izuku had always appreciated about him, his quiet patience, his way of making a room feel like it could breathe again, even when Izuku couldn't. Minutes passed. The city hummed in the distance. A dog barked once, far off. Somewhere inside the building, pipes groaned like tired bones. Finally, Izuku shifted. His voice, when it came, was small. I'm not good at this. We can start small, Rio said, not missing a beat. Even. Familiar. Izuku glanced at him. The way someone might check if the floor was still beneath them before taking a step. Another pause. Longer this time. I don't know what to say, Izuku murmured, eyes fixed on a speck on the carpet. Or if saying it would even help. You don't have to say anything you're not ready to. This isn't about fixing everything in one session. Izuku swallowed. His fingers worked at the cuff of his sleeve again, pulling a loose thread tighter and tighter. I'm tired, he said eventually, not looking up. I'm so tired, Rio. I keep pretending like I'm fine. Like I'm busy. But I'm not. I'm just waiting. For what, I don't know. Rio nodded slowly, the movement barely perceptible. Sometimes, we don't realize how much we've been holding until the quiet makes it obvious. Izuku's breath caught. His throat moved, like he was going to speak, but it took a moment before the words came. I don't know if I want to forgive him, he said, quieter still. That's okay, Rio said gently. Forgiveness isn't a prerequisite for healing. Sometimes, it's not even the goal. Izuku's eyes stung. I don't know if I can forgive myself either. The way he said it can't, not having it landed heavy between them. Like something he'd been carrying alone for far too long. Rio didn't rush to answer. He leaned back slightly, resting the pad of his thumb against his pen. That's okay too, he said again, voice even. Self-forgiveness is often harder. It's not a light switch, but it's something we can work toward. Slowly. Izuku nodded, but the motion was brittle, like it might break him. There was silence again, but this time it was different. Not empty full. Thick with all the words unspoken, the hurts unnamed. Izuku didn't get up to leave. He didn't bolt, didn't fold inward like he had so many other times when things felt too sharp inside him. He just sat there. He stayed. And Rio didn't push. He just let the quiet stand as if to say, this, too, is progress. Later that night the apartment was still. The kind of hush that settles over a place when even the walls have exhaled. A sliver of hallway light stretched through the half-open bedroom door, just enough to outline the curled figure on the bed. Izuku lay on his side, one hand tucked beneath his cheek, the other holding his phone loosely above the sheets. He scrolled. Slowly. Not looking for anything, just letting his thumb move. Then he paused. Shouda's message. Still sitting there like an unopened gift. Shouta 3, I walked past the bakery. The taro buns are back. Simple. Uncomplicated. A soft thread tossed across the chasm. Izuku stared at it. Let the words settle. His thumb hovered over the reply field. He didn't type anything. Instead, he let the screen dim in his hand. A breath escaped him. Tired. A ghost of a smile tugged at the edge of his mouth, uncertain, barely there, but real enough to hurt. He didn't turn off the phone. Just placed it gently on the pillow beside him, like something precious. Then he closed his eyes. The words lingered behind them, small and persistent. The rain was thin but constant, a quiet percussion on the cafe's windows. It streaked down the glass in lazy rivulets, blurring the world outside into soft shadows and headlights. Inside it was warm, dim. Dobby stood behind the counter, a towel over his shoulder as he wiped down the espresso machine with methodical boredom. Himiko hummed under her breath from her perch on a bar stool, swinging her legs, flipping lazily through a manga. Izuku crouched by the coat rack near the door, gathering stray umbrellas into the bin. His movements were slow but focused, more present than he'd been in days. And that's when he saw it. A new umbrella leaned neatly against the wall. Sleek, deep green with a lacquered wooden handle. Still faintly damp. Tucked into the strap was a bright orange sticky note, the writing unmistakably Shouda's. Figured you'd forget again. Izuku stared at it for a moment too long. Then he reached for it, thumb brushing over the handwriting. His throat tightened. He clutched it, not even fully aware he was doing it, like if he let go the whole thing might vanish. Dabi looked over from behind the counter. That wasn't there this morning. Izuku didn't answer. In the evening the apartment smelled faintly of miso and warm rice. Himiko had helped cook more like insisted, and Dabi had supervised while pretending to be annoyed. They didn't say much during dinner, but Izuku finished his bowl. All of it. He didn't even realize until Dabi scraped the last of his own rice clean and gave him a subtle glance that said good without saying anything at all. Afterward, Himiko vanished into her room with a cackle and some half-shouted comment about anime betrayal. Dabi wandered into the living room with a book, leaving Izuku at the kitchen table, alone with his phone and the memory of rain. He stared at the screen for a long time. Then typed, "Thank you. I needed that." He hovered over the send button. Then pressed it. He didn't expect a reply. Maybe not tonight. Maybe not ever. But it came just a minute later. Shouta 3, I know. No pressure. Just glad you're safe. Izuku read it 3 times. He didn't cry. But his fingers curled around the phone like it might slip through him otherwise. The umbrella was still there, propped neatly beside the shoe rack. He stared at it. It was solid. He left it there and climbed into bed. The rain had stopped. His phone buzzed once on the nightstand with a weather alert, but he didn't check it. Just curled beneath the blanket, eyes heavy, the sticky note now folded neatly beneath his pillow. When he drifted off, his breathing was slow, even. The first night in weeks he didn't wake up mid-dream. The umbrella stayed by the door. Waiting. It took Izuku a full hour to work up the nerve. He paced the back hallway of the cafe, the phone warm and slightly damp in his hand from how tightly he gripped it. The contact name glowed on the screen, just Shouta 3. He tapped the call button before he could think. Nearly dropped the phone when it rang. It picked up on the second ring. Izuku. Izuku froze at the sound. Familiar. Quiet. Steady. He cleared his throat. Sorry. I wasn't sure if you were busy. No, Shouta said easily. I was feeding the cats. You okay? That made something loosen slightly in Izuku's chest. Yeah. I think so. There was a pause. Not awkward, exactly. More like a careful truce of silence. I wanted to ask, do you still go to that vet? The one near the station? Izuku asked. The words tumbled over each other. Shouta didn't comment on the subject change. Just answered. Yeah. Dr. Morita. He's blunt but good. Why? Mine. Izuku scratched the back of his neck. Mine just cancelled and one of the cats need to be checked. The pause. Then, that sounds like a good idea. I can give you the address. Izuku smiled. It felt like it almost reached his eyes. Yeah. Thanks. Another pause. Lighter, this time. How's the cafe? Shouta asked. Dobby keeps threatening to install a punching bag next to the espresso machine. A soft chuckle. You should let him. I'm tempted. The regulars might take bets. They lingered in that gentle nothing for a while. The sound of Shouta's breathing. The creak of his floorboards. The low rumble of traffic. I should let you go, Izuku said after a bit, reluctant but sincere. Okay, Shouta said. Text me if you need more info on the vet. I will. The next morning, the bell over the cafe door jingled with its usual tired cheer. Himiko was behind the counter, braiding a bright pink ribbon into her hair. Dabi was sprawled in one of the back booths, flipping through a crossword puzzle like it had insulted his intelligence. Izuku found it in the usual DLVY crate. A stack of books, well-worn paperbacks with soft, creased spines. Tucked between them was a card, handwritten in familiar black ink. No hero work in here. Just stories. Izuku picked up the top book. It was a sci-fi novel about aliens and tea shops. He stared at the card for a long while. Then gently folded it and tucked it into his pocket like it was worth something. Like it was more than kindness. Later that night, after the dishes were done and Himiko had stolen his socks and Hitoshi was working on a crossword with Dabi in the living room, Izuku lay in bed with the first book open on his chest. He didn't cry. But he let himself breathe. And for once, it didn't feel like it hurt to do so. Izuku arrived early. Too early, maybe, but the idea of being late made his chest twist in a way he hadn't quite shaken, even after a few therapy sessions. It was a new kind of vulnerability, the kind that didn't come with blood or bruises. The kind you had to sit with. The bakery was small and warm, tucked between a bookstore and a laundromat. New, neutral ground. No memories clinging to the walls. The kind of place that smelled like real butter and cinnamon, like safety intentional. He picked the table in the corner, the one with the view of the entrance. His back stayed toward the wall just in case. It was a habit more than a choice. His tea had already gone cold when the door finally chimed. He looked up too fast. Shouta stepped inside like he wasn't sure he should be there. His hair was pulled back messily, a few strands curling in the light drizzle. He'd skipped the scarf and gear. Just a worn jacket and tired eyes. But his gaze found Izuku in seconds. They didn't smile. Not right away. But they didn't look away either. Hey, Izuku said, voice quiet. You found it. Hey, Shouta returned, slipping into the seat across from him. I did. Good pick. Izuku gave a small nod. I wanted somewhere new. No ghosts. Shouta hummed in agreement and glanced toward the pastry display. Apple tart. They're good. Himiko used to love them. She's in a rhinestone phase now. Sparkles everywhere. Shouta actually huffed a breath of something like amusement. Sounds about right. They placed their orders with the server tea, black coffee, a tart to split, and when the clink of dishes faded back into the ambient hum of the shop, the stillness returned. Not sharp, not heavy. Just there. Izuku wrapped his hands around his fresh cup. It's weird, he said, half to himself. Being here. Yeah, Shouta said. But I'm glad you called. Izuku swallowed. Me too. He was quiet for a beat longer, then without looking up he added, I started therapy. Shouta didn't flinch. Didn't try to fill the space with something easy or loud. He just listened. I didn't think I needed it, Izuku continued, voice thinner now. But I did. Too. I still catch myself, waiting for things to break. Shouta's fingers flexed around his cup. I know that feeling. I didn't expect it to help. Not really. But it's giving me words again. I didn't realize how many I'd lost. Shouta let that settle before saying, you don't have to rush. I'm not here to fix things in one sitting. I know. Izuku looked up, finally, eyes searching. But I didn't want to stay quiet forever. Either. Their shared tart arrived. Neither of them touched it yet. I told my therapist about you, Izuku said. Not your name, just what it felt like when everything fell apart. How I still wake up and reach for something that isn't there. Shouta's throat bobbed. Same. Izuku gave a small, almost sad smile. I figured. The silence came again, but this time it wasn't empty. It was patient. Like something alive, breathing with them. After a few minutes, Izuku said, I adopted a boy. His name is Hitoshi. Shouta blinked. Did? Yeah. A little while ago. He's 13. Quite smart. Looks at the world like he's waiting for it to hurt him. Shouta's eyes softened. Sounds familiar. Izuku chuckled once, small and raw. He's good though. Really good. I'm still figuring out how to be what he needs. If he's with you, Shouta said, he's got a shot. You gave me one once. That earned a pause. Izuku stared at his tea again, fingers tightening slightly on the cup. I didn't know if this would help, Izuku said finally. Meeting like this. But it does. Shouta's voice was steady. Me too. When they stepped outside, the air was damp and gold-tinted from the shop windows behind them. Rain misted softly, but neither made a move to rush. Thanks for coming, Izuku said. Really? I'll keep showing up, Shouta replied. If you let me. Izuku hesitated, then reached out briefly, fingers brushing the sleeve of Shouta's jacket. A touch without weight, without demand. Shouta didn't move. Didn't speak. But when he got home that night, he stood by the door for a long while, his fingers ghosting over the spot where Izuku had touched him. And he let himself hope. It was a slow morning at the café. The kind where the rain didn't let up, just hung in the air like breath on glass. Dobby was behind the counter, sleeves rolled up, humming something tuneless as he wiped down mugs. Izuku stepped in from a grocery run, shaking water from his umbrella. He set the bag down, peeled off his coat and paused. Something unfamiliar rested on the café's prep table. Matte black. A new kettle. Not one they'd bought. There was a folded note under the handle, neat and square. Dobby didn't even look up when Izuku picked it up, fingers brushing the metal like it might vanish if he touched it wrong. Thought this one might last longer. Yours kept whistling like a banshee. Izuku stared at the handwriting for a long time. It was so simple. So careful. Thoughtful in a way that felt personal and to me even. Like Shouta had been paying attention to something small and quiet and inconvenient, and chose to fix it. Without fanfare. Just because. Dobby finally glanced over. Didn't know we were getting new equipment. I didn't either, Izuku said softly. You keeping it? Dobby asked. He didn't sound annoyed, just curious, like someone cataloging reactions. Izuku ran a hand over the kettle's smooth surface. It was heavier than the last one. A good heft. Reliable. Yeah, he murmured. I think I will. That night, after dinner, with Himiko giggling about some awful reality show in the living room and Hitoshi sprawled out with a puzzle, Izuku brewed tea with the new kettle. It didn't scream. It didn't rattle. The handle stayed cool in his hand. The tea tasted better somehow. Like it had missed him, and now it was forgiving him for staying away. He texted Shouta without overthinking it this time. Izuku, you didn't have to do that. But, thank you. The reply came a minute later. Show love, didn't have to. Wanted to. Izuku stared at the message until the words blurred. He typed and deleted a dozen replies before settling on the truth. Izuku, sometimes I don't feel like I deserve things like this. There was no reply for a while. He thought maybe it had been too much. Too honest. Too soon. Then his phone buzzed again. Show love, that's okay. I'll remind you when you forget. Izuku didn't cry. But he set the phone down gently and wrapped both hands around his mug, anchoring himself in the warmth. He sat in that stillness for a long time, letting the words settle like sugar into tea. It was nearly closing time at the café. Rain painted the windows in streaks of silver, the street outside reduced to a blur of soft color. Dobby was in the back, clinking trays together as he cleaned, while Himiko sat curled in a corner booth, manga spread out in front of her, humming under her breath. Izuku stood near the entrance with Hitoshi beside him, hood pulled up, hands in the pocket of his oversized hoodie, jaw set with quiet tension. He's not going to interrogate you, Izuku said gently. It's just coffee. He can only stay an hour, has patrol, after this. Hitoshi shifted his weight from foot to foot. You didn't say he was someone I'd recognize. Izuku hummed noncommittally. Didn't seem important. That's suspicious. Maybe, Izuku said. But trust me, you'll be fine. He's easy to talk to. The bell above the cafe door chimed as it opened. A gust of damp air swept in with Shouta, his coat slung over one arm, hair slightly damp at the ends. He looked tired but present, the way he always did when he carved time out for something that mattered. Izuku smiled. Right on time. Shouta gave a nod in return. Didn't want to cut it close before patrol. Then his eyes landed on Hitoshi, and he softened just a little. You must be Hitoshi, he said, stepping forward. Hitoshi blinked. Yeah. I've heard good things. Shouta offered his hand. His stance was casual, careful. No sharp edges. Hitoshi took it after a beat, grip firm but fingers trembling slightly. Nice to meet you. You too, Shouta said. Then added, I like the hoodie. There was a pause. And then, Hitoshi's eyes went wide. Wait a second. Izuku glanced away innocently, fiddling with a napkin dispenser. Hitoshi turned to him, expression incredulous. That's Eraserhead. Izuku blinked. Yes. Dad. Shouta raised an eyebrow. You didn't tell me your almost boyfriend is Eraserhead? Underground pro hero. I had your stat sheet pinned to my wall for 2 years. Pinned? Izuku echoed. I laminated it. Shouta coughed lightly, lips twitching. That's dedicated. I'm not prepared for this, Hitoshi muttered. I look like a drowned cat. This isn't how you meet your hero. Oh my god. I'm off duty, Shouta said calmly. Just here for coffee. You're literally the reason I got interested in capture gear. I made my own out of rope once. I'm honored. Also, please don't try to wrap hell off buildings with rope. No promises. From the corner, Himiko raised a brow. Shinsu's combusting. I'm not, Hitoshi groaned. I'm fine. This is fine. I'm just processing, Izuku supplied, gently guiding him toward the kitchen. Why don't you grab a drink? Dobby still got the kettle going. As Hitoshi retreated in a flustered haze, Shouta watched him go with faint amusement and something warmer behind his eyes. He's sharp, he said. Izuku's smile turned fond. Painfully. And stubborn as hell. Shouta exhaled a quiet breath. He'll be okay. I think so too, Izuku said, voice softer now. For a beat, they stood in the hush of after-hours quiet, the sound of boiling water and clinking cups faint in the background. Is steadier, Shouta said after a moment. Not lighter, but clear. More grounded. Izuku glanced over, surprised. I noticed it the last time we talked, Shouta continued. Didn't want to say it until I was sure. I'm trying, Izuku said. Not just with therapy. With everything. It's slow. But it's working. Izuku gave him a look tired, but open. Yeah. A little at a time. Shouta nodded once. Good. They didn't need to say more. The moment was brief. Enough. From the back, Hitoshi's voice echoed faintly. I'm ready. I have questions. A lot of questions. Shouta chuckled low in his throat, shaking his head. Izuku reached for 2 mugs and gestured toward the seating. Tea first. Then the interrogation. They started walking together on Sundays. No schedule. No destination. It just happened. The first time, it was a bookstore. A narrow, dusty little shop with creaky floors and stacks that tilted like tired towers. Izuku had stopped by on a whim. Shouta had already been there. Their eyes met across the poetry aisle, both startled, both awkward. But Shouta held up a book one Izuku liked and Izuku nodded, stepping closer instead of away. They browsed in near silence, reading blurbs and flipping pages. At some point, they ended up by the register with identical paperbacks. You're buying that? Izuku asked, faintly amused. I like the author, Shouta replied, clearly lying. Izuku smiled and didn't call him out on it. A week later, they walked along the edge of a quiet residential street. The kind with tidy hedges and faded chalk drawings on the sidewalks. A stray calico darted between fences. Shouta whistled softly, and it paused to blink at them. I always thought cats were drawn to you because of you kept treats in your pockets, Izuku said. They're drawn to patience, Shouta replied. Izuku didn't argue. They ended up at a bench outside a convenience store. 2 canned coffees sat between them. It was peaceful, the way city quiet sometimes could be hum of life, but no pressure to fill it. Izuku turned the can in his hands. I didn't think I'd make it through that month. Shouta didn't move. Just listened. I kept moving. Fed the kids. Worked. Slept sometimes. But it felt like I was fading out. Like I was underwater and everyone forgot to pull me up. Silence stretched. Then, gently, Shouta reached out and placed his hand over Izuku's wrist. Not gripping. Not pulling. Just anchoring. But you did, he said. You did make it. Izuku looked at him, eyes bright but dry. Yeah. I did. They didn't talk much after that. Just sat there while the sky changed. The third time, they wandered into a park that flickered with pale gold lamps and clover patches. Himiko had mentioned it had a few cats she liked to visit, so Izuku had gone hoping to spot one. Shouta was already on the swing set, one boot lightly pushing at the gravel. You follow me around? Izuku teased. Shouta gave him a sideways glance. You're not that hard to find. Izuku sat on the adjacent swing. Their knees almost touched. Dabi says I'm getting soft, he murmured. You are, Shouta said without bite. That's not bad. I thought I had to stay sharp. For the kids. For everything. Being soft doesn't mean breaking. Izuku let that settle between them. Then he looked at Shouta, really looked. You miss me? Shouta's throat bobbed. Every day. Izuku nodded, turning back to the sky. A single cat skittered by in the distance. That night, when he got home, he sent the first text. Izuku, did you know the park swing creaks less if you lean left? Shout 3, I always lean left. That's the trick. Izuku, so you have been following me. Shout 3, or maybe we both lean the same way. Izuku smiled at his screen. It wasn't called a date. Not by either of them. Not out loud. Izuku, rooftop cafe near the market. They do roasted barley tea and miso scones. Thought of you. And Shouta had replied, a full 30 minutes later. Shouta 3, tonight, 6 p.m.? Which was how they found themselves seated at a quiet corner table, the city spread out below like a spilled constellation. The cafe was modest wooden tables, rustling plants, soft strings of bulbs overhead that flickered as dusk gathered. Izuku arrived first, of course. Always early, always fidgeting. He was in a soft brown sweater that looked a size too big, sleeves swallowed his hands. Shouta showed up in black, understated, his scarf hanging loose around his neck. He looked at Izuku like he was trying not to memorize him all over again. You found it okay? Izuku asked, voice light but careful. Shouta nodded, pulling out the chair across from him. Wasn't hard. They ordered tea. Scones. Sat in a quiet that wasn't strained. Izuku glanced sideways after the first few bites. You're chewing like it's a test. It's an unfamiliar texture. Izuku huffed a laugh, and the tension unraveled just slightly. A small leather-bound notebook appeared from Shouta's coat. He slid it across the table. For you. Izuku blinked. What's this? Blank pages. I figured, you've had to hold in a lot. Maybe now there's space to write something new. Izuku opened it carefully. The first page was pristine. No dedications, no ink. Just the faint scent of paper and leather. I haven't written anything in a long time, he said. Shouta shrugged. You're still full of things worth saying. There was silence after that, but it was a kind one. The city lights grew bolder as the sun dipped below the buildings. Wind tugged at Izuku's hair, soft and constant. He ran his fingers down the notebook's spine. You always bring gifts that mean something. Shouta looked at him, eyes steady. You always keep them. Izuku swallowed around the lump in his throat. You know, I never stopped caring. I know, Shouta said. I never stopped either. Izuku reached across the table, fingers brushing against Shouta's. Not quite a hold, but enough. They didn't say goodbye. When they stood, just lingered. And as they went their separate ways, feet slow, hearts steady, Izuku looked down at the notebook in his hand, and for the first time in months, he thought about filling a page. The smell of toast and warm fruit lingered in the air, soft and sugary. Morning light filtered through the gauzy curtains in golden ribbons, turning the kitchen into something sun-drenched and slow. The quiet hum of the electric kettle was the loudest sound aside from the occasional page turning in the living room. Izuku leaned against the kitchen counter, hands wrapped around a chipped mug. It had a faded All Might print on it, one of Himiko's finds from a thrift shop. She'd proudly called it vintage. He hadn't had the heart to correct her. Hitoshi sat curled up in the armchair with a blanket slung over his shoulders, reading something thick and battered. Himiko sprawled upside down on the couch, legs dangling over the backrest, flipping through a horror zine while chewing absently on a pencil. Dabi was out on a supply run for the café. He'd left with a grunt and a muttered demand for someone else to vacuum today. It was quiet. Still, one of those rare mornings that felt unhurried and real. Izuku let himself breathe. This was what healing looked like, sometimes not breakthroughs or catharsis, just a few minutes of peace without pressure. A cup of tea in his hands. The soft rustle of pages. His kids safe and home. Therapy hadn't magically fixed anything. It was slow. It was hard. Some days he still left the office feeling raw and scraped out. But the sharpest edges inside him had dulled a little, and when he looked in the mirror now, he recognized his own face more often than not. Shouta had been patient, careful even. He hadn't pushed. He came around sometimes never too long, always asking first. Never lingering past where Izuku led him. And Izuku. He was still figuring out what forgiveness looked like. But some part of him, the one that had learned to be protective, to be careful, to fight for everything, was finally starting to believe it was okay to want this. To want Shouta. The kettle clicked off. Izuku poured the water slowly over the teabag and watched the swirl of color bloom. His phone buzzed on the counter, screen lighting up with a soft ding. Shouta, still okay to stop by later? Izuku smiled into his mug, the curve of it barely there but real. Izuku, we'll be here. He glanced toward the living room. Hitoshi was chewing his sleeve now, eyes skimming over the same paragraph for the third time. Himiko had somehow managed to braid one of her own legs into the throw blanket. They'd be here. They didn't call it a date. Izuku had suggested, hey, I need to run to the market this afternoon if you're not busy, want to come? And Shouta, with a twitch of his mouth that barely qualified as a smile, had said, sure. So they ended up here, side by side under the drizzly gray of early evening, their shared umbrella tilted slightly in Izuku's direction. The local market was tucked between two apartment buildings, overflowing with fresh produce and too many old women who recognized Izuku and insisted on pinching his cheeks. Did they just call you Little Midoriya? Shouta asked, voice dry. Izuku gave him a withering look. I'm 6 feet tall. I'm 30. Shouta hummed, clearly amused. Still little, apparently. Izuku elbowed him lightly, and Shouta bumped him back. There was nothing particularly romantic about picking out bok choy and arguing over which brand of miso paste had less sodium, but the air between them was easy. Not like before. But better. A little steadier. You've always done the grocery shopping alone? Shouta asked, nudging the cart as Izuku grabbed a bundle of scallions. For the most part, Izuku said. Dobby's hopeless at it. Himiko adds nothing but instant noodles and 5 types of cereal. Hitoshi pretends he doesn't know how lists work. And you let them live? Barely. Shouta gave a soft chuckle. It was brief, but Izuku noticed the way his eyes crinkled at the corners, the way he nudged the cart closer to walk in step with him. They stopped in front of the seafood counter. Izuku stared blankly at the options. We could do fish tonight, he said. Something light. Steamed? Sounds good, Shouta said, then after a beat, want me to cook? Izuku blinked at him, surprised. You cook? I can, Shouta said, when I want to impress someone. Izuku gave him a lopsided grin. Trying to impress me? A shrug. Maybe. He said it like it was nothing, like the slight flush on the back of his neck wasn't visible as he bent to examine a pack of mackerel. They stood in line at checkout with a basket full of vegetables, tea, rice crackers, and a single carton of strawberry mochi that Izuku absolutely did not remember putting in. Shouta leaned in as the cashier scanned items. Your daughter texted me a grocery list, he murmured. I'm just obeying orders. Izuku groaned. She's weaponized you. Accurate. The walk home was quieter. They didn't talk much, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. Just rain, footsteps, the soft squeak of plastic bags in hand. When they reached Izuku's front steps, Shouta lingered instead of turning to leave. I could stay and cook tonight, he said. Or tomorrow if that works better. You still have the ramen option. But I'd like to… If you want. Izuku studied his face tired around the edges, but calm. No pressure in the offer. Just a quiet presence. A steady rhythm. Yeah, Izuku said. I'd like that. He opened the door, holding it for Shouta to step inside. It still wasn't a date, but it felt like something blooming toward one. Shouta came by more often, never uninvited, always with a text first. He learned to knock twice, then pause, so Dobby didn't bark from the couch like a territorial dog. Himiko had stopped referring to him as the interloper 3 visits ago, which was progress. And Hitoshi had begun migrating toward the living room whenever he heard Shuta's voice, under the obvious excuse of just relaxing. Today, the house was quiet. Hitoshi was on the couch with a cat curled on his chest, reading a paperback upside down. Himiko was in the kitchen, loudly critiquing the tea Dobby had made, and Dobby, surprisingly tolerant, just rolled his eyes and leaned against the counter like he had all the time in the world. Izuku was chopping vegetables. Shouta, who had wandered in after dropping off a borrowed umbrella, looked up and paused in the doorway like he was afraid to intrude. Hey, Izuku said, not looking up from the cutting board. You're early. Didn't get held up, Shouta replied, voice soft. Didn't want to go home yet. Izuku's lips twitched into a small smile. You can stay. Shouta didn't sit right away. He hovered in the kitchen for a moment, then finally stepped into the living room where Hitoshi glanced up. I'm not doing anything weird, Hitoshi said, very defensively, as if he'd been caught. I didn't say you were. You're looking at me like you're trying to assess my breathing pattern. I'm not, Shouta said mildly, though now I'm curious. That earned him a laugh, brief, startled. Hitoshi folded the corner of his page and closed the book. You want to sit? Shouta nodded, and Hitoshi shifted to make space on the couch, cat and all. They didn't talk for a few minutes. The show playing on the TV was paused, frozen on some dramatic anime reaction shot. A cat purred loudly. Hitoshi picked at a loose thread on the throw pillow. You used to work with kids, right? He said finally. Shouta nodded. I still do. You're good at it. There was a beat. You're good too, Shouta said. With yourself. I know that's not easy. Hitoshi's ears turned pink. Yeah, well, I'm working on it. Another pause. Comfortable this time. From the kitchen, Himiko's voice floated out, bright and accusing. You didn't steep this long enough. Are you trying to poison me? You're lucky I didn't lace it with sugar, Dobby muttered. Coward. Gremlin. Shouta blinked. Are they still always like that? Izuku leaned out from behind the kitchen wall, knife still in hand. That's a polite exchange. Dobby looked up. You want tea, scarf guy? I have a name. Don't we all, Dobby said flatly, but he poured another cup anyway and put it on the table in front of him. Shouta accepted it, slightly bemused. Eventually, the meal came together, mostly thanks to Izuku, with Shouta handling some side dishes and Himiko setting the table with deliberate chaos. They ate in a strange, warm rhythm, jokes tossed between bites, quiet affirmations where none had to be spoken. Later, when the dishes were done and Dobby disappeared for a smoke and Hitoshi wandered off to finish his book, Shouta found himself on the couch with Himiko beside him, legs thrown over his lap like he'd always been furniture. She glanced at him sideways. You gonna hurt him again? He blinked. I'm trying not to. She studied him for a beat, then nodded once. Okay. Then she put on a horror movie and fell asleep midway through, leaving Shouta quietly holding the remote and wondering how the hell he got here but also, maybe, not minding it at all. It was Dobby who caught him first. Not in the kitchen, not in the living room, but in the laundry nook where Izuku was folding towels like it was his one defense against emotional chaos. Dobby leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching him. "You're smiling a lot more these days," he said. Izuku didn't look up. "Is that a bad thing?" "No." A pause. "It's just new." There was silence between them for a moment, warm, a little heavy. "I haven't forgiven him entirely," Dobby added. "But he's trying." "You're trying too." "I'm tired of hurting," Izuku said quietly, smoothing the corner of a hand towel. "I don't know if it'll work, but I want to try again. Not like before. Better." Dobby didn't respond for a while. Then softly, "That's fair. Just, don't forget you've got us too." Izuku looked up, eyes wet but smiling. "I wouldn't even dream of doing so. You guys come before anything." Later that evening, Himiko cornered him in his room, flopping dramatically on the bed like she belonged there, which, in fairness, she did. "He's annoying," she said flatly, curled upside down with her feet against the headboard. Izuku folded a shirt. "Most people are." "He's making tea correctly now." "That's suspicious." He laughed under his breath. "Maybe he just wants to impress you." "I'm already impressed. I just don't like him yet." Izuku sat beside her, folding one leg up. "You don't have to like him again immediately." "But you do." He looked at her. She made a face, then softened. "You look lighter. You've been sad for so long, Dad." "I still am sometimes." "I know. But you're also better. That matters." Izuku pulled her into a hug. "You always know what to say." "Obviously. I'm a genius." "You're a menace." "Same thing." The last conversation came from Hitoshi. Not planned, not cornered, just a quiet moment in the hallway while brushing their teeth side by side, toothpaste foam and all. Hitoshi glanced at him in the mirror. "You used to do more. Before I got here." Izuku blinked. "What makes you say that? You carry yourself like you were something big, once. You still do. And sometimes the way Dabi talks about you, or the stuff Himiko doesn't say." Izuku exhaled, bracing his hands on the sink. "I was someone else for a while. Someone I needed to be." "Kairos," Hitoshi said softly. "Right." Izuku stilled. "You figured it out." Hitoshi shrugged. "Not hard once I had puzzle pieces. And maybe because Himi wouldn't shut up about it." There was a long beat of silence between them. Then Hitoshi added, "Do you miss it?" "I do," Izuku admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "It felt like I was doing something real. Helping." "You still are," Hitoshi said. "Help it. You helped me. I'm just less bloody." Izuku laughed, then reached to ruffle his hair. "You're sharp, you know that?" "I try." They shared a smile in the mirror, tired, honest, steady. In each of those moments, brief, imperfect, unpolished, Izuku felt something in him shift. A quiet rebuilding. Just for himself. Izuku hadn't dressed up, not really. But there was effort in the way he'd styled his curls, in the soft green sweater that clung just enough, in the way he kept glancing at the clock and back at the door like he wasn't nervous but absolutely was. Shouta arrived with a knock instead of slipping in through the side like he used to. That little change was something Izuku noticed immediately and appreciated. "You look good," Shouta said, warm but careful. Izuku smiled, tugging on his sleeve. "I wasn't sure where we were going, so I went for casual." "I wasn't sure we were going anywhere." There was a flicker of awkwardness, but Shouta met it with a small shrug. "So I made reservations somewhere safe." "Safe? They have soft chairs, tea service, and no loud music. And if you change your mind halfway through, we can come back here and eat leftovers." Izuku's laugh was real, bubbling up as he grabbed his coat. "Sounds perfect." The restaurant was small, tucked away, with dim lighting and warm wood walls. It smelled like ginger and broth and roasted vegetables. The kind of place that had handwritten menus and 2 servers total. Shouta had clearly chosen it with care. They didn't dive into anything deep at first. They talked about the café, the new kitten that Himiko was trying to sneak in again, a book Shouta had half finished 3 weeks ago and hadn't touched since. The conversation was light, meandering, and easy. Izuku caught himself watching Shuta's hands as he spoke. The way his fingers curled around the teacup. The faint twitch of amusement when he described a first-year student trying to use a support item upside down. There was comfort there. Familiarity. And yet, "You seem lighter," Shouta said, setting his cup down. "Not all the time. But there's more air around you." Izuku looked out the window, watching snow dust the sidewalk. "I'm trying." Shouta waited. "It still hurts," Izuku said after a moment. "Some days I want to hide again. But I don't. Because the kids are watching. And because you showed up." "The beat." "I know it's slow," Shouta said. "I know I can't ask for more than you're ready to give." "You're here," Izuku said, turning back to him. That means something. They finished the meal in companionable silence, walking home slowly, close but not quite touching. It wasn't until they were back at the doorstep that Izuku paused. Stay for tea? Shouta looked at him, quiet and steady. If it's okay. Izuku nodded. The tea was steeping as they sat on the couch close this time. Shoulders just brushing. Shouta exhaled, long and low. I missed this. Izuku tilted his head. This? The quiet. Feelings flooded. Izuku didn't respond right away. He reached for the mug and handed it to him. Their fingers brushed. It lingered. I'm still figuring things out, he said. But I want you here. I think I always did. Shouta looked at him, and something like relief broke across his face, soft, tired, but undeniable. I can work with that, he said. They stayed there long after the tea had gone cold. No pressure. No expectation. Just warmth and the quiet hum of something slowly healing between them. The second time Shouta came over that week, the sky had just gone indigo with dusk. Dabi had taken Himiko and Hitoshi to a late movie. The apartment was quiet. Izuku made curry. Shouta brought mochi. They ended up on the couch again, the same as the last few times, but it felt different. Easier. Closer. Until Izuku set his empty bowl aside and stared down at his hands. I miss it, he said, voice quiet. Kairos. Shouta turned his head slowly. He didn't flinch, didn't tense, but something in his shoulders stilled. I figured, he said softly, leaving room for Izuku to continue. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. Just thick with weight. It wasn't about the danger, Izuku said. Or the thrill. I think people could assume that. But it was never about adrenaline for me. Shouta nodded. Then what was it? Izuku swallowed. It was control. Not over people, over meaning. When I was Kairos, I could help in a way that felt immediate. Tangible. Someone was hurt, I got them out. Someone was being cornered, I stepped in. No committee. No red tape. No waiting for approval. He looked over. And I was good at it. Maybe too good. I kept pushing even when it stopped being safe. I kept going even when it stopped being sin. Shouta let that settle for a moment. You made a lot of enemies, he said softly. And you made yourself scarce when we got close to something good. Izuku's gaze dropped. I know. But you also saved lives. A lot of them. I read reports I didn't even know were yours until later. And yeah, you were reckless. But you were trying to do right with what you had. Izuku blinked fast. His throat was tight. I still want to do good. Even if I can't be Kairos anymore. You can still do good, Shouta said, gentle but firm. You're doing it now. You're raising 3 kids who didn't have anyone before you. You show up for them. For me. There was a pause. I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss Kairos too, Shouta added. He was infuriating. Impossible. But brilliant. And I think a part of you still needs that outlet. You were never meant to be just one thing. Izuku looked at him, vulnerable in a way he hadn't allowed himself to be for weeks. So what do I do with that part of me? Don't bury him, Shouta said. But don't let him swallow you either. You're more than Kairos. But he was never a mistake. And in time we can find some place where he can exist. Something unspooled in Izuku's chest then. Not a full exhale, not a release, but the beginning of one. Thank you, he said. For what? For not being afraid of that part of me. Shouta didn't respond right away. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, then reached back to gently brush his knuckles against Izuku's knee. I've never been afraid of you, he murmured. Only of losing you. Izuku closed his eyes, leaning forward just slightly. You're here. And I'm staying, Shouta said. If you'll have me. The couch creaked as they shifted closer. Still not a kiss. Not yet. But the space between them felt warm now, not aching. Izuku rested his forehead against Shouta's shoulder and breathed. The office smelled faintly of mint and old paper grounding, in a way Izuku hadn't expected. A small diffuser hummed quietly in the corner. Outside, spring winds scraped softly against the window panes. Ryo didn't speak as Izuku settled on the couch, arms folded tight across his chest, hoodie sleeves tugged down to his knuckles like armor. Ryo sat across from him, one leg crossed over the other, notebook open but untouched. He didn't reach for a pen. He just watched. Izuku stared at the rug. I don't know why I came today, he muttered. Ryo tilted his head. But you did. That doesn't mean I have anything worth saying. Maybe not. But it might mean you still needed someone to hear you. Izuku let out a breath that sounded too close to a laugh but carried no humor. He looked wrung out. Like whatever thread he'd been pulling to keep himself together was starting to fray at the ends. His leg bounced. His hands tugged at his sleeves again. I feel like I've backslid, he admitted finally, voice rough. I was doing better. Or I thought I was. But this week, he shook his head. I've just been tired. Short with the kids. With Shouta. You haven't backslid, Ryo said gently. You've had a hard week. That's not the same. It feels the same. I know, Rio said. But progress isn't a staircase. It's a spiral. Sometimes you pass the same places more than once. Doesn't mean you're not still going up. Izuku blinked, gaze flicking toward him with reluctant curiosity. That sounds like something from a fridge magnet. It might be, Rio replied, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But even fridge magnets are right sometimes. Silence stretched between them, loose but not uncomfortable. Rio waited. He always waited, like silence was another language he was fluent in. Eventually, Izuku said, I've been thinking about Kairos. Rio gave a small nod, encouraging. I miss it, Izuku continued, eyes unfocused. Not the fighting or the late nights or the risk, but being useful, necessary, helping where no one else would. His hands clenched in his lap. I still don't know how to forgive myself for that. For helping people? For becoming someone I had to hide, Izuku said, voice tightening. For lying. For scaring people I love. For making Shouta look at me like I was a stranger. Rio didn't interrupt. Just leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees. I thought I could be both. Izuku and Kairos. And I was for a while. But it cost too much. He laughed again, sharp and bitter. I'm so tired of being too much. Too much for who? Rio asked gently. Izuku looked up at him then, surprised by the question. Everyone. Himiko, Dabi, Hitoshi. Shouta. Myself. Rio's expression stayed steady. You aren't too much. You've been carrying too much. That's not the same. Izuku didn't answer right away. His throat worked as he swallowed, eyes glinting with something he wouldn't let fall. I don't want Shouta to forgive me out of pity, he said softly. I don't want the kids to think I'm soft just because I'm not on rooftops anymore. What do you want? Rio. Not from them. Not from Kairos. From yourself. Izuku hesitated. The silence that followed wasn't defensive, it was raw. Frightened. I want to believe I'm still good, he whispered. Rio leaned back slightly. Then let me ask something different. Izuku glanced up again, eyes wary. What if you were worth loving, Rio said, even when you're messy? That landed with force. Not like a hit. Like gravity. Something in Izuku's posture folded inward, all breath caught and shoulders curled and heartbeats suddenly loud in his ears. I don't know how to believe that, he admitted. That's okay, Rio said. Belief takes time. Start by sitting with the idea. Just let it be there. You don't have to believe it to practice it. Izuku rubbed at his face with both hands. It sounds so simple when you say it. It never is, Rio replied. But you've done harder things. They didn't speak for a while after that. Just the quiet hum of the diffuser, the soft brush of Izuku's thumb over his palm, grounding himself. When the timer buzzed, soft and subtle, Rio reached for his notebook for the first time, jotting down the barest notes. Izuku stood slowly. His knees popped. He didn't reach for the door right away. Thank you, he said, voice thin. For what? Rio. Izuku hesitated, then shrugged. For staying. Even when I'm not saying much. You're saying enough, Rio said. And I'll be here for the rest too. Izuku didn't smile exactly. But something in his chest unclenched. He opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The sound of traffic was louder out here. Life went on. And so, somehow, did he. The bell above the cafe door jingled gently as Izuku stepped out, the scent of coffee and flour clinging to his hoodie. The sky was deepening into night, clouds backlit with the dim orange hue of the city's glow. Spring rain had passed earlier, and now everything smelled like wet pavement and possibility. Shouta stood just outside, shoulders hunched slightly in the chill, hands in the pockets of his coat. He looked up at Izuku's approach, eyes soft beneath the dark fringe of his bangs. Hey, he said. Survived the shift? Izuku huffed a quiet laugh, tugging the cafe's outer door shut behind him. Barely. Someone tried to order a latte with soy, oat, almond and dairy milk, blended. Shouta blinked. Did you? No, Izuku said simply, then smiled. But I gave them a free biscotti to soften the blow. They fell into step easily. Their shoulders brushed once, then again. Neither pulled away. The kids? Shouta asked as they turned a corner. Movie night, Izuku replied. Dobby's idea. Something awful and loud with space pirates. So, perfect. Izuku smiled again. It was small but real. The book cafe Shouta had chosen was tucked on a quiet street nestled between a flower shop and a tiny train station. It was the sort of place you'd miss if you weren't looking. Through the window, warm amber light glowed against rows of tall shelves, flickering gently like it had a heartbeat. Izuku hesitated just before stepping inside, breath fogging faintly. You found this place? Shouta nodded. It's quiet. You. Izuku's ears turned faintly pink. You're getting romantic in your old age. Don't make me turn around. They entered together, the hush of the shop settling over them like a weighted blanket. It smelled like old paper, chai, and honey. Somewhere above, muffled applause marked the end of a poem. Poetry night? Izuku whispered. Second floor. We can browse here. Izuku nodded. Thank you. For this. Shouta didn't reply, but the warmth in his eyes said enough. They wandered the aisles slowly, speaking in half-whispers. Shouta paused to flip through a book of strange haikus. Izuku snorted at one that mentioned frogs, moonlight, and someone named Cheryl. Their fingers brushed once as they reached for the same copy of Beneath the Juniper Sky, and again when Izuku handed it to him instead. Near the back, Izuku paused by a table stacked with picture books. One caught his eye, a soft blue cover with painted clouds and a scruffy dog holding a map. He exhaled, a sound caught between a sigh and a laugh. I used to read this to Himiko and Dabi, he said, not looking away from the cover. After long days. It was just complicated enough that they didn't think it was for kids. But simple enough that they could let their guard down. You still have it? Somewhere, Izuku murmured. I think it's in the closet with the board games. He picked it up and tucked it under his arm. They claimed a table near the front window with a view of the city lights bleeding down the glass. Their tea came in tall ceramic mugs. Shouta's was dark and bitter, Izuku's steeped with cardamom and citrus. Cat-shaped cookies arrived on a plate between them, each with a cinnamon sugar paw print. Izuku broke one in half and slid a piece toward Shouta without a word. Shouta took it. They sat in companionable silence for a while, listening to the faint rise and fall of a voice upstairs performing a free-form poem about lost umbrellas and unspoken apologies. Eventually, Shouta spoke. You seem steadier. Not fixed. Just steadier. Izuku stared into his tea. Some days. That's enough. I'm still scared. Shouta looked up. Of what? Of falling back into the worst version of myself. Of letting the kids down. Of not being someone you want to love again. The honesty sat between them like an open book. Not accusatory. Not bitter. Just vulnerable. Shouta's voice was low when he replied. You were never someone I stopped loving. Even when it hurt. Izuku's hand curled tighter around his mug. I thought I broke something between us, Shouta added. That I couldn't be trusted to come back. You did break something, Izuku said, not unkindly. But I did too. We were both bleeding. Just in different corners of the same room. Silence again. Not uncomfortable, just full. Izuku exhaled, his voice barely audible. But I'm brave beside you. Shouta looked at him, gaze heavy and quiet. Then let's keep being brave. Together. They stayed a while longer. Shouta bought the poetry book with the frog Cheryl haikus, saying nothing but sliding it into Izuku's bag while the other wasn't looking. On the walk home, the city had settled into its nighttime hum. Streetlights cast pools of gold on the pavement. Somewhere distant, a train rumbled past. They paused beneath one of the lamps, a halo of warm light catching on the rain-damp edges of their coats. Izuku turned toward him, cheeks flushed pink from the cool air or maybe something else. He reached out and brushed his fingers along Shouta's scarf. Thank you, he said. For what? For making it easy to miss you. Then he kissed him. Not rushed. Not shy. Slow and certain, like he knew this was something he could have again, if he let himself. Shouta didn't hesitate. He kissed back, anchoring his hand on Izuku's waist. When they parted, Izuku rested his forehead against Shouta's shoulder, breath curling warm against the fabric. I'm not whole yet, he whispered. You don't have to be, Shouta replied. His voice was steady. Sure. Just be here. I'm trying. I know. So am I. They didn't speak again for the rest of the walk. Their hands brushed once. Not in fire or desperation. Just something real. Something soft. Something like hope. The sun filtered in through the half-drawn curtains, soft and golden, slipping past the folds of the blanket that clung to Izuku's waist. Warmth soaked the bed, but the space beside him was empty, cool now, the imprint of a body still lingering in the sheets. The faint scent of Shouta lingered too, cedar soap, coffee, and something clean and grounding. Izuku blinked slowly, not quite ready to leave the quiet just yet. He rolled onto his back, stretching until his spine popped, and let the moment linger. Then he heard it. Chaos. The clang of a pot. A shriek, Himiko's, high-pitched and feral, followed by Dobby's deep, disgruntled rumble. If you put whipped cream on the entire plate again, I will set the stove on fire, Dobby warned. It's not whipped cream, it's aesthetic. Himiko shouted back, giddy. I swear to God. And then, Shin, so Hitoshi, do not tie that to my leg. I'm testing your reflexes, came the perfectly calm reply from their youngest. Izuku smiled to himself and swung his legs out of bed. Barefoot, dressed in only his sleep shirt and flannel pajama pants, he crept quietly down the hall, the wooden floor cool against his soles. As he reached the doorway to the kitchen, he paused just for a moment to take it all in. Shouta stood at the stove in sweatpants and a loose black t-shirt, sleeves pushed up, hair still slightly messy from sleep. There was a pan sizzling with pancakes in front of him, and he was holding a spatula with the wary focus of a man who'd been thrown into a war zone without warning. Hitoshi had successfully tied one of the cafe's toy mice to Shouta's ankle using a string from his hoodie and was now crouched under the kitchen table like a gremlin. Civilians should not be allowed access to string, Shouta muttered, lifting his leg just as the toy was about to be pounced on by Machi, who had joined the fray in earnest. Dabi, meanwhile, leaned against the counter in his usual tattered hoodie, tossing the bag of Izuku's favorite coffee beans to Shouta like it was a rite of passage. Use those or he'll pout. I don't pout, Izuku said from the doorway, voice still soft from sleep. Foreheads turned in sync. Morning, sunshine, Dabi deadpanned. Your hair is more unholy than usual, Himiko said, chewing a spoonful of raw whipped cream. You weren't supposed to be up yet, Hitoshi mumbled, quickly untying the cat toy. And Shouta just looked at him with the kind of smile that started in his eyes. There's tea waiting if you want it, he said, flipping a pancake with one hand and pouring water into the kettle with the other. And I'm making coffee too. Izuku stepped into the room, blinking against the bright morning and overwhelming love swelling in his chest. This is a lot. This is breakfast, Himiko said, offended. And I'm winning. No one's competing. Dabi snapped, even though he very clearly was. Izuku made his way to the counter, pausing to press a kiss to the top of Hitoshi's head on the way. The boy ducked his head but didn't hide his grin. Shouta passed him a mug without being asked. Just the way Izuku liked it, steeped, but not too strong, no sugar. Their fingers brushed, and for a second the clamor of the room faded into something softer. Good morning, Izuku murmured. Good, Shouta echoed. He took a sip and let himself watch. Himiko had declared herself pancake queen, and was now trying to construct a whipped cream tower. Dabi was side-eyeing the syrup bottle like he was about to weaponize it. Hitoshi was doing his best to get Machi to sit on command with a piece of turkey bacon. And Shouta was in the middle of it all, flipping pancakes, dodging cats, and somehow still keeping a peaceful center to the storm. Izuku leaned against the doorframe, hands curled around the warm mug. He'd spent so long feeling like love had to hurt, like comfort came only after violence or silence. But this noise, this laughter, this mess, this felt like home. And when Shouta glanced over his shoulder and caught Izuku staring, he didn't ask why. He just smiled again, quiet and warm. And then Hitoshi set off the smoke alarm with a misplaced toaster waffle, and they all screamed. The late afternoon sun warmed the stone path outside the cafe, soft golden light glinting off dewy windows and the heads of a few lounging cats. A breeze drifted lazily down the street, rustling through ivy-covered walls and the handful of wildflowers that had started pushing up between cracks in the pavement. The world felt gentle. Izuku stood with his sleeves rolled up and a stubborn smear of soil across his cheek, glaring at a row of crooked herb pots. This spacing is a crime against horticulture, he declared, hands on his hips. Shouta, crouched beside a half-filled planter box, didn't look up. They're herbs, not soldiers. They'll survive. No, see, they won't, Izuku replied, mock horrified. Basil needs breathing room. What did it ever do to you? It offended me with its smug smell, Shouta said, deadpan. Izuku choked on a laugh, snorting as he knelt beside him and started rearranging the baby plants with practiced ease. You're lucky you're hot. That's all I'm saying. I'm lucky, Shouta muttered, but his mouth curved just slightly. Right. It wasn't a traditional date. No fancy dinner, no formal plans. Just two men in soft clothes, sleeves rolled, fingers caked in dirt, kneeling in the earth together outside the little cafe that had become something of a sanctuary. It was quiet except for the gentle hum of the city in the distance, a cat occasionally weaving between their legs in search of attention or a sunny nap spot. They worked in tandem, Izuku careful and deliberate, Shouta a little clumsy but not unskilled. They didn't talk much about anything serious, just herbs and soil, the way the sunlight made everything glow a little, which corner of the garden always got stolen by local alley cats. At one point, Shouta reached across Izuku's arm to grab a small trowel, and his hand landed in the soft mound of earth Izuku had just turned. Dirt flew up, right into Izuku's face. Ugh, Shouta. Izuku blinked, sputtering. You got me. That's for mocking my spacing, Shouta replied mildly, utterly unapologetic. Izuku reached for a handful of dirt with vengeance in his eyes. Say your prayers. It didn't become a full-on dirt fight, but only because Izuku had mercy. Mostly. By the time the last planter was settled and the garden beds were cleaned, the sky had turned dusky, painted in streaks of lavender and pale gold. The cafe lights clicked on behind them, casting a soft yellow glow through the windows. From somewhere inside, faint music played, a jazz record Dobby had probably left running. Izuku stretched his back with a groan, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his wrist. His cheeks were flushed, nose still streaked with soil, curls messy and full of stray petals. Shouta was watching him. Izuku looked over, meeting his gaze. Something caught in his chest, not sharp, not painful. Just full. Full of something deep and quiet. You've built something beautiful here, Shouta said quietly, nodding toward the garden, the glowing windows, the cats now asleep on the planter ledge. Izuku's throat worked. He looked down at their joined handiwork, then back at Shouta. The weight of the moment pressed against his chest, not heavy, but real. I want you to be part of it, he said, before he could stop himself. All of it. Shouta blinked. His eyes softened. He didn't speak at first. Just reached out, took Izuku's hand, still dirt-smudged, still rough from digging, and held it like it was something precious. I'd like that, he said simply. Very much. They stood there like that for a while, hands clasped, the light from the cafe bathing them in something warm and human and entirely ordinary. Izuku leaned into it. Into the stillness. Into Shouta. It wasn't grand or cinematic. There were no declarations shouted over city skylines. Just the quiet intimacy of shared space and shared effort. The comfort of digging in the dirt beside someone who knew how to show up, even when the world was messy. Eventually, Shouta gently tugged Izuku's hand, guiding him toward the cafe door. Come on, he said. Let's get that dirt off your face before you get it in your tea. I could get a new mug, Izuku argued. You'll still look like a disaster, Shouta murmured fondly. I'm your disaster, Izuku said with a cheeky grin. Shouta didn't deny it. Inside, the lights were warm, the kettle already starting to boil, and the smell of mint and rain-soaked earth clung to their clothes. They didn't talk much more that evening, just sipped tea together on the worn couch in the back corner of the cafe, fingers brushing between mugs and soft smiles exchanged in the silence. It didn't feel like a date. It felt like a life, unfolding slowly in the spaces between laughter and soil and soft, steady hands. The cafe had long since closed, but its lights still glowed golden behind drawn curtains. Rain tapped gently against the windows, the kind that didn't demand an umbrella, just encouraged slower steps, warmer drinks, longer evenings. Inside, the air was rich with the scent of freshly baked bread and simmering stew. Someone, probably Dobby, had lit the good vanilla candle, the one Himiko always hoarded when she baked cookies. Soft jazz murmured from the speakers, but no one really noticed it. The real soundtrack was the low hum of voices, the occasional burst of laughter, the clatter of cutlery and mugs. Nemuri had claimed the best armchair with the confidence of someone who'd once fought villains in 6-inch heels. Himiko was curled against her, half in her lap, dramatically reenacting a story that may or may not have involved glitter bombs and an unfortunate substitute teacher. Nemuri listened with mock horror and true affection, occasionally running her fingers through the girl's hair. Hitoshi had found his way to the counter, elbows propped up as he talked animatedly at Dabi, who returned every exaggerated gesture and ridiculous joke with a deadpan stare, which only encouraged Hitoshi further. Across the room, Tensei and Hitoshi were hunched over a chessboard. Tensei looked like he was losing again and bore the expression of a man trying very hard to pretend he wasn't impressed. You're setting me up, he accused mildly. I'm not, Hitoshi replied, smiling faintly. But if you move your rook now, I win in 3. Tensei stared at the board, then muttered, this family is terrifying. On the couch, Shouta sat. Quietly, a mug cradled in his hands, eyes flicking from one familiar face to the next. His shoulders were relaxed, his legs stretched out in front of him. He looked, not like the pro-hero Eraserhead. Not like a man who had nearly ruined the best thing in his life. Just like someone who was home. Do you always get this quiet when we visit? Hitoshi asked from the kitchen, still pouring tea. You used to monologue during lunch. Back in the day, we got lectures about leash laws. Shouta gave him a long look. Back in the day, you wore fishnets under your hero costume. That is not an insult. Nemuri called. Izuku, appearing with a tray of mismatched bowls, laughed under his breath as he handed one to Shouta and one to Dabi. You feeding us now? Tensei asked as he approached, Hitoshi at his heels. I feed everyone, Izuku replied. You're just finally here to accept it. He sat next to Shouta on the couch, close enough their arms brushed, close enough that the warmth between them was unmistakable. Shouta leaned into it. Just slightly. Just enough. Thanks, he murmured, nodding to the food. Izuku smiled. Always. Across the room, Nemuri lifted her mug. To surviving glitter bombs, she said. To pawn traps, Tensei added. To unspoken truces and found family, Hitoshi said dramatically, placing a hand to his chest. Dabi rolled his eyes but raised his cup. To not burning down the cafe. Yet. Izuku tilted his head. Optimistic. Hitoshi raised his juice box. To still being here. There was a pause. And then Shouta, quiet but steady, raised his mug. To not leaving. Anymore. It wasn't loud. It wasn't grand. But every hand lifted in response. Glasses clinked. Mugs knocked. Someone spilled tea on the floor and Himiko shrieked with laughter. But in the middle of it all, between the jokes and the warmth, the small touches and soft eyes, Izuku reached for Shouta's hand. Their fingers met and stayed there, settled on the space between them. The clamor went on, a beautiful kind of chaos. A family remade. The weeks that followed didn't arrive with fanfare or grand declarations. They crept in like soft morning light through half-drawn curtains, unobtrusive but persistent, warming quiet spaces that had long since grown cold. There were no defining moments, no explosions of joy or dramatic reconciliations. Just the slow, steady return of breath. Of presence. Of peace. Mornings unfolded with a tenderness Izuku was still learning how to hold without flinching. Somewhere between the scent of strong black tea steeping in ceramic mugs and the quiet hush of the kettle no longer shrieking, now just a low, contented whistle, he'd come to recognize the subtle rhythms of Shouta's presence in his home. The faint creak of the floorboards before sunrise, the muted rustle of fabric as Shouta pulled a blanket tighter over his shoulders on the couch. How he always claimed the same spot beneath the window, curled around a paperback novel like he belonged there, and maybe, finally, he did. Even when Shouta swore he hadn't been awake for long, the pages of his book would betray him, creased at a new dog-eared corner. But he never offered excuses. Just blinked sleepily at Izuku when he emerged from the bedroom, hair tangled, hoodie too big, socks mismatched and sliding off his heels. Izuku always reached for 2 mugs without thinking now. One with a tiny chip in the handle, Shouta's, by silent agreement. He'd fill them both, one hand still clumsy with sleep, and pause just before passing the couch. A kiss to the temple. Quiet, thoughtful. Just enough pressure to say, I see you. I'm glad you're still here. It became a ritual. A gentle punctuation mark at the start of their shared mornings. Not performative. Not forced. But natural. Don't let Himiko feed the cats whipped cream again, Izuku mumbled once, half into his tea, eyes still adjusting to the light. He didn't wait for an answer. He didn't need one. Shouta, buried in his book, didn't even glance up. Too late. Izuku sighed into his mug, lips curling around the edge in amusement. And Shouta's eyes, hidden behind the veil of his hair, softened just a little. Because this was what they'd wanted for so long, even if neither of them had dared to ask for it. The comfort of being known, completely and without spectacle. The kind of quiet that didn't demand anything except showing up. Again and again. And they did. Himiko had developed a new habit, one that arrived with all the subtlety of a storm front. She didn't announce her intentions, didn't ask for permission. She simply entered the room like a queen entering her court, dramatic and delighted, and flopped across the couch where Shouta had just settled with a book. He barely had time to register the weight of her arrival before she'd already grabbed his wrist with expert ease, twisting it gently to expose his hand like a canvas. A bottle of nail polish, this time a violently neon pink with suspicious flecks of sparkle, was already in her other hand. She popped the lid with a crack of intent, tongue poking out of the corner of her mouth in concentration. Shouta, to his eternal credit, didn't so much as flinch. He shifted slightly to get more comfortable and then, just let it happen. The brush swept across his nails with practiced precision, leaving thick, glossy coats behind. Himiko was nothing if not efficient. Occasionally, she'd pause to tilt his hand toward the light, examining her work with a critical eye before going in with a second coat or a contrasting glitter stripe. If Shouta noticed the way the sparkles caught in the curls of his dark hair when he scratched his scalp, or how the glow-in-the-dark polish made his hands visible in the hallway at night, he never said a word. When Izuku walked in once, catching the tail end of a manicure session involving 3 colors and a tiny, skull-shaped sticker on Shouta's thumb, he stopped in the doorway and stared. Is that, he squinted, glow polish and cat stickers? Himiko beamed. I call it war crimes, Barbie. Izuku blinked. Shouta turned a page in his book like he hadn't just been turned into a crime against aesthetics. Later, when Dabi raised a brow at the acid green shimmer currently assaulting Shouta's fingernails, Shouta simply shrugged, utterly unbothered. Can't be worse than the bloodstains on my patrol days. Izuku, who was midway through stirring a pot of rice, laughed so hard he nearly dropped the ladle. He braced himself on the counter, shoulders shaking, eyes squeezed shut. God, Shouta, he gasped, still wheezing. Don't say things like that. With glitter on your thumbs. Shouta looked down at the glitter. Then up at Izuku. Glitter is intimidation in the right context. Himiko, with all the smugness of someone who had clearly won the war, threw her arms in the air. He gets it. Izuku gave up on cooking for a few minutes after that. He leaned into the doorframe and watched them, Himiko cross-legged on the couch, holding Shouta's hand like a masterpiece in progress, Shouta pretending not to care and failing completely, the late afternoon light catching the shimmer of polish in soft, ridiculous flecks. It was absurd. It was warm. It was absolutely perfect. Dobby and Hitoshi, in a twist that absolutely no one saw coming and everyone should have feared, had become an inseparable duo of low-level chaos. Not loud, not reckless, but quietly efficient in their mischief. The kind that made Izuku pause mid-coffee sip, stare suspiciously at the two of them whispering in the corner, and mutter, "This feels familiar," with the haunted cadence of a man who had once peeled glitter glue off the ceiling at 2 a.m. They had a routine now. Every few days, they would leave under the pretense of running errands, armed with canvas bags, dramatic sunglasses, and an air of exaggerated responsibility. "We're contributing to the household," Dobby would say, deadpan. Hitoshi would nod solemnly beside him. "We're essential." Which was an interesting way to phrase returning from the grocery store with 3 crinkling bags of snacks, not a single vegetable in sight, and one mysterious package wrapped in layers of tissue like it contained either stolen intel or a cursed relic. Izuku didn't ask. He knew better by now. For weeks, the mystery item disappeared into the background of family life, tucked carefully into corners, always moved when someone new entered a room. Dabi feigned ignorance when questioned, and Hitoshi's poker face had become alarmingly good. It wasn't until nearly a month later that Shouta found it late at night, after a long patrol, bone-tired and ready to collapse. He was rifling through the clean laundry basket at the edge of Izuku's bed, fingers moving absently, when the fabric caught his eye. But he pulled it free, shook it out and blinked. It was a hoodie. Simple, oversized, worn at the seams in that way that meant it had been washed before it was ever worn. But near the hem, just above the pocket, was a stitched patch. Messy but careful. A figure outlined in gray thread wild hair, unmistakable goggles, scarf flared in movement. A symbol more than a likeness. Not official merch, not even close. But unmistakably him. Shouta stared. He sat down on the edge of the bed and kept staring, hoodie draped over his knees, the weight of it settling like something wordless in his lap. No card. No note. Just intention. And he didn't need more than that. The next evening, when everyone else was settling down, Himiko grumbling about the TV remote, Izuku humming in the kitchen, Hitoshi pretending not to be scrolling through conspiracy threads on his phone, Shouta walked out of the bedroom wearing it. No one said anything. But Hitoshi, halfway through a glass of juice, looked up and the grin that bloomed across his face was immediate, uncontrollable, and so blindingly bright it softened something deep in Shouda's chest. The kid didn't say a word. Just kept smiling, like the world had lined up a little better. And Shouta? He tugged the sleeves down past his wrists and kept it on the rest of the night. Didn't need to speak it aloud. He'd been seen. He'd been claimed. And for the first time in a long time, that didn't scare him. Some gestures weren't spoken. But they still echoed. It happened on a Tuesday evening, one of those long, half-lazy ones where the sky outside had just started to bruise with dusk and the air inside the apartment hummed with low voices, soft footsteps, the smell of something sweet warming in the oven. Shouta was on the couch, legs stretched out, book open but unread. His mind kept skimming the lines and landing nowhere. The words were there, but focus kept slipping through his fingers. He was just beginning to close it when Dobby passed behind him without a word. Not unusual. Dobby was a creature of deliberate silence, only loud when it served him. But then, a clink. The sound of ceramic against wood. Shouta blinked. A mug sat on the table in front of him. No flourish, no comment. Just placed there like it had always belonged to him. Dobby didn't break stride. He kept walking, already halfway to the kitchen. "You broke it," he muttered without turning around. "You can keep it now." The words were blunt. But they landed heavy. Shouta stared at the mug, then reached out, slowly, fingers brushing the side like it might disappear if he moved too fast. He knew it instantly. It was the one he'd shattered during his first week staying over. That night he'd returned from patrol with too little sleep and too much emotion coiled like barbed wire under his skin. A dropped towel. A raised voice in the background. Nothing and everything. He hadn't meant to slam the mug down on the counter, hadn't meant to watch it fracture into 2 jagged halves before the room fell silent. He'd left the pieces in the sink and gone to his own home with his teeth clenched and his heart folded in shame. But now the mug had been pieced back together. The crack, once sharp and loud with the memory of that night, had been sealed with something strong, resin, maybe. A fine line of gold ran through the break, intentional and steady. The chip near the rim was still visible, still imperfect. But it wasn't dangerous anymore. Just part of the story. Shouta turned it over in his hands, the weight familiar and changed all at once. He looked up, toward the kitchen. But Dobby was gone, just a low hum of conversation with Himiko echoing down the hall, like nothing had happened. But something had. It wasn't an apology. Dobby wasn't the type to offer those outright. And Shouta wasn't the type to ask. But it was something else. Something quieter. A peace offering. A memory sealed and returned, not to punish, but to say, "You're still here." And that counts for something. Shouta brought the mug to his lips. It was empty. He didn't mind. He held it anyway. Just for a little while. The most unexpected thing came on a Friday. It wasn't a dramatic day. No rainstorm, no spilled coffee, no raised voices or tearful conversations. Just one of those slow, yawning afternoons where time seemed to stretch sideways and everything existed in a warm amber. The cafe had closed early. The light outside was golden and fading, and the air inside was thick with the scent of lemon balm and worn paper. Himiko had fallen asleep face down on the rug with two cats purring lazily on her back, her limbs tangled in a way that made her look half octopus, half child. She hadn't moved in the past hour, and one of the cats looked personally offended when Izuku had tried to shift them earlier. Hitoshi was on the floor near the bookcase, sitting cross-legged with that furrowed brow of intense focus he always wore when reorganizing. He had taken it upon himself to restructure the entire shelf again with a serious, academic expression that made Izuku both proud and vaguely afraid. For optimal narrative flow, he had said earlier, pointing at the spine of a volume like it owed him an apology. Chronology is chaos. Mood curation is king. Izuku hadn't asked questions. He just smiled, brewed tea, and let Hitoshi do whatever meticulous sorcery brought him peace. Now, with a cup in each hand, he made his way over barefoot, quiet, careful not to step on limbs or tails. He held one mug out to Hitoshi without a word. The boy took it automatically, muttering a soft, "Thanks, Dad." It took 2 full seconds before the weight of the word landed. Hitoshi went completely still. The kind of still that only happened when a truth accidentally slipped out before a brain could catch it. He looked up in slow horror, the mug halfway to his lips, his ears already flooding crimson. I wasn't thinking," he blurted, in that rushed, spiraling panic Izuku hadn't heard from him in weeks. "It just came out. You don't have to, it's fine." "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to make it weird or anything." Izuku didn't move for a beat. His breath caught somewhere behind his ribs, caught and held like something fragile and sacred. His hands curled slightly tighter around his own mug, warmth seeping into cold fingers. He looked at Hitoshi, not startled, not scolding, just there, eyes wide and impossibly soft. "You don't have to take it back," he said quietly. His voice cracked on the edges, like the words had gotten too big in his throat before he let them out. "I heard it," Izuku continued, his smile slow and uneven and unbearably tender. "And I'll keep it if you'll let me." There was a silence after that. Not sharp this time, but deep. Quiet as snow. Hitoshi ducked his head, hair falling over his eyes like a curtain. His fingers gripped the mug too tightly, and he didn't speak. But he didn't take it back either. Izuku didn't press. Instead, he sat down beside him, close but not crowded, and took a slow sip of tea. The cats purred on the other side of the room. The bookshelf stood rearranged, chaotic and beautiful in its own new order. And beside him, a boy who once flinched at every open hand sat with a mug of tea and didn't run. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, just breathing, and Hitoshi slowly leaned into him. And then, on a night where the air smelled like rain that never came, Izuku and Shouta sat together on the balcony. The sky above them was hazy with light pollution, but a few stars cut through anyway, soft and blinking like they, too, were tired of pretending to be distant. They didn't speak for a long time. The air between them didn't need to be filled. It had learned how to stretch gently, like the space between two hands that didn't quite need to hold, but wanted to. Izuku leaned into Shouta, shoulders relaxed in a way they hadn't been for years, his fingers twined with Shouda's. They swung slightly between them, that shared grip, not desperate, not afraid, just there. Steady. Shouta shifted, close but not crowding. His eyes were half-lidded, soft in the corners. Izuku looked at him, really looked, like someone who'd waited a long time to trust what he saw. Shouta didn't say anything. He just lifted their joined hands and pressed his lips to Izuku's knuckles. Izuku smiled. It wasn't small. It wasn't timid. It was whole. They sat there a while longer, side by side, listening to the sound of a city that had stopped feeling like a cage and started sounding like home. And just before they would move to go to bed, Izuku turned his head, kissed Shouda's cheek, and whispered, "We survived the fire. Now we get to grow from the ashes." Eventually the lights inside were flicked off, one by one, and the world kept turning.